Lin Xiaojin looked up at the sun. It was actually a semicircular sun. Lin Xiaojin had only seen a semicircular moon, but not a semicircular sun. There was no moon on this planet. It would be pitch black by the time night came. And this area was much smaller. They found this planet. The year-round temperature is just over 20 degrees. And there is no glaciers. Volcanoes. It is a very suitable place to cultivate dinosaurs. Of course, there are indigenous people living here, who are not gifted. But the body is different from normal. Everyone is a natural strength psychic. After walking for a day, they were really hungry. The two of them found a big rock underground. Found some dry wood and leaves. Xiao knew a lightning nuisance fire. Can only eat some roasted snake gall. Although there is no salt, but I found this. Xiao Nuo said with peppercorns in his hand. The snake gall smelled particularly fishy, but the roasted ones were quite good. I also don't know how the hell I can get rid of this bracelet on my hand. Lin Xiaojin frowned and sighed. There will be a way, Xiao Nuo calmly said. After the two ate their fill. There was no moon at night. So once night came, the sky would become incredibly dark. There was no moonlight shining. But the sky was full of a sea of stars. A flash of very beautiful. In the blue star time cannot see so many stars. The night here may be because there is no moonlight. So the animals will become quiet at night. But the sound of the wind blowing was also heard from time to time. The two of them can only hide in the big trees to sleep. There are leaves on the trees. Relatively safe. The place they were at was the junction of the plains and the forest. Sleeping in a daze, Lin Xiaojin was gently pinched in the face by Xiao Nuo. Xiaojin, wake up, Xiao Nuo said, as he gently patted Lin Xiaojin's face. What's wrong? Lin Xiaojin immediately woke up, thinking that she had found a dinosaur. Look ahead. Xiao Nuo pointed to the plain not far away. There it was. The light of a fire. There was a fire. Could it be that there were other people? Should we go over and take a look? Or stay where we are? Lin Xiaojin inquired. Go over and take a look. We just came to this place. We need to familiarize ourselves as soon as possible, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin was still very experienced in this area compared to Xiao Nuo. Good. Lin Xiaojin also agreed with Xiao Nuo's idea. The two people came down from the big tree. The surroundings were pitch black. They could only slowly set off towards the place of the firelight. The firelight that was seen was very close, as they could see it from the big tree. But coming down and actually walking over it was far away. The grassland walk is quite uncomfortable. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's shoes are already dirty, not lined. And Xiao Nuo is even more pathetic. The shoes also broke a small hole. Fortunately, the two people wear comfortable sports shoes. Otherwise wearing flat shoes walking in the forest grassland. I'm afraid to walk for a while on the foot, pain cannot stand. After they got closer, they realized that it was actually a mountainside. A bunch of bonfires have risen on the hillside. And there are still a few people lying on the grass next to them. The bonfire is not extinguished at night, because animals are naturally afraid of fire. So the fire attribute alien is still very good in this place. Those people are ancient people? Lin Xiaojin whispered. The two of them lay on the hillside, carefully observing the people below. Those few people who were lying down were wearing animal skin clothes. Even their hair and also their beards were old and long. And the shoes they wore were also straw shoes. Not right. Lin Xiaojin found that their hands and necks all had traces of having brought a bracelet. The surrounding area was black. Only the place where the bracelet had once been brought stayed white. It had been worn for a long time in the beginning and later removed. They were also slaves that were captured and brought here, only to live for a long time and then become like this. Lin Xiaojin put her ear on the ground. Her hearing has always been good. In addition to the ground also has the effect of transmitting sound. So Lin Xiaojin was able to clearly hear which people have captured another group of people. What a fucking bastard. We can't leave this hellhole right now. Or else we'll have to report them sooner or later. Report them? That's the default law of this world, another man said. Luckily this bracelet was destroyed. Otherwise we would still be under their surveillance. Although this bracelet only has a positioning system. But now that it's destroyed, they'll assume we're dead. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin tightly pressed to the ground again. If he could find a way to unlock the bracelet, it would be great. But it sounds like it's only a locator system. Luckily this time, Simi happened to find a silver stone that can shatter open this bracelet. Or else locate us at any time. Running into dinosaurs everywhere, the other man said with a frown. There was a positioning system on their bracelets. And as long as they were located, which dinosaurs would follow along. I also just happened to find out. The man from Simi said modestly. Lin Xiaojin, who was eavesdropping on the other side, silently remembered this thing called silver stone, which sounded like it should be towards a stone. A silver-colored stone? Or silver steel? The rest of us have to find a way to get into their center island base. We're not strong enough. And we're few. Should we try to unite the other slaves that were released here? Resist together. Resist? I'm afraid those people are just some indigenous humans from small planets. I'm afraid they won't unite with us. The rest of their conversation Lin Xiaojin did not continue to eavesdrop. She got the most useful information for the moment. Lin Xiaojin signaled Xiao Nu to leave, and the two slowly retreated, then walked a long way with Xiao Nu, and saw that there were no people around. Only then did Lin Xiaojin say, I just heard that they are also slaves. But the bracelet removed itself. It's something called a silver stone that can unlock the bracelet on our hands. And this bracelet seems to only have a positioning system. Lin Xiaojin finished in one breath. Although this bracelet only had a positioning system, Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to take a risk in case she was able to discover her spatial ability. So she still decided to go to find the silver stone first. Once she heard that this thing must be in some cave, or on the mountain, this side of the forest should be no. After the two discussed, the sky was also bright, so they could only continue to walk towards the cave. Be careful. Xiao Nu pointed to the large footprints on the ground and reminded. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The two people walked one after the other. Lin Xiaojin picked up a thick tree trunk in her hand to use as a defense. There's blood here. It's still fresh. Xiao Nu looked down and saw the blood on the leaves. It hadn't dried yet. It's human blood, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. There are people around. Lin Xiaojin frowned. But she looked around and didn't find anything, because the shrubs around here were very large, and the line of sight was very obstructed. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu both continued to walk forward. Suddenly, the trees next to them shook, and a dinosaur sprang out, catching Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu off guard. Luckily, the two of them reacted quickly. It was the same little dinosaur that we saw last time. ZZ. The small dinosaur issued a strange sound. This small dinosaur obviously looked more evolved than before. There are still blood stains around the mouth of the small dinosaur. It seems that it has just bitten someone. Xiao Nu used his thunder and lightning to condense a power grid. Lin Xiaojin revealed a surprised look. This was the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen it. I didn't expect that Xiao Nu could actually use his lightning to condense into a power grid. This was also the effect of Xiao Nu's absorption of that dinosaur crystal. The electric grid directly covered the head of the little dinosaur. ZZZ. The cohesive power of lightning zipped and sparked. While the little dinosaur was struggling, Lin Xiaojin held up a wooden stick and directly inserted it into the dinosaur's eyes. The eyes were the weakest place. That's why Lin Xiaojin chose to attack here. Lin Xiaojin's force of exertion was extremely strong. Here she was not the slightest bit careless. These dinosaurs in Lin Xiaojin's consciousness. That was a race that once dominated the ancient times of the Blue Star. Plop. The tree root inserted half of it seems to be stuck to the bone and broke off. After all, the tree stick is not strong at all. Caw. The dinosaur seemed to let out a miserable scream, and wanted to turn back and run away. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu they could let it run away. Nowadays can quickly improve strength, that is these dinosaurs in the head of the alien energy crystals. Dinosaurs break free from Xiao Nu's radiating power grid. Extremely fast air jump. Immediately after Xiao Nu has already set up another power grid just laid at its feet. ZZZ. Although the degree of damage is not enough. But a moment of paralysis all over the body is still able to hinder the escaping dinosaur. Lin Xiaojin also immediately followed up. Directly a fist pounded on the dinosaur's head. Ruthlessly towards the dinosaur's head pounded more than 10 punches. Fist to the flesh. Lin Xiaojin did not leave any strength at all. It directly dented the dinosaur's head. I'm exhausted, Lin Xiaojin said with some panting. She hadn't even been this tired when she chopped up zombies later on. Almost using 1 or 2 points of strength, the zombie's head could be chopped off by her. This whacking dinosaur had used 10 points of her strength. If other people were to deal with dinosaurs alone, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to be as violent as he was. Dinosaurs are meaty and have output. Luckily, Lin Xiaojin was also a powerful warrior. If it was just Xiao Nu himself, he would need to paralyze the dinosaur a little bit, consume it remotely, and then drained it to death. One couldn't engage the dinosaur in melee combat. The two of them were also working very well together. One remote group attack, one melee fight resistant. I found that this diamond-shaped crystal bead is a skill that can be absorbed by any attribute, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Well, I found it too. Xiao Nu nodded. Then you can absorb it. Space can't be used for the time being. And it seems useless to absorb the crystal beads with my strength-based powers. So I might as well eat 2 more bowls of rice, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin realized that after using her full power, she felt hungry and needed to eat food. And with her strength-based psychic ability, she needed more food with high energy to accumulate energy. And finally, the quantitative change caused a qualitative change before she could do so. I don't know if the dinosaur meat is good to eat, Lin Xiaojin said casually. Having come here to just eat fruit, she hadn't seen any meaty flavors. Xiao Nu's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words and said, "Why don't we try it?" Good. Xiao Nu first pulled out the exotic crystals from the dinosaur's head and put them in his pocket, leaving the rest of the dinosaur's parts. They decided to try the thigh meat first. The dinosaur's stomach they didn't consider. They had just seen blood on the ground. Maybe there was still human skeletal material left in the dinosaur's stomach. Did not take out the sword from the space. Xiao Nu can only hard to break the dinosaur's thigh. Found that this muscular hard did not break down. Xiao Nu, some embarrassed, touched the nose. Originally these hard work should be his work. But his strength is not as big as his daughter-in-law. The key is that most of them do not have the strength of Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin was indifferent and said, "I'll do it." Lin Xiaojin directly stepped on the dinosaur's body. One hand dragged the dinosaur's feet directly to the dinosaur to tear down. This dinosaur thigh was also enough for the two of them to eat. Xiao Nu found a large leaf and simply wrapped it first before leaving this with the dinosaur thigh. The blood here quickly attracted other animals over, so they still hurried to leave to find a safe place. Probably walked more than an hour. Lin Xiaojin's stomach has been hungry chest to back. For a long time, she did not feel so hungry. It was as if they had returned to the time when they had just stimulated their strength-based psychic abilities. They found a small stream. On the other side was a plain. Below it was a hillside and rocks. The sides of the stream were covered with a small white flower. Quite beautiful. But unfortunately Lin Xiaojin also cannot see what species if the brother is here may be able to recognize. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin's eyes reddened slightly, and the fist in her hand clenched slightly. Lin Xiaoren, he will be fine. Xiao Nu seemed to see Lin Xiaojin's emotions and comforted. Lin Xiaojin nodded heavily. Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Xiao, the two of them, were trafficked to the black mining planet together. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoran's alien ability is manifestation. It's still relatively convenient. Better still, Xiao Xiao has the ability to see through the eyes, and quickly built up his first fortune here. Of course, their stories are all an afterthought. The water of the brook was only narrow and flowed down from the other end of the stone, clear to the bottom. The bottom of the brook was full of pebbles and some green water plants. It was a natural, unpolluted environment. Lin Xiaojin. They rarely see such a natural environment in the Blue Star. Most of them are artificially created. Artificial lakes, artificial mountains and waters. The real natural has long been polluted. Lin Xiaojin is nearby to collect firewood. Both people did not go far. Are within sight. Lin Xiaojin set up a fire, and Xiao Nu also cleaned the dinosaur meat. There was no salt alone. He could only send some peppercorns he had found earlier, and crush them into powder with a stone and sprinkle them on top of the dinosaur meat. In the past, never thought that I would one day eat dinosaur meat. Lin Xiaojin sighed. I don't know whether it's a surprise or a shock. I didn't think I could have this day of roasting dinosaur meat, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. The two looked at each other, both felt some deep helplessness. What comes around goes around, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Do we still have the day to go back? Lin Xiaojin asked whimsically. It wouldn't be possible to live on this dinosaur planet for the rest of our lives. Right? Can. Xiao Nu gave an affirmative answer. They definitely could. Dinosaur meat is really thick skin. Firewood added twice. Still not cooked. The hungry Lin Xiaojin can only eat the fruit first to fill up the hunger. This fruit is a carrion, but the size is bigger, comparable to the size of an egg. The taste is the same as the carrion. Behind it was a carrion tree. Right behind this hillside. Lin Xiaojin was stunned. Immediately wanted to pluck this tree and plant it in the space. The variety of plants here is simply not too rich. It turned out that the dinosaur's skin was too hard. It seems that if you roast dinosaur meat in the future, you need to peel off the skin first so that it can be roasted faster. The skin of the dinosaur meat was too hard to be roasted. Xiao Nu removed the thigh meat. Without tools, it would be very troublesome. But it had already been roasted for a while. The skin on the dinosaur meat was very easy to tear off. After tearing off the entire skin of the leg, Xiao Nu continued to set up on the fire to roast, and then sprinkled in pepper powder. However, the thigh muscles on the dinosaur meat are very dense. Even if baked, I'm afraid people with bad teeth can't really eat. Xiao Nu coalesced the power grid to wrap the entire dinosaur thigh meat. Zzz. Finally, there is a smell of roasted meat. This should be about right? Lin Xiaojin asked. I'll try, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. None of them had ever eaten roasted dinosaur meat before. They could only feel their way around. The dinosaur's body was all muscle, not a bit of fat. And the muscles were all in layers and layers. Not bad. Xiao Nu took a small bite and followed the muscle texture and tore off a little piece and handed it to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin immediately took a bite and had the feeling of gnawing on beef jerky. Not like other roasted meat that was very tender. But the flavor wasn't bad. And it would be even better if there were other seasonings. Soon a whole thigh meat was finished by the two people who shared it. This meat was really top-filling. More than half of the meat was eaten by Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nu only ate a small half before he was full. This dinosaur meat seems to have energy when you eat it. Lin Xiaojin felt that the dinosaur meat seemed to be filling up her cells after it entered her stomach, making the cells in her body full of energy. Xiao Nu shook his head and did not feel. It seems that this dinosaur meat is helpful to Lin Xiaojin's strength system's supernatural ability. Finally summed up a conclusion that eating more dinosaur meat could increase the cellular energy in her body. After eating enough, the two of them leaned back on the rock to rest for a while. And the spirit entered the space to accompany the little bun party. Now the little buns are more than 9 months old, crawling very quickly, and will often crawl to the vegetable field, tugging tomatoes to gnaw. Fortunately, the space is full of all kinds of toys. The little guy will not be very boring. And the blistering little wolf, Blizzard Coyote, recently is quite boring. Lin Xiaojin touched the Blizzard Coyote. Wait for 2 days, she lifted the hand ring. Can take you out to let off steam. The head of the Blast Coyote has now grown to the size of an adult large dog. And the Blast Coyote should be considered an adult wolf. After Lin Xiaojin's spirit came out of the space, Xiao Nu had already finished absorbing the 1 diamond-shaped crystal bead. Xiao Nu, who had finished absorbing the 2 diamond-shaped alien crystals, was now in the middle of the 3rd level. However, Xiao Nu found that the further back he went, the slower he improved. It was like if the container of level 1 was compared to the size of a cup. Then the container of level 3 was like a cauldron. Like filling up this container before breaking through the bottleneck to upgrade. They also didn't pick fruits as they walked, because Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu found that there were all kinds of fruit trees everywhere. Vegetables could also be seen from time to time. The food here was abundant, and there was no lack of food. The forest here was a plain, or else a mountainside. And they didn't even find a cave. If you live in the cave, is still relatively safe. But did not find. But to see that there are bones on the ground can only be vaguely discerned over. Suddenly a silhouette from the back came out. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu, 2 people at the same time, turned back. See, is a woman. The clothes on the body have been torn holes. One of the sleeves of the blouse has also been lost. Both sides met and looked at each other very defensively. You are also captured slaves? The woman opened her mouth. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu exchanged a glance, while Lin Xiaojin nodded. Of the Earth Star? The woman asked carefully and expectantly. Lin Xiaojin frowned and shook her head. Earth Star? Could it be that there are humans from other planets captured here? The woman was slightly disappointed to see Lin Xiaojin shaking her head. But she continued. Do you want to join us? I can help you untie the bracelets on your hands. The woman pointed at the bracelets on Lin Xiaojin's hands. Join you guys? That's right. I've been following you guys for 2 days, the woman said. The moment she said this, Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaojin were both startled. There was a person behind them that they actually didn't notice at all. Either the woman in front of them had some special psychic ability, or her strength was stronger than theirs. The woman looked at the shocked gazes of Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu and did not explain too much. Good. Lin Xiaojin hesitated and nodded her head and agreed, because her most urgent thing right now was to unlock the bracelet. As long as she could unlock the bracelet, she would be able to not be watched. The woman seemed to be trying to express her sincerity and said, "I can help you untie your bracelets first." Said woman walked up. Lin Xiaojin kept his eyes on the woman. Although he agreed on the surface, his psyche was on constant alert. Similarly, Xiao Nuo likewise raised his guard. As long as the woman was a little off, he would strike. But the woman does not seem to be much nervous. What she was holding was an instrument, similar in shape to an electronic pen. Xiao Nuo was the first to reach out his hand first. And the woman didn't ink. Directly took the electronic pen and gently clicked at the bracelet. And the bracelet opened. Lin Xiaojin saw a joy in his heart. The woman immediately followed to help Lin Xiaojin open the bracelet. Lin Xiaojin had been tense mood completely relaxed. She was especially happy and joyful. Finally, she could use the supplies in the space. It was also possible to release the blizzard coyote and let the little pack out to get some air. "Now you guys can trust me, right?" the woman said particularly frankly. "What is this thing in your hand?" Lin Xiaojin asked. They couldn't open this bracelet after using all sorts of methods. But they didn't expect it to be opened easily by this little thing. And she had previously overheard that it could be opened with some kind of silver stone. "This is what I stole from witch invaders," the woman said, without hiding it. "Invaders?" Indeed. Our planet Earth was a beautiful planet. But suddenly one day the Earth animals mutated. All of them turned into bloodthirsty monsters. And then witch invaders came to plunder us," the woman said with indignation in her eyes. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were also a bit silent at this moment. Because their planet was also. Zombies attacked the city. "They put us here just to cultivate witch dinosaurs," the woman continued. "Cultivate dinosaurs?" Lin Xiaojin didn't know what was the use of cultivating dinosaurs. For eating? Seeing Lin Xiaojin's puzzled look, the woman could only say, "You guys come with me. Let's talk while we walk." Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo looked at each other and nodded. The two of them were also unfamiliar when they came here. The three of them talked as they walked. Mostly Lin Xiaojin asking, and the woman answering. The woman didn't seem to be hiding anything, telling Lin Xiaojin everything she could. She had been here for half a year. And there were others who had survived here for even longer. There were those who had been here for 3 or 4 years. And some even 7 or 8 years. They were all given to be sent here from other planets. And they had only just learned that this was a planetary base for the cultivation of dinosaurs. This planet used to have original people. But unfortunately most of them were brutalized and even exterminated by these mutated dinosaurs. So in order to cultivate better, higher quality mutant dinosaurs, they would transport slaves from other planets here. There are even some low-class planets that are designed to cultivate these alien crystals. Like the alien crystals in the zombie brains of Lin Xiaojin's planet. Their home planet. A planet with billions of people is actually what they cultivate alien energy crystals. Lin Xiaojin heard this for a long time. Cannot be calm, deranged. Atlanta Group. Lin Xiaojin hard silently write down this name. This bracelet lifted is not in the scope of their detection. Because once the bracelet falls, they will be identified as dead. And then the number of decline, they will be in the capture of slaves in. Of course they will also send drones to scout, and once they catch them here again, they will just be dropped. However, they almost rarely send drones to investigate. Because even if a few escaped occasionally, it wouldn't make any impact on them. I don't know that anything will be rescued, but rather that you have the strength to defeat the dinosaurs," Anna said. Xiao was a thunder alien, which was relatively rare for them. Anna had gone to other slaves as well, but some were rejected, which she understood. Some just followed her back. If Anna hadn't been able to open Lin Xiaojin's bracelet, I'm afraid she would have chosen to reject it as well, as opening it was too important to her. This way she fetched things from the space, and could even plant things into the space. "We're almost there ahead," Anna said. They walked for almost an hour or so, then stopped at a day's ravine. "Here?" Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Anna nodded seriously. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what to say when she looked at Anna so seriously. Because what was in front of her was a deep, bottomless gorge. She didn't have the ability to bounce either. It was so high and so far. It was impossible to jump over it. "Right?" Anna walked up, and a strong cold air emerged from her hand, instantly condensing an ice bridge. So powerful. Anna was a 4th level ice intermediate adept. And the 3rd level was a big doorway. In fact, only by crossing the level 3 bottleneck could one truly become an alien. The energy of level 4 is the sum of level 3. Level 4 psychic ability is like a water tank. Level 3 was nothing more than a pot. Ice Queen. A scene from their planet suddenly appeared in Lin Xiaojin's mind. Let's go! Anna said calmly. Anna was the first to walk onto the ice bridge as she said. The ice bridge I released can walk up to 5.6 people at once. Lin Xiaojin's heart was more or less hesitant. What if the ice bridge breaks? But this time is Lin Xiaojin overthinking. They walked on the ice bridge without the slightest change. After the 3 people walked over, the ice bridge will break after a few minutes. The ice bridge will become less and less brittle with time, and finally melt. What is this place? Does it need to be like this every time we go out? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. They didn't have an ice bridge. This side is a shortcut. Otherwise we would still need to walk half a day, Anna said. This planet was also very large, and they could only live around here without any transport. This planet doesn't have seawater. It's mostly forests with plains, Anna said. Of course there were some caves, large and small canyons, and deserts, but the large areas were all some woods. They had also stolen the planet by attacking an alien. The place where the waifs came was very densely wooded, and still the leaves were very dense. Only these dense foliage can effectively cover. But what they don't know is that if they really want to explore, how to hide is useless. Because those people, they not only possessed high psychic abilities, they also possessed super high technology. But Anna's planet's technology was actually a bit better than Lin Xiaojin's and their technology. There were also other backward planets that came from here, and some of them didn't even know about technology, describing dinosaurs uniformly as monsters. As soon as they walked in, they received a lot of sight, and Lin Xiaojin saw that this place was almost in its infancy. Most people chose to build treehouses in the trees. There were also people who chose to be under the trees. The treehouses were also all built very small, basically only accommodating sleeping places. When the 3 of them came out, there were quite a few of them who greeted Anna. Anna! Back. Anna was very enthusiastic in greeting the few people she was familiar with. I'll take the 2 newcomers to see Andidas first. Good. Andidas was the leader here. In fact, apart from them escaping, a small number of other people had also escaped. But some of them had conflicts and left. And in some of them, they probably just haven't met. Because this place is so big, the people of Adlan would drop slaves all over the place to raise different dinosaurs. Their side would be in the southern hemisphere. They walked through a row of treehouses. There are over 60 people here, all rescued by us, uniting together against Adlan, Anna said. Lin Xiaojin nodded, and the 2 of them were led to a treehouse. You 2 wait here for a while. I'm going back to check on my loved ones, Anna said and left. She also had a 6-year-old niece here. After Anna left, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua carefully surveyed their surroundings, all of which were large trees. Looking up, they could see fine sunlight shining down through the holes in the leaves. Suddenly their eyes widened. Both of them looked at each other, but there was no way to speak at all. Lin Xiaojin blinked down. Xiao Nua immediately understood. The 2 people spirit instantly into space. My body can't move. My body is being controlled. The 2 people said almost at the same time. This kind of powerful control ability simply left no way for the body to move. Just as Lin Xiaojin wanted to take Xiao Nua into space, suddenly the 2 of them made contact with the control. From behind the big tree came out a man, wearing worn-out short sleeves and trousers, and his shoes were straw shoes that he had made himself. The man was none other than Andidas. And what set him apart from the others was a European face. His eyes were dark blue, and his beard was deliberately trimmed in shape. Andidas looked directly at Lin Xiaojin and said, Your eyes are the most special eyes I've ever seen. Lin Xiaojin blinked, looked at Xiao Nua without any special abnormality, and politely said, Thank you. Only then did Andidas look at Xiao Nua as he said, Your talent is amazing, but it's a pity that you made the wrong choice. Andidas felt some pity as he looked at Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua seemed to understand the man's words and did not explain. His own path was his own to walk. How he made his choice was also up to him. You are Adidas? No. Adidas, Lin Xiaojin said with an embarrassed face. His mouth scooped when he just spoke. Not bad. I was captured on this planet for 10 years, Andidas said with a helpless face. Both of you are at level 3 in your alien ability level. You must break through level 4 to reach level 5 to be able to possibly fight them. It was because those people were usually level 4. Level 5 alien energy. As I recall, if you break through to a level 4 alien, You can enter Atlanta to work. Or you can break away from here, Lin Xiaojin said. At that time, that alien from Atlan had said this. Heh. That's also the lowest class in Atlan. Only a little more freedom than slaves. And you can't get rid of slavery. To become a worker with slave status? It's better to return home. So many of us are just reporting for survival, Andidas said. His parentage was Pluto. And 20 years ago Pluto had a similar outbreak of a virus. And in the end, the planet fell. And they, the survivors, were captured and trafficked as slaves to various places. He, on the other hand, was trafficked here. He was only 18 when he arrived here then. And he is 38 now, having escaped for a few years in between. Of course his father was similarly brought here. He was only 18 when he first arrived. His mother was still in Pluto, and he had always wanted to go back. He now became the strongest level 5 alien here. He also thought level 4 was the goal at first. As long as he reached level 4, he could stop being a slave. So he was immediately inducted after level 4 and became a worker in Atlan. But he later realized that he was still a slave. There was no way to swing out of slavery. Back home, Lin Xiaojin was a little moved by what he heard. Blue Star. And he didn't know if he would be able to go back in his lifetime. This still needs to be chosen? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Of course, it was to return home. Andidas didn't speak any further, letting the two Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua just find a place to stay. Only after the two left did Andidas head towards the depths, where there were specially made tree tables and stools. This planet's fire-type psychics weren't let in, because this planet was very dangerous once it burned. Well, how about the two people Anna got here? The voice was hoarse and dull. If Lin Xiaojin was here, I'm afraid he would have to be startled, because the speaker was not a person. And a thick tree trunk. Thunder system. What we're currently looking for. But unfortunately it didn't break through the 3rd level, Andidas said sadly. If it was an ordinary person, there would be no need for him to come and meet them in person. Anna would have just arranged it directly. But this time, the one he found was a thunder system exalt. The thunder system breaking through level 4 could also be cultivated into thunder fire, which could cause chaos when the time came. After so many years of waiting, it's not bad for a few days. Andidas nodded. Well, want to continue to hibernate. After a while there was no sound at all. It disappeared completely. The man in the tree trunk used to be the original inhabitant of Jupiter. He had been living here for a long time. He could fuse himself with a tree trunk for dormancy to absorb the life force of the trees. Lin Xiaojin came out with Xiao Nua. What exactly do these people want? And they didn't give us a clear explanation, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Was it simply a group hug for survival? Let's take a step and see what happens, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Now that the two of them had come to this place, the unfamiliar environment was something they could only be ever vigilant about. There was no shortage of food here. If you wanted to eat anything, look around in the trees. There were fruit trees everywhere. If you want to eat meat, then it is a little difficult. Of course there are animals here, but very few, except for dinosaurs. The people here are from all planets. Some are more welcoming and some are just silent. Hey, you guys can stay here. No one lives in this tree, a yellow-skinned woman said enthusiastically. Lin Xiaojin nodded. There was no one on this tree trunk above them. So they found some dry leaves, and someone else came over to give them some. The leaves were spread on the top layer, because it would be dark soon, and they would have to wait until the next day when it was light before they could build a tree house. Lin Xiaojin went to find leaves when he found a few fruits and threw them to Xiao Nua. This fruit, it could also be eaten every day, but just not as a meal. Now the fruit was the daily meal, and it was more or less hard to eat. At night, the people all returned to the tree house to rest. Some of them lived in the trunk of the tree, or under the tree, but a bright light could still be seen in the middle in the darkness. That person is a light system psychic, absorbing light sources during the day and releasing light at night. It can be said to be a large electric light, and some people will gather together to chat if they don't sleep. Some will say that they encountered dinosaurs for a few days and killed a few of them. Lin Xiaojin looked at the fruit in her hand, feeling that it didn't smell good at all. Xiao Nua, should we go hack dinosaurs tomorrow? Yes. Xiao Nua nodded. Here, if you want to raise your strength, you need to introduce the alien energy crystals inside the dinosaurs. But after level 3, the strength of relying on the alien energy crystals alone to improve is minimal. You need your own strong talent. Luck. Strength. All aspects are missing. After level 4. Alien energy crystals are mostly used to replenish alien energy. Some just released ordinary dinosaurs they can deal with. But the growth of dinosaurs is much more rapid than they are. Adult-grade dinosaurs they are afraid to encounter is death. Only juvenile dinosaurs could put up a fight. These people of theirs are more of just hunting for survival here. The two could only sleep in the open air. And if they wanted to go for convenience, they could just go to the surrounding woods as soon as they were drilled. The next morning, Lin Xiaojin went to find Anna and directly asked her about the route here. You guys are going out? Anna also expressed her understanding. Because people who had just arrived here would also want to go out and look around to see if they could leave this place. But in the end, they all returned disappointed. They had finally made a home here. We want to go out and have a look around. That's fine to a point. But you'd better not go out of the canyon in front of you. Anna kindly reminded. Outside the canyon was a plain where most dinosaurs would appear. Lin Xiaojin understood to nod her head. But the two of them, she and Xiao Nuo, were there to cut down the dinosaurs. Of course she wouldn't tell Anna about this directly. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, the two of them, walked out of the woods. Most of the trees had some markings made on them. It seemed to be to prevent getting lost. They walked for a long time. Right up to the Grand Canyon. There's no one behind us, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded, which led the two Xiao Nuo into the space. It had been a long time since she had been in personal contact with her baby. Lin Xiaojin teased with the little bun for a big meeting. The little guy in the space was crawling back and forth. The little cloud purposely separated the space. Lin Xiaojin ate a snail powder in space. It's so refreshing. Eating fruits these past few days has really made my mouth sore, Lin Xiaojin said in relief. Xiao Nuo, on the other hand, also fried a few plates of small dishes. The two people ate and drank enough, and put the little bun to sleep before leaving the space. Blast, the little wolf is in the space cannot stay. So Lin Xiaojin will bring the little wolf out of space. Ao who Blizzard Coyote came to this place, eyes are bright. Eyes emit a bright red light. Blast Wind is also a wolf. It seems to be more like the forest and grassland. However, Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen creatures like wolves and tigers here. And only dinosaurs were dominant here. Dinosaurs are hunted everywhere. Lin Xiaojin now thinks that zombies are very cute, and would rather cut down zombies than dinosaurs. The Blast Coyote scurried out in a puff of smoke, sniffing everywhere, obviously enjoying this place very much. Lin Xiaojin held the dagger Xiao Nuo had given her earlier in her hand, and kicked it in her arms. They were now in the canyon, and were able to see the dinosaurs far away. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin moved slowly from the top of the canyon, wanting to observe a mutated species, like dinosaurs. Gale, come here! Lin Xiaojin softly summoned the Blast Wind Coyote, fearing that it would accidentally rush over and give the dinosaur a small snack. Blast Wind very obediently plopped down beside Lin Xiaojin's body. Don't make a sound, Lin Xiaojin said, and gave the Blizzard Coyote a silencing gesture. The Sizzling Wind Coyote buried its head into the grass, seemingly a little reluctant, but still perked up its ears and listened to the movement. Suddenly a large net directly captured several dinosaurs, and the dinosaurs had no chance to resist. From above came down two men in blue uniforms, seemingly holding an instrument in their hands to scan the dinosaurs. These few dinosaurs have evolved to the third stage. Bring them back directly. It can be sold. Good. The dinosaurs were directly taken away, but unfortunately the distance was too far away. Lin Xiaojin couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He just saw from afar that they took such a large dinosaur directly away. It didn't take the slightest bit of effort. They still had half a day's effort to chop up the small dinosaurs. They circled around outside, and did not find anything. To go hunting dinosaurs can only go out of this canyon, because this canyon was thin and narrow. Only two people could pass through it at most at one time, so the dinosaurs couldn't get in at all. The other side to leave is the deep gorge in the middle, and this place is still very safe. It was a bit like a peach forest now, but Lin Xiaojin had no intention of being stuck here for the rest of his life. The surrounding fruit trees, Lin Xiaojin chose to transplant some, and planted them in the space. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo lived here for a full month. And this month life was quite peaceful. Occasionally, they would let the little bun out when they found a place where no one was around to blow off some steam. The 11-month-old little bun can already call mummy, daddy, duo duo, phone phone. A few simple nouns. The one who had made the most progress this month was Xiao Nuo, who could solidly enhance his abilities without absorbing the alien energy crystals. But Lin Xiaojin couldn't. She was too kryptonite. Alien energy crystals were needed. They had taken off their bracelets now, so there was no way for them to get the allocated alien energy crystals. And today, they could also choose to go out to the Grand Canyon and then hunt which newly released dinosaurs, which were relatively weak because they were just born. We'll go today as well, Lin Xiaojin said. She also couldn't wait to improve her strength. On the other side, Andidas and a few other personnel had broken through the alien ability level. Anna, congratulations. You've broken through level 4. Andidas laughed. Thank you, big brother Andy. This way, we already have 6 people who have broken through level 4. So we have more certainty. It's a pity that Thunder system is only level 3. If there was still time, we could wait a little longer. But we don't have time. They're going to upsend teleportation after capturing the dinosaurs this time. As long as we can get in, we can get out of here, Andidas said with some excitement. He really didn't want to live on this planet for the rest of his life. Although that Thunder alien can't give us any concrete help, it does help a little. A 3rd level of strength can't destroy a minefield, but it can interfere. I'll find a way to tell them that. It's just that it's not clear if they'll be able to leave together for us by then, Anna said. Anna, I'm sure you'll know how to communicate. We've waited too long for this day. Anna thought about it and seemed to know what she could say. She said, I understand. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo went for 3 days in a row, finally squatting down a weak dinosaur. The two of them, with the addition of a wolf, were able to get rid of the thing. By the way, they found a hidden mountainside and roasted dinosaur meat to eat. Lin Xiaojin felt the energy in her body increasing after eating the dinosaur meat. Sure enough, the dinosaur meat was effective in the growth of her alien energy. The alien energy crystals were thrown to Xiao Nuo for Xiao Nuo to break through level 3 as soon as possible. Unfortunately, level 3 breakthrough absorbing more alien energy crystals was useless. It had already reached the bottleneck. If they wanted to break through, they needed to rely on themselves. But unfortunately, they didn't know how to break through, so they could only work hard to cultivate their alien energy. After a few more days, Anna called Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin. What did you say? It's possible to leave here? Lin Xiaojin was a bit excited to hear this. Although the environment here wasn't bad, it was really just a primitive forest. It was very inconvenient to live here, living in the 21st century of Blue Star. She couldn't mention how wrong she was here. That's right. This is our plan. Anna simply told him the plan this time. That area has a magnetic field. It needs a lightning system to interfere. And out of all the people, he's the only one who's a lightning system. Anna said. I'll think about it, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. No need to think about it. This is your last chance. If you don't do it, then you will stay here forever. Although thunder systems are rare, we can find them and send in others. Anna continued. When? Xiao Nuo asked with a frown. 3 days from now. We're leaving for the central island, Anna said. After all their years of observation, every 3 years they would have a shift change. And at the moment, it was the time when they had the least number of people. They already had 6 people who had broken through level 5. And it wasn't hard to break through to the central island. But in order to leave, they needed to avoid the heavy magnetic field here. Surrounding the central island was the heavy magnetic field. And only the lightning system could tear a hole through its interference. Even the lightning system could start fires and interfere with the people of Atlanta. But unfortunately, Xiao Nuo only had level 3. The only way to unleash thunder fire was to break through level 4 to condense it. Xiao Nuo agreed. But Lin Xiaojin was still hesitant. But didn't refute on the spot, but waited until Anna left. And the two spiritually entered the space to discuss. Lin Xiaojin is afraid that they have some other conspiracy. How can they kindly take us away? Xiao Nuo knows that they are risky in this way but still want to go. Because there is space. Even if there is danger, the two of them can enter the space at the first time to avoid the danger. This time is a good opportunity to go to the center island because they don't want to stay here all the time. Good. Let's try it then. Lin Xiaojin nodded. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to go together. At least there was a chance to leave this planet. The primitive forest was full of all kinds of snakes, insects, rats and ants. And at night, even in a well-established tree house was very inconvenient. But some of them have already planned to live here permanently. As long as they don't go out of the canyon, they won't be able to run into any dinosaurs. But they have underestimated the group of people in Atlanta. inside the central base island. The day after tomorrow we're going to have to go back for resupply. And the number of people left at the base will be a good half less. Are you afraid that group of people to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy our base? That group of people are almost done raising, the man said dismissively. Another person has been detected to have broken through to a level 5 alien. Really? That's great. Release the last batch of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Uh-huh. Do they really think they can escape our surveillance? The entire planet is under our surveillance. As long as it survived on this planet, it could be monitored. Releasing the last batch of Tyrannosaurus Rex cubs was the final highlight. With the Tyrannosaurus Rex absorbing level 5 exotic crystals, maybe we'll be able to finally breed a super Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then we'll be able to get a company commendation. Maybe we can upgrade and leave this place. Early this morning, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua woke up. This was the day they had arranged to go to the center island base together. Why do I feel a little panicky? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Xiao Nua didn't say anything, perhaps thinking that Lin Xiaojin was worried about going to the center island base this time. Just at this time, a vibration came from the ground. Just like an earthquake. The leaves in the forest were falling down with a crash. Dangerous? Some people climbed up the trunks of the trees for safety. This forest had never seen a scene like this. Earthquakes had never happened before. It's dinosaurs. Monsters are coming. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted and started to scatter and run away. But unfortunately, this place was all woods with obstacles everywhere. From a distance, Lin Xiaojin also saw a dinosaur tearing into a human. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said, "This is a Tyrannosaurus Rex." There were screams everywhere, and all sorts of supernatural fights. Someone's body instantly grew 2 meters taller, but they were still no match for the dinosaurs. These dinosaurs were mutated dinosaurs. They devoured the alien crystals of the alien humans and were able to instantly fuse into space. Lin Xiaojin said decisively. They couldn't deal with it with their current abilities. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua ran to a place where no one could see them, and instantly entered space to escape this disaster of being exterminated by dinosaurs. But the people outside weren't so lucky. Anna was a level 5 alien, releasing an ice alien that could freeze the dinosaurs. But this group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes wasn't just one. Instead, there were 7.8010 of them. Andy, you think you escaped from the center island base in the first place? The man looked at Andidas with a sneer. Did you? On purpose? Andidas said incredulously. Of course. It was just to keep slaves in captivity. Sure enough, slaves will always be slaves. You can't get out of slavery. Sooner or later you will be found out for doing this. Sooner or later. Andy roared. No one can shake Adlin. The man snorted. I'll kill you. Andidas desperately used all of his powers to control the ship. Plop plop plop. Touch. Not good. He's going to blow himself up with his alien crystals. Lower the airship. The man hadn't finished speaking. There was an explosion with a bang. And although the man didn't die, the same was reduced to a Tyrannosaurus Rex's meal. In just 3 hours, this forest was littered with remnants of broken arms. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua did not dare to go out of the space, but stayed in the space for 3 days. These 3 days as a holiday also accompanied the little buns' play. Now the little buns have almost all will walk. A little baby that could walk a few steps at 11 months was already very good. I'll go out to space to take a look. If there's a situation, I'll come in immediately, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Xiao Nua nodded. Only then did Lin Xiaojin go out of the space. A space was a huge smell of blood. The odor was strong. And after 3 days, it hadn't dissipated. There were no more dinosaurs around. And there were no humans. The ground is full of leftover limbs. Lin Xiaojin released Xiao Nua from the space. The two people saw the scene, and also could not calm down for a long time. If there was no space, they were afraid that they would have died long ago. On the ground there was still the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the head was gone. Looking at the wound, it should have been bitten off by another dinosaur. 2 people walking. Suddenly there is a weak voice. Although I don't know how you guys survived. Can you help me? There was no one around. Lin Xiaojin circled around and saw a tree actually had some human faces. You're the one talking again. Lin Xiaojin frowned. The tree said weakly. Help you what? Lin Xiaojin asked warily. You come here. The weak voice carried a hint of seduction. And Xiao Nua, who was on the side, pulled Lin Xiaojin's hand. Why should I go over and help you? And I don't know if you're a human or a ghost. Lin Xiaojin gave Xiao Nu a reassuring look as she had a dagger hidden in her hand. I'm the tree spirit here. I saw you suddenly disappear where you were, and suddenly appear again. You should have entered the sub-dimensional space. Right? A psychic ability that allows you to enter sub-dimensional space? If the Atlanteans knew about it, it would be sold to someone higher up. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, not expecting to be discovered. It was mainly a tree, so Lin Xiaojin had never noticed it. What do you want? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Put me into your sub-dimensional space. Take me out of here, the big tree said weakly. Lin Xiaojin frowned. This guy didn't know what he was. And he wanted to enter her space? It wasn't possible at all. There was still her little baby in the space. She had to ensure her baby's safety. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin sneered, only wanting to send her 4 words of whimsy. If I recover well, I can have extremely strong with system abilities. The man seemed to be still selling himself non-stop. But Lin Xiaojin had no desire to continue listening. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu were ready to leave, when suddenly the big tree reached out with its trunk and curled around Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu's ankles. Humph! Lin Xiaojin took the dagger in and cut the trunk. I'm going to die. You guys give me a burial. Xiao Nu released the most powerful power grid, while Lin Xiaojin took out her dagger and flung it out, only to plunge it into the face of that big tree. Immediately after that, there was a scream. Lin Xiaojin directly rushed up, sticking the dagger in one hand and picking up the big tree with the other, hardening the tree and pulling out the roots. Ah! The screams were getting smaller and smaller. The roots of the big tree were pulled out hard by Lin Xiaojin, which could be exhausting for Lin Xiaojin. In the past, she hadn't been this tired even when she moved away from the underground. This tree root was really deep. The roots were pulled down and then quickly cut off by Xiao Nu. The whole tree trunk quickly dry-fried, and finally turned into a dry-fried person. The whole body is green. Lin Xiaojin's knife cut right in the center of his eyebrow. Xiao Nu picked up the dagger and chopped his head and pulled out the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin didn't mind the nausea, just stood by and watched. Not long after, Xiao Nu pulled out a green diamond-shaped crystal bead. Green diamond-shaped crystal bead. Never seen it before. Rhombic crystal beads are transparent. All kinds of attributes can be absorbed. This kind of single green rhombic-shaped alien energy crystal is the first time she has seen. It may also be the reason why she has seen less. Maybe it is this guys would attribute alien energy. The result is in order to speed up their own alien energy, they fused themselves with the trees, although accelerated their repair power, but at the same time cannot get out. Then the body of the foreign energy crystal also slowly fused with the trees. I'm afraid that in the interval of 3 years and 5 years, this guy completely turned into a big tree. A big tree with consciousness. This green crystal bead, Lin Xiaojin then directly threw it to the space, letting the space to absorb. This green energy is so powerful. All the planted plants levels will be raised as a result. Little Cloudy immediately sensed the massive energy in this alien energy crystal. Plants would also be upgraded? I wonder what kind of plants will be upgraded in this first batch. The green diamond-shaped alien energy crystals were absorbed by the plants. Previously, the Chelsea fruit tree planted by Lin Xiaojin would take a few years to fully grow. But now that it had grown, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to bear fruit. Little Cloudy had already sorted and put away the ripe fruits that had been collected. Now this place was also cleaned up. There was no completely safe place here at all. No one can escape. A sense of crisis arose in Lin Xiaojin's psyche. Wanting to stay alive, wanting to leave this place also needed to improve their strength. So they would go around looking for weak dinosaurs during the day, and enter the space to rest at night. And if they encountered strong dinosaurs during the day, they would also decisively enter the space. A month passed. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu hunted a full 8 dinosaurs. The first few hunts were very tough. The latter few were considered picking up the pieces. Xiao Nu had absorbed 7 grams of diamond-shaped crystal beads to get himself to the top of level 3. Entering level 4 crystal beads doesn't work for me anymore, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. If you want to break through the level 4 threshold, you have to rely on yourself to break the rebuilding level 4. So the remaining 1 diamond-shaped alien crystal was left for Lin Xiaojin's space to absorb. The space became a lot bigger again. Lin Xiaojin recently ate dinosaur meat. The cells in her body were all strengthening and becoming more numerous. And even in the end, she was now able to physically fight a dinosaur face to face. It seemed that the dinosaur meat was the key to her promotion. Now that the little bun has turned a whole year old, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both gave the little bun a simple birthday. Mommy. Daddy. The little bun is particularly cute. But Lin Xiaojin also has some sadness. Because the little bun has no peers here. Only little clouds and blizzard. During the daytime, Lin Xiaojin would also take the little bun out of the space to feel the atmosphere outside. Lin Xiaojin didn't want the little bun to be trapped only in her own space. Taking advantage of the little bun's nap, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo too left the space. This month Blizzard Coyote has also become very mature. Is not just out of the two-headed green. Blizzard Coyotes will lure the weaker dinosaurs. And then Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo will combine their efforts to kill them. Look at the time, a month has passed, and they'll be transporting a new dinosaur. Lin Xiaojin said. They've also grasped this pattern. Almost every month they'll transport some new dinosaur cubs. And there's also a group of slaves. Right now, she had no problem hunting which little cubs were still available. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye they had been living here for half a year. And the little pack was already a year and a half old. The blizzard little wolf grew even more majestic. But his fur turned snow white. Daddy, why aren't you out yet? Little Pack said with a beak. The 1.5-year-old little Pack, who could already speak a lot of words, had a lot of credit from Little Cloud over the past few years. Don't bother your dad, Lin Xiaojin said seriously. Xiao knew he was at a critical time. He was about to break through the level 3 bottleneck. It had taken almost half a year to break through the bottleneck. Thunder and lightning flashed around Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin's purple pupils kept staring at Xiao Nuo. It wasn't just the lightning system. There was also the time confinement as well. So the space-time around him wasn't stable. Lin Xiaojin was instead the first to enter level 4. Because her body energy just ate. And when she ate a certain amount of energy her cells would reorganize. 3 months ago, she was already at level 4. The benefit brought to her by breaking through level 4 this time was that she had the ability to bounce. The healing of her wounds also became a little faster than before. She could even go 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping and still maintain her body's energy. The space had already changed a lot after absorbing the alien energy crystals. And recently the second upgrade had been opened. So both Little Bun and Gale couldn't appear in the space. The space upgrade this time was not as long as the first time, but only a short week. However, being here for a week was also quite dangerous. So before the upgrade, they had found a safe place. 3 days had passed. And in 3 days Lin Xiaojin's space would reopen. Suddenly Gale stood up and looked at the sky warily. Lin Xiaojin also noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly wrapped her little bun in her arms. It was a flying saucer. Mummy. What is that? Said the little bun curiously. Lin Xiaojin held the little bun in her arms and looked upwards vigilantly. A strong wind blew through the trees. Leaves drifted down. And from the light above came down a man in uniform. Reaching level 4 will be detected by us. And you can enter our Atlan to work. The man said to Xiao Nuo, who had managed to break through the level 3 bottleneck. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. How come no one came to inform her when she advanced? The treatment was different? Atlan? Xiao Nuo frowned slightly, feeling that it wasn't a good job. I'm taking them with me. Xiao Nuo pointed at Lin Xiaojin with Xiao Baozi and Gale and said. The man checked Lin Xiaojin with his helmet and said, Your physical fitness is really good. Because a level 4 absorption would trigger a turbulence of alien energy around them, they would be able to detect it. But Lin Xiaojin was in her own body, so there was no way to detect it. Yes. The men didn't refuse. For them, it was all just slaves. Even if they became workers, it was still the lowest class for them. Lin Xiaojin hugged Xiao Bozi, as well as Blizzard Xiao Nuo, and got on the airship together. And then, they were imprinted with the genetic system, and were changed to low-class workers. What exactly are you responsible for? You'll be clear when you wait until you get to the center island base. The two of them explain anything. Lin Xiaojin knew that there was no way for them to resist anything if they didn't go. At least not right now. The space was undergoing an upgrade. And the little bun was still outside. She had to keep little bun safe. Entering the spaceship seemed to take less than a second to enter the center island base. The two of them got off the ship and were changed into blue uniforms. But the lowest of the low. The child needs to be in a dormant pod if you're working. That's the rules. The man said. A hibernation pod? What was that? Keeping the body functioning into a deep sleep and reducing unnecessary communication. Lin Xiaojin could only do as she was told despite her reluctance. Even her blast wind. As for this pet, we need to take it away for a full body check. The man said indifferently, as he looked at Blast Wind. What other checks do we need to do? Lin Xiaojin frowned. You have to remember that you are a worker who has become an Atlan. Everything has to be done in the interests of Atlan. The man said and left. Gale was directly electrocuted. Gale. Lin Xiaojin clenched her fists tightly. She had to shine Gale back. Everything would have to wait until 3 days later. The space upgrade was successful. Their room was over 20 square feet in total. And had everything. There was also a large hibernation pod in the center, which they needed to put the little bundle into when they went out to work. At night there wasn't even time to rest before they were called out to work. Their job numbers were in 1399 and 1400 respectively. You guys are in charge of picking up the hatching dinosaur eggs. There is no way to machine sift these dinosaur eggs. You can only rely on manual labor. A man in blue uniform said to the two of them. Picking up dinosaur eggs. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, then suddenly had a bold idea. Dinosaur meat had been so useful to her. So I wonder what would happen to this dinosaur egg. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin's saliva was somewhat unable to hold back from staying. But mental reason still overcame. Now just came everything is not familiar with everything cannot act rashly. They came to a huge primitive forest. It turned out that the base of the central island is to cultivate mini dinosaur eggs. And these dinosaur eggs are not dinosaurs hatched, but artificially cultivated. A dinosaur egg was the size of 3 ostrich eggs. And as they entered, they already saw men in blue uniforms all holding a huge dinosaur egg for transport. Here she also saw an acquaintance. Lin Hao. It was a Chinese from the same planet as them. It's you guys. Lin Hao was obviously very excited to see his acquaintance as well. I didn't expect us to meet here again, Lin Hao said with some emotion. After a brief chat, Lin Xiaojin also knew about this place. And it hadn't been long since he had entered this place only a month or 2 ago. Every day is to be responsible for the dinosaur eggs here, which need to be carried by hand, and also need to be farmed artificially. Coming here in addition to carrying this, every day is very boring. And 24 hours a day. There are 20 hours are working. There is no time to cultivate. They were the lowest class of laborers. Might as well be outside. Unless you work enough for 3 years you can move up a level in and be a bit freer. Or else you'll be upgrading your alien ability level. But there were only 4 hours of free time every day. And most of them chose to play games. Because the dormant pods here could also play games to relax themselves. Almost a smattering of the real experience. So a large portion of their workers just don't take a break from practice. Lying flat on their backs and playing games in addition to working. In the end, Lin Hao advised them not to think about escaping. Because some people had escaped and couldn't even get out of the gate. Daily game time is only easy. But also specifically told the game fun. But also can be online together. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to play games here. Thinking about her son staying in the hibernation pod for 20 hours a day. She was mentally grasping at straws. Fortunately, 3 days passed quickly and her space was successfully upgraded. I'm sorry, baby. I've let you stay in the hibernation pod for the past few days. Lin Xiaojin looked at the little bun with some guilt. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put the little bun into the space. The space was upgraded once again. This time the upgrade land area increased. This time the space is upgraded. It feels more like a small world. It's like the sub-world that Tree Spirit said. Within the area covered by the space, you could also move within reality. This was from this space upgrade. It was equivalent to her having instantaneous movement. But it could only instantly move within the area covered by her space. But this was already quite good. For the rest of the day, Lin Xiaojin was not only transporting dinosaur eggs, but also snapping off 1 or 2 from time to time. Rich and powerful. There was no telling which day she would be discovered. But it didn't affect her stealing dinosaur eggs. When she returned to the lounge at night, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice, I found the flying saucer that transported the dinosaur eggs. A flying disc? Trying to leave in a flying disc? Lin Xiaojin instantly guessed Xiao Nuo's thoughts. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Although we can't drive it, we can hide inside. Or hide in the dinosaur belt and transport it out. It's better than doing hard labor here for the rest of your life. There's no need to hide the dinosaur eggs. I'll put you guys into space, and I'll be doing an instantaneous transfer. But before we go, we need to look for Blizzard, Lin Xiaojin said. Gale had followed her for a really long time. It couldn't be given up easily. Good. They were on the bottom level. And to check it out they needed to go higher up. So they had a plan. Before going to work the next day, the two were the first to take out a level 5 alien. Xiao Nua used time imprisonment by surprise, and Lin Xiaojin instantly killed it with a slash. Just by looking at Xiao Nua's pale face, it was clear that he had used his full strength. After all, a just promoted level 4 psychic against a level 5 psychic took a big risk. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly let Xiao Nua absorb a diamond-shaped alien energy crystal to replenish his energy. The two of them opened the teleportation with their just-dead alien genes and directly entered the second level. Because at this moment, it was the time of shift change. So this was the time when there were the least number of people on the central island. However, the people who are here are also very laid back, thinking that there is no danger. What threat could a group of slaves pose to them? But it was this kind of relaxation that allowed the two Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua to take advantage of the situation. This place is too big. I don't know where Blizzard will be kept, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The center island was a large base island. Go there and take a look. Xiao Nua pointed to a place not far away that said teleportation room. Good. There were no passwords on this floor, so they could just swipe the gene card of the alien they just had. The teleportation room was a light curtain instrument. How does this work, Lin Xiaojin frowned. Looking at the light screen instrument, they were almost as good as a technology buff. Lin Xiaojin looked out at the door. Xiao Nua was drumming up the instrument. Not long after Lin Xiaojin heard a movement outside. Someone is coming, Lin Xiaojin said. Originally, she wanted to hide in the space, but she wanted to know how to use this instrument. So she hid. A swipe came in. A woman in blue. Also a level 5 alien. The people in this central base island were generally level 5 Alterans. The people at the bottom were all level 4 Alterans. The difference between level 5 and level 4 was not a little bit. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were able to solve a level 5 Alteran, also relying on mutual cooperation and the skill of surprise. After all, no one can avoid the time confinement and instantaneous transfer raid. The woman came in and didn't pay attention to anything else. Instead, she immediately turned on the light screen instrument. Boo. Open teleportation. Teleportation location is planet base 153. Teleportation has begun. Countdown 10 seconds. A cold electronic voice sounded. The woman then approached into the light screen with a diameter before she realized that something was wrong, because she was now in a position to see Lin Xiaojin hiding behind her. There. Before she could finish speaking, she was directly teleported away. Discovered, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Boo. Xiao Nua tried calling out. Hello. An electronic voice rang out. Was it that simple? This was the most basic teleportation facility, so there were no barriers set up. Boo. Teleport to Blue Star, Lin Xiaojin said in an attempt. Teleportation has begun. Countdown 30 seconds. The light screen lit up. Lin Xiaojin's heart was excited. Going up there, they would be able to leave this and return to their planet. Even if their planet was full of zombies, that would be admitted. At least it was their hometown. But Gale was still here. No way. Let's go find Gale first, Lin Xiaojin said seriously. Good. Xiao Nua nodded, and as the countdown ended and no one entered the conveyor belt, it closed again. It was good news now. The teleportation room here would allow them to go back to Blue Star. The two people came out of the teleportation room, silently remembered this place, and then continued to look for. They searched for a whole floor and didn't find the shadow of Blast Wind. Could it be that Blast Wind was already dead? Thinking about this, Lin Xiaojin felt a little sad in his heart. Specimen room. Lin Xiaojin's psyche was vaguely disturbed when she saw these three words. The two looked at each other and entered the specimen room. Sort of a wide variety of animals, mostly dinosaurs of all kinds. Turned around and did not find Blast. Xiaojin. Suddenly Xiao Nua called out, his voice with a hint of intolerance. Lin Xiaojin turned his head to look. It was Gale, who was soaked in a large tank of water. Blast Wind, Lin Xiaojin exclaimed, hurriedly breaking the water tank. But at the same time the tank also triggered the alarm. Lin Xiaojin could not care less about a pungent smell. Directly with Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua into the space. Gale, it's dead, Xiao Nua said heavily, although he also did not want to admit this fact. No way. Lin Xiaojin was a little sad. Who suddenly a faint voice came out from Blast Wind. Not dead. Lin Xiaojin was overjoyed in her heart, looking at Blast Wind with a faint consciousness. Sister, quickly soak Gale in the wellspring water. It might be able to save its life. Little Cloud floated over and said, "Good." The wellspring water had already been divided into 2 small wells by Little Cloudy. Lin Xiaojin directly put blasted wine into a small well and soaked it. Its physique is very weak. Fortunately, it's a gold-type ability, and has absorbed a lot of gold-type energy. The gold system was the strongest energy. Otherwise, an onlooker would have long been turned into a specimen in here. "What's wrong with the coyote? Does it hurt?" Little Pack said, as she looked at the little wolf heartily. "It was bullied by bad people," Lin Xiaojin said fiercely. When she said something about a physical examination, she ended up harming her little wolf like this. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin now hated to rush out and kill him. But strong reason made her not do so. That person was at least a level 5 shifter. If she wanted to kill him, she still needed to cooperate with Xiao Nua to do so. Having just solved a level 5 alien today, Xiao Nua's alien ability had not fully recovered. For the next few days they stayed in the space, accompanying Xiao Baozi to play, and telling him stories in the meantime. There was no shortage of food in the space. And it could also produce its own food. Even if it lived here for a lifetime, the food would be enough. But human beings are herd animals. It is impossible to live with only their family of 3. The little bun needs to grow up and needs peers. They need to return to society as much as possible. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua went out of the space and found that things had been packed up here, and the door to the room had been reinforced. Lin Xiaojin first put Xiao Nua into the space, and then in an instantaneous transfer out of the door, so as not to have to trigger the alarm. But it was still found up, and a sound of an alarm was found. "Let's go!" Lin Xiaojin said. If they were found together and stopped, then it would be over. The 2 of them ran directly towards the teleportation room. "Boo! Teleport Blue Star," Xiao Nua said quickly. "Teleportation has been opened. 30 seconds countdown." This door opened to none other than a man in a blue uniform. This man Lin Xiaojin recognized at a glance. It was the man who came to pick them up that day. "Damn it! You bunch of slaves! Still presuming to escape!" the man cursed. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin never talked nonsense. One time imprisoned, the other took a dagger and instantly moved to the man's back, plunging a knife into the man's throat. With 5 seconds left in the countdown, Lin Xiaojin directly put Xiao Nua into space, while she instantly moved into the light screen. The people who came afterwards only saw the light curtain close and an electronic tone sounding out that the teleportation was complete. "Oh, Lan is dead," the person who then dared to come said. "Report it. Call an emergency meeting," another man said. "It can't be reported. Once it's in the papers, we'll all need to take responsibility and work here for a few more years." Upon hearing this, the others were a bit hesitant and began to not want to report it. What if we don't report Olan's death? Moreover, that woman possesses an instantaneous movement skill, but it was clearly detected that she only had strength-based psychic abilities and active cells in her body. Some special skills were required to be in this special interstellar docket. Investigate the surveillance. No surveillance. Surveillance disorder. Xiao Nua upgraded to level 4 grid upgrade. There is a small range of electromagnetic fields that interfere with their monitoring. All the more reason not to report it. Yes. Some people are also starting to hesitate. But if they don't report it, those 2 people escape to other planets. In case of future leaks, this can't be fixed. How about this? Who's next on leave? Go to Blue Star and kill them. This. But Blue Star is a Lord's higher planet, and it's still registered with a Lord. If it's discovered, then we take the risk of being leaked. At that time we all have to die. Not only us, but also our family living in the interstellar. They go to the Blue Star as nothing more than lowly slaves. Even if they go, they can't do anything. They probably think that the teleportation Blue Star here is that parent planet of theirs. That's right. Yang has a point. We don't need to worry too much. Just 2 slaves escaped. That won't work either, the man said heavily. Adlan's matter here can't be known. Otherwise cause together some slave planets to revolt, that would be bad. Suddenly a burst of electronic sound. The wormhole around the magnetic storm signal instability. Transmission is about to stop. Yang. They didn't go to the Blue Star. A magnetic storm occurred, transferring to a close ordinary planet. The Earth Star. Great. It's Earth Star, an ordinary planet. Yang seemed to be relieved as he said. Then head to Earth Star during the next rotation and settle them secretly. Earth Star, an ordinary planet. The per capita alien was only 3rd level. And it was also an ordinary planet that had not traveled out to the interstellar. if Earthstar wasn't in the range of the interstellar already explored. Otherwise Earthstar could have become their base for farming alien energy crystals. As long as it was a remote star system and hadn't been explored. Nameless planets would be subject to virus implantation by them to farm alien energy crystals. Yes. Yes. Remember, this is a secret. If this matter gets out, our family and clan will be finished. Adlin won't let us go. Adlin's methods were believed to be clear to everyone. Everyone nodded heavily, looking at Olan's corpse. They had all become grasshoppers on a rope at this moment. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo traveled through the colorful light screen, only to see a sound of electronic sounds occurring. The specific ones were not even heard. They were directly transported to a deep mountain. They walked in the deep mountain for 2 whole days with blue sky and white clouds. Xiao Nuo. We should be at the blue star. Right? Lin Xiaojin went from being elated on the first day to being uncertain later. Maybe we've reached another planet. Xiao Nuo said, even though he didn't want to believe it. They walked onto the highway. Not a dilapidated highway. And there was no familiar hissing of zombies. As if they had returned to the city before the end of the world. 2 months later. They rented a house in this county. No money is very poor. But they have experienced it. At that time to come here when Lin Xiaojin also very regret. Her space how did not load some valuable gold and so on. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin's space had vegetables and fruits. So Lin Xiaojin sold fruits during the day and lived in the space at night. So she didn't live on the street. This planet's anything is good. Its planted yield is not high. So all kinds of vegetables and fruits, as long as they are planted, are very expensive. So what Lin Xiaojin planted is considered to be good value for money. Later, after Lin Xiaojin knew the market, she deliberately raised the price, which also has a lot of people to buy. They could have rented a house for half a month. But Xiao Nuo spent a lot of money to give the 3 of them a fake ID. It's not really a fake card. It's kind of an imposter. But the name was particularly earthy. And the 2 even paid to have their names changed. That way they had a new identity here in plain sight. This money spent quite a lot. So a direct delay of 2 months to rent a house. Or a small house in a county town. It was only about 60 square meters. But there was no need to buy furniture. Or all sorts of supplies. She had plenty of space. The money here was all paid in star coins. Similar to what they all had in Blue Star. The technology here was much more advanced than their Blue Star. At least 60 square meters of house. And no need for them to clean up the housework. There are self-cleaning machines and so on. But there are still quite a few things missing at home, Lin Xiaojin said. The 2 of them went to the mall in the county again. Xiao Nuo pushed the stroller with Little Bozy. Little Bozy was especially excited. He hadn't seen any of these scenes before. The eyes were dazzled. Lin Xiaojin realized that the fruits they were selling were really cheaper by half. What a bloody loss. The robots here. All sorts of high-tech things were quite cheap. But the fresh plant fruits were expensive. Even an organic apple containing 100 grams of energy was sold for 1,000 star coins. The energy contained on it, Lin Xiaojin felt, was definitely not as high as the one in her space. This is only in the county. In the city, better energy fruits and vegetables are even more expensive. She already felt that selling 100 star coins apiece was expensive. Look here, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. They are actually selling alien energy crystals. Ordinary zombie head crystal beads 100 star coins. Diamond-shaped alien energy crystals are 1,000 star coins. There are also more advanced alien energy crystals. There are not enough permissions to sell them here. You can only go to the big city to buy. Earthstar 80% of the people have alien energy. But they are all at level 3. Lin Xiaojin thought of the people of Atlanta. Is it just for this 100 star coins of crystal beads that all the people of a planet are infected into zombies? It says that it is a technologically synthesized energy crystal that can increase energy up to level 3. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly when she saw this. Only she and Xiao Nuo knew that it wasn't even a synthetic. Lin Xiaojin only had 3,000 star coins in her hand. In order to increase her income in the future, Lin Xiaojin also bought some earth crystal beads to increase the land area of the space. And Lin Xiaojin found that the types of vegetables and fruits here were all very small, because the Earthstar land was not suitable for plant growth. Most of the plants were carefully spawned by wood-type psychics, and they had to be cultivated all the time to do so. The wood-type alien on Earthstar is more precious. These organic vegetables and fruits are all cultivated and catalyzed by wood-type alien. So fresh plants and fruits are all expensive. and the average family rarely buys them for practical use. Most of them eat synthetic food. So the main meal here is meat. And the meat here is very cheap. Milk, bread, chocolate, and some other snacks are very cheap. These meats Lin Xiaojin had bought a whole lot of them. It's been a long time since I've eaten fresh meat. Like these pork. I'll go back at night and make you a big meal. Xiao Nuo said. Good. Lin Xiaojin answered excitedly. The rest of the space also had a large amount of supplies, so there was no shortage for now. The rest of them were ready to discuss how they were going to get money. There were star coins so Lin Xiaojin could buy a large amount of exotic crystals to upgrade. We can sell it online and have it delivered in the same city. Lin Xiaojin said. The technology here was advanced. But there was actually no courier industry. The price is just a little cheaper than the supermarket. What we sold before was indeed too cheap. Lin Xiaojin now felt that she had suffered a real loss at the time. She was simply an ingrate at that time. No wonder so many people came to buy fruits from her at that time. Xiao Nuo nodded. I'll just sell it for a while. And after word of mouth gets out, we'll order a limited amount. It won't affect your cultivation after it's stabilized. Lin Xiaojin said. She knew that Xiao Nuo's cultivation could only rely on his own meditation to advance after he reached level 4. So she was afraid that selling fruits would disturb Xiao Nuo's cultivation if he was very busy. It won't affect. It really doesn't affect. Xiao Nuo, perhaps afraid that Lin Xiaojin would not believe him, purposely said it twice. To the back, meditation was important. But timing was also important. No one could keep cultivating every day, combining work and rest. Well, anyway, I can't experience the pain of you guys having bottlenecks. Lin Xiaojin was telling the truth. She could upgrade as long as she ate, and ate a certain amount of energy. But it was a pity that there was no more dinosaur meat. But Lin Xiaojin found that the energy fruits in her space also had the effect of allowing her to slowly advance. Xiao Nuo doted on Lin Xiaojin's head. This guy, if he said to others, probably that person would think Lin Xiaojin was in Versailles. So at night, they squeezed into the small 60 square meter house. Xiao Nuo had already prepared a meal. Only then did Lin Xiaojin put the little bun out of the space. Mainly in the space, and the little cloud to watch him. When will little Yunduo also be able to come out? That will be much more convenient. Xiao Baozi sat on the baby chair, with a special bowl and spoon. Xiao Nuo also tied a scarf on the baby. Little Baozi's rice was all low in oil and salt, but the colors matched beautifully. Xiao Nuo, your cooking is really delicious, Lin Xiaojin said, as she stuffed a piece of meat in her mouth. Xiao Nuo looked at Lin Xiaojin eating with a satisfied face. He was also very happy. I also don't know that my brother will be on that planet again. Lin Xiaojin ate with some melancholy. I don't know when I'll be able to see him again. Don't worry. We become strong. We will meet in the future, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. This rented house of theirs was relatively small. 1 room, 1 hall. And at night, Xiao Baozi slept in a room with her. Xiao Baozi had already taken a bath and fell asleep on the bed. Sonic Little Wolf had slowly recovered in the space. It wouldn't be long before he could come out of the space and move around. However, the when to come out also need to give him a pet card. The humans on this planet can cultivate a variety of pets. She saw which rich people also raise pets like pandas. Online for online shop also need to pay 5,000 star coins. Lin Xiaojin sighed. This first idea just hit the fan? It seems that we can only find a place to continue to stall. First save enough money to pay the rent for the next month, and then think of a way to open the online shop. Lin Xiaojin said. I never thought that there would be a day when I would worry about money. Xiao Nuo also wanted to go out and find a job. But he wasn't familiar with this place either. And nowadays his level 4 psychic strength was a top-notch presence here. Both of them ranked at level 1 in terms of psychic ability. Because at that time when they did the card, they were also both imposters of other people. If he violently highlighted his level 4 psychic ability, I'm afraid that he would be suspected of being a stowaway, lightly repatriated and heavily liable to go to jail. We have fruit. No worries about money here, Lin Xiaojin said. She also roughly understood the situation when she went to the mall today. Xiaojin, tomorrow we can go to the mall in a trip and directly supply your fruits to the mall, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. When Lin Xiaojin heard this, her eyes lit up and said, Xiao Nuo, your brain is good. The two of them took advantage of the little bun's sleep to be intimate for a while longer. The next day, Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin went to the shopping mall to look for the manager. You two are looking for our manager? The security guard looked at Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Both of them did not look like with system adepts. As expected, there were people who stepped on the highs and lows there. Yes. We want to supply fruits with your mall, Lin Xiaojin said. Supply us with fruits? Do you guys know that our fruits and vegetables are all supplied to us by level 3 with system psychics? The security guard said with some contempt and disdain. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to talk to this dog-eyed person. He said, "Where is the manager's office? Personnel outside the office area may not approach." Lin Xiaojin looked at this dog-eyed security guard was furious. "Go away. We're not here anymore." Lin Xiaojin pulled Xiao Nuo and said, "This guy is really dog-eyed." Lin Xiaojin cursed as she walked away. Xiao Nuo had also purposely given this guy a small lesson before he left. And at this moment, the security guard was feeling numb. "I'm tempted to use my psychic ability to go in and steal money," Lin Xiaojin said. Her instantaneous movement skill could go in unnoticed. Stealing money was even if she could enter. Lin Xiaojin let Xiao Nuo hold the child in the square to play for a while, while she directly entered the office area now. The bag held in the hand is a pocket of apples. There are really too many apples. The apple tree people were the first to plant, and the yield is high. So the space warehouse area piled up a bunch of. Lin Xiaojin directly found the manager's office. "Buckle up. Come in." Listening to the voice is a girl. Lin Xiaojin thought it would be a female secretary or something like that, but did not expect it to be a very young-looking woman. But looking at the appearance, there was no difference with a 20-year-old girl. On this planet, the appearance couldn't tell the age. Because of the advancement of technology and alien powers, the limit of human life has long since broken through 100 years old. "You are?" The woman frowned slightly. Seeing the unrecognizable Lin Xiaojin didn't immediately make things difficult. After all, to be able to enter the office area, there must be someone she knows. "Hello. I'm Lin Xiaojin. A little tiny token of appreciation is no honor," Lin Xiaojin said, carrying a plastic bag and put it on the table. At first, when the woman saw Lin Xiaojin carrying the plastic bag, she frowned slightly, and even her eyes showed her dislike. But after Lin Xiaojin opened the black plastic bag to reveal the inside of a large bright red full apple, the woman immediately transformed. The corner of the eye immediately have a smile. This a pocket of apples at least 7.8. Looking at the degree of fullness of this apple, each price is not expensive. Lin Xiaojin saw his effect achieved, so the next thing is good. The conversation between the two was so powerful that Lin Xiaojin even gave the manager a private cut. "This is the address. You guys can come over once every month. For the time being there are only apples right now. There are other varieties as well," Lin Xiaojin said. Selling so many apples in a month was also enough for Lin Xiaojin to spend. And with so much apple production, Lin Xiaojin had also calculated it. If not the production was too high, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. And the apples produced at the back had a higher energy, which Lin Xiaojin was planning to keep to open an online shop to sell at a high price. Good. Good. Yang Yan thought about it, and it was normal. I'm afraid it was the with system power behind Lin Xiaojin, who could at most ripen 2 boxes of apples apiece. That would also require a large amount of energy to be replenished every day to be able to do so. "Of course I'll take 10% of each variety for you," Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. "Good. Good." The woman smiled and became even happier. After Lin Xiaojin left, Yang Yan even tasted this one apple. It was very tasty. Not bad. Not bad. This time it felt like a really big profit. This apple will definitely burst into flames. The name of this apple Lin Xiaojin also deliberately named a name called Love Apple. As expected, the price of this Love Apple is lower than other apples. The appearance is even more full. The taste is sweet and moist. And there is energy is also better. At the beginning there are many people with the attitude of trying to buy. Tasted after this price is really worth it. With the 3,000 star coins of the apple taste are similar. So when many people went to buy them the next day, the apples were already sold out. Because Lin Xiaojin provided the first time only 2 baskets. A basket of 100. Less than the third day Lin Xiaojin's phone rang. "Ah, Xiaojin. This apple of yours is really good. I sold out here in less than 2 days. Do you think I can send someone to get some today?" Inside the phone, Yang Yan's attitude was simply a 180-degree turn from the first time she met her. I'm afraid this is not okay. This way. I still have peaches here you want to also give you at this price. Lin Xiaojin thought about it and said, there were quite a few peaches in stock before, as well as others. Row. Row. No problem. Yang Yan was happy. Peaches were fine. Fruit varieties would have been less. Which would system supernatural ability to catalyze of course choose, which good catalytic, and high-yield vegetables and fruits. Lin Xiaojin watched the money arrive. It was only 2 or 3 days before she received a huge sum of money. She now had enough money to rent a large house. But Lin Xiaojin had no plans yet. This house was small, but the location was quite good, and it had only been rented for 2 or 3 days. Dear Xiao Nuo, you've got a really good method. Reward you. Lin Xiaojin deliberately and generously kissed Xiao Nuo's face. When the little buns saw this, they immediately danced around and wanted Lin Xiaojin to kiss them as well, and had to squeeze Xiao Nuo out of the way to let Lin Xiaojin kiss? Good. My little baby also kissed down. Lin Xiaojin was especially happy to receive money today. Getting money, Lin Xiaojin deliberately went to the supermarket to buy a lot of foreign energy crystals. Most of them are cheap ordinary crystal beads and Earth system crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin found that the wood system of foreign energy crystals is very expensive. Lin Xiaojin didn't plan on buying any more. The spatial range had expanded quite a bit again, and the land area had also increased a lot. Recently, the little buns were all outside. So little Yunduo was helping to plant vegetables again. And Lin Xiaojin looked at little Yunduo's busy figure. If only there were a few little Yunduos around. Little Yunduo did not feel busy at all. It was very fulfilling and happy. The space was her home for her, and she was even more one with her. The seeds here are also very expensive, Lin Xiaojin said. Fortunately, she is quite complete with all kinds of seeds, especially from the primitive forest transplanted in the space quite a few rare fruit trees. If she had known that she was coming to a planet like this, then she would have transplanted more. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo took the little buns to the playground here again. The little buns hadn't been here since they were over a year old. Although the little buns have quite a few toys, but like this kind of slide and so on still haven't seen. Tickets are also 138 star coins is not cheap. But Lin Xiaojin makes money and is not afraid. I never thought that one day I would make money by growing vegetables. I'll go there and buy 2 drinks. Xiao Nuo said. Good. Over here. Lin Xiaojin was playing on the slide with her little buns. Chop. He he he. The little bun was especially happy. Thankfully it wasn't under an environment like that of the end times. Your baby is so cute. The father is handsome. The mother is beautiful. And the child born is also cute. A woman said, as she walked over to greet Lin Xiaojin specifically. Thank you, although she didn't know how the woman's intention was. But of course, it's nice to have someone praise your husband's child. It's like this. We have a real family recording program here. I see that your face value is very high. So you consider it, said the woman, handing Lin Xiaojin a business card. Thank you. For the time being we don't have this idea. Lin Xiaojin's family of 3 were all smuggled in. They didn't want to overexpose themselves here. Xiao Nuo bought over 2 cups of milk tea. And the woman just now deliberately looked at Xiao Nuo a few times when she was leaving. These few eyes looked at Lin Xiaojin was very upset. The 2 strolled around the street. Did not eat in the restaurant. The restaurants here are very expensive. Especially the vegetables. Milk tea to drink are also artificially blended. Street on both sides of the also have no green belt with trees. Our mountain stone dress up. The Earth system alien energy crystals here are really cheap. So let Lin Xiaojin bought a lot of expanding a lot of land area. Here are also cars. But cars are still very cheap. 1 or 2 million star coins can buy a similar car. However, the cars here do not need to add petrol or charged. This planet, if the power outage, that is simply a catastrophe. Almost all facilities are related to electricity. Here can also find their planet Earth star, and other galaxies and other planets. But the information is very little. It seems that these information are strictly controlled. Ordinary residents do not understand. And the vast majority of the residents had never left the planet. Some had never even left the city. Because the distance from each city to each city is very far. Lin Xiaojin is in the city's border area of the county, is already comparable to her hometown planet's first-tier cities. Lin Xiaojin couldn't even imagine how big the central city would be. Here on the planet after the age of 6. The supernormal ability will be stimulated. Here are 2 years old to send kindergarten. So it seems that the little buns will also have to go to send kindergarten. The better kindergartens are tens of thousands of star coins a month. Ordinary ones are 2 or 3,000 star coins. However, there is still more than half a year before the baby goes to kindergarten. And I believe that Lin Xiaojin will have no problem earning enough money to cover the tuition fees for a year for little Bozy in more than half a year. Recently peaches and apples were selling well. This day Lin Xiaojin received another call from another shopping mall, saying that she wished to meet with Lin Xiaojin. Looks like they want fruit too. Shall we meet or not? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly a little hesitantly. The star coins they earned this month were enough for them to spend. But they needed a lot of star coins if they wanted to improve. Especially since Lin Xiaojin was still a kryptonite player. See? Xiao Nua said. Actually, Lin Xiaojin mentally wanted to meet. But their account was an imposter, so they were always afraid of being found out, and were a bit hesitant. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Xiaojin purposely made an appointment to meet at a slightly upscale cafe. This time, Lin Xiaojin's appointment, on the other hand, was to take little Baozi to the preschool nursery next to her for 2 lessons. You are Lin Xiaojin, right? The person who came was a middle-aged man in a suit, dressed very formally. Not bad. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The two met and did a little bit, and ordered 2 cups of coffee by the way, which were synthetic, because this planet is difficult to grow. Of course, there are also pure natural that is transported from the star level, however that is sky high. That is, the top people of this planet can taste it. 2 people topic directly into the theme, and did not waste too much nonsense. Of course, the man also wanted to probe Lin Xiaojin's mouth. After all, the with system powerhouses that were capable of catalyzing plants were all very precious and countable. This I'm not at liberty to reveal, Lin Xiaojin directly said with a cold face. Yes. Yes. Understand. The men immediately had the sense not to be probing the with system power behind Lin Xiaojin. Of course, none of them could imagine that this was all grown in Lin Xiaojin's space. This is the variety I got. You can taste it. This is the other fruits I supplied. After all, the apples and peaches have already been ordered, Lin Xiaojin said. She couldn't possibly supply both at the same time. Even if she had that strength and enough stock and space, she wouldn't take it out. Lin Xiaojin pulled out her own strawberries from her backpack. And there were only 2. It's strawberries. The man stood up directly in surprise, staring excitedly at the small box of strawberries. Lin Xiaojin was unperturbed on the surface. And in her heart, she decided that this planet's supplies were also too scarce. Not bad. Lin Xiaojin then calmly soliloquized. If the man knew the types of fruits in her space, he wouldn't know what expression he would have. Good. The man was even more excited after seeing the strawberries. Strawberries were also provided once a month. And strawberries were also high in energy content and very large in size. I need 80% of your pricing, meaning the mall only earns 20%. That profit is also very high. Even if Lin Xiaojin puts it out for sale, the price won't be too low. Good. Good. The man agreed in one bite. The fruit pricing would be high, but it wouldn't be too high, so that those with some high salaries could still afford it. Some ordinary people might only buy it once or twice a month. After pleasing the price, Lin Xiaojin left the cafe, ready to find Xiao Nua and Xiao Baozi. Shui Jim. Xiao Nua had only taken Xiao Baozi to an early childhood education class, and there was still one more to go. A lesson of 35 minutes. There is still 35 minutes of time. Lin Xiaojin went to the shopping mall to shop. The people of this Earth Star also had all sorts of psychic abilities, but it seemed like they didn't usually use them much, because it was forbidden to use psychic abilities in the city. The laws were also stricter. The penalties were heavier, and even minor offenses had to be fined. That fine started at 10,000 star coins, so the crime rate was extremely low. At this moment, the big screen said that an unknown virus had occurred in Starry Glory City, and those infected would vomit and have diarrhea. So everyone was told to prepare some medication. However, all the people here are all psychics whose physique is stronger than ordinary people and rarely get sick. So almost no one cares. There were very few hospitals here, and very few pharmacies. So obviously such tips didn't matter much to the people of Earth Star. But Lin Xiaojin still went to find a pharmacy to buy some medicines. Arriving at the pharmacy, Lin Xiaojin found that there were not only medicines, but also nutrient solutions and blood supplements that were very cheap. 10 star coins a box. Lin Xiaojin bought 2 big boxes. Xiao Nua held the baby. Lin Xiaojin held 2 big boxes, taking advantage of the fact that no one was there. Lin Xiaojin then put the 2 large boxes into the space. Lin Xiaojin's habit of hoarding supplemental blood is still because of Zhu Jingjing. When he returned to his small home at night, the housework robot had already cleaned the house. It was a little more hassle-free. The little bun was already tired and fell asleep in Xiao Nuo's arms. Xiao Nuo put the little bun into the bed, and both of them changed into clean clothes and took a bath. Xiao Nuo went to the kitchen to cook, while Lin Xiaojin put all the exotic energy crystals into the space and absorbed them. There was still energy left in the green crystal bead of the tree spirit that was obtained earlier, and it kept catalyzing the wood plants. The refrigerator in the house was basically unused, and all the meat that was bought was put into space by Lin Xiaojin. The space was separated by a small cloud of a room of about 20 square meters, which was all covered with freezers, and also deliberately bought an instrument from Earth Star again, so that a freshness was made out in the space. Their previous generator was also replaced with a better backup generator, which is a backup compact power is still big. When the two were eating, Xiao Baozi also woke up from his nap, and then the family of three sat down to eat together. Xiao Nua, this virus news today, I see that no one here seems to care, Lin Xiaojin said. Well, the people here have good physiques. Almost all of them rarely get sick. The ones who get sick are also only that 20% of ordinary humans. Most of them are altered beings, which ordinary humans just did some harder work. But I always feel that it's not that simple. Maybe I'm being conspiratorial? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. It could be that their planet was a viral infection that infected all of them into zombies in one day. Prevention is still necessary, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded. 3 months had passed in a row. Xiao Nuo's level 4 psychic ability had advanced to the intermediate level, and Xiao Nuo's psychic ability was already considered very fast. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, never knew what her advancement was, and every day she just ate, then sell fruits to buy crystal beads. This Earth Star has a total of 7 big cities. They are located in the location for the Sanyao City. The nearest is the Star Yao City. Have you guys heard about it? There are many children in Starry Glory City who have been hit, from 13 years old to newborns. Yes, children with low immunity, especially those under 6 years old who haven't stimulated their psychic abilities. Their physique is definitely not good. The symptoms of 13 children over 6 years old are significantly lighter, but those under 6 years old are much heavier. And now the medicines in Starlight City are out of stock. A lot of people are buying from our Xiao City, buying at high prices. This disease was contagious, and it was said to be very contagious. I hope this virus never infects our Xiao City. For some people it didn't matter much, but for those who were already parents, it was very stressful. Lin Xiaojin also saw the news, and recently didn't even bring little Baozi to the early childhood education class, but instead bought the online early childhood education class. And now it's little Yunduo who is learning these days. Little Yunduo will go back to teach little Buns after reading. But Lin Xiaojin's fruits are selling quite well. Lin Xiaojin also had the money to open an online shop, so she just cut the supply to the shopping mall. Although extremely reluctant at first, Lin Xiaojin showed that the with system power behind her had temporarily left Xiao City. Then Lin Xiaojin turned around and opened the online shop. And the types for sale were temporarily set to 3 kinds: apples, strawberries, and tomatoes. Tomatoes were really a disaster. Apples are cheaper than the shopping mall. Like strawberries are more expensive. Just online, the first day of sale is not much. Only 4 or 5 copies. Usually it's Lin Xiaojin who ships on the same day and receives it on the same day. So the next day the fruit sold more. Xiao Nuo was responsible for packing and delivering the apples, while Lin Xiaojin was selling them in the online shop. The two went to the mall again in the afternoon and bought a bunch of various fresh steaks and ribs and so on. After all, the two had survived the post-apocalyptic world and loved to hoard things as soon as they bought them. Time passed another month. Starry City, almost all the children almost all hit. Almost make people panic. The only remaining children who have not been hit are all at home with afraid to go out. The news said that the mortality rate in Starry City had reached 20%. And a few cases had been found in the ordinary districts of Xiao City. Xiao City immediately entered a level 1 state of alert. The city issued a notice that all schools were closed, and all playgrounds regarding children were closed. Looking at this level of tension, I'm afraid that the death level is more than 20%. Right? Lin Xiaojin guessed and said. Usually would avoid panic, the higher-ups would lower the death rate of the release. Lin Xiaojin recently also put the little Buns into the space. Blizzard has completely recovered. not only recovered, the level of supernatural ability has also increased. Maybe soaked well spring water soaked. Lin Xiaojin also deliberately bought a lot of water-based alien energy crystals to increase the energy level of the well spring water. Even let the little bun soak in the well spring water for a while every day. Gale was also addicted to soaking, and would squeeze in with little bun to soak with him when he wasn't doing anything. Here the gold alien energy crystals could also be purchased. Lin Xiaojin specially bought 50 gold alien energy crystals and gave them to Blast Wind. However, the virus has been making a lot of noise lately, and the sales of fruit sold lately are much less than before. Fortunately, Xiaoyao City control is more timely. The follow-up is not in the discovery of infected, but Starry Yao City has already adults began to infect many of the Starry City residents in the online release of a variety of distress information. And even Starry City occurred a variety of conflicts. Had to be forced to pressure. Starry City began to seal the city. A month later, the Starry Night City internal serious turmoil. Starry Night City, which begged for help from other cities to support. However, 70% of the people in Starry Glory City had already been infected. And there was even a shortage of food and medicine. And riots began to occur. Those who were not infected rushed out of Guanla and came towards the nearest Xiaoyao City. Don't ever let the people from Starry Yao City come in. Some netizens left all sorts of vicious language on the comments. What the hell is going on with this virus? Didn't it say that only children would be infected in the beginning? How come adults are now infected? I heard that infected people's skin will become dry and wrinkled. And in the end, their entire body will dry up and die. Our planet Earth is so advanced. Why can't it be cured? I heard it's an unknown virus. It's recently applying for an interstellar connection for help. Let's hope it's quick. The largest city in Earthstar is Earthstar City, where 90% of the rich people in Earthstar are gathered. There hadn't been a single case of virus infection in Earthstar City, and asking for interstellar help would cost a huge amount. So there hadn't been any action. In the past 2 days, the price of food in Xiaoyao City had risen sharply, and the people coming out on the streets were obviously all up a lot. Lin Xiaojin also stopped her online shop recently, and when she came back from outside, she met their neighbors. However, Lin Xiaojin and their family have very few interactions. Almost just meet and greet, but also did not speak. Lin Xiaojin saw the neighbor's eyes a little dodge. Some inexplicable. Looking at the neighbor's hand has even bought a bunch of food. In this residential building live our ordinary residents. All are the first level of the alien. There are even many ordinary people. The general public will not buy so much food, because they are poor, so they are all buying the same day. Regarding the neighbor's perversity, Lin Xiaojin was only mildly puzzled for a moment. Perhaps it was the virus that was causing trouble in the past 2 days, so this is why he bought more food. This is also human nature. Lin Xiaojin recently bought a lot of food. Although the food in her space, she could not finish eating for the rest of her life. But with food in her hand, her heart doesn't panic all. The neighbor rushed into the house. Xiao Wan. What a trouble for you. This was a total of 60 square meters of house. And besides Xiao Wan's family of 3, there were actually 2 more elderly people. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? We're all family, Xiao Wan said. But you better not go out lately. Some people know you're from Starry City. I'm afraid you'll be seen, and you'll have to be pulled out of quarantine by then, Xiao Wan said. Although Xiao Wan didn't say anything on the surface, but in her heart, she was still 100,000 times unwilling. Knowing that Starry Glory City of yours has been closed, you still have to run out to join your son. Isn't this a way to harm people? But the family is counting on her husband to earn money, so her heart is reluctant. But she doesn't say anything on the surface. What is right? Mom and Dad, you can stay here. Just don't go out for a while. The man on the side also rushed to say, No. No. They were truly scared. The building they lived in Starlight City had infected quite a few people, and some of them had even died at home. The whole building smelled like corpses. Maybe there will be a special medicine when some time passes. The man comforted his parents and said, Lin Xiaojin returned home. Xiao Nuo was cultivating, so Lin Xiaojin didn't disturb and directly flashed into space. Little Buzzy was playing with Blizzard and Little Cloud. Mom, the little bun said very happily when he saw Lin Xiaojin. The little bun's speech was getting clearer and clearer now. And there was also a milky sound, which was adorable. Lin Xiaojin played with the little bun for a while, and then looked at Blast Wind. Gale had recently absorbed an average of 3 gold alien energy crystals every day. Little Windy. It's a pity that I didn't find any colored crystal beads here. Otherwise, I would have bought them for you to absorb. Lin Xiaojin said. It doesn't matter. Now every time the space is upgraded, I'll also get the corresponding benefits. Little Cloud said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The space was getting better and better. All aspects were neat and tidy. And the space had been divided into many small spaces for storing things and so on. This was really thanks to Little Yundo. The broadcasts on the news were reporting that the situation in Stargazer City was serious. And Xiao City was also in the process of blocking off entrances. Lin Xiaojin's online shop would instantly be gone in seconds, as soon as the fruit went online. Lin Xiaojin looked at the comments of the shop buying fruits. And there were actually no comments. And Lin Xiaojin found that the fruits that bought her were all old customers. The other end of the net line. Grabbed it. Grabbed it. A man guarded in front of a tablet computer and said excitedly, I didn't grab it. And husband, you have fast hands. Another woman said excitedly, the energy of the fruits of this family is comparable to the fruits of which big names, even exceeding the fruits of the third level with system catalyzed. The price to performance ratio is super high. It's a pity that it's only sold in limited quantities every day. The energy contained in this fruit is much more cost-effective than purchasing a psychic crystal. Our son will be 6 years old this year, and will be able to activate his psychic abilities. Eating these energy fruits will be very beneficial to our son. Although the escaped Earth star is not short of food, but which meat is hormone catalyzed out. There is no nutrition, but will not harm the human body. Is just satiety. Like the rich and powerful people in Earth U City. The food they ate was transported from the stars. Not only had nutrition, but also energy. There was a big gap between the rich and the poor in their Earth star. The richer they were, the more resources they got. And the better they could raise the next generation. The poorer people couldn't get by on their own. The next generation would be even more average. The entire society was all of these. Luckily, not many people know about this shop. Not many people had to sit in front of their tablet computers every day to grab the goods. If more people knew about it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be their turn to grab it. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin was packing up the goods. The ones that were sold today were sent out directly today. In the afternoon, it was estimated that they would be able to receive fresh fruit. It's been quite chaotic outside lately. Xiao Nua had just returned from outside, and had bought some more food in his hands. I'm afraid that Stargaze City can't be controlled right now. The food in the city's shopping malls are almost sold out right now. Xiao Nua said. How can you say that Stargaze City has a population of several hundred million? It's just out of control. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. This virus came in a strange way. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. You think so too? Lin Xiaojin said. This virus was more like a man-made one. Perhaps like their planet. But what the purpose of creating this virus was, they wouldn't know. It's better not to go out for the time being. Xiao Nua instructed. Lin Xiaojin responded. They didn't go out for 2 days. And on the second day, the neighbor next to them was taken away by an ambulance heavily armed. And the entire building with a total of over 3,000 residents was all sealed and controlled. Why aren't we allowed to go out? I have to go out to pick up my kids. Yeah. What's the point of sealing us off? The entire building was sealed and controlled by a laser light screen. Most of the people in this building were level 1 psychics. And this light screen could only be rushed out if they were at least level 3 or above. Officials don't release news. It's just that their building is strictly blocked off. I heard that it was a household on the 6th floor that came over from Starry Night City that was checked. It's that household. So unethical. It's not sending the virus to their doorstep. There were a total of 10 or so households in the 6th floor. And now the people in the 6th floor were even letting their feet out of the house. At first everyone just complained a few times and didn't really fight back. They just hoped that they would be unblocked in a few days. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. Although the two of them were locked up in the house, it didn't prevent them from entering the space. It's just that they couldn't sell fruits either. Oops. I ran into that neighbor 2 days ago and wondered why she was buying so much food. Lin Xiaojin was strangely diabolical now that she thought about it. I won't be infected. Right? It's mainly children, Lin Xiaojin said with some afterthought. Will not. Whoever infects you will not be infected. Xiao Nua said calmly. Lin Xiaojin's cell division. And the powerful degree of virus is afraid that cannot enter the epidermis by Lin Xiaojin's cell dry death. Why don't we soak in the spring water in space together? Space spring water has a healing effect, Lin Xiaojin said. Good, Xiao Nua answered. The two went into space to soak in the spring water for a while longer. And when they came out of space, they heard someone knocking on the door. A week. They had been in the room for a whole week. And there were already quite a few people in the building who had started to have an attack. The onset of the disease was the dropping of white flakes of skin all over the body, which would then shatter into powder and float in the air as soon as they walked around. Then the middle of the onset of the whole body white, falling large pieces of skin flakes. The whole body skin will slowly turn into hard lumps. Just like crocodile skin. The whole body grows, and every piece of skin on the body is not spared. However, the official data released is still accurate. After being infected by this virus, the mortality rate is only 20%, and most of the dead are elderly people. But this virus spreads fast. Once infected with this virus, no matter how powerful an alien you are, you will be infected. Infection to the late stage. The human body's hair will all molt. Gradually will not speak, but conscious. Limbs will also dry up, turning into an inhuman monster. And this type of person would become short-tempered and want to take revenge on society. Buckle! There was a knock on the door of Lin Xiaojin's room. For safety's sake, Lin Xiaojin didn't bring the little bun out, but kept it in the space. What person? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. That? I'm a neighbor of the left one living next to you. Can you lend me some food? I'll be sure to double it back to you when it's unblocked. Lin Xiaojin saw a layer of white dust floating outside the building through the video. These whites weren't dust at all, but rather dander tissue dropped by the human body. Nope. I don't have much food either. Can't lend it to you guys. Please hurry up and leave, Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. There was no way to open the door. Once the door was opened, I'm afraid that the viral dander from outside was going to come in. The woman pleaded outside for half a day, but Lin Xiaojin had no intention of opening the door and didn't say anything. The woman had to leave to go to the next house. Not thinking about the outside has been closed for a week. And this kind of closed light curtain. From the inside can see the outside, but from the outside cannot see inside. Looking through the window to the outside of the light curtain. Not only closed light curtain, but also closed a circle of iron door. This had no intention of unsealing them at all. Instead, it was trying to seal them inside. The family of neighbors that they had brought out earlier was also shoved back in the next day. There seemed to be this intention of leaving the building to its own devices. With over 3,000 people, everyone was on their own. Especially since the week's food was understocked for some. And they started trying to buy food from outside that couldn't even be brought in. The place was completely sealed off. Internet signals blocked. Everything stopped except for electricity, which was still working. No one cared about the population of this building. They only cared about not infecting them, not letting go. Because of the photos of Starburst City in the middle and late stages of the infection. Videos somehow somewhat circulated. This led to even more panic in other people's cities. And now that this virus has also appeared in Xiao City, not only is the building where Lin Xiaojin lives closed, but several buildings are also closed. I'm afraid that all of these people are going to be closed inside to fend for themselves. Lin Xiaojin sealed all the doors and slept in the space at night, only going out of the space during the day to move around and observe the situation outside. It looks like this situation isn't too friendly, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Let us out! Shouts came out from downstairs. And eventually someone couldn't take it anymore and started attacking towards the light screen. It was a pity that the person was only a level 1 ordinary alien. And the attacks were useless against the light screen. When we go out, let's all work together to break through this light screen. Or else all of us will die here. They don't care about us anymore, leaving us to fend for ourselves. I don't want to get infected. There were cries and cries of rage. And in the end, under the lead of a man, the group was so furious that quite a few people really followed them out. The crowd attacked the light screen together, and really made the light screen appear a ripple. This ripple instantly fluctuated everyone's heart, and the crowd used their supernatural abilities even more vigorously. Charge. If you don't charge, you're dead. Touch. A laser gun that shot out, directly hitting the man's head. The head just exploded. Brain matter shot out in all directions. And the faces of the closest few people were splattered, instantly dry heaving up. Lin Xiaojin watched from the upstairs window without blinking. She didn't know how many times she had smashed her head. More disgusting than this she had seen. You guys shouldn't be putting up resistance. There are your families out there as well. Do you want your families out there to be infected as well? We'll soon be able to work out an antidote. So you have to trust us. And everyone in wait. This disease infection to the late stage of the disease death rate is only 20%. Everyone don't panic. The voice of the radio came from all directions. But we don't have any food left. We're going to starve to death if we wait any longer. Yes. The light screen cannot be opened for the time being. Please understand. If anyone forcibly breaks open the light curtain and causes a crime of destruction, they will be shot on the spot, the man's icy voice said. The one who just led the trouble was indeed shot on the spot. Please let us out. I really can't take it anymore. Yes. Lin Xiaojin now saw the scene from the window, and just pulled the curtain closed. By the looks of it, they're completely giving up on the residents in this building, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. With the light curtain sealed, not a bit of air could circulate out of here, and all the people here would be infected. It was only a matter of time sooner or later. What should we do? Lin Xiaojin didn't know what to do now. She couldn't help these people. She was able to get out of here. After all, she still had teleportation. Teleporting out of the light curtain shouldn't be a problem. Wait, Xiao Nua said. If this virus couldn't be controlled, I'm afraid it would be even more chaotic outside. The two of them didn't lack food and drink, so she didn't need to face any of these problems. Immediately after a few days, the air was closed off. The entire light screen was filled with drifting skin flakes. Almost everyone here had already been infected. Some had even reached the late stage. The skin was horribly stiff all over, and the skin was even more chunky. And almost every day there was the sound of shattering in every house. They couldn't see anything with a mirror. Every day there were thrashing noises. And when Lin Xiaojin came out of the space, he found that his front door had traces of being knocked on, and the lock was severely deformed. We can't stay here any longer, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The two decided to leave this place. Perhaps it was long overdue. But from the distance of the building here there was no way to directly teleport out of the light screen. And the light screen outside was still surrounded by a thick circle of fencing. If she wanted to get out, she would still need to go downstairs and walk to the edge so that the teleportation would be a little more certain. Moreover, her instantaneous transfer can only be parallel instantaneous transfer. Instantaneous transfer from a tall building to the ground floor, which is impossible. Xiao Nua, you go into space. I'll go down and we'll teleport out, Lin Xiaojin said. I'll join you, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. No way. This virus is so contagious and tough. It is not known if it will be infected. Lin Xiaojin's strong cells can still bet on it. But Xiao Nua, even if we are infected, the wellspring water might have a healing effect, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. The two then put on a layer of waterproof Macintosh and wrapped themselves from head to toe, hoping that this would block the virus. The door lock had already been broken. So Lin Xiaojin directly broke the door open and stepped on the building with a thick layer of dander. This kind of building is all without walking ladders. All high buildings are lifts. No walking ladders. No escape routes. Entering the lift, all the falling dander, and a lot of broken hair. Looking at people's mental numbness. After pressing the next floor, it stopped in the middle, and a middle-aged man came in. The man's whole body dander had almost fallen off, and now his body had begun to open out the hard skin, and his eyes were a bit bulging out. The whole person looked like a monster. However, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had seen too many disgusting zombies of all kinds. So although this looked weird, it wasn't to the extent of that kind of fuss. You two aren't infected? Suddenly the man turned around and said eerily. The man's mouth was a hard green color, and his speech was slurred. But you could still probably make out what it meant. Something to do with you? Lin Xiaojin said with a cold face. Suddenly the man surged forward. His hands became dry and hard, directly trying to grab through Lin Xiaojin's protective Macintosh. Almost at the same time Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both gave the man a kick to the side of the lift. Just as the ground floor arrived the lift doors opened, and the man was directly kicked out and skidded tens of meters. Lin Xiaojin used half of her strength for this kick. But the man seemed to slowly stand up again. The hard skin on his body actually played an overwhelmingly protective role. And the man didn't have any trouble at all. The man climbed up seemed to have been hurt by Lin Xiaojin's kick. And by the mid to late stages of the infection, the man was prone to emotional outbursts and became out of control. XXXX. The man's mouth burst out a series of foul language. Lin Xiaojin simply did not hear what was said, because the skin of the man's mouth had long since hardened and turned blue, dander falling off with a shaking as he cursed. The man rushed up again. This time Lin Xiaojin did not spoil him. Instead, he drew out his dagger and directly sealed his throat with a knife. Fortunately, the dagger Xiao Nuo gave was sharp enough. But Lin Xiaojin also clearly felt some strain. This virus makes the skin of a person's body turn into hard skin. Instead it is very hard. More like a turtle shell growing on the body. The man fell to the ground with a bang, splashing up a burst of dust. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo did not stop for a moment and walked directly towards the outside of the building. The surveillance on this floor had all been interfered with by Xiao Nuo using an electromagnetic network so that they wouldn't be monitored. Xiao Nuo took off his clothes and entered the space before Lin Xiaojin instantly moved out and instantly moved the light curtain on the ground floor. Directly came to the back of the enclosure board. She just came out. Lin Xiaojin could not care less. And again directly disappeared in place to transit out. Instantly moving out of the enclosure. Lin Xiaojin stripped all the clothes off her body. Then immediately flashed into space. Not good. Someone broke out. However, they only found plastic clothes when they chased them out. And they were also immediately destroyed by the high-temperature gun. And the surrounding area of 500 meters was also set up with light curtains. How could someone run out? The one that disappeared in place had a special skill. Instantaneous movement? Only instantaneous movement or wall penetration skills can break through our light curtains. The skills in this building have all been checked. There are no such skills. It's already leaked out. But it wasn't just here that had leaked out. All the other places had leaked out as well. Report it to your superiors. The Suitor Shayao City activates the first level alert. Aye, Captain. The two stayed in space until night. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that her sudden escape this time had promoted a level 1 alert in Shayao City. First level alert. Residents of Shayao City are not allowed to go out. They must be at home. And all major shops must be closed. Shayao City was completely housebound. Previously, Starry Yao City had also implemented this for a period of time. But the speed of the infection was too fast. And in the end, it was still not under control. Or in the end, the city was sealed too late. Pedestrians on the streets are pitifully few. Out of the people are wearing masks in a hurry. Shopping malls are also pitifully few people. Are afraid of contracting this unknown virus. Shayao City, the main city of which the rich and powerful have even taken the plane to leave here. There are also some family conditions are good, and do not want to leave here. Have to buy light curtains, so as to be able to block the spread of the virus. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's previous home is not able to go back, and now do not know where to live. At least there are still some star coins in their hands. In the end, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo discussed and decided to leave Shayao City. I'm afraid that this place can't be controlled. And in the end, the whole Shayao City is infected with the same large area as Starry City. Now leave is the best choice. Also cannot blame them selfish why to escape out. People don't look out for themselves. The sky and the earth will be destroyed. They don't have a house here. And they don't have much money. Although selling fruits earns money. But now with the virus crisis, who still spends money on such expensive fruits? The supermarkets have long since emptied of all the cheap food. And the more expensive fruit is also sold out. In a couple of days, the shopping malls might be closed. And there will be no place to buy food if you want to. If you want to go to the highway intersection from here, it is unlikely. And the highway intersection side must be heavily guarded. In the end, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo are at a standstill. No choice but to live in the space. During the day, they came out to investigate the situation. But the next day, the city was completely closed. No pedestrians were allowed on the streets. All the shopping malls were closed. Even the hospitals. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, 2 people can only stay in the space. 2 people out of the empty street, more than 2 people, will soon be locked target. This side of the virus crisis do not know how long to continue. Also do not know that kind of virus in the end will be how. Lin Xiaojin has already prepared to continue to cut zombies. Maybe that group of people finally mutated into zombies? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo are still happy. Wang Han suffered a lot because he escaped in order to look for Zhu Jingjing. His arm was burned and half of his back was left with deep scars. Finally was thrown to the slave planet. Wang Han desperately cultivate. He is every day counting the days. If Anna is there, look at the days it should be almost born. Open planet, where supplies are very scarce. Food is incredibly precious. 70% of the area of this planet is black gold mine. Water is the most precious of this planet. Because the water of this planet is to rely on the sky. Or else it is to rely on the water system of the alien here. So here the water system of the alien has a very high right. John Wish, Lin Xiaoran and Small Good, Zhou Yinging they can survive here. The early stages really rely on Xi and Li. Their appearance has changed quite a bit. But overall they are already a lot cleaner than the rest of the people here. The temperatures here were all at 30 degrees Celsius. And the houses that weren't covered here were in holes in the ground. There were black holes digging mines all over the place. And it wasn't just them. The slaves from being captured by other planets. But also the black iron beasts from here. The black iron beasts here were numerous, and crucially bred a lot. And could lay more than 10 at a time. They, the captured slaves, were used to deal with these black iron beasts. The black iron beast's appearance was more like a black bull on Earth. The difference was that there were 2 black iron rhinoceros horns in the front. These black iron beasts lived on this open planet, also known as the Black Iron Star, and relied on these black iron for food. These people mining black iron is equivalent to robbing their food. So they often come to block it. And the black iron beasts are especially concerned about territory, as well as fighting off the other re-entry races. These black iron beasts were incredibly powerful. A black iron beast easily toppled a car with no problem. As long as they stepped on it, it would become mush. If Xia Jin was around, I reckon it would be easy to deal with them, Xi said. Lin Xiaoran, who was on the side, heard Lin Xiaojin's name, and her eyes drooped slightly, obviously a little worried about her sister. The faces of the several girls had also all turned darker with the naked eye, mainly because this place was all black mines, and the skin was easily eroded over time. And most of the food here is consuming black rat beasts. Good luck. Killing a black iron beast can eat for a week. And then, there's the black nutrient cream that's handed down one day. There are not only black iron beasts here. There are also a small number of black rat beasts. Black rat beasts and black iron beasts head to also have foreign energy crystals. But unfortunately, the energy is only the size of an ordinary fingernail cap. So many of them need alien energy crystals to cultivate. The lack of supplies can only rely on their own desperation to cultivate. Consumption of empty alien energy. Slow growth of alien energy. Almost every day in addition to survival is to meditate. Improve alien energy. Mining here for a year. Once a year transport. We want to leave here, we'll have to wait for a few months before we can have a chance. Xi and Li sighed. Because Xi and Li is a water alien. Almost no one will offend Xi and Li here. So it's better to inquire about the situation. In addition to Xi and Li not needing to resist the black iron beast here, the rest of the people had to go on, including the younger Mu Xiaozhuang. Then we'll wait. We've carried it over these past few months. Not afraid to wait for a few more months either, Zhang Wang said. A few people's lips are still good, but they are also dry and flaky. If the other workers drink even less water, none of their lips are not cracked. The weather here was dry and hot. The demand for water is great. Zhou Yinging has also broken through the level 1 bottleneck and is now at level 2. And Zhang Zhu and Xiao Yu are both stuck at the level 3 bottleneck. Xi and Li and Lin Xiaoran were also stuck at the level 2 bottleneck. Xi and Li could now condense 2 ice arrows at the same time. But unfortunately, her ice arrows were just tickling to the black iron beast. And it was a bit of a struggle to deal with the black rat beast. Black iron beasts grew up eating black iron. That black iron was hard as hell. Just imagine how hard the black iron beast's teeth were. Fortunately, these black iron beasts were afraid of fire. That's why Zhang Wish has now become the main fighter in the team. Lin Xiaoran could materialize more things, and the time became longer. The supplies here were already scarce. It's just that there's not even a pot to cook in. Luckily Lin Xiaoran can materialize it. Mu Xixiao's perspective ability didn't tell anyone here for the time being, because she could only see the black gold mines under the ground even if she was more perspicacious. Almost 2 steps down the road here, you can find a vein of ore. There are plants here too, but there aren't many of them. That would be the black gold wood. That thing was hard, and even the black iron beast couldn't hit it. Black gold tree onto the leaves, but glowing dark red. And the leaves are like succulent leaves. Very thick. And the taste is mellow and very tasty. Can be said to be the only output of food here. This leaf is not only delicious, but also can enhance the physical strength of people. Only this planet can grow. So this piece there is also a black gold wood forest. Is specially planted. There are with system alien responsible for taking care of these trees. This tree grows to the leaves. Also need 100 years of time. So often need with system aliens to irrigate. This planet was the territory of a big family in the middle of the galaxy. And they, the slaves, lived in this outer hole in the ground. Brother Xiaoran, look, what's this? Mu Xiaoxia took out a leaf and said, the leaf of the black gold wood. Where did you bring it from? Lin Xiaoran held Xiao Zhao's hand in place. This thing couldn't be seen by others. A few people went into the hole in the ground. And Zhang Wang sat at the mouth of the hole to look out. Also because he didn't want people to eavesdrop. Little boy, where did you find this? Xian Li also asked with a bit of excitement, but spoke with controlled volume. I was in the canyon over there. I saw a gap in the canyon. And the leaves were coming through it. And I yanked a lot of them. Goody said, taking another handful out of her pocket. She also ate several of the leaves. And after eating one, she felt strong all over. Really? Xian Li said excitedly. Sweetie, you're really too good. Zhou Yingying also praised. Only Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly as he looked at Mu Xiaozhuang and said in a deep voice. In the future, you have to talk to me when you go there. Do you know it's dangerous if you go by yourself? You even said it's a canyon, what if you fall? Next to Xian Li and Zhou Yingying, two people did not speak. Little sweetie, your brother Xiaoran is right. Don't be alone in the future, Xian Li said in relief. Mu Xiaoxia could only nod obediently. But Lin Xiaoran's anger still hasn't subsided. Lin Xiaoran really took Mu Xiaoyu as a younger sister. She had too much of Lin Xiaojin's childhood shadow. Lin Xiaoran thought of Lin Xiaojin. Shook his head and sighed. You are all like this. Seemingly well-behaved, but actually mischievous. But where is that place? Let's sneak in later, when there's no one around to take a look. Xian Li still whispered. This leaf was so much better than eating nutritional cream. And this leaf could also strengthen one's body. There is a lot of meat on the black iron beast. But hacking one to death is tough. The skin on it is even harder to peel. Zhou Yingying sighed. So it's still this black gold with leaves that are the best. Don't look at the small. Satiating. AI? What the hell kind of life is this? It's not as good as chopping zombies. Zhang Wang cursed. Who would have thought that the zombie crisis would suddenly turn into an interstellar crisis? Xian Li spat online. The zombies are still that group of people messing around. Let's just find a way to leave this land. I don't want to spend the rest of my life retired here. Zhang Wang said. The only way we can leave is by the airship. We still need to find a way to improve our strength. Xian Li said heavily. We can't leave without improving our strength. We can't even enter that place. Actually, we can create chaos and lure the black iron beast over there. Lin Xiaoran, who hadn't said anything, said. Even Lin Xiaoran, whose skin had always been good, had traces of air dryness on his hands. This shitty place, even Lin Xiaojin's skin would have to dry out and crack even if he was here. This is not impossible. It's just too dangerous. Xian Li said with a frown. Black iron beasts. Not to be messed with. They would all have to run when they encountered a group of black iron beasts. For the time being, this plan was put on hold. The main thing was to raise their strength now. Exceeding level 3 was a qualitative threshold. Without exceeding level 3, they could only retire here. Right now it was only Zhang Wish and Little Boy who had broken through to level 3. The rest of them had to break through as soon as possible as well. Now with these leaves, we can at least save our strength and not provoke which black iron beasts. Xian Li said. That's right. Only when the food was solved would there be time to cultivate. Otherwise who would be in the mood to cultivate their level when they were starving to death every day? Afraid of starving to death. And on the way to get food every day? This time, Little Goody really made a great achievement. Xian Li stroked Little Good's hair again, because she hadn't washed her hair for a long time. Little Good's hair had become knotted. And it wasn't just Little Good, they weren't any better. Because at most they could only wash it with water. And there was no such thing as shampoo cream. Xian Li's water system usually not only to ensure their water, but also need to turn in a certain milliliter of water every day. Otherwise Xian Li can put enough water for them to take a bath. Hearing a commotion outside, several people hurriedly put away their leaves. They, the slaves, lived outside the mines. And it turned out to be the group from above coming to give them nutrient cream. The people who distributed the nutritional cream to them were the people who lived in Witch Center, wearing black insulated protective suits. They also had protective transparent hoods on their heads. This nutritional cream also don't know what kind of thing. Just palm size black. What smell is not? Which is this everyone is grabbing? There is only one piece for each person. The rest also brought a bucket of about 2,000 milliliters for Xi and Lee to put water in. And each of their water alien was marked. She was a level 2 alien, so she needed to put in 2,000 milliliters of water. A level 1 alien 1,000 milliliters. And a level 3 alien was 5,000 milliliters. Xi and Lee hadn't seen any level 4 psychics yet. Most of the psychics here were level 1 to 3 psychics. Xi and Lee had long since broken through to level 2, so it was fairly easy to put out 2,000 milliliters of water per day. But after putting out so much water per day, she would only be able to put out water for drinking. There was exploitation everywhere. But unfortunately no one dared to resist now. It wasn't that no one had ever resisted. There had already been a group of people who had resisted and died when they first arrived here. If you want to resist, you have to be strong enough to do so. Xi and Lee finished putting water. These people only left. This nutritional cream is actually something I've always wanted to say. Xi and Lee said with a frown. What? I don't know if you guys have seen a film Snow Train. It's especially similar to this one. Xi and Lee frowned and said. That's why she hadn't been able to get down. What? Zhou Yingying had a questioning look on her face. She rarely watched films, usually she was basically training. Lin Xiaoran also looked at Xi and Lee with a questioning face. Forget it. Forget it if you guys haven't seen it. Xi and Lee said awkwardly. What is it? Zhou Yingying's curiosity is quite heavy. Has been pestering Xi and Lee asked. Finally Xi and Lee came to Zhou Yingying's ear, whispered a few words. Zhou Yingying's face changed. She said. This nutritional cream will not also be this thing. Right? Zhou Yingying now felt a wave of dry heaves. It won't. There are no cockroaches here. Xi and Lee said calmly. Well, I'm just being metaphorical. There's no way it could be this kind of thing. Xi and Lee comforted Zhou Yingying and said. No wonder you don't even eat this much. Zhou Yingying said with a frown. The first thing Xi and Lee thought of when she first saw this thing was that film. So naturally, she was a bit unable to eat it. Tomorrow let's follow little boy to find the black gold tree. Xi and Lee said. At least the leaves can be eaten 2 or 3 at a meal and top full. And can also enhance physical fitness. The only beautiful place here might as well be the night. Because this black iron star seemed to be very close to the moon. The moon they saw was very large. And because the surface was all black iron soil. It was all glowing at night from the moonlight. It was like a sea of stars. They were very desperate when they were brought here on the first day. But seeing the absolutely beautiful moon here at night may have given them a hint of solace in life. The night was also not as hot as the day. And most people would come out of the hole in the ground at night to enjoy the moonlight. I don't know if we can go back. I actually miss the zombies now. Zhou Yingying leaned on Zhang Wan's shoulder wistfully. Can. Definitely can. Mu Xiaoxiao was young, so she went to bed early. Xi and Lee didn't sleep, but was fixing her hair. Use this. Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Xi and Lee looked up and saw the scissors that Lin Xiaoran had materialized at some point. Good. Xi and Lee did not refuse and slowly took the scissors. The virus in Xiayao City seemed to be under control. Many of the infected people were directly shot in secret. These ordinary residents were unaware of it. However, the ones who died in Xiayao City were only most of the ordinary people. And these viruses did not spread to the rich central area. The virus seemed to be under control after the past 2 months. But the house Lin Xiaojin had rented couldn't be returned to. So now she could only set up a stall on the street. The shopping malls in the neighborhood hadn't recovered yet. So Lin Xiaojin's mobile stall was selling quite well. Not only fruits. Lin Xiaojin also sold some tomatoes and cucumbers. The storage of these 2 vegetables was also very sufficient. Will you guys still be selling here tomorrow? I want to inform my friends to come and buy from you as well. A woman said with a smile. The price of this vegetable wasn't very expensive. It was much cheaper than the supermarket. And it also looked very fresh. This one is not quite sure. What's being sold now is all stock. Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. She now sells one game and then changes her stall to another place. In the city you still need to pay a stall fee to set up a stall. So she's just hitting one shot and changing it to another place. The main thing was the fear of having their identities checked out, as the 2 of them had escaped from the epidemic area. Alright then. I'll buy more then. The woman heard Lin Xiaojin's uncertain words and bought some more. After the woman left, Lin Xiaojin looked at the vegetables and fruits that she had already sold almost all of today. and made quite a lot of star coins. Now that the urban area has slowly started to liberalize, we can buy a car to get out of the city, Lin Xiaojin said. The money from selling vegetables and fruits in the past 2 days was still enough to buy a small car for traveling. The car electronics here were all very cheap. Xiao Nua nodded. So the two of them came to the place selling cars in Shayao City. There were cars of all kinds of products, but they didn't have enough money for all of them. If you're traveling in the city, just choose this car will be very good, the salesman said enthusiastically. This car has a good appearance. It's just not very suitable for long-distance running. Buying a car this kind of thing. Lin Xiaojin still listened to Xiao Nua's opinion. This Star is no petrol. All power drive is to rely on electricity. Or this kind of solar power car you see like it? This kind cannot need to charge on the charging pile again. But this kind of charging time is much slower than fast charging. Or this one. Very powerful. In fact, there was no need to be nervous about electricity when the time came. Because there was Xiao Nua, the humanoid generator. So there was no need to be afraid of the car running out of power. However, there were a few cars with very good features and with autopilot. But the price was also more expensive. Right now Lin Xiaojin didn't have enough star coins. Lin Xiaojin wanted to steal a few cars and put them into the space. But the laws here were still very strict. So Lin Xiaojin didn't do it. In the end, Xiao Nua chose a car with a higher sex ratio. This car is good there and then, but it just consumes power very quickly, the salesman said when he saw Xiao Nua choose this car. This car came with auto cruise, which was semi-autonomous driving, and you could choose the autopilot function on the motorway. The space in the back is also very large. The seats can be folded over, and the back is a small space that can put down a small bed. This way both Little Bun and Blast can get out of the space to play in the back. Overall it's not bad for them. And the price is beautiful. Almost all of her star coins. This is the one. Lin Xiaojin also quite liked the car Xiao Nua picked out. As for the high power consumption, it wasn't really a drawback for them. After quickly going through the procedures of buying the car, the two got into the car and left. Driving in the city required a driver's license. But if you didn't have one, you would be locked out if you forced yourself to drive. When did you get a driving license? Lin Xiaojin said in surprise when she saw that Xiao Nua actually had a driver's license. Maybe there was a driving license when I bought this identity in the first place, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. I'll try it too. Lin Xiaojin entered the identity up and found that there was no driving license. In this case, it seemed that the driving job could only be done by Xiao Nua. And instead of going to the central city, they drove directly towards the outskirts of the city. After going through the formalities, they could leave the city. The walls they came to the city were all very high, eyeballing tens of meters in height. Every city had built such high walls. The telltale highway they had here wasn't like when they were in Blue Star where the highway was on top. The highway here was inside a tunnel. Because it was all dirt and rocks outside and large beasts, so for safety, they were all building this kind of pipeline to connect the 7 city pools. Lin Xiaojin and the others came out of Shayao City to go to the most massive city here, Earth-U City. There it gathers all the upper echelons of the Earth Star, including the Contact Star. No matter how huge a planet they came to, theirs was still their favorite original hometown. They had originally planned to familiarize themselves with Shayao City for a period of time before going to Earth-U City. They were just about to enter the tunnel highway intersection when they were urgently suspended. The entrance to the tunnel had been in a closed state. And not only them, there were dozens of cars lined up before and after them to leave the city as well. They had been waiting in the car for an hour, and Lin Xiaojin already had more than 10 strawberries. What's going on? Won't let go out of the city. Right? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Xiao Nua's sight stopped above the tunnel and said in a deep voice, There's no sign of the tunnel opening. The two had just said 2 words when the sound of a radio appeared. Residents. Because of the tunnel's vocalized emergency, the tunnel is undergoing closure and will open at a later date. What's going on? What the hell? I've been queuing here for 3 hours, and I can't get out of the city? Isn't this playing with us? Hearing the sound of the tunnel closing, quite a few people opened their voices with various complaints. Inside the first car in the car queue, the man's face turned white as the woman next to him kept cursing him. I wanted you to come out earlier, but you had to be so slow. Now we can't get out of the city. You think I want to? The man said with a frown. If the beasts attack the city, it's definitely dangerous for us to stay in Shayao City. What about your gossip? The man said with hope. My sister who works in the government of Earth U City told me herself. The Star U City virus has infected quite a few people. And although it doesn't have a high lethality rate, it will turn people into inhuman monsters. The scariest thing was that Star U City was farming tens of millions of animals that were also infected with this virus. However, all mutated and ran rampant in Star U City. Now that Xiao City was also infected by someone before. Although the reaction speed is still fast. As long as the infected person is closed management. For secret execution. But there are still leaks. And now there are already a small range of farm animals that have been infected. Animal infections are not like human infections. Animal infections become even more terrifying. Animals go crazy and their bodies become so hard that even a gunshot on their bodies doesn't even have the slightest scratch. Starlight City had not been able to control the animal infection. And now the infected mutated animals were rampaging everywhere in the city. The ones in Starry Glory City had fled outside. They also had a small area of infection in Xiao City. It might spread to the whole city soon. In order to be safe, they got the news and took their whole family to Earth U City. But today, the passageway was actually closed. Why is it closed? Quite a few people get off the bus and ask for the reason, but only get the official answer. There are many people straight can choose to leave. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu got out of the car and looked at the distance of the city, wanting to instantly move out, not knowing if the distance is enough. The most critical thing is that they do not know the specific reason for the closure of the tunnel, saying that it is because of special reasons. The tunnel refurbishment. If it was a maintenance forest, Xiaojin, even if he teleported out of the tunnel, there was no way to drive forward. We can only wait, Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. It's not like they had any money right now. The money was all used to buy a car. Fortunately, food was not something they lacked. Xiao Nua drove and found an underground car park and parked the car first. Now they could only wait for the tunnel to open before they could leave Xiao City. The next day during the day, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua decided to make a trip to the shopping mall and end up in supplying a batch of fruits to sell some star coins. Although it was possible to survive in space. But one couldn't just stay in space. One still had to go and adapt to society. Especially Xiaobozi. Sell some star coins to buy some early education classes for Xiaobozi. Or let Xiaobozi go to the playground to play. They still went to the same superstore from before. Still the same security guard stopped her. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the office area. The security guard still had the same extremely bad attitude as last time. This time, without waiting for Lin Xiaojin to say anything, the manager who had already made an appointment for her had already come out. Miss Lin, you're here. The manager came over and immediately gave Lin Xiaojin a warm handshake. The security guard froze in place in shock and nervously said, "By the manager." The manager didn't even bother to pay attention to the security guard and directly led Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua into the VIP office in the office area. Xiao Nua was carrying a box of fruits behind him, and the manager's eyes lit up as he looked at them. The two traded very happily. "I'll send the fruits over this short time," Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Good. I do very much believe in the quality of Miss Lin's fruits." Lin Xiaojin's fruits had an extremely high sex ratio, and there was no worry about selling them at all. The transaction was completed. Lin Xiaojin earned quite a few more star coins, and walked out of the door of the office area arm in arm with Xiao Nua. The security guard did not stop Lin Xiaojin this time, and immediately nodded his head and smiled. "Slowly go. You go slowly." Lin Xiaojin did not care about these changes in attitude. Compared to these, she cared more about her own strength and the money in her hand. These two have. Others still look down on you? Two just out of the shopping mall door. Suddenly sprang out a big dog with husky-like. Rushed to Lin Xiaojin, bite over. Xiao Nu on the side directly gave the husky a kick. Fell flying on the ground. Husky wailed. Xiao Nua slightly frowned. Lin Xiaojin to slowly retrieve their feet. Fortunately, is Xiao Nua's reaction than her faster than a second. If it is her own kick up. I'm afraid that this husky on the spot, no dog life. Behind the owner immediately followed up. Saw the dog lying on the ground, could not get up. Dang dang. Dang dang. The woman immediately hugged her husky. "You guys stay with my dog. This pet of mine is a cultivated imperial pet husky." The woman looked at the collapsed husky and stood up, pointing at both Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin. It was Xiao Nua who had just kicked away her dog. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but smile when she heard the imperial husky. However, she had lived here for such a long time that she more or less knew a few things. It was that the pets here were all bred, not born and raised. And some of the high-level pets even inspired supernatural abilities. It was like the planet that bred dinosaurs that Lin Xiaojin had brought before. The price of a dinosaur pet here was simply astronomical. This lady. It was your dog that lunged and bit me first. I was acting in self-defense, Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. What self-defense? You hurt my pet, destroying other people's property. I'm going to call the police to arrest you, said the woman, ready to start calling the police. Call the police? It would be very troublesome to get caught by the police here. You might as well call the police now as send your dog to the hospital first, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the dog lying on the ground. The woman looked at the unmoving husky on the ground at this time with a pale face and red eyes. Dang dang. I'll call now to send you to the hospital, the woman said, and then turned her head to Lin Xiaojin and said viciously. The two of you don't want to run either. Dang dang. I don't know if it was the woman shouting that had an effect. The husky lying on the ground moved its two legs a few times, then slowly climbed up. When the woman saw Dang Dang standing up, she immediately squatted down and wanted to hold the husky to see how it was doing. The husky suddenly stood up and barked furiously a few times, then rushed at the woman's hand and bit down. Lin Xiaojin looked at the pain, but did not go to stop. All said that her family's dog bites people. This time it bites on itself right. Ah! Only heard a scream from the girl. The husky still did not let go of its mouth, but instead bit harder, as if it was about to bite off the woman's flesh. Help! Help! The woman shouted as she called for help. The woman was at least a level 1 shifter. This would completely forget how to resist. Luckily, there was also a passing man, who at first glance was a strength system psychic, and hurriedly kicked away the husky. But the dog was worthy of being a high-level dog, and the dog's mouth was very sharp, directly tearing a piece of the woman's hand. The woman's pain is about to pass out. But which husky senior pet dog, instead of tearing down the skin, swallowed into the stomach? This could give the onlookers a fright. Many people took out their mobile phones to record small videos. This pet dogs are bred to be docile. How can they bite? Simply not only bite people, but also eat human skin. Many people on the road to see some people cannot bear to look at. Some people are disgusted to vomit. There are also even busy people dialed the police. That husky hair under the has grown out of hard skin. Just hair too thick are covered. And no one cared. The mutated husky didn't seem to be overjoyed and rushed towards the crowd again. Watch out! Someone in the crowd shouted. Most of the people on the street had psychic abilities, but the regulations stipulated that psychic abilities could not be released in the middle of the city. So no one used their psychic abilities to attack for a while. The husky jumped up and down in the crowd. And there were really a few people who were bitten by the mutated husky on their arms when they couldn't dodge. This mutated dog is crazy, the crowd shouted. This kind of pet dog bred to survive for 50.60 years had no problem. And this kind of dog was still a puppy. Husky bit several people in the crowd in a row. The police did not come. Usually the police here rushed over within 5 minutes. Now the police didn't come for 10 minutes. Ah! Still, someone reacted. And a few people ganged up on the frenzied husky and pressed it to the ground where it couldn't move. Ouch! There was blood all the way across the ground. And it took nearly half an hour before the police drove up. Another pet dog attacking people. The competent police officers were all at least level 2 alien. And they were also equipped with batons. They had often received alarms in the past 2 days as well. And there weren't enough police officers to go around. They even canceled their holidays. It wasn't easy for the epidemic to be under control. And now there were pet beasts inexplicably attacking humans again. The pet dog was subdued, sedated and put in a cage. Such pet dogs that hurt people are recalled and disposed of. The rest of the bitten people are sent to the designated hospital. But before that, all the people who were just refielded need to do a registration. Registration? Everyone took the initiative to cooperate with the police to do a registration. That is, name and ID number. Anyway, both her and Xiao Nua's names were fake, and their identities were bought. The registration was only a matter of minutes, and the crowd dispersed. But the blood on the ground hadn't even had time to be cleaned off. Lin Xiaojin saw a piece of hard skin on the stone tiles. This kind of hard skin she had seen before. Does this look like something that grew on that group of monsters? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown, instantly having a particularly bad feeling. It looks like that pet just now was infected, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. He felt that pet's body harden when he kicked it. And that kick Xiao Nuo did not show any mercy. To hurt Lin Xiaojin. It would be strange if he could show mercy. Although Xiao Nuo didn't have Lin Xiaojin's terrifying strength, he still had the strength of an adult man. Even more powerful than most men. This kick up. This pet dog is not dead, but also disabled. Not to mention Xiao Nuo kicked the dog's soft belly. However, this pet dog did not show any signs of injury, and was so ferocious that it bit several people in a row, and was finally subdued by several people joining hands. We won't be infected. Right? Lin Xiaojin now felt uncomfortable everywhere in her body. No! Xiao Nuo said with certainty. If they were to be infected, they would have been infected long ago. They then went shopping and bought a lot of things from the mall. Although she had a lot of space stuff. But it's habit to stock up when you have money. They came out and met a lot of police cars. From time to time, there were also police cars whizzing by on the streets. Lin Xiaojin rarely saw police cars in the months she stayed here, and she didn't expect to see several of them already after only a few minutes had passed. Just now it was too scary. That cat actually clawed out that person's eyes. Yeah. It's too scary. That was still a high-level pet. Premium pets should all be docile, nurturing pets. How could there be an incident of scratching and biting someone? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. None of these people were infected. Could it be that these viruses had mutated? Mutated and infected these animals? Along the way there were many people talking about this matter. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both felt that this matter was not simple. If this virus is only spreading among the animals, then it is easy to block. Maybe to sacrifice those animals. But this virus is not as simple as it seems. In Shaya City to raise pets is quite a lot. And like all kinds of animal farms are also very large. Because the Earth Star food is mainly human flesh food. We know how many animals are raised. The animals raised in the outer area of the city has been tens of millions. Of course, there are also outside the breeding of animal factories. Are not far from the city of the region. And there were also ferocious beasts outside the city. Which was why the walls of the city were built so high. Animal farming is even more intensive. Once infected is almost a total loss. But if all the infected animals are eliminated, it is costly in terms of human and material resources and financial resources. And faced with a very serious problem. That is, the shortage of food. So many people in the urban area still mainly eat meat. Vegetables and fruits would have been in short supply. It seems that people haven't realized this problem at first. And none of them have the habit of stocking up. How come the supermarket meat is empty today? Yeah. Usually meat is sold out. The fresh meat section of the supermarket was already empty. With an already empty sign. The frozen meat section next to it had very little left. Lin Xiaojin had also bought a lot of it. Although the texture of this meat wasn't as good as the fresh meat. The flavor was also good. The key is that her family Gale also need to eat meat all. These also have pet food are not cheap. But the pet food left quite a lot. And now they are reduced in price to deal with. This supermarket is also out of meat. Why don't we buy some vegetables to eat? A middle-aged man next to him said. Vegetables? You haven't seen that the prices of vegetables have all gone up. The woman said with a frown. Meat was almost consumed. There was no stock. Vegetables and fruits were all starting to increase in price. And those snacks and convenience foods were selling quite hot. Lin Xiaojin also did not shop much. The supermarket was also very crowded. Sometimes during the day out of the space to take Xiaobazi to play in the mall's amusement park. But there were also not many people. So Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo stayed in space for 3 more days. Xiao Nuo's level is still at the 4th level bottleneck. Always stuck where light enhancement cultivation is also very boring. Finally, Xiao Nuo did not continue to break through the bottleneck. Has been buried in the breakthrough bottleneck is not a way to break through the bottleneck to the late stage. The need for luck. Opportunity strength is indispensable. 3 days later Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo out of space. They came out of the location is to stop the car position. Lin Xiaojin found that there are still blood stains on the ground of the garage. And the windows of several cars next to them are broken all over the place. It's only been 3 days since I left the space. And I don't know what happened outside. But looking at the basement, so messy doesn't seem like a good thing. Basement are security. Not only security and alarm system. However, this ground blood. There are a few cars and traces of damage. The police car supposedly should have come. But actually did not move. Two people did not directly out of the garage, but first got into the car, directly drive out of the basement. There were also sporadic traces of blood on the road, and the garage intersection was blocked by several cars that seemed to have collided together. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Nua frowned and said. I'll join you, Lin Xiaojin said, and followed to get off the passenger side. The three cars blocking the entrance to the garage had their front ends crashed together, and their windows had all been broken. Two of the cars were empty. There were still traces of blood in the cars, and in the other car, there was a man dressed in black, who seemed to be crawling on the steering wheel. Hello. How are you? Lin Xiaojin went forward and asked. At this moment Xiao Nua had already come forward, his face grave. Dead, Xiao Nua said faintly. Lin Xiaojin walked to Xiao Nua's front before seeing the man's whole body. Half of his head had been torn apart, and his brain matter was still dripping liquid down the steering wheel. This looks like a laceration wound, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Something must have happened. Lin Xiaojin thought of the inexplicable animals that had gone berserk and mutated 3 days ago, and this dead man was more like a torn wound. Lin Xiaojin moved these few vehicles that were blocking the garage doorway one after another, and found that there was also a metal box in one car. This metal box looks expensive. Lin Xiaojin took it out of the broken car window. Lin Xiaojin is aware of the garage are monitoring. Here also has not yet blackout. Xiao Nua coalesced electromagnetic fields to interfere with the surrounding monitoring facilities. The metal box also has a fingerprint lock. Looking at the surface is also very hard, but also by Lin Xiaojin hard to break open. Indeed, it is very hard, so that Lin Xiaojin made a lot of force. Hands are breaking red. Open on the trigger alarm system. Of course Lin Xiaojin at this time do not know. But when you see a box of bright shiny crystal beads, Lin Xiaojin's surprised eyes are bright. Purple pupils shine brightly. This is a crystal bead. Right. Lin Xiaojin was a little excited to take out a crystal bead. All of them are diamond-shaped crystal beads. A box full of them. It is estimated that there are hundreds of them. Ordinary crystal beads are cheap, but this kind of diamond-shaped crystal beads are not cheap. One can be sold to thousands of star coins. In the Earth Star, a box of meat is only 10 pieces of star coins. This box has 2 layers. The first layer is this diamond-shaped crystal bead. The second layer, Lin Xiaojin's purple pupils are reflected in the green light. A wood attribute crystal bead. My God. Lin Xiaojin had survived here for so long. There were wood attribute crystal beads on the market, but an ordinary wood attribute crystal bead was 9,998. And just this wood attribute crystal bead is even very little. Almost a bunch of crystal beads, maybe 1 or 2 wood system crystal beads on sale. And this second layer of the female crystal beads can be green diamond-shaped crystal beads. Each one is placed neatly. Placed inside the lattice. 10 in a row. A total of 5 rows. This was a full 50 wood system diamond-shaped crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin felt like she was already too excited to speak. One of her wood system crystal beads let her space plants grow like crazy. And there was still energy left over. These 50 diamond-shaped wood system crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin didn't even dare to imagine. What? Must have. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. It's simply a big profit. Even if there are police coming. Let's hide in the space before we escape out of Xiaoyao's city. Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. Xiao Nua also nodded his head with a joyful color on his pupils. There was no such thing as heavenly fortune that would not be liked. Lin Xiaojin immediately threw the box into space, telling Xiao Yunduo that the wood system crystal beads could be kept for use. So many crystal beads can allow the space to be upgraded 2 levels in a row. Does Sister Xiaojin want to make an upgrade? Lil Yundo said, seeing so many crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin almost agreed. Fortunately, the little bun called out to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin looked at the little bun, who was playing with toys inside the fence. And when he saw Lin Xiaojin's conscious body, he wanted to call his mother to play with him. Not for now, Lin Xiaojin said after thinking about it. Right now the situation outside is still unknown. If the upgrade space still needs to be closed now. If it is upgraded 2 levels in a row, then I don't know how long it will take to close it. It is not safe to take the child outside. It is not too late to understand the situation outside before deciding. The desire to be able to upgrade the space is still great, but for the safety of the little bun, Lin Xiaojin still held back. A full 50 diamond-shaped crystal beads are enough for Lin Xiaojin's space for a long time. The consciousness came out of the space, and it was only a matter of seconds to talk to Little Cloud. Go! Xiao Nua said, clearing away the cars blocking the garage. The two of them quickly got into the car and drove away from here. Lin Xiaojin's heart still had that slight hint of nervousness. In the Blue Star end of the world city, she collected things casually. Then here just started to use star coins to buy things are still a little uncomfortable. So back to the old job is still a little nervous. But this point was enough for her to earn big spells. It wasn't like other people's special abilities, where the crystal beads helped cultivate less and less once they reached level 3. But instead required their own effort. Lin Xiaojin was a kryptonite player. The more crystal beads she had, the more she could upgrade. So they were still important to her. The lift at the entrance of the garage was also broken. And their car was just about to exit the garage when a car entered from above. The two cars crossed over. The glass in the opposite window had been damaged, and there was a woman sitting in the passenger side. "You guys still going out? It's full of mutated animals out there," the woman in the passenger side warned kindly. They had come out so hard to escape here. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. But the car had already driven out. "Are those two people sick?" Both told them that there are mutated animals outside and still ran outside. "You're just being nosy. Mind your own business," the man driving the car said. The garage they rented was in an underground mall. And from the garage was the main street. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both looked at their surroundings with a 12-minute spirit. There were no people on the road. Only cars were all parked on the road. But the roofs of the cars all looked like they had been trampled on. "This scene has a familiar feeling," Lin Xiaojin said calmly. "It was very similar to the time when the zombies attacked the city at the beginning of the end of the world. But that time, the streets were very lively. And there were all hissing zombies. Now the streets to be very quiet. No hissing zombies, but..." Xiao Nuo just hit the steering wheel ready to turn the corner when he saw a cow in the street. It should be a mutated cow. The cultivated cows. Sheep and other edible animals here are twice as big as those in Blue Star. The cultivated ones are bigger and have more meat. So the fur on the mutated cows had turned into a layer of greenish-black hard skin. And their eyes had also mutated into black and gray. After these cows mutated, they were all incredibly strong and defensive, becoming manic and biting raw food. Several farms in Xiayao City mutated overnight. And the farm workers simply couldn't control it and rushed into the city. Stars was run by the autonomy of the city. The highest power was the government plus the police. There was no army here. But there were special police. The number of special police and guards in Xiayao City wasn't very large. Because people here didn't have countries to fight over. There was only one country. The cities almost don't interfere with each other except for trade. Because of the geographical distance. The animal mutation in Xiayao City violently broke out. The police force was insufficient, and even asked for help towards other cities. However, similar to the Starry Night City, each city has closed its gates for fear of being affected by the outbreak. Starry City had lost many people to the virus. So naturally it didn't care about Xiayao City. The car so big target traveling on the road soon attracted a mutant cow. Huge size. Lin Xiaojin, this will know how those cars next to it are broken. "Get out of the car," Xiao Nuo decisively said. Lin Xiaojin was directly instantaneous out. Instantaneous to the back of the mutant bull. Grabbed its tail and violently yanked it back. The mutant cow's size was estimated to be 500 kilograms. And was directly yanked back a large distance by Lin Xiaojin. And at this moment, Xiao Nuo also got down from the car. A net of lightning directly wrapped around the mutant cow. Zzz, the mutant cow issued a wail. And then fell to the ground in pain. The mutant cow body is still smoldering with the black smoke of being electrified. Lin Xiaojin smoothly first put the car into the space. In case they encountered another mutant cow to smash the car they bought, then she would be heartbroken. It is true that what you spend money to buy is more cherished. Although the mutant cow was electrocuted by Xiao Nuo, it hadn't been electrocuted to death yet. Mainly because of this hard skin on its body, which helped it block most of the power. Lin Xiaojin took out the dagger that Xiao Nuo had given her earlier from space, and held the dagger, and directly inserted it into the mutant's head. Unfortunately, the dagger was too small. And the cow's head was too big to find anything. And the barrel didn't find anything even after a round. There is no. Lin Xiaojin was a little disappointed. Originally wanted to see this virus mutation is not going to produce crystal beads. Is it possible that crystal beads can only be produced if the virus mutates into a zombie? Lin Xiaojin took the dagger and pounded in the cow's head for a while. Or nothing happened. But instead, the cow's head flowed a sticky liquid. These liquids have turned green. According to normal ordinary cattle blood is red. But unfortunately, the liquids of this kind of cattle are green. Lin Xiaojin took out the mineral water and rinsed the dagger, then pinned it on his waist. "Let's go!" Lin Xiaojin said. There were no crystal beads in this mutated cow, so there was no need for Lin Xiaojin to do anything, thinking that Blast Wind hadn't been out of space for a long time. And since recovering and absorbing a lot of gold-type crystal beads, now Blast Wind had grown to be the size of a tiger, and Lin Xiaojin could even sit on Blast Wind's body. But at the moment, the wind is in the space to pack the little bun to play. Wait for the little bun to play with the wind before releasing him is not too late. Not long after the two people left, the cow that had already been daggered by Lin Xiaojin actually wobbled and stood up again. The hole in its head that was stabbed by the dagger was still oozing out green liquid, dripping down the cow's eyes. Not to mention how oozy it looked. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had to choose to walk. On the way they encountered two more mutant cows, but they were all put down by Xiao Nua's power grid. "Let's go into the mall." Lin Xiaojin pointed to the mall next to her. If it was really this chaotic, go to the mall and stock up on a wave of supplies. This was something she was very experienced in. She was very excited to be able to hoard things for free. Although there were quite a lot of things in the space, who would mind having fewer supplies? Of course, more is better. The door to the mall was open. The transparent glass windows were broken, and there was a body on the ground that had already been trampled to death. They had just entered the mall and saw that the glass of the counters next to them had all shattered. So Lin Xiaojin headed in the direction of the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, there were still people with weapons in their hands. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua walked in. Just a few people were instantly alert. But after seeing that it was a human being, they relaxed again. "Quick! Hurry up and get some food. Let's hurry and go home." Humph. Several people were padded with large plastic bags in their hands. And there were no supermarket employees at the cash registers. The alarm instruments on the supermarket's big screen had all been destroyed, and most of the things on the shelves had already been taken. Food Lin Xiaojin was not in short supply. Instead, he went to the living area. Xiao Nua looked on from the sidelines, and in the meantime released the electromagnetic field to destroy the surveillance. What if they were caught by the police again later, when normalcy was restored? But this was really too much to worry about. The SWAT couldn't even look after themselves. There weren't many SWAT officers in Xiao City to begin with. And the first thing they chose to do was to protect themselves and their families when they couldn't control the crisis. Now the outer areas of Xiao City had been completely abandoned. Only the central area had not been infected. And the super strong power light curtain had been turned on. In the urban areas the power would soon dry up, as all the power was being used to protect the main central area. These animal breeding farms were all established in the peripheral areas. So the peripheral area where Lin Xiaojin was already a disaster. Most of the main city in the center was filled with those mutated pets. Although it was dangerous, but most of the SWAT team was also concentrated in the main city in the center. When the animals in the outer city couldn't be controlled, the main city directly turned on the electromagnetic light curtain, which led to a lot of people living in the outer area cursing. However, regardless of the curses in the powerful, the main urban area still has no tendency to let go. These mutant animals will continue to mutate with time. There are also many peripheral residents clamoring to open up the city walls. They can't enter the main city area to be protected. They can also escape from the sandy city area. Although there were also wild beasts infesting the outside of the urban area, it was better than the outer urban area being taken out by a group of mutated animals in one pot. Despite the strong request, the tunnels in the outer city area still didn't open, saying that the special police in the main city area had already airlifted over high-level weapons to hunt the group of frenzied mutant animals. If the city walls were opened, and the mutant animal virus was circulated, and the group of wild beasts outside were infected with this virus, it would be an even bigger disaster. Some of the wild animals had attribute psychic abilities, so once they were infected, I'm afraid it would be a large-scale disaster. And all the ordinary people in the outer districts also had attribute psychic abilities. So the Xiao City government encouraged everyone to unite together, not to go out alone, and to work together to fight against the mutated animals, and would clear all of this up. Lin Xiaojin was also quite speechless about all this. But the residents here were the majority of people with psychic abilities. But although they inspired psychic abilities, none of them had systematically learnt them. Only the SWAT team and the police will learn. Ordinary people will also be practiced. Of course, only a very small part. Most of the alien energy as a convenience of life. Moreover, Enhancing psychic abilities required psychic crystals, and ordinary people wouldn't spend that much money to buy psychic crystals. But this time, the outer district had become a disaster area. The supermarket's food had basically been looted, and there were some bold ones who had all grabbed some star coins. But the mall's valuables hadn't been robbed yet, and even the alien energy crystals were mostly intact in the counters. Maybe it's because they've just experienced a disaster, and the SWAT team will be coming soon to destroy these mutated animals. But Lin Xiaojin had no problem with this place. She and Xiao Nua were not from this planet in the first place. And this mutant animal is so crazy. It's not always possible to control it in the future. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were originally prepared to leave Xiaoyao's city. They wouldn't live here permanently. Her friends, her relatives weren't here, and she would definitely find them. There were still mutated animals scurrying back and forth on the streets that seemed to be looking for something. And the vast majority of the residents were hiding in their homes and not coming out. This was because an announcement had been made on the TV, asking the residents to stay at home as much as possible for safety, much less traveling alone. They would be dispatching special police to carry out the extermination of the mutated animals in the near future. But due to the large number of special police being insufficient, it would take some time. There are at least tens of millions of mutated animals now, and only a portion of them have already broken into the city, causing serious consequences. Just serious consequences? Lin Xiaojin didn't believe it. After all, she had already seen several corpses being gnawed on along the way. Ah! Someone downstairs shouted. It turned out that another mutant cow had rushed into the supermarket. Lin Xiaojin looked up, and this mutant cow was actually the one she had solved with Xiao Nua earlier. There was also a black hole gurgling out of that cow's head. This isn't even dead. Lin Xiaojin was surprised. Lin Xiaojin clearly remembered which mutant cow head she had rolled a hole in ruthlessly, and even stirred a few waves inside in order to find the crystal beads. If it was an ordinary mutant beast, it would have died for sure. Why is this mutant bull so fierce? The mutant cow rampaged through the ground floor. Bang bang. The counters, and also the shelves were knocked apart. Ah! A woman couldn't help but shriek in shock when she saw such a frightening image. Especially the bloody cow's head. It instantly attracted the attention of that mutated cow. Run! Go! Some people saw this and fled around the mutant cow. But the shelves that the mutant cow had rammed into scattered all over the place, just in time to block the entrance to the supermarket. There were two people who ran out from the cashier's desk and just ran out and hurriedly turned back. It turned out to be outside the shopping mall. Will emerge 7.8 mutant cows. Is outside the crazy attack. See what to attack what. No difference in the attack. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were hiding in the area selling daily chemicals. And there were already two people running towards their area. The user you are calling is busy. The woman was holding a mobile phone in her hand and kept dialing. None of the police calls are going through. Didn't they say that the police force has been increased to remove these mutant beasts? The woman spoke anxiously, and her face was also very tense. What a fart. That group of special police have probably all gone to the central district to protect the people there. Who cares about the outer city? The man said cynically. This was also the reason why no one from the outer districts could squeeze into the central district. The woman wasn't saying anything, just very disappointed. Might as well hide at home. It's just that there's no more food at home, so she ventured out with her boyfriend today. The two met head-on just in time to collide with Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua on the opposite side. Mutant animals are coming. Don't go forward. The woman kindly reminded. Lin Xiaojin found that the women here seemed to be quite kind. She had already been reminded twice today. Thanks, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Hurry up. Hurry up. The man next to her quickly urged her. Inside there is actually no place to run. To get out can only go out from the supermarket exit. There is no direct lift to the first floor. But the ground floor supermarket to have a back door. Is convenient to enter and exit the goods, and specially left the internal staff channel. Lin Xiaojin's things see all collected almost. Ready to run to the staff channel. But the mutant cow in front of her was still raging. And there was even a woman who was crushed by the shells. And another man who used a knife to roll over the eyes of the mutant cow. There was also a man who was supposed to be a fire-type psychic, releasing fireballs that were only the size of ping-pong balls. Normally, he would just use it to light himself up with a cigarette, which was more convenient. The small fireballs were not lethal to the mutant cows at all. Don't mind me. You run away. The woman who was pressed by the shelf on the ground said. The man didn't say a word, as the small fireball ignited the plastic on the shelf next to him and began to zigzag. The man oil threw fireballs towards all the other flammable point items until his face went white. The overuse of his powers and energy consumption made his face pale and his forehead a little cold. Zip, zip, zip. The supermarket was on fire in various places, and white smoke started to come out. The smoke immediately triggered the alarm. Drip, drip, drip. The alarm rang non-stop, and the nozzle above began to spray water. Caught off guard, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were both drenched in water. The mutant cow was also made even more manic by the sudden spray of water, and attacked blindly in all directions. The man took the opportunity to try to push the shells away, but he couldn't do it. The two shells iterated together, and the woman was stuck right in the middle. Leave me alone. Just go. The woman was desperate. Finally, by sheer force of will, the man pushed the shells a crack. Quick! Climb out! The man said with a strained voice, his face even more red from the exertion and suffocation. The woman took advantage of the gap and climbed out. The man then breathed a sigh of relief, just ready to put down the shells. The mutant cow rushed over again. Touch! The huge shells collapsed and actually fell on the man's body. But the man was not as lucky as the woman. The woman was only stuck between the two shells and was not injured. And the man moved the shells, and she was able to climb out. But the man was shells to pressure the lower half of the body. The man was stifled by the pain and fainted on the spot. Ah, you? Wake up! The woman shook the man. But the man's lower half of his body was pressed down, and there was blood seeping out. Bang, bang. Seeing the mutated animals crashing around, and smelling the blood rushing towards her, the woman wasn't even looking at the man, running away in fear. Turning the corner just in time to see Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua looking for the employee passageway. Help! Help, ah! Save my boyfriend, ah! The woman seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Xiaojin looked at the woman in front of him. Her clothes had been scratched, and the makeup on her face from crying had been spent. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned and did not chance the woman in front of her, but continued to walk forward with Xiao Nua. The woman saw Lin Xiaojin ignored her, and went straight to Xiao Nua, thinking that Xiao Nua man must not be good to reject her. Who knows that she has not yet grabbed the man? Xiao Nua has already prejudged her prejudgment. Directly dodged away, giving the woman a pounce, falling right in front of Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's body. As long as you help me save my boyfriend, I can take you guys into the central city to be protected. The woman immediately came up with conditions and said. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She was going out of the city to what central area? This condition obviously wouldn't let Lin Xiaojin out. I'm sorry. We're all ordinary people I'm afraid we can't save. We're in a hurry to escape, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The woman looked at Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people in addition to the body drenched in some water. We're a bit anxious to escape the appearance of life. And the woman's intuition that this purple-eyed woman could definitely help her. As far as others were panicking and running away, the two of them were still walking slowly here. If Lin Xiaojin knew what was going on inside the woman's mind, she would have sighed that this woman's intuition could be really accurate. And she really wasn't panicking. Because even if there was danger she couldn't solve, she could still enter space to hide. So space was her strongest backing. It was also because of space that she could be so carefree. The woman clenched her teeth and actually took off her blouse in front of the two of them. Xiao Nua directly turned her head quickly to Lin Xiaojin's face. Just a gloomy and terrible face. Lin Xiaojin was even more surprised by the actions of the woman in front of her. There was no need for this. Right? However, it was also Lin Xiaojin who thought too much. The woman just took off half of her face and pulled out a piece of metal box from inside. This is for you guys. This is a level 3 exotic energy crystal. The woman showed so much heartache. I won't lie to you guys. Please save the people first. I'll give it to you immediately after saving them, the woman said anxiously. He was afraid that something might happen to his boyfriend if he dragged on. My father is Lin Zihao, the president of the Central City Haohua Mall, the woman said. Lin Xiaojin didn't even listen to the woman's words behind her. He just saw a colorful exotic crystal placed inside the box in the woman's hand. Good. Lin Xiaojin directly agreed without even thinking. This was the heaven-sent alien energy crystal. Colored alien energy crystal. Ah. Little Cloud? Will it create a second Little Cloud? Or will it upgrade Little Cloud? Lin Xiaojin hit her excited heart, hoping that this woman was true to her word. If she saved someone and didn't give it, then Lin Xiaojin, but she would take action to get back what belonged to her. Where is it? Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, her tone still carrying a hint of urgency. The woman did not expect Lin Xiaojin really agreed. Immediately pointed to the front and said, right in front. Lin Xiaojin also no nonsense followed the woman's gaze and ran over. At this moment the time has passed more than 2 minutes. The man was pressed under the shelves. Vaguely can still see the floor has printed out blood. Aside of the mutant cow is crazy top shelf. All kinds of shelves just to put the mutant cow stuck in the corner of the wall. This man is also lucky. Otherwise the mutant cow just need to attack once. This man will definitely die. Mutant cattle seem to feel someone over. Again a burst of crazy twisting. Mutant cattle's strength is very large. So a crazy around the shelves were thrown away. Xiao Nua's hand coalesced a ball of power grid directly rushed to the mutant cow. The mutant cow was once again electrocuted on the spot. And the woman wasn't surprised that Xiao Nua's lightning system was actually this strong. Instead, she hurriedly ran towards the fainted man. Ah you? Ah woo? The woman kept calling out to the man. But it seemed that the man had been pressed and fainted on the spot. And was losing too much blood at the moment. Lin Xiaojin directly moved the shelves that pressed on the man's lower body away. The man's leg had been crushed. And there was blood flowing out. Outside the mall is noisy. I'm afraid there are still mutant animals. Lin Xiaojin took out the hemostatic bungee from space and handed it to the woman. You tie his leg. Otherwise he will die if he bleeds too much. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. But I won't. The woman was a little bit submissive. Lin Xiaojin didn't shut up about what she said. She said in a deep voice. I saved the person for you. Do I have to give me the things? No. Lin Xiaojin heard the woman's words of refusal. Her face went cold. She frowned slightly, and her tone became chilly. You want to back out? No. It's not. Yeah, this I don't know. I'll give it to you if you help me tie it up. The woman subconsciously showed a hint of nervousness when she saw Lin Xiaojin, who suddenly turned cold. Lin Xiaojin's face turned cold with a murderous aura, which was also cultivated by Lin Xiaojin's frequent killing of zombies. Lin Xiaojin looked at the man who had fainted and frowned slightly. At this time Xiao Nua had already squatted down and took a tourniquet to help tie up the man. In less than 2 minutes in total, Xiao Nua had already finished. Alright. Things can be given to me now, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. If the woman still wanted to back out, Lin Xiaojin would have to come on hard. She wouldn't be soft-hearted. For one, the colorful crystal beads were too tempting to her. And secondly, a man must keep his word. Here. The woman pulled out the box from her arms and threw it to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin, who got the item, was very happy. The psyche was even more excited. But she didn't realize it. But calmly put the things into the space. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin said to Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua nodded and prepared to leave with both Lin Xiaojin. But the woman was in a hurry. Wait! The woman immediately called out to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. This woman couldn't be going back on her words? So she looked at her with a cold face. The woman seemed to feel Lin Xiaojin's cold aura. She said, I'm not trying to back out. Ah, you is injured, and I'm not a strength-based psychic. I can't hold him. Can you guys help me escort me to the main city intersection? The woman could see that Xiao Nua's strength was very strong. To be able to put the lay system like that was at least a strength that only the SWAT team had. Lin Xiaojin's strength system looked like it was in good hands as well. And she looked very calm in the face of the mutant cow. Of course. I won't let you run for nothing. Crystal beads. I still have 2 of the colored crystal beads in your hand. Or you can follow me into the main city. The main city area had an electromagnetic light curtain. How could they enter? The main city area has long been closed. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. It's fine. It's possible to get in. The woman said calmly. His father was a big businessman with wealth. And her mother, as well as her grandfather, was a Shayao City special police officer and deputy superintendent. So she could definitely go back. As long as she returned to the main city she would be safe. She also came here this time, because she had previously snuck out to play with her boyfriend in the outer city. Lin Xiaojin's heart was a little different. The main colored crystal beads were too hard to find in this world. You want colored alien crystals? Knowing that colored crystal beads are simply not available in Earth Star. The woman said calmly. Colored alien energy crystals could only be absorbed by special types. Extremely special alien abilities. And currently the only known ones could only be absorbed by IQ-type alien abilities, whose intelligence was very high. As for why she had it, It was entirely because her family had money. And she took this colored alien energy crystal as a kind of accessory. After all, who wouldn't like dazzling colored pearls? So the remaining two were set in her earrings. The woman looked at Lin Xiaojin and very much suspected that she was the intelligent alien. Having a high IQ could connect with electronic products. Lin Xiaojin actually had no idea what the colored alien crystals were doing. She was just doing it for the little cloud in her space. Or in producing an existence that looks like a little cloud. For one thing, she is a little cloud, a little lonely. And secondly, the space and one more person to help her is also much better. After all, as opposed to the small clouds, to her is more 100% loyalty. Because the space absorbed the colored crystal beads to produce the small clouds. And the small clouds also need colored crystal beads to upgrade. Lin Xiaojin did not answer the woman's words for the time being, but first put that one colored crystal bead into the space. The spirit entered the space and said, "Little Yunduo, this crystal bead you can use to upgrade." Little Cloudy shook her head and said, "I don't need the colored crystal bead to upgrade now. I'm an adult body now. I need to follow the space to upgrade." When Lin Xiaojin heard this, her eyes lit up and she was midly excited. So it seemed that the colored crystal beads could also recreate another little cloud. Immediately Lin Xiaojin crushed the colored crystal beads and let the space absorb it. This time the colored crystal beads were directly the third-grade colored crystal beads, instantly condensing a bigger piece of cloud. This piece of cloud was twice as big as the previous piece of small cloud. This large piece of cloud did not choose to fall on the apple tree, when the little cloud was chosen to be molded on the apple tree. So it was almost as if the little cloud was an apple in its own right, with its own apple aroma. This large cloud then landed on a much larger watermelon, a large green mass. This crystal bead energy to be much more. It won't take long for this guy to turn directly into a spiritual body with the little cloud. Little Yundo, on the other hand, was a burst of excitement. Was she going to have a kindred spirit? Was she also born like this? The little cloud is excited, for their own will soon have the same kind. She is not alone. Although the space has a small package as a Gale, but for the small package she is respect. Gale, and she is not a kind. Now in the real sense, she had a kindred spirit. It was only a matter of a minute for the spirit to enter the space. While the woman thought Lin Xiaojin was considering it. "I can still pay you another 10,000 star coins." The woman spoke up again here. She could really see now that this mutated cow didn't want to be as simple as she had imagined. And even if it was hiding in the room, it would still be a threat. She still had her boyfriend with her now, and her own supernatural ability was useless. So she could only rely on outsiders. And money was a trivial matter in front of life and death. "Good deal," Lin Xiaojin responded. She also didn't expect her spirit to go into the meeting space and have an extra 10,000 star coins. The woman, this will not be a time of heartache. As long as she can send her and you back to the central city on the line. Women cannot back injured man. Lin Xiaojin can be moved, but Xiao Nua may let her back. So only Xiao Nua back man. The man is too injured. First go to find a treatment room to give the man temporary treatment. From here to the main city by underground there is nearly 1 hour. If they drive there it will take 3 or 4 hours. There was no way this urban area was too big. The outer city alone was equivalent to a first-tier big city in Blue Star. I remember there's an outpatient clinic near here. You has to go to the outpatient clinic for treatment for such a serious injury, the woman said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Indeed, this man was seriously injured. If he was not treated, I'm afraid he would die in a short time. My name is Lin Mei Ling. The woman simply said her name. Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin also said lightly. Lin Mei Ling looked at Xiao Nua and found that Xiao Nua did not have the intention to take care of her. She was slightly embarrassed and did not say anything. She just felt that Xiao Nua's human temperament was cool and his looks were handsome. You know the way to the outpatient clinic, right? Go to the outpatient clinic first, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. I know. Lin Mei Ling nodded, the watch on her wrist picking the location. Go out from the supermarket and turn right 5,000 meters east of the road. Lin Mei Ling checked the location and said. Lin Xiaojin answered. Lin Mei Ling walked at the front to lead the way. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both followed behind. There are mutated animals all over the place out there. Not just mutated cows, but also sheep. There are also mutated pigs, Lin Mei Ling said with some nervousness. They had seen many of them in their room windows. These mutated animals were hanging around in the streets. Usually they couldn't get on the lift and stairs, so people didn't dare to go downstairs. Lin Meiling and Wang Tianyu also stayed in the hotel. There was really no food. This side went downstairs to the supermarket to find food. Unexpectedly to the supermarket to encounter mutant cattle. Wang Tianyu also almost died here. Fortunately, ran into Lin Xiaojin. Otherwise Wang Tianyu will die. However, Lin Xiaojin got a message that this group of mutant animals will not go up the stairs. Lin Xiaojin passed by the shopping mall selling communication watches, looking at the woman wearing a very convenient, but also poor geographic location. So walked over and picked a more good-looking and practical, directly breaking the glass. The alarm went off just once, and was interfered with by Xiao Nua's electromagnetic field. You are robbing. You'll be sentenced to jail, Lin Meiling said in surprise when she saw Lin Xiaojin's actions. Everyone here was like this at first, Lin Xiaojin said without a care in the world. The police can catch me before sentencing me. Lin Xiaojin looked at the woman's face as she blanched. You can't commit a crime in Erstar, especially in urban areas. You just went to the supermarket to look for food and didn't pay for it, right? Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Lin Meiling blushed in embarrassment and said, I'll make it all up later. If you have a criminal record you'll be wanted, and you won't be able to go to the main urban area for life. You'll even be banished from the city. Lin Xiaojin was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and directly put her watch on, checked the nearest clinic, and looked at the time again. If you keep inking away, I'm afraid your boyfriend is about to break. Seeing Wang Tianyu's pale face, Lin Meiling said, Let's go! Although there was some reluctance in her heart. Obviously it was Lin Xiaojin who delayed the time. But she didn't dare to say anything. After all, she was begging Lin Xiaojin to do something. From the transparent glass inside the shopping mall, you can see that the street has several mutant pigs running back and forth, crashing around. Cars were broken, and all kinds of public facilities were destroyed. What to do? There are mutant animals out there, Lin Meiling said nervously. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. If there was only Xiao Nua, she would directly let Xiao Nua enter the space, while she would directly instantly move over, and it would be fine. But now with a Lin Meiling and Wang Tianyu, let's run over from here as fast as we can. Lin Xiaojin pointed at the flyover not far away. Those mutant cows shouldn't be able to climb stairs, right? Lin Xiaojin looked at those mutant animals that didn't go up the stairs. Run over? Lin Meiling frowned slightly. Such a long distance, and a road in between. There were also mutant animals beside the road that were bumping into the pillars there. They would definitely be discovered if they ran over there so openly. These mutant animals seem to have inexhaustible energy. Even if the injury is serious, as long as it is not segmented, it can continue to climb up. It can be said that the vitality is quite strong. Lin Xiaojin has chopped zombies. Also chopped all kinds of strange mutant animals. But chopping off the head is almost certain death. But this kind of virus-infected mutant animal, life force tenacious, want to kill too difficult. Lin Xiaojin stabbed the mutant cow's head, and it didn't even die. It was still able to charge out. Don't worry. You just run, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Lin Meiling was still a little nervous. Lin Xiaojin walked forward with Xiao Nua. Go! Lin Xiaojin turned back to look at Lin Meiling, so slightly frowned and said, If you delay, your boyfriend is afraid that he will really die. Lin Meiling heard her boyfriend, which calmed her down a bit. Looking at her boyfriend powerlessly leaning on Xiao Nua's back, gritting her teeth, and following Lin Xiaojin's pace. Although Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were not afraid of mutated animals, they tried not to startle them if they could. The three of them slowly came out of the shopping mall. And then it was time to pass through a road. And across the road was exactly a mutated cow. It was across the road that they had to get to. And these were able to pass over a flyover to reach the street across the street, where the outpatient clinic shown on the road was located. They passed through the road, immediately startled this mutant cow. Towards them rushed over. Huge size, so run over can also feel from the ground shattering feeling. Lin Xiaojin's eyes narrowed slightly. Not the slightest bit fearful. While Lin Meiling had panic in her eyes. Touch! Lin Xiaojin kicked at the mutant cow's head. Lin Xiaojin had fought with the mutant cow, and knew that this guy's strength was huge. So Lin Xiaojin didn't show mercy with her foot, and used almost 80% of her strength. Touch! The mutant cow's head sunk into a piece, exactly where Lin Xiaojin kicked, and the huge mutant cow's body was kicked backward a hard distance. Lin Meiling looked at Lin Xiaojin incredulously. Actually kicking a mutant bull away. Lin Xiaojin looked like a tiny body. Actually had such great explosive power. And she didn't look like a strength system alien all. In her impression, strength system psychics were mostly men. Strong and powerful. Girls almost never awaken strength system psychics. Go! Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Meiling heard Lin Xiaojin shout, then reacted, and immediately chased after him. Then still couldn't help but look back at the mutant cow that had already been kicked. Once again, looking at Lin Xiaojin's gaze was somewhat meaningless. Just a moment ago, when she moved the shells, Lin Meiling didn't even notice Lin Xiaojin's relaxed expression. That mutant cow that was kicked to the ground by Lin Xiaojin. Not a moment later, the body moved again. Then slowly climbed up again. The residents who live upstairs, they don't dare to go downstairs. And it is no fun to stay at home. So they look down from upstairs. Mom, I just saw a sister who is so powerful. Kicked the monster away with one kick. The woman who was tidying up in the living room heard her daughter's description and walked towards the window. Is the SWAT team here? Isn't it going to clean up these mutated animals? The woman was a little excited. They had been squatting in the house for several days. The downstairs was full of mutated animals. And even upstairs, when they first started, they could hear all kinds of screams from downstairs. Some people ran out to be gnawed on by several mutant animals gnawing on each other. And in less than a minute the people were clean, leaving only a streak of blood on the ground. The woman ran to the window and followed her daughters to see a few were standing on the footbridge, with two mutant animals underneath the bridge. The woman didn't see the SWAT team and mentally lost it for a moment. SWAT did not come and did not want to find a way to eliminate these mutant animals that ran out. None of them had a way to return to normal life. And as the time is getting longer and longer, some people have begun to complain. The alarm phones simply understand that they cannot get through. Always on the phone. They would just have to send the city dignitary phone, which was playing on a loop to tell the residents of the outer city to stay at home without fear and not to go out. Stay alert, a bunch of nonsense. No one cares about them at all. Mom, look at that sister in the gray sweatshirt. She's so awesome. The little girl pointed at Lin Xiaojin through the window. It was only at this time that the woman remembered what the little girl had just said, but didn't take it to heart and just carried her daughter down from the floating window. Don't look, or you should be too scared to sleep at night again, the woman said with a slight frown. In Shaoyao City's TV series and films, none of them would put any footage of gory scenes, because the Earth Star is not like the Blue Star. Almost everyone has psychic abilities. In order to prevent these psychics from causing chaos, or destroying the rules of society for the psychics of the mind, all aspects of the regulation to be more powerful. They see mutant animals gnawing on people. This kind of scene, don't mention how bloody it is. Mom, will those monsters be captured? Can I still go to school? The little girl looked up and asked her mom. Yes, it should be. If 2 days ago, the woman would have said yes without hesitation. But it's already been a week, and the police call doesn't even go through. She's now starting to hesitate. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Lin Meiling had already walked to the flyover, which didn't have any large mutated beasts. But there was a mutated pet. Looking at the strange appearance, Lin Xiaojin did not recognize what this strange animal was. Totoro pet beast. Advanced pet beast. Lin Meiling couldn't help but take 2 steps forward when she saw the chinchilla pet for a moment. Ow! When the chinchilla pet beast turned back, its eyes were gray and stiff, and the corners of its mouth still had blood. Lovely face also changed into an incomparable horror. Lin Meiling suddenly saw shocked. This chinchilla cat was infected. The chinchilla was originally a high-level pet. Was cultivated by the supernatural ability. Has a special kind of supernatural ability. That is, releasing a cloud of aroma. If you smell it, you will faint. A pink mist drifted over in front of her eyes. Lin Xiaojin subconsciously covered the button nose. But Lin Meiling did not. The mist drilled into Lin Meiling's nose. Lin Xiaojin smoothly embraced the fainting Lin Meiling. Xiao Nuo, a lightning ball instantly hit the whole body of the dragon cat. Zzz. The fur on the chinchilla's body was instantly electrified and numb. And the energy of the level 4 lightning ball directly scorched the mutant chinchilla. The body was blackened. Lin Xiaojin probed Lin Meiling's nostrils. It should have fainted, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Meiling and thought of the colored crystal bead. She said, "Take it away first. Her colored crystal beads are useful to me." Good. Xiao Nuo didn't oppose Lin Xiaojin's intention. On the contrary, no matter what Lin Xiaojin did, he would support it unconditionally. On the contrary, if the one who made this decision today was Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaojin would also support it without any hesitation. The two of them have long been running in both directions today. Lin Xiaojin didn't carry Wang Tianyu on his back like Xiao Nuo, but just resisted Lin Mei Ling with one hand. Let's go! The animals under the flyover seemed to have sensed them, and were running towards here. Originally, they thought that these mutated animals wouldn't go up the stairs, but they didn't expect that there were really a few that were exceptions. Xiao Nuo coalesced out a huge power grid with one hand, which was also the largest that Lin Xiaojin had seen Xiao Nuo coalesce nowadays. Xiao Nuo's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Zzz. The electric grid electricity on the mutant animal made a zip, zip, zip sound, accompanied by a black smoke. But the hard skin on the mutant animal's body acted as a dip protection. Lin Xiaojin carried Lin Mei Ling with one hand and pressed a mutant cow with the other. He fiercely kicked out towards the mutant cow's head. Plop plop plop. Lin Xiaojin's shoes were sticky with blood, and one of the shoes was still open. The quality of this shoe was really not good. It's too late to change shoes in the current situation. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both carry a person, but also at once dried down 3 mutant cows. This strength in the SWAT team is even more powerful. The two people didn't even have weapons in their hands, and actually managed to take out the mutated animals. That man is a lightning system psychic. That ball of lightning he just released is at least level 3 or above. Right? A level 3 thunder alien can be a police superintendent. That girl just now. She kicked a mutant cow's head open. The key is that girl was carrying a girl with one hand, and she was able to kick the mutant bull away. That mutant bull's body size was huge. Even a strength-type alien could not do it. And the hard skin that mutated out of that mutant bull's body was even tougher. The key is that girl doesn't even look like a strength-based alien. How many levels of strength alien does she have to be to kick the mutated cow away? I'm also a level 2 strength alien, and I can't even fight against a mutant cow. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that someone who heard the commotion upstairs happened to see the scene, and even took a video and sent it online. The internet instantly exploded with a bunch of comments. Although Xiao City was infested with mutated animals, the infrastructure was all still perfect, so there was no problem with the internet speed. And as you can see online, the people in the outer city have already cursed the government of the main city. But it didn't work in the slightest. Most of the people in the outer city are asking for help, but they still can't get an answer. Lin Xiaojin didn't even know about all of this. Quickly finished solving these few mutated animals that were in the way, and then hurriedly went down the flyover to the opposite side of the road. Some of the mutated animals that were just solved by Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo are slowly regaining consciousness again. This kind of virus-infected mutant animal, if you want to completely solve them, you need to dismantle them. This was also the reason why those SWAT officers couldn't even manage it, because the mutated animals around the outer city had already rushed out. Those SWAT officers hadn't even solved the mutant cows outside, and now the group of mutant cows running to the urban area were all overflowing. I'm afraid that it won't be long until once the group of SWAT officers can't hold the fort. By then the mutated animals from the major farms outside the urban area will have run out, and the outer urban area will become a disaster. Now flowing out hundreds of thousands of mutant cows the outer city cannot withstand. If the electromagnetic light curtain in the outer city is turned on, then the electromagnetic light curtain in the main city will have to be turned off, because the amount of electrical energy consumed is very huge. The main city and the outer city, they will naturally give priority to the main city. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both quickly ran towards the community clinic on the first floor. The door to the clinic was closed. Lin Xiaojin kept knocking on the door, and finally a person nervously opened the glass, but didn't open the door. Just looked at Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo through the glass. Let us in. Someone is injured, Lin Xiaojin said loudly. The people inside saw Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin, 2 people each carrying a person, and looked around without mutant beasts, then dared to open the electric roll-up door. However, it was only opened a narrow gap that could only pass one person. After Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo went over, Xiao Nuo put the person on the medical bed next to him, and Lin Xiaojin was Lin Mei Ling put on the single sofa next to him. The one who opened the door for them was a young woman, probably in her 20s. What's going on with these two? The woman inquired. This one got his leg crushed by a mutant animal attack. Lin Xiaojin pointed at Wang Tianyu on the bed and said. The woman looked at Wang Tianyu stronger, more serious, and said, I'll go upstairs and call the doctor. The woman is also a nurse, and the daughter of this doctor. After graduation, she went to her father's outpatient clinic for internship. This is also considered a family business. The ground floor is a community outpatient clinic. The first floor is where they stay. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. It's not like she was panicking. Not long after, a man in a white coat came down in a panic upstairs. It looked like he hadn't been out for days. His hair hadn't been washed and his beard hadn't been shaved. The man realistically looked at the man's injuries and let Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua go out first. He had to do suture surgery on the man with the nurse, and also needed to incorporate protective plates. Earthstar's medical treatment is still quite advanced. The physical quality of the people here is good, although they all seldom get sick. But there are still quite a lot of this kind of injury. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua just sat outside and waited. Lin Xiaojin's shoes were already broken. The front was already open and rubberized. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Meiling, still fainted. But there is still monitoring here. So Lin Xiaojin first endured not to change shoes. Time passed very quickly. More than an hour, the nurse came out first and said that the surgery was successful. The total cost of the surgery is 9,820 star coins. Please pay it to one of you, the nurse said. It's a mess out there, and there's still no delay in collecting the star coins. But she didn't have that much money either. So she looked at Lin Meiling, who hadn't woken up yet, and said, Nurse, you give down her. Sucked the chinchilla a pink mist and fainted until now. Can you let her wake up? The one inside is her boyfriend. She paid. The nurse heard Lin Xiaojin's look to Lin Meiling, frowned slightly and said, So it's planted a pink mist. I'll go and suck down the Mardine for her. She'll wake up soon. The nurse took out a vial of something transparent from the cabinet and then placed it under Lin Meiling's nose. Not long after, Lin Meiling frowned, then quickly sneezed and woke up in no time. Half of the senior chinchillas are special skills and are very intellectual, and will only release a massive fog when they encounter danger. Lin Meiling awake to see that she has arrived at the clinic. Ah, you. He? Lin Meiling said nervously. He's fine, just had surgery. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. That's good. Lin Meiling heard that Wang Tianyi was fine. She was relieved. That total is the surgery fee plus the treatment fee is 9,820. Then the group miss for you to solve the dragon cat is 180. Total is 10,000 star coins. Please pay it, the woman said. Lin Meiling paid the star coins very quickly. This amount of money was nothing to her as a rich second generation. The nurse lady was in a good mood after collecting the money. After all, it was twice the price of the usual treatment fee. She said, You guys can rest here for a while. But there's nothing else but water here. Water was available, but food was not. Food was more expensive now, and it wasn't as if money could buy it now. And one had to risk one's life to go out and buy food. They'd rather block the door and lie at home so they're still safe. But they're making a lot of money lately, because there's been a lot of injuries lately. There were also only 2 large hospitals in Sand City. One was the Sand City Hospital in the main city, and the second was the hospital in the outer city. And the rest only had a few outpatient clinics, and a few pharmacies. Well, Lin Meiling nodded. There is no food, can only drink some water. They originally also went to the supermarket to find food. Results of food also did not find. But also injured. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, 2 people, are not hungry. That small nurse fell back to the 3 of them, poured a cup of water. Saw Lin Xiaojin purple pupils. Thought to go to the pupil. She said, You, this pupil is what brand? But also quite good looking. Women have no resistance to beautiful things. Lin Xiaojin especially wanted to say that it was homegrown. But she didn't want to be that troublesome. So she casually said a brand. The little nurse also silently remembered in her psyche, ready to go online in a while to search for the brand of this pupil. Lin Xiaojin was too natural, adding a sense of mystery. But she did not know that this is Lin Xiaojin later mutated. Cannot be natural? The little nurse again in Xiao Nua body stayed 2 eyes. Handsome man who are willing to look at 2 eyes. But the little nurse knows that the handsome man has the main eyes as pure appreciation of the eyes. Not long inside, the doctor came out. He said, People woke up. Is transfusing blood protein, you can go in to see. Lin Meiling heard her boyfriend woke up. Very excited. Immediately went in to see her boyfriend. He finished the infusion, maybe until tomorrow. Early tomorrow morning you guys leave. Don't enter the first floor, the doctor said. The main person is injured, and it's not safe for it to be dark outside. So out of humanitarianism, the doctor will temporarily keep them for the night. Thanks, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. They thought that they would be allowed to leave today. After all, It wasn't safe outside right now. Unexpectedly, this doctor was quite good. Maybe even more so, because the environment here hadn't reached that point yet. Ah, you're finally awake. Lin Meiling ran over and wrapped her arms around Wang Tianyu's neck. Meiling, Wang Tianyu said somewhat weakly. But his face was already much better. No longer as pale as before. At least there was blood. Is it someone who saved me? Is it the special police? Wang Tianyu asked. It's someone who saved us. But it's not the SWAT. They will take us safely to the main city, Lin Meiling said. Main city. Wang Tianyu knew that Lin Meiling's home was in the main city. I'm sorry. If you didn't come here to look for me this time, you wouldn't be in danger, Wang Tianyu said guiltily. It was my willingness. Besides, you also protected me, didn't you? Lin Meiling said. At the most dangerous life and death moment, Wang Tianyu did not abandon her. Two people experience this life and death crisis. Feelings are also rapidly warming. Lin Meiling also told Wang Tianyu all the things after he fainted. Wang Tianyu is also a college student. In fact, he also has a dream is to be able to be a SWAT team, because the police in the Earthstar class status is very high. But after the university also need to take the SWAT exam. Special police not only need to take the test, but more need to rely on relationship and background. So those two people are very powerful. It would be nice to send you to the main city. I will not go, Wang Tianyu said heavily. His leg was injured now. Although he went to school in the main city, his home was in the outer city. In the beginning, he also relied on his hard work plus talent to go to the university in the main city. So it can be said that it is very difficult. There were only a few hundred people in the outer city who got into it a year. No way. You'll come with me to the main city. And aren't you going to school? Although the outer city is more chaotic now. But it doesn't affect for the main city. Lin Meiling and Wang Tianyu University. This time also take advantage of the university holiday, she came over to the outer city to find Wang Tianyu to play. Lin Meiling looked at Wang Tianyu's hesitation. She said, Are you afraid of dragging me down? You are injured now also for me. And haven't you always wanted to enter the special police? I can help you with all these. No need. Meiling, I know you're in a good position. But I'll test my own efforts. You have to come with me to the main city or I won't go back. I'll just stay right here with you. Lin Meiling said angrily. The outer city is too dangerous. Meiling, you must go back. Wang Tianyu frowned. No. Unless you come with me. And those two people outside are very strong. They can definitely send us safely to the main city. Wait until we are safe. The rest of the things in the goodwill. Lin Meiling persuaded. Wang Tianyu looked at Lin Meiling's appearance seemed to be compromised. Lin Xiaojin was at the moment concerned about the other big cloud in the space. Its energy is stronger than mine. I'm afraid it will take a while to gestate. The small cloud was also looking forward to it. Looking forward to its kind. This one being a kind in the true sense of the word. It was more excited than anyone else. Lin Xiaojin was also looking forward to it. The little bun was playing with Blast. Sometimes running to the vegetable field to pick various fruits. And there was also a mini amusement park in the space. As well as rows of bookshelves. And all sorts of toys that Lin Xiaojin had scavenged. Lin Xiaojin specially in the space to raise a small rabbit. Sometimes accompanied by the little bun to play. But Blast Wind every time will be down to bite the little rabbit. Blast Wind is particularly want to eat. Little buns play tired. Sleep anywhere. Sometimes will be tired on the vegetable floor. This time little cloud will put the little buns into the cot. The little bun is already more than 1 year old. We'll have 2 minutes of animation short film time. Spirit from the space out. Outside the sky is already dark. Because there are outsiders. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people today again cannot sleep in the space. The two people drank some water. But their stomachs were hungry. So Lin Xiaojin took out a few ham sausages from his pocket. As well as a bag of eggs to share equally with Xiao Nuo. There are outsiders present and the two people's food will be everything from the simple. Eat so little things are just over the top. Patting stomach is not enough. Space in the freezer and Xiao Nuo's stewed meat have not had time to eat. Wang Tianyu on the infusion basically has nothing. Is one of the legs injured, just had surgery, will be inconvenient to move. At the moment two people are a little hungry. But the doctors and nurses here show that only water. Other things are not. Now outside the sky is dark. To find something to eat can only wait until tomorrow. The night is not silent. But rather chaotic. Because every now and then you will hear all kinds of movement outside. Some of the streetlights in the streets were destroyed by these mutated animals, flickering from time to time. And there were even less people on the roads at night. However, those SWAT officers at the front line were also in the process of blocking these mutated animals. SWAT Outer City Detachment. Weapons are already severely low, and the energy of the light screen has dropped to 40%. The reserves of the light curtain's energy can't carry out such a wide range of support. The main thing was that most of the light curtain's energy was in the main city, and the outer city's reserves were not much to begin with. Wasn't it said that weapons were being transported from the stars? How come it can't be delivered until now? Another 2% of mutated animals have run in from the light curtain, and these mutated animals still seem to be undergoing upgrades. It's only a matter of time before the light curtain breaks through. Hey! If there are family members in the outer city, try to find a way to get connections to enter the main city, the outer city police captain said. The outer city area also had a population of tens of millions, and it was just abandoned. They couldn't do anything but give advance warning. Captain, the higher-ups don't allow us to release information like this. Otherwise we will be punished, another police officer said. Putting out news would cause people in the outer city to panic. And when the time comes, the crowds would all run towards the main city, creating a very bad situation. Then it's just gossip. There's only so much we can do. We can't control the rest. This group of police officers from the outer city had received inside information long ago, so most of them had moved their families to the main city in advance. But there was still a small portion that didn't have that strength. But the only ones who knew about this news were also the middle and high level of the police force in the outer city. Those small police officers didn't know what was going on. Retreat immediately into the main city when the energy drops to 20%. Our people can't be sacrificed here for nothing. There were no weapons issued by the higher-ups here. No energy support. They couldn't fight against 10 million mutated animals by staying here. It could only be a sacrifice for nothing. It was already good enough for them to last until 10%. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to plug the gap even if they took their lives. Soon a small piece of news was frantically reproduced on the internet. No way. They really can't resist anymore? Are they going to give up on the outer city? Then what do we do? How about letting go of the main city's light curtain? We'll go to the main city. There are quite a few brush reviews online, like letting go of the main city. But this is to think about it, I'm afraid it's also impossible. Now there are a lot of mutated animals in the outer city. In case the people who let go of the main city are infected, how to do? Secondly, the main city let go. In the city, so many people pouring into the main city is even more impossible. The main city is overloaded. When the time comes, people will be crowded and there will be a shortage of supplies. There is also a part of the people said that then let go of the gates of the outer city. The city is dangerous. They can also escape from the city to go to other cities. But there are also released. The beasts outside the city is also very dangerous. And there is no guarantee that the beasts have not been infected with the virus. Domesticated animals infected with the virus have become so powerful, like the beasts outside infected with virus mutation. Then I'm afraid it's a super beast. So it is not recommended to go out of the city. In short, there are all kinds of voices on the internet. There is also a small part of the smart is understood. We still take advantage of the fact that there is no attack. Hurry to stock up on something. Even if it's a robbery. We have to snatch back some food. But it's so dangerous outside. Although there was mutation movement outside, but not much. If once it is breached, then I am afraid that every street is full of beasts. At that time and want to go out to look for supplies. Then it will be even more difficult. A part of them had already prepared their weapons, and went out during the day to stock up on supplies and food. Some people even want to escape the city. There are also people who are trying to find a way to spend a lot of money to buy tickets to the main city. Of course, there are also some people who are salty thoughts, however most of this part are single. No old people on top, and no young people underneath. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu. The two of them yesterday video of the heat is also replaced by today's gossip. But there are also some people are seeing the video. The next day, Wang Tian, you could already get out of bed and walk around. Only the other leg was in a soft plaster. So large activities, like running, could not be exercised. You guys just need to send me here, Lin Meiling said. This location was a street that bordered the main city and the outer city. She hadn't told her family this time out. And her friends had all helped them hide the fact that they were in the main city school. And hadn't told her family that she was long out of the main city. It also takes 3 or 4 hours to drive from our place to the main city. It's much faster if you take the metro. You can get there in 40 minutes at most, Lin Meiling said. If today goes well, they can return to the main city today. The problem is the ground fall still usable now? Lin Xiaojin said after a moment of silence. I'll check, Lin Meiling said. Xiao City's water and electricity systems are all intelligent, so there is no such thing as a power outage or water outage. Unless it's broken somewhere. The system sends out a notification, and there will be workers to make repairs. Underground is also an intelligent system. Those mutant animals, even if rushed to the underground station. Underground, as long as the system is not damaged, can continue to use. The good news is that the metro can be used except for Line 1, which is malfunctioning. The bad news is that only Line 1 is direct to the main city. In which case, we still need to change lines to reach the main city, Lin Meiling said with a crying face. Then let's switch lines. Hurry up and get you to the designated location. I just need those 2 colored crystal beads along with the star coins, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Wang Tianyu slightly frowned. Although he heard Lin Meiling heard that the 2 people in front of her were very powerful, and could send them to the main city, and even promised to give them the colorful crystals, and star coins, and most of all the quota to enter the main city. In fact, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't even care about this place in the main city. But at the moment, it was not good for him to be saying anything when he was injured. Lin Meiling transmitted the line to Lin Xiaojin's smartwatch, and was ready to leave. You guys don't want to go through the front door. Use the back door, the little nurse said. Going out the back door was a backstreet path. And the door was also very nice. Much safer than going out the front. Thanks a lot, Lin Xiaojin said. For this, doctor? And the nurse? Lin Xiaojin was still relatively kind. After all, in such a situation, they were still able to let them stay here for a night. But the next was not so lucky. The nurse first looked in the monitor. There was no mutant animal at the back door. And only then opened the door. Lin Meiling helped Wang Tianyu, while Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were one after the other, carefully leaving. It's unlikely to drive now. We still have 1,000 meters to go by underground from here. Lin Xiaojin looked at the navigation on her mobile phone and said, I hope we're lucky. Lin Meiling silently prayed. They had just stepped out less than 200 meters when a mutant sheep rushed out from the intersection, which was still a ram. The eyes were gray, and the horns on its head were grayed out. Lin Meiling and Wang Tianyu naturally stood behind. The hard skin mutated on this mutated animal had almost covered its entire body. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't want to waste time. Xiao Nuo one directly released a lightning net. The mutant beast was directly electrocuted to the ground. Hiding in the back, Wang Tianyu slightly stunned. The line of sight fell on the cold Xiao Nuo body. This man is very strong. Lin Tianyu couldn't help but look at Xiao Nuo 2 more times again. It only took 2 seconds to solve a mutant beast. That mutant beast has a strong vitality. It is estimated that it will recover again in a while. But that will have nothing to do with them. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, stepped forward and kicked the mutant beast that was in the way aside, calmly saying to the people behind her, Let's go! Lin Meiling had seen Xiao Nuo's thunder system, so her acceptance was very strong. Wang Tianyu was still in shock, especially since Lin Xiaojin had just kicked the mutant beast away with a single kick. How significant was the size of this mutant beast? But in front of her, it was like kicking a bin. It was a pity that this group of mutant beasts were virus-infected and couldn't be eaten. Otherwise she could have eaten more and upgraded more. There were clearly more mutant beasts outside the streets. And just as she walked out of the alley to the underground entrance, she encountered a few more mutant beasts. Ah! Lin Meiling shouted with some shock. After all, she was a big lady, where she usually saw this kind of scene. Wang Tianyu could only pull Lin Meiling. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, 2 people, cooperate with each other. Their hands are also very sharp. Touch! A mutant beast's eyes were blinded by Lin Xiaojin with a dagger and then brought out violently. Blood and eyeballs splattered all over the ground. And the 2 people were instantly a little nauseous when they saw this image. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo have long been accustomed to directly kick the mutant beast flying. Looking at the mutant beasts in the distance, hearing the commotion darting towards them, Lin Xiaojin shouted loudly, Quickly go! Wang Tianyu was injured and walked very slowly, looking at the mutant beasts in the distance getting closer and closer. Xiao Nuo let out another lightning net to hit the mutant beasts that rushed over immediately. At this moment, Wang Tianyu's forehead has been covered with fine sweat. He just had surgery yesterday, although there is an auxiliary plate to support. But the auxiliary plate also has more than 20 pounds. Walking heavy and amplitude of the wound will also hurt. They finally arrived at the underground station. Walked a section of the tunnel. The underground to the inside is okay, and no mutant beasts break through to here. Most of the mutant beasts are outside the street. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu. The four of them walked to the underground. Found that there are still people inside the underground. There are not many people. They are all in a hurry, holding a variety of weapons in their hands. Because the sale of weapons in Shayao City is against the law. So everyone is holding a variety of things in their hands. The most is the chopper. Some people also with a baseball bat. Wearing a helmet with protective gear. There are also a few homeless people who live in the underground station too. It seems that there are still mutant beasts coming in here. Lin Meiling saw this scene, which was a relief. Let's go take line 2. Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked at the navigation. Taking line 2 also required a transfer to line 5 to get to the main city. Line 2 also needs to take the lift. Because the second underground level, the lift is very long. The key is that the lift is still out of service. So you can only take the stairs. Can only take the stairs? Can you carry my boyfriend? He just had an operation yesterday. Lin Meiling looked at Xiao Nua and said. Xiao Nua's cold aura was powerful, and looked like he wasn't good at talking again. Xiao Nua coldly looked at Lin Meiling, who spoke to her, as if she was treated like air, and was directly ignored. Lin Meiling immediately felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had not been ignored by a boy as big as she was alive. All of them took the initiative to come after her. At the beginning, Wang Tianyu was also ignoring her. And then he also liked her. But Xiao Nu really just directly ignored her. His sight almost always stayed at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Meiling had no choice but to turn her gaze to Lin Xiaojin, saying, Can you help? Lin Xiaojin frowned. When it was Wang Tianyu who fainted, that was also a last resort. Now let her husband back. Wang Tianyu seems to see out of the difficult. Also held the stairs hard to go down. Straight away is okay. But so bent away is more taut wound. The pain of his face pale. Girlfriend and next to him. He cannot scream out. Can only endure. I can do it. Walk. Mei Ling. Wang Tianyu gritted his teeth and said, I'll pay 1,000 star coins for these. Please carry him. Lin Mei Ling said generously. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Meiling. This girl has a lot of money. 1,000 star coins. Just carry someone. Wang Tianyu was even more heartbroken when he listened. He only had 1,000 star coins a month for living expenses when he went to university. But Lin Meiling casually had thousands of star coins. There was a big gap between rich and poor between the two of them. No need. I can. Wang Tianyu still continued to walk down. But every flight of stairs, he was in great pain. And his face was holding back. For the star coins, Lin Xiaojin didn't care how many there were. She could still live even without star coins. Seeing that Wang Tianyu was already halfway there, she said, There should be a love service station at the metro station. Wouldn't it be better if you find a wheelchair for him to sit in? Lin Meiling heard Lin Xiaojin's words thatched. She said to Wang Tianyu, You wait, I'll go find a wheelchair for you. Lin Meiling said, and hurriedly went to find a wheelchair. But going down the stairs, Wang Tianyu couldn't use the wheelchair. But the back was relatively much more convenient. Wang Tianyu slowly descending the stairs. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people, are not in a hurry, just slowly waiting for him. By the time he finished descending the stairs, sweat had already broken out on his forehead, and his face seemed to look even paler. After all, he hadn't eaten since yesterday. About 10 minutes or so later, Lin Meiling panicked and pushed a wheelchair over. You sit here. I'll push you, Lin Meiling said. She just went back and forth, all with running. At the moment she was talking, a bit gasping. Wang Tianyu looked at Lin Meiling running up and down so much. He mentally was very touched all of a sudden. And felt useless. Wang Tianyu still wanted to say something when he was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Xiaojin. Hurry up. Line 2 is coming soon. After Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, the broadcast of Line 2 Metro sounded not far away. You quickly sit up. Lin Meiling hurriedly helped Wang Tianyu onto the wheel. Thank you. Wang Tianyu's voice was small. And Lin Meiling's attention was on the underground, so she didn't hear it. Line 2 came. The underground are intelligent system control, so the time card is very accurate. Wang Tianyu on the wheelchair. Pushing the wheelchair speed is much faster. This wheelchair are humane settings. You can push, can also control themselves. But the wheelchair's power is not enough. After all, it is a public wheelchair. Recently so chaotic no one will think of charging. Lin Xiaojin, they thought there would be little people on the underground. I did not expect people, actually people. And quite a lot. Most of them, who took the metro, were fleeing to the main city, for line 2 to line 5. The people on the underground are prepared all kinds of weapons. Brother, do those two look like the people in the video? The underground seat sat next to two whispered. That? The man followed his sister's line of sight and looked over. It was Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua who were the two people sitting on the underground seat. Lin Xiaojin was covered in blood stains after all. Obviously. On the contrary, Xiao Nua was clean and tidy. And there was even a bit of open glue on one of Lin Xiaojin's shoes. This might be the difference between close combat and distant attack. Compared to Xiao Nua, Lin Xiaojin is a violent output without an energy bar. Thinking of the nickname that Xianli once gave her, Violent Imperial Sister, the corners of Lin Xiaojin's mouth inexplicably rose. Far away on another planet, Xianli was going to the Grand Canyon with Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Xiao to look for the leaves of the black gold wood. They were sticking to the edge of the canyon, and below them seemed to be an abyss of 10,000 feet. All gray and foggy with nothing to see. Sister Xianli, there are so many classes of black gold trees below the Grand Canyon. Mu Shuyo's eyes flashed a golden light. Many? Hearing this, Xianli became even more excited. The three of them came out to look for the black gold tree, while Zhou Yingying and Zhang Wang stayed in place. In case a black iron beast came out to attack them, there was someone there. Otherwise, they would be suspected if someone found out that they had all disappeared. Right. Below is more like a forest that bears leaves. Sister Xianli, Brother Xiaoran, I even saw some of the black gold trees bearing fruit. Mu Xiaozhuang said excitedly. Xianli and Lin Xiaoran were also both excited when they heard Mu Xiaozou's words. Especially Xianli. She was a little excited when she heard the words of Mu Shibiao. Her feet slipped and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoran was quick to tug on Xianli's arm. Only then did she stabilize her stance. Sister Xianli, are you alright? Mu Xiaoxiao said nervously. Xianli's heart palpitated. Just now almost fell down. Although she knew that the following are all black gold wood trees would like to go down to look for. But also do not want to fall down so falling down will surely be lifeless. Anna is not here. There is no medicine to cure injuries. To be injured here that will certainly die. Thank you. Xianli said to Lin Xiaoran. There seems to be the residual warmth of Lin Xiaoran's hand on his arm. They have known each other for so long. I'm afraid this is the first physical contact. Right? Xianli had always had a crush on Lin Xiaoran. But she knew that Lin Xiaoran didn't like her. So she quickly suppressed the fire in her heart and got serious about her career. Well, Lin Xiaoran's face also had some unnaturalness. Sister Xianli, Brother Xiaoran, I see a slope in front of us. And there are tree vines. We can climb down and try. Mu Xiaoxiao said. Good. Xianli and Lin Xiaoran, two people can't see anything. Below our thick layer of gray fog can't see anything. This kind of gray fog will sometimes rise for a while during the day. And it's hard to see anyone within a meter. Not to mention the thick fog below this canyon. Now only Little Boy can see. They naturally all follow the route Little Boy pointed out. For the black gold with leaves. For food freedom. They can have time to cultivate. Instead of being on the road looking for food all day. After walking for a while, they did find a slope with a few thick vines next to it. I'll go first. I'll go down and take a look. Xianli decided to go down and take a look by himself first. After all, it was all unknown down there. Being the first to go down would be more or less dangerous. Suddenly Xianli's arm was once again grabbed by someone. This person is still Lin Xiaoran. This short distance? Lin Xiaoran had already contacted her twice. They hadn't had any contact for such a long time. Wait. You and Little Boy are up there. I'll go down first. Lin Xiaoran didn't give Xianli any words of refusal, but took the lead and climbed down. Lin Xiaoran's clothes were already very tattered. Where there were all these supplies. His face was also a bit yellow. But his beard was trimmed cleanly. At least luckily Lin Xiaoran's ability was manifesting words. So manifesting a razor was still easy. Lin Xiaoran slowly climbed down along the tree vines. Xianli was too nervous to breathe and kept staring at Lin Xiaoran. But his figure was soon submerged in the thick fog. Xiao. How is your brother Xiaoran? No danger. Right? Mu Shishi's golden pupils were flickering and also kept looking down nervously. Can't see clearly. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and wanted to call out to Lin Xiaoran again. But Xian Li covered her mouth. Don't shout. Do you want to be discovered by others? Or I'd better go down. Xian Li was ultimately uneasy. Ready to climb down the slope holding the tree vines. Sweetie, you wait for me here. Xian Li said in a deep voice. I also want to go down with you guys. Mu Xiaozhuang was a little uneasy. Don't. If we don't come up for a long time, we can still leave one person to find Zhang and the others to save us. All here if there is danger won't we all be wiped out? Xian Li said in a deep voice. Xiao Xiao can only nod obediently. She said. Sister Xian Li. You and Xia Ran must pay attention to safety. Ah. Good. Xian Li touched Little Good's comfort for a bit. Little Good's head was still relatively soft. Little Good's hair was combed by Lin Xiaoran. Xian Li did not even think that Lin Xiaoran would take care of small children so much. In fact, more because Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran's mother died early. So he, the older brother, who was only a few years older than Lin Xiaojin, took care of everything. Lin Xiaojin childhood school hair are he to comb. At first combing is not good cause Lin Xiaojin often be ridiculed. So later he practiced hard technology. Xian Li grabbed the vines and slowly climbed down. These vines are very strong. After all, can survive in such a harsh environment are not simple. Climbed for about 10 minutes, or did not see the shadow of Lin Xiaoran. Surrounded by thick fog again. Lin Xiaoran? Xian Li softly shouted. Xian Li also just shouted tentatively, not expecting Lin Xiaoran to really respond. I'm in. The tone was low and deep, and seemed to be a bit dark. The voice was below. So Xian Li continued to climb down. Climbed to halfway directly through the thick gray fog, replaced by a whole black and gold forest. Xian Li's unbelievable look at the surroundings. This, a black gold wood tree is already rare. There are so many more here. It is simply a small forest. Ah. Little Goody really did discover a big place. The black gold wood tree here grew very tall. The leaves that Little Good picked one before were also the ones that sprang up. Be careful, Lin Xiaoran reminded. But Xian Li was still a step too late. Her main mind was stunned by this black goldenwood forest, causing her to step on the ground. Touch. Lin Xiaoran once again pulled her once more. Tear. Lin Xiaoran's top was hooked by a branch, and her entire back was scratched with a large slash. Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly, but still pulled Xian Li up. Lin Xiaojin sat on the underground and noticed that there were two people looking at her from time to time, as well as whispering about her. Something about a video. Something about being very strong and so on. But Lin Xiaojin didn't care. The transfer station for Line 2 to Line 5 had arrived, and almost all the people on Line 2 were empty. They had just left the underground station and were about to walk towards Line 5. And there were quite a few people along the way. There were also quite a few people walking back from the Line 5 transit. I don't know who in the crowd said. Line 5 is out of service. Everyone stopped squeezing in. Line 5 is out of service too? Not only Line 5 is the same to the main city of the underground are out of service. I do not know who said a sentence. All of a sudden the crowd began to various grievances and curses. But there are also those who don't believe it or walk to Line 5 to take a look for themselves. Lin Xiaojin and the others also. They followed the crowd to the Line 5 boarding location. Found that the Line 5 has stopped. The metro lines on the big screen. There were already a number of them out of service. But almost all of them were in the same direction to the main city. We can't take the metro, Lin Miling said with a crying face. The metro can't be taken. Cars are too dangerous to drive in. As long as you drive in a car, isn't this a large target? If we walk there, do we have to walk up for a day and a night? Lin Meiling frowned, pursing her lips in a reluctant manner. Lin Xiaojin also frowned slightly. She had thought that this deal would be terminated soon, and this was going to take them through the streets, which was a bit dangerous. But this was two colored diamond-shaped alien energy crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin still decided to send them to the main city. There shouldn't be many mutant beasts towards the main city. It's still relatively safe, Lin Xiaojin said after thinking about it. Most of the mutant animals were roaming around the outer city. There shouldn't be many on the way towards the city now. Hurry up and go, Lin Xiaojin urged. They went up from the underground entrance and heard quite a few car horns. So many cars. Lin Meiling frowned. The streets of Xiao City were all very wide. But right now, the cars were jammed because most of them were heading towards the main city. But already some of the cars had been driven back. So it was a stalemate. I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Lin Xiaojin frowned. What they were in before was the outermost perimeter. And there were no people on the streets at all. But to here there were actually so many cars. Unfortunately, most of them are cars. The people inside have long been empty, which is also feared to also be the reason for the traffic jam. Most people see the car traffic jam like this have to walk to the main city. From here to walk to the main city also need a few hours. I did not think that actually blocked here. Lin Xiaojin sighed. They also could only follow the road towards the main city. By here they could already see the main city. A curtain of light shrouded the entire main city. The high city wall blocked this group of people. There's a shop over there. Should we go get something to eat first? Lin Miling said. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. Wang Tianyu also had a light infusion. His stomach was also empty at the moment. Lin Xiaojin touched her empty stomach and said, "Okay." Everyone was hungry. This decision was very quick. Most of the restaurants on both sides had already closed. There were 2 that were still open selling food that was 10 times more expensive than the usual price. Lin Meiling then had to buy 2 packets of instant noodles. Normally 5-star coins. Now 500-star coins a packet. Lin Xiaojin went shopping around said to buy instant noodles. In fact, it was a box of self-heating rice taken out from space. This thing is still brought over from the blue planet. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao knew 2 people a box. But a box is not enough for Lin Xiaojin to eat. For her at most is a pad. The aroma of the self-heated rice came out. And although the instant noodles also smelled good, they were still attracted by Lin Xiaojin's self-heated rice. Where did you buy this from? Why didn't I see it just now? Lin Meiling still couldn't help but ask after eating the instant noodles. Just bought it at a high price from someone on the side of the road. Lin Xiaojin pretended to say, with a heartbroken face. She suddenly felt that if she didn't have any money, she could set up a stall on the roadside to sell some of her space's stock. Like instant noodles, snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, and flour nail noodles. She still had several large boxes in her space. She also had a lot of various canned foods. And most of them were canned fruits. She hadn't seen any canned fruits for sale in Shao City. They were all meat. The fruits here are already expensive. Not to mention that no one will take the fruits and make them into canned food. In fact, making them into canned food will preserve them for a longer period of time. Lin Meiling was going to say something. But not far away suddenly appeared roaring. It turned out to be a pet went crazy and made a scene. Lin Xiaojin looked through the shop window was a pet cat that had mutated. Although this is only a yellowish-white pet cat. But after the virus mutation body is very flexible. Or claws are very sharp. Not long after a few people were scratched. The people in the middle of the road immediately ran away to the surroundings. There are a few people even also hid into the shop where they are. A few people were still fighting against the mutant cat. Their bodies all drenched in blood from the cat's scratches. The baseball bat that one of them was carrying hit the mutant cat on its body, and directly sent it flying into a car on the side. There are still people in that car. The crowd didn't see the scene inside the car. But a loud scream came out from inside the car. The driver sitting in front of the car ran out in a panic. This is a rush to help the injured people fled the scene in a panic. Just the street there are a lot of people. And now the street instantly became cold. Only the road blocked with a long car. There are still some people hiding in the car do not dare to come out. Some people are shivering. Some people are nervous to sweat. Not long after the screams of the car in front disappeared. When everyone thought that the mutant cat would stop. Who knew it would come out again tearing through the car. The mutant cat's bouncing ability is very good. And jumped on another car. Its claws are even very sharp tearing through the car. Help! Help! The car is a woman. Next to the passenger safety seat with a few months of the doll. The child was crying out in fear. There's a child in that car. Lin Meiling nervously saw. Although she had the heart to go up and help. She didn't have the guts to go up and help all. The others saw that the mutant cat's eyes were gray and white. And all the cats on its body stood up, and each of them was like spikes. The expression on its face was even more terrifying. At this time, there is suddenly a girl about 18.19 years of age. Should be an alien, but is a wind alien. Towards the mutant cat released a wind. But it seems to have no effect on the mutant cat. With a few claws down, the mutant cat tore the car's iron skin, revealing the terrified woman inside. The woman hurriedly wrapped her arms around her child and tried to block it with her body. Her husband had just gone down to the public bathroom. Just as whichever cat was about to scratch the mother and child in the car, Lin Xiaojin kicked the mutant cat out. Originally, Lin Xiaojin did not intend to care. It was better to do more than less. It was not a matter of concern. But the cries of the little dolls in the car still inspired her motherly light. Especially since that woman had just used her body to block in front of her son. The mutant cat spun in the air a few times, and was directly kicked into a crack in the wall by Lin Xiaojin. The heroine from there. So awesome. This is a strength-based psychic ability? So formidable? The key is that she just flew directly over with a flying kick. Oh. Did you guys see that move? How could it be so cool? How can it be so smooth? It's even more awesome than SWAT. There was no kung fu in this her star. Let alone taekwondo. Martial arts is a fighting art. Because of the existence of psychic powers, it would basically rely on psychic powers and weapons. The crowd seemed to have not reacted to the scene where Lin Xiaojin had just jumped over from another car, spinning and flying to take the mutant cat out of the scene. Immediately after that, Lin Xiaojin took out a pacifier from his trouser pocket. Something Lin Xiaojin had more than enough space to use a soother when the little bun was sleeping. Pacifier either? Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. The woman has been scared silly. But the baby in her arms is still crying. So she subconsciously took the pacifier and put it on the baby's mouth. With the pacifier, the baby really didn't cry anymore. 50 star coins. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Ah. The woman seems to have not reacted. Wait until the time to react has been the money, not to Lin Xiaojin. And hand shaking 50 star coins hard to give 500 star coins. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Did not say anything and directly jumped out of the car. Many people have opened the car window to look at Lin Xiaojin. There are people who keep shooting video towards Lin Xiaojin. How did you just go out? So handsome. Lin Meiling said in shock when she saw Lin Xiaojin come back. Obviously 1 second, she was beside herself. And the next second, she had run across the street. If you're full, let's go! Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything more, and took Xiao Nua's arm to leave the restaurant. Behind her, Lin Meiling and Wang Tianyu exchanged a glance. Lin Meiling hurriedly pushed her wheelchair to catch up with Lin Xiaojin. Now Lin Meiling felt that she had made a big profit. 2 colored crystal beads that she didn't use in exchange for the protection of these 2 people was enough. The payment of 10,000 star coins was only the cost of a dress and a pair of shoes to her. The shoes on her feet were worth 5,888 star coins. The mutant cat on the wall that Lin Xiaojin had kicked in the crack weirdly moved a few more times. Oh my god! That mutant cat is still alive! Someone in the crowd shouted. After all, Lin Xiaojin had just kicked away, thinking that the mutant cat would die for sure. But it turned out that it still didn't die. The mutant cat wriggled a few times in the wall. But perhaps it couldn't move at all, because the gap was stuck right on her body. Seeing that the mutant cat couldn't move, the crowd's tension only slightly relaxed. But there were still people rushing to escape from this place. The further one went towards the main city. Although there were no large mutated animals here in the periphery, there were still various mutated pets. Because there are also quite a few people in the outer districts who keep pets. Lin Xiaojin they followed the road only towards the main city. Lin Xiaojin heard quite a few people complaining on the road. The main city area isn't open at all. We're going for nothing even if we go. But so many people are blocking the entrance to the main city center. They can't let so many of us die outside. Right? It seems that the road to the main city is not even allowed to be near. Lin Xiaojin was a little worried it wouldn't be this trip for nothing. Right? So she looked at Lin Meiling and said, "You're sure you can enter the main city, right?" Lin Meiling looked at Lin Xiaojin's skeptical attitude. She said, "Of course I can. Must be able to. As long as she immediately made a phone call now. Someone would come out to pick her up." But she was still very low-key and didn't want to make such a big deal out of it. So she waited until she was at the entrance to the main city center before she made the call. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Meiling's trusting appearance. Her psyche was much more relieved. She didn't want her colored alien energy crystals to fizzle out. There are still 2 of them. Which means that her space can still produce the same elves as the little clouds. So that the little buns will have 2 more playmates. At least it won't be too boring in the space. When she gets the colored alien energy crystals, she will prepare to upgrade the space. So it should be much safer to upgrade the space in the main city. Because when upgrading the space, the little buns and Gale were going to come out. And the space would be closed for a few days with them. It would also take a few hours to walk from here to the border of the main city. And without a car, they would have to rely on their legs. The more you go to the main city, the more cars on the road. Occasionally, you can still see blood on the street. It is those pet mutant beasts attacking humans. But this outer city is crowded. There are a few bold ones, who swarm together to take care of the mutant beasts. But there are also many people suffered some minor injuries. These are only mutant pets. If it is encountered in the outer city of those large mutant animals and the people are not useful. If a giant mutant cow rushes into the crowd, it is possible to directly impact the crowd and fly. Equivalent to a speeding car. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people walk up a few hours. Or walk up half a day is not a problem. After all, it's from the bitter days of exercise over. But Lin Meiling cannot. Originally a rich lady, she also had to push a 140 kilograms wheelchair. And after walking for half an hour, she was already yelling and shouting that she was tired. I can't walk anymore, Lin Meiling panted and said, sitting down on the stone seat next to her. Then take a rest. Wang Tianyu looked at Lin Meiling's tired appearance, and was also heartbroken. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. She also did not expect this. Lin Meiling only walked for half an hour, and then not okay. Did not say that the people here have good physique? Good health is only rarely sick. Does not mean that the physical strength is also good. I'll push him. This can go faster. Right? Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. She just wanted to quickly get which two colored alien energy crystals are. In the end, there was no way. Xiao Nuo pushed Wang Tianyou's wheelchair, while Lin Xiaojin drove Lin Meiling along. She now especially wanted to take out the Space's electric motorcycle too. But in this place of Xiao City, bicycles, electric cars, motorbikes, this kind of transport are not available. There are only cars. Underground. She suddenly took it out, not only exposed the space, but also couldn't say where these things came from. We can't cross in front. The road is blocked. One of the streets in front of them was blocked with a fence that said this road is not accessible. They could only choose other roads. But they were all blocked by fences. There was still a distance from the main city, and they didn't expect to be blocked so far in advance. The road can't be crossed. It looks like we can only send you here, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Meiling looked at the road blocked by the fence and sighed slightly, saying, let's find a place to rest first. I'll contact my family. Lin Meiling found a hotel nearby. The outer walls had all been reinforced, and no pets were allowed to enter the shop no matter what. The price of the hotel had also gone up. But they had a rich second-generation Lin Meiling and a suite. You guys will rest here for a while now. I'll go contact my family, Lin Meiling said calmly. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both came to Earthstar, have not stayed in a hotel here. This was the first time. Yet, compared to the Blue Star's hotel, here is more technological since heavier. Lin Xiaojin leisurely sitting on the sofa. Xiao Nuo is sitting in front of the floating window to smoke. The line of sight is looking at the window outside. Frowning tightly, Lin Xiaojin sat on the sofa. Spirit is into the space to accompany the little bun to play. Now the little cloud often read picture book stories to the little bun. It's about to take shape. Suddenly little clouds looked at the tree, which is a bigger fog. What? Lin Xiaojin heard the words of the small cloud. More also excitedly looked at that massive fog. This time actually so fast? It seems that the energy of that diamond-shaped alien crystal was really high. She had used many colored crystal beads in the beginning to make little Yundo take shape. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin wanted to get the two colored alien energy crystals in Lin Meiling's hand even more. The massive mist slowly took shape in the end. And Lin Xiaojin didn't know what she would turn into. Or was it a small ghostly appearance with the little cloud? To Lin Xiaojin's surprise, the fog directly coalesced into a humanoid form, looking almost identical to little Cloudy. But obviously it's a bit bigger and more solid. The first thing he did when he took shape was to tell Lin Xiaojin. Two little clouds? Lin Xiaojin was a bit teary-eyed. If it was an onlooker, it wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all. But Lin Xiaojin could easily sense it. Two cloudy sisters. The little bun frowned with a tiny frown, not knowing that one was his cloud's sister. The newly illuminated elf was particularly close to Lin Xiaojin, giving birth to a blue fire in Lin Xiaojin's mental space. The little cloud was white. This one was blue, just a little weaker than the little cloud. You'll be called Alan from now on, Lin Xiaojin said after thinking about it. Lin Xiaojin purposely took out a picture of a star and she said, you become like him. Lin Xiaojin just finished saying Alan turned into the appearance of a male celebrity. His face value was small and fresh, looking very clean and refreshing. Lin Xiaojin nodded with particular satisfaction. The little cloud was originally able to change its appearance as well. But after upgrading it once, it could not be changed. He can't speak yet. But it's estimated that he will tomorrow, Little Cloud said. Although the elves produced by their colored crystal beads didn't have much attack power for the time being, they possessed high intelligence when they were formed. Wow! Little brother is so pretty. The little bun saw that the young lady had turned into a little brother with a happy face. Her little eyes squinted into a slit as she smiled. Lin Xiaojin played with the little bun again for a while. The little bun went to go play in the water with Blizzard. Looking at Blizzard grew twice as long again. Is this bubbling spring water growing? Thinking of sending Lin Mei Ling to the main city. She will release Blast Wind to train. And in the future, it can also become her helpers. Lin Xiaojin now felt that her life was not bad. People should be content with what they have. But a sense of crisis should still be there. Enhancing strength never ends. Lan's IQ was very high. And in just a few hours, he could already communicate briefly with Little Cloudy. Lin Xiaojin came out from the space, and specifically told Xiao Nua that the colored crystal beads had coalesced out another blue. Xiao Nua's face was a little cold, and a little gloomy. Does he look good or do I look good? You look the best, Lin Xiaojin said in a hurry. Did not expect Xiao Nua to be jealous, but also strange cute. After saying this, he even kissed his face. Xiao Nua felt Lin Xiaojin's soft temperature, and the jealousy in his psyche dissipated for the most part. Lin Xiaojin's space cohesion of the elves are not gender. So actually Xiao Nua did not care so much. Lin Xiaojin found that Xiao Nua was actually quite good at coaxing. Mainly because Xiao Nua's aura had an unsympathetic appearance on the surface. But if you really get close to his heart, will also find his soft side. More careful and considerate. About half an hour, Lin Mei Ling came back from outside. But her face did not look too good. It looked like she had just had a fight with her family. My grandpa will send someone to pick us up later. Let's wait here for a while, Lin Mei Ling said. Her maternal grandfather was the deputy superintendent of Xiao City, which could be said to be the second in command in Xiao City. And her mother was also a senior inspector of the police force in the main city of Xiao City. Now that the main city area is restricting the population, she also begged her grandpa, and grandpa only let her bring one person into the city. She definitely chose her boyfriend Wang Tianyu. Lin Mei Ling looked at Lin Xiaojin with some embarrassment. After all, she had promised Lin Xiaojin before that she would take them to the main city. It's like this. The main city area restricts the population. My grandpa only agreed for me to bring one person in. Lin Mei Ling looked at Wang Tianyu, and had already made a choice. I'm sorry. I can compensate you in star coins. In plus 20 million. Lin Mei Ling said somewhat apologetically. Lin Xiaojin originally did not intend to rely on Lin Mei Ling to enter the main city. She wanted to go to the main city directly. Instantaneous transfer is. Then when can you give me the colored alien crystals? Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. For Lin Xiaojin, the main thing was the colored alien energy crystals. I've already asked my grandfather's people to help me get it out. I promise to give it to you. I definitely won't go back on my word. It's just that I can't make the call on this matter of entering the main city. Sorry, Lin Mei Ling said. She initially thought that there was no problem in bringing a few people to the main city. Who would have known that the quota for the main city was already so tight? Even she could only bring one person into the main city. It's fine, Lin Xiaojin said without a care in the world. Then when will your grandpa's people arrive? Lin Xiaojin asked. It should be soon, Lin Mei Ling said. Very fast indeed. It was less than an hour from the time Lin Mei Ling informed her family that they had already arrived. Buckle up. Lin Mei Ling rushed to open the door. And knocking on the door was the black-clad bodyguard. Second miss, the bodyguard said in a very respectful tone. Lin Mei Ling had just breathed a sigh of relief when there was the sound of high heels walking behind her. A sound that made Lin Mei Ling a little nervous. My sister? She's here too? Lin Mei Ling gulped nervously. Yes, the bodyguard said respectfully. What? Not welcoming me? How dare you sneak out to look for your boyfriend? A cool and arrogant voice came out. A head of big wavy hair with proud curves was none other than her elder sister, Lin Meijia. Sis, I was wrong. Lin Mei Ling hurriedly admitted her mistake. Her sister Lin Meijia had a strong aura and had pressed her since she was a child. Do you know that no one is allowed to enter the main city now? And the places are even priced out. You're good. You want 3 places in one breath. Didn't Grandpa promise to give me one? And he was originally a student in the main city. Lin Mei-ling was afraid that the last quota would be reversed as well. Lin Meijiao was furious when she saw Lin Meiling's appearance. She directly ignored Lin Meiling and pushed the door in. At a glance, she saw Xiao Nuo smoking on the balcony. The man carries a strong aura that makes people see him at a glance. Through the angular coldness, the dark eyes looked to the side towards the woman who smiles playfully at him with endless doting. The man's eyes are full of that woman. Lin Meijiao followed the man's gaze and saw the woman with purple pupils. Her looks were indeed good, but she was not well groomed. Especially the shoes on her feet were open. Lin Xiaojin had cut down a few mutant beasts and hadn't hardly changed her clothes, naturally looking a bit lousy. Lin Meijiao had enough confidence in her beauty that she was bound to be the center of attention every time she appeared. But when she came in, the men's gazes didn't shift to her in the slightest. Not even a single one. Instead, the man in the wheelchair, her sister's boyfriend, looked at her with a hint of a swooning expression. "Sis!" Lin Meiling's voice broke the silence in the room. Wang Tianyu immediately came to his senses and resumed his previous look. However, Xiao Nuo resumed his usual indifference, and his line of sight merely swept down Lin Meijiao without a single lingering moment. Not to mention any fluctuation. Lin Meijiao's heart was a little upset, but the surface did not show it. But Lin Xiaojin felt that this wavy woman seemed to have some hostility towards her. They should be meeting for the first time. Right? Where did this hostility come from? You're the one who saved my sister? Lin Meijiao looked at the cold Xiao Nuo. It's me, to be exact. Lin Xiaojin stepped forward and said graciously. The woman was coming from a bad place. Wasn't she? But she didn't bring fear. Miss Lin Mei-ling, someone from your family has come to pick you up. Has the payment been given to us? Lin Xiaojin directly crossed over Lin Meijiao and said, You cross me to speak to my husband. Then I'll cross you to speak to Lin Meijiao. Oh, good. Lin Mei-ling nodded. Then came over and first transferred 30,000 star coins to Lin Xiaojin. Sis, did you bring my colored Jingbi jewelry? Lin Mei-ling said. But she had instructed. Of course. No. Lin Meijiao had an indifferent tone. Lin Xiaojin's face instantly grimaced when she heard this. Didn't you say to let that out? How come you didn't bring it? Lin Mei-ling was also a bit anxious. Her tone was a bit bad as she said to Lin Meijiao. Is this the attitude you have when speaking to your sister? But I promised them. Forget it. I'll just have to wait until I go back and ask someone to send it out. Lin Mika said. I'm afraid that's going to be a bit difficult. The main city is going to be completely closed tomorrow, meaning that no one from the outside will be able to enter. Lin Mika said. The main city will be turned on with the highest security privileges. Ah! In that case, Miss Lin, I'll find a way to get it here for you tonight. Lin Mei-ling said apologetically. Lin Xiaojin nodded, although her heart and its displeasure. This was the only way nowadays. Let's go! Let's hurry back, Lin Meiling said. Wang Tianyou's injury still needed to be treated again. There was no use staying here. And she also had to go back to get the colorful alien crystal needed to find someone to send it out. Lin Mei-ling then pushed Wang Tianyu and prepared to leave together. This time Lin Meijia's face turned cold. I said I will only take you alone, Lin Meijia said indifferently. Wang Tianyou's face turned pale when he heard Lin Meijia's words. He was injured now, and he didn't have much money on him. If he didn't follow to the main city, what should he do here? Wang Tianyou's face was pale. His hand was holding the wheelchair tightly. But in order to not let Lin Meiling be embarrassed, he still showed a smile and said, Meiling, you go back with your sister? It's not safe to stay here. Lin Meiling looked at Wang Tianyou's bitter face. She gasped. Grandpa clearly promised me. Lin Meijia, is it you don't agree? Lin Xiaojin looked at the atmosphere of this pair of sisters about to quarrel. It was better to leave. Miss Lin, you guys chat. I hope you can keep your promise tonight, or else I'll be looking for you. Lin Xiaojin smiled. The corner of Lin Meijia's mouth revealed a mocking smile when she heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Looking for her sister? Without their help, they wouldn't be able to enter the main city at all. Lin Xiaojin directly ignored Lin Meijia's smirk of mockery, because if Lin Meiling didn't find someone to give her the colored exotic crystals tonight, she would be true to her word. Star coins had nothing to do with her. Although it was said that she had escorted her all the way, but she hadn't really encountered any dangers. But the colored alien energy crystals that were promised to her, she had to get. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people out of the room. As for the things inside the house, let them negotiate it. This is also a 3-star hotel, which also lives a lot of people, because it is slightly closer to the main city. Some people live here to be able to get close to the water first. After all, there might be more and more mutated animals in the outer city area. I don't know what the leaders of the urban area were thinking. It's even if they don't open the gates of the main urban area. Even the periphery of the main urban area is also fenced off. This is still several streets away from the main city center. Not only is it blocked, but the gates of the outer city are also closed. So even if you want to get out, you can't. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were walking along the hotel corridor when they heard someone talking about this. This Xiao city's gates aren't open either. In case all the mutated animals rush out, it would be a disaster, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. She didn't want the scene she had seen on their planet to be repeated here again. This is not something we can decide, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. It was like a viral infection on their planet without warning. Could they decide? Some couldn't bear it and became walking corpses. Some were lucky enough to survive. And there were even people who had stimulated psychic abilities. Maybe it's not that we can't decide, but that we're not strong enough. If one is strong enough to become the first person in the galaxy, I'll see who dares to disobey my decision, Lin Xiaojin said arrogantly. You're right, Xiao Nua said in agreement, which was why he was trying to advance and work hard to improve his strength. The direction of his efforts was to protect his beloved from any danger. He wanted to be a strong backing. It's a pity that we don't have the strength now, but we will in the future. Lin Xiaojin was very confident. There was a long road ahead, and a better life was something to strive for on one's own. Black Iron Star. Lin Xiaojin's clothes were torn. Xian Li's face was slightly red, and the atmosphere was more or less awkward. But the Black Iron Star lack of supplies. Clothing is even less pathetic. Fortunately, here all year round on a temperature. Xian Li felt a little guilty if it wasn't for pulling her back. Lin Xiaoran's clothes wouldn't be broken. I'm sorry. I'll find a way to help you change your clothes, Xian Li said. Nothing, Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Xian Li. She was a water-type alien, and this place was relatively short of water. So when the time came, water could also be exchanged for other people's supplies. Although Lin Xiaoran didn't care, Xian Li silently noted it down. There was an awkward hiccup in the middle, but it didn't stop them from exploring the place. Oh my god! This is a black iron forest. A natural black iron forest, Xian Li exclaimed. The black iron trees grew extremely slowly, and these trees were all very thick, presumably hundreds of years old. The two of them slowly walked in the middle of the woods. This place was a natural canyon, in the middle of which grew such a row of black iron woods. And if they wanted to come down, they could only climb down from the top. And the canyon also had a thick fog. It really depended on luck to discover it. Little Goody's luck was really extremely good. They walked for about 10 minutes before they found a cave, covered with dust and cobwebs. Why is there a place like this here? Should we go in and take a look? The two stayed outside the cave. Nothing could be seen inside in the dark. And in the end the two discussed that it would be better to go in together. So Lin Xiaoran materialized a torch. With his current ability, torch can materialize for 2 hours. The cave is long and winding. The walls of the cave vines pile up and twist. They push each other. When Lin Xiaoran and Xian Li walked over, they faded away like a tidal wave and coiled above the cave. After a few turns, the wind blew in carrying an air of rust. And when they got a good look at the behemoth in front of them, Xian Li was shocked beyond words. The appearance resembled that of a flying saucer, but the exterior was embroidered all over. Could this be a spaceship? Xian Li said in surprise. It was an airship that someone had hidden here to use as a means of escape. Xian Li and Lin Xiaoran observed for a while, and finally found the entrance to the flying saucer, only needing to inject energy into it. However, in order to fully activate this flying saucer requires enough energy to fill up the energy bar. It's not an overnight thing for the energy bar to fill up. Xian Li sighed. The two of them had just injected almost all of their energy into it, and the energy bar wasn't even going up. Go back. What happened here must be kept secret, Lin Xiaoran said seriously. Xian Li nodded. At the same time there was excitement. With this search flying disc they might be able to leave this black iron star and be able to find their hometown. Or find Lin Xiaojin and the others. This flying saucer carries their hope. It seems from this moment ignited their fighting spirit. People have a goal will have motivation. The two people went back with their mental one surging. And when they left, they loaded up some more leaves of the black ironwood. The leaves here are enough for them to eat for the rest of their lives. And this place must not be discovered by others. Lin Xiaoran and Xian Li, two people, slowly climbed up. Small Good at first has been nervous to look at the bottom. But a long time squatting legs are numb. So sat on the ground and leaned against the wall behind. Mu Xiaoyao, simple Lin Xiaoran and Xian Li, two people up. And quickly up. Brother Xiaoran. Sister Xian Li. You guys went down for almost 2 hours. And not come up, I have to go back to finding Ying's sister. Mu Xiuzi said nervously. Let's go! We have great news when we go back. But this place must be well hidden. Xian Li said. Mu Xiuzhuang saw that Lin Xiaoran's clothes were all torn. Especially the back was directly torn with a large gash. Brother Xiaoran. Your clothes are all torn. Mu Xiuzi said with concern. Well, nothing accidentally scratched by a tree branch. Lin Xiaoran said flatly. But Xian Li is very guilty, thinking that he must find Lin Xiaoran clothes. When Lin Xiaoran went back with the three of them, Xian Li xiao. They had just finished a big battle. The ground was a mess. And some people were even injured. And here you don't have to treat big illnesses or small illnesses. Big illnesses wait for death. Small illnesses rely on immunity. The fight is the resistance of the human body. Zhang Wan is injured. Xian Li asked when he saw blood on Zhang Wan's body. No. It's not Laozi's blood. It's just that these clothes are stained with someone else's blood. So damn bad luck. Zhang Wan sighed. Every time the black iron beast attacked, there would also be a few unlucky ones who were injured and waiting to die. Or else they would die on the spot. The clothes and shoes on these people would be snatched up in one go. And in the end, they could only have their naked bodies thrown underground on the cliff. The soil here is hard. Not suitable for plant growth, naturally not easy to dig. So people died, did not spend effort to dig a grave. All directly thrown out. The corpses would then be eaten by the beasts here and rot away. But the most tragic is not these are which new slaves. Every once in a while perhaps there will be a new set slaves. These people suddenly arrived here to encounter the most will be robbed. Strong strength in addition to the group will not be robbed. They were sent together when the group. So things are not robbed. They can personally see the other people have been robbed all. Good luck can still left a trousers. Bad luck will not have anything left. Even now, they can still see a lot of people have no clothes to wear. Or most of them only wear half body. Some people have no shoes, can only walk barefoot. Lin Xiaoran and I have discovered something major. Let's go in and talk about it. Xian Li said in a deep voice. Good. Zhou Yingying and Zhang Wang both entered the cave and looked at the outside, which was empty. Having just experienced a life and death battle, no one would be in the mood to come out and wander around blindly this time. Zhang Wang's body is a strong smell of blood. But this for them have long been accustomed to. This shitty place, in addition to the moon at night and big round. There is nothing good about it. Looking at the crowd, the two of them, Xian Li and Lin Xiaoran, placed the leaves they got in the canyon on the stone blocks, and then told them what they had encountered. Black ironwood forest. My God. Zhou Yingying almost shrieked out in shock just as she heard it. Zhou Yingying hurriedly covered her mouth to calm herself. They also just thought that at most a tree, did not expect that it would actually be a small forest. What we say next is the most important. It must be kept secret. This is the key to our departure. Xian Li said seriously and solemnly. Zhou Yingying was afraid that she would get too excited and make too much noise. So she covered her mouth. After hearing Xian Li say the word flying saucer, she sucked in a mouthful of hot air. Little boy is also nervous to grasp their hands. Zhang Wish red eyes. Light want to get up and shout. Finally can damn well leave this shitty place. He and Wang Han, Xiao Nu and their three brothers have not been separated since the end of the world. And there is finally a possibility of meeting each other in the future. He almost lost hope for life. Really want to live in this shitty place for the rest of his life. Unwilling. No one is willing. But with the torture of time, the rest slowly resigned to their fate, including Lin Xiaoran. Although his surface has been calm, but his heart surging. He wanted to go back. Not only to survive, but also to find Lin Xiaojin, his only relative in this world. This was also what Lin Xiaojin wanted to work on. As long as they were under the same galaxy, they would eventually meet one day. The attachment to each other becomes a driving force for growth, inspiring us to move forward. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both stood in the lobby of the hotel. able to look at the hotel's window glass had been reinforced. Sorry. All pets are not allowed in our hotel, the hotel receptionist said nervously. It turned out to be a family of 3, with a little boy carrying a small cage with a small hamster inside. The virus was now spreading between animals, and after infection it attacked humans like crazy. So the crowd was terrified of animals. This is a small hamster. It's not infected with the virus. If you don't believe me, take a look, the man hurriedly explained. He also put the little hamster on the front stage. The little white mouse was only the size of a palm and didn't look abnormal. Don't. You hurry to take it out. The woman at the front desk nervously took out the electric stick in her hand at once. This electric stick is still spent quite a lot of star coins to buy. She has seen on the internet acute chinchilla virus infection mutation after directly tearing that horrible appearance. Deeply imprinted in her mind, the man saw the receptionist woman blushing and seemed to be holding something in her hand. It really wasn't infected by the virus. This is our health certificate. Don't believe me? Look. The man took out his mobile phone, which contained the health certificate of the little hamster. This was a certificate that every pet had to have. But now that the virus infection was spreading rapidly, and the harm was huge, this certificate had indirectly become a waste of paper. It's really not allowed. For the sake of our hotel's safety, please leave our hotel, the woman immediately said seriously. Isn't it just a small pet? The size of a palm. What can it mutate into even if it's infected? The man was a bit speechless. Is it necessary to be so scared? Perhaps it was because after looking for so many hotels, none of them were willing to accept pets. It's not like it's a large animal mutation. It's just a small hamster. Before there was this virus infection, every hotel offered pet services, pet homes. After all, the conditions of being able to afford a pet wouldn't be too bad. A cat infected with a mutation is all very scary aggressive, the front desk woman said in a deep voice. The man heard the words of the front desk woman, frowned slightly, not in a conflict with the front desk. He just looked for the hotel also heard a suddenly mutated cat clawed a person to death. The person died a bloody mess. The man then twisted round and said to his wife, let's just throw the hamster out. I told you not to bring that with you. The man frowned and started to get a little annoyed. No, Daddy, don't throw my cutie, the little boy said as he rushed to protect the cage. This bred hamster Isamu has been raised for years. It's a bit of a shame to throw it away like that. The middle-aged woman next to him also frowned and said, this hamster cultivation fee on the cost of 1,000 star coins, or higher pets, raised this inside also spent a lot in waiting for this virus to pass. This hamster is still very valuable. Then what to do? Bringing a pet does not allow to live in. The man was speechless, although he was also a little heartbroken, but has looked for a number of hotels. Even small hotels are not allowed to bring pets. Why don't we just go back? The man frowned. Go back? How can we go back? Our car is stuck in traffic. A family of 3 started arguing in the hall, quickly attracting the attention of many people. It was during the time that the few of them were arguing that the eyes of the little hamster in the little boy's cage suddenly began to turn white. The entire body was strangely hardened. Especially the hairs on its body all stood up one by one. And the hamster's teeth were exposed, becoming sharp and pointy. The little boy only felt that holding the little hamster in the cage became a little heavy. Daddy? Mummy? The little boy wrinkled his brow and stammered. The little boy saw the little hamster become more and more scary, and slammed into the cage. Ah! The little boy was so scared that he threw the cage straight out. The cage spun in the air and eventually fell to the ground. And the door of the cage fell open the moment it hit the ground. The hamster, which was originally the size of a palm, suddenly swelled in size, and its entire tiny body bulged as if it was filled with gas. Mutated? Mutated? The woman at the front desk stood up in fear at the sight. At the sight of the mutant rats, many people began to flee in all directions, leaving the family of 3 in the hall still standing dumbfounded. Mutant rats are small in size. Fast dabbing disappeared, and for a time, there was only the empty box that landed, and a few people who froze in place. It's over. There's a mutant animal in the hotel, the front desk woman said nervously. The front desk woman immediately called the manager. The little mutant rat was so fast that for a while the crowd didn't see it scurry there. It's just a mouse all the time, no need to be nervous, the man said boldly, but looking at his pale face, I'm afraid he was also startled. No need to be nervous? I've told you that you are not allowed to bring pets into the hotel. If it causes injuries or deaths, you'll pay for it. The front desk woman exasperated. Not long after, the manager came over fully armed with a baseball helmet and a baseball bat in his hand. Tenny, first notify everyone to keep their room doors closed and not to go out of the guest room. The manager came and hurriedly said, "Good." Shout Tin vocalized and broadcasted. The guests staying in the hotel, hearing that the hotel had actually entered a mutant rat, it instantly caused panic amongst the crowd. Some of the customers hurriedly locked the doors and windows. Then the room doors were moved to be topped with sofas. Lin Meiling was giving her sister Lin Meijia a standoff. Then received the news. The bodyguard at the door immediately knocked on the door and came in, saying, "First miss, second miss. The hotel has entered an infected mutant pet. For safety reasons, grab and leave." Lin Meiling's face was a little tense when she heard that mutant rats had entered the hotel. Good. Lin Meijia nodded her head when she heard the bodyguard's words, turned her head to look at her own sister, and then glanced at Wang Tianyu, who was sitting on the wheelchair. "I hope you won't regret it later," Lin Meijia said indifferently. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Meiling knew that her sister had finally compromised. Then immediately went over to push Wang Tianyu. "Then let's go, sister." Lin Meiling's mood changed for the better, and she spoke softer to Lin Meijia. The two bodyguards standing at the doorway. One bodyguard helped Lin Meiling push the wheelchair as soon as he could, while the other bodyguard opened the way in front. Hotel lobby. That mutant rat didn't know where it ran to. Now everyone is in danger. There is no telling when that mutant rat will come out and hurt people. Having seen all kinds of infected mutant animals, only the mutant rat was the least in number. And the hamster was too fast after being infected by the virus. And there was no video information about it on the internet. "We'll just go." First, the man hurriedly hugged his son and took his daughter-in-law with him. Then he wanted to hurry and escape from the hotel. Now this is a dangerous area. But the hotel door had long been locked. "Want to go? You privately released mutated animals into our hotel. Now the damage caused must be compensated by you," the hotel's manager said. Then 3 more hotel security guards came out, all heavily armed with a baseball bat in their hands. Several people surrounded the man's family. The little boy in his arms cried out in fear at the scene. "It's against the law for you to surround us like this," the woman next to them snapped. "Breaking the law? You brought in dangerous things into our hotel first. And now that the mutated animals haven't been eliminated, you guys want to run away?" The manager's tone was even worse. "You guys hurry up and let us go." "Oh." The little boy was scared and cried. "You can't leave. You need to compensate us for our losses." The hotel manager was still insisting. "Just how lethal can a palm-sized rat be? So many of you can't even deal with this?" the man said breathlessly. "It's not those huge and terrifying mutated animals outside. It's just a small hamster. You can't even deal with it? Who knows what harm a mutated animal can do? You have to compensate our hotel for the damage, or you can't leave our hotel." The hotel manager gasped. The crowd at the entrance of the hall stalemate. At this time the lift door of the hall opened. From inside came out precisely Lin Meiling and Lin Meijia's sisters too. There are also 2 bodyguards plus Wang Tianyu, who is sitting in a wheelchair. At this time, the other guests of the hotel had already locked the doors of their rooms to prevent the mutant rats from breaking into the rooms. When the manager saw that there were still people coming down from the lift, he hurriedly said, "Now that the hotel has entered the mutant rats, for safety reasons, you guys hurry back to your rooms? You can come out after we eliminate the threat." Lin Meijia frowned slightly. Standing at the front of the black-clothed bodyguard said, "Open the gate. We want to leave." The manager was a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained that there was some situation at the hotel, so he couldn't open the gate for the time being. Just during the crowd's argument, Lin Xiaojin vaguely heard movement coming from the ceiling. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly the crystal chandelier above the hall shattered. Fortunately it didn't hit the crowd. Only the crystal lamp shattered a ground of glass slag. "Ah!" Several women violently received a shock out loud. The little boy had just stopped crying and cried. "There are mutant rats all." The receptionist woman looked up in horror to see a mutant rat still hanging from the ceiling. The size was much larger than before, and the hair on its body exploded like a hedgehog. The woman's words just fell. The mutant rat rubbed and jumped onto the manager's head. Fortunately, the manager was wearing a helmet. Otherwise his head would have been scratched directly. But the helmet was also scratched by the mutant rat with a few holes. The manager hastily shook her head and threw the mutant rat onto the woman she was arguing with. Ah! The mutant rat looked like a crazy mouse scratching around on the woman's face. And instantly, the woman's face was a bloody mess. The people around them were stunned as they watched. The two bodyguards following Lin Meijia immediately stepped forward to protect the two ladies. These two bodyguards were both second-level aberrations and had weapons in their hands. So they took their pistols and pointed them right at the mutant rat. But the mutant rat was just too small and fast. And in the blink of an eye it pounced on the body of the security guard. The security guard also jumped up and down. But the mutant rat stuck one on his helmet, which was scratched out and had scratched his face. So he threw his helmet out in a hurry. Coincidentally, it was thrown right in front of Lin Xiaojin. A blue light flashed. Zip zip zip. The mutant rat on the helmet was hit by Xiao Nua's lightning ball. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that this mutant rat would not be able to die. After all, the mutant animals infected with this virus had strong vitality. Lin Xiaojin directly walked up, drew out the dagger on his waist, and directly gave the mutant rat a 5-horse split. Without blinking. At once on the ground there is more a piece of blood and paste seen. Looking at the crowd scalp numb. The key is to split the body of Lin Xiaojin. Obviously is a royal sister's face. But split the corpse up expression a change is not. Put it as the usual cut meat. Mutant rats appeared in a few seconds. All of a sudden someone was injured. Or seriously injured. Mummy. Mummy. The little boy cried out. Her mother was unlucky to be scratched by the rat's face. The wound was so deep that she had fainted from the pain. The other two security guards that only suffered some minor injuries. Wife. Wife. The man said in shock as he looked at the woman who had fainted to death. Her entire face was a bloody mess, and the blood had flowed down to her neck. Call a doctor. Call a doctor. The man yelled. The manager saw the scene, which had just come back from the shock. The woman's rat gnawing was really a bit miserable. I'll go call first. The manager rushed to the phone. Fortunately, the hotel has spare medical supplies. A few security guards carried the injured to the sofa. The security guard looked at the injured woman's face, almost couldn't help but vomit. The face is not a piece of good meat. Mummy. Only the little boy with red eyes clutched his mother's hand, unwilling to part. Lin Meijia looked toward Xiao Nua, who had just unleashed lightning, and had finished off the mutant rats with just one skill. Let's go! Lin Meijia said, as she regained her composure. Lin Meiling walked over, and subconsciously swallowed when she saw Lin Xiaojin still holding the bloody dagger in her hand. Don't worry. I'll send someone to give you the rest of the star coins and colored crystal beads immediately when I get back. Lin Meiling said firmly. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Meijia's eyes were filled with disgust as she swept her sight over Lin Xiaojin. Especially since she still had the bloody dagger in her hand. But when the gaze swept back to Xiao Nua's pupils slightly contracted. But unfortunately, the latter's pair of cold star-like eyes were not on her. Mutant rats were solved. The hotel door can be opened. Outside parked a stretched black car. Lin Meijia. Lin Meiling got into the car. Wang Tianyu was also helped off the wheelchair by the security guard to get into the car. The exterior is tightly black car. But inside the interior is so luxurious. The seats are also leather sofa. Will not feel crowded in the slightest. What is the name of that two people just now? Lin Meijia asked. The woman's name is Lin Xiaojin. And the man doesn't know. Lin Meiling said honestly. Lin Meijia silently noted down the name. Ready to go back and ask someone to check. But she couldn't find out anything even if she did. Because Lin Xiaojin was using a fake identity here. The name Lin Xiaojin wasn't even her here. Sister, are you looking at the human husband? The human face is a husband and wife. Lin Meiling knew Lin Meijia too well. Lin Meijia was a non-marriageist and didn't fall in love. But it didn't mean she didn't play with men. Humph. Mind your own business. After saying that, her gaze swept towards Wang Tianyu with disdain. But a college student. No money. No house. No strength. This kind of man is not even worthy of lifting her shoes. Only a love brain like Lin Meiling can look at it. Lin Meijia through the window. Recalling the scene just now when Xiao Nua unleashed his supernatural power. That man's strength was very strong. Almost managed to be able to instantly send out thunder and lightning. How can I say that he is also a level 2 or above alien? But the second grade or above alien actually did not enter the special police. Lin Nika was very curious. This came out from there? Lin Meijia brought Lin Meiling into the main city. Although it had been completely fenced off, they were still able to pass through. The car drove straight into the fence. instantly triggering resentment from the people behind them, complaining and cursing. But it still doesn't work. There are even people who sent this matter on the internet, used to vent their anger. The car into the fence to go, but also to drive nearly 2 hours to reach the main city wall. By the fence covered by the outer wall of the main city. The road less pedestrians, but looks to be much more normal than outside. Because the addition of a wall, so they feel much safer. The car sped through the streets in the fast lane at a fast speed, going straight up to 250. In the fast lane the minimum needed was 180. 2 hours later, wearing special clothes to enter the main city. Wearing this will not be blocked by the protective light curtain. And this kind of clothes is still a disposable product. That's why the price of entering the light curtain is getting more and more expensive. Even speculated out of the sky price. On the other hand, the injured woman in the hotel only received some simple treatment. And the hospital's phone number couldn't be dialed. So the man could only take his wife and child to the hospital first. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua just finished solving the mutant rats and went upstairs. The hotel room here Lin Miling opened for 2 days. So she should be able to stay here for 2 more days. Lin Xiaojin was just about to enter the space to clean herself up when someone knocked on her door. It turned out to be the manager of the hotel, specially coming over to thank them for helping them solve the hotel's crisis. So the hotel could send them in for 3 days of free residence. Sending away the hotel manager, Lin Xiaojin simply took a bath in the hotel's bathroom. Lin Miling opened a senior suite and could also take a bath. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin both took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Only then did the two people enter the space. Xiao Nua cooking these 2 days have not eaten properly. Hungry Lin Xiaojin's stomach grumbled. And this is only a short day. Ah Lan's language is already very fluent. Ah Lan's looks are really good looking. After all, it is built according to her favorite stars. Thinking about after getting 2 colored crystal beads. In whose face value to build the elf according to. Mummy. Quickly play with me. Little Bun said, as he pulled Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin looked at how cute the little bun was, and thought that he could build a 5.6-year-old elf to play with the little bun. But now the elf's appearance couldn't be changed once it was finished. Which meant that if Lin Xiaojin chose the appearance of a few years old, the elf generated in her space would always be that big. But the little loli is also quite cute. Little Bozy is already almost 2 years old. Lin Xiaojin decided to take Baozi to the main city tomorrow to adapt to kindergarten life for a period of time before leaving the city. Xiao Nua's craftsmanship is no match for the dishes that Lin Xiaojin loves to eat. Lan seems to be very interested in the matter of cooking. And when Xiao Nua cooks, he watches from the sidelines. Little Yundo was fond of reading all kinds of books. And Lin Xiaojin had also purchased quite a few e-books for her in Xiao's city. After eating and drinking, Lin Xiaojin accompanied the little bun to play for a while. And also took the little bun out of the space. Can't keep the little bun confined in the space. In the future, as the little bun slowly grows up, she will always bring the little bun around. There is a danger in the little bun at any time to put the little bun into the space. The fresh things outside instantly attracted the little buns, looking at everything curious. So Lin Xiaojin told the little buns one by one. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the little bun was already lying in the hotel's big bed asleep. Ding. A sound. Lin Xiaojin's mobile phone rang. It was a brief message from Lin Miling. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin's face slightly cold. Not in a good mood. But his heart seemed to have guessed it. Lin Miling transferred 500,000 star coins. But there's no way for her to send out the colored crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin gritted her teeth and said, since she has no way to send it out, let's go get it. Good. Xiao Nua answered. Lin Xiaojin then inquired about Lin Miling's home address. And Lin Miling on the other end of the phone was very surprised. But still, she gave Lin Xiaojin the address status because she didn't think Lin Xiaojin could enter the main city to find her. Besides, she compensated 500,000 star coins. Lin Meiling looked at the colored crystal bead in her hand. What use was this thing to her? Lin Meiling had repeatedly inquired about it. But there was no way to use this alien crystal. Could it be that she was a highly intelligent alien? But it doesn't look like it. Lin Meiling couldn't figure it out. But she also didn't think Lin Xiaojin could come in. So she was indifferent, and gave Lin Xiaojin the address location. Although she didn't get the colored crystal beads, a bit lost. But looking at the 500,000 star coins in her phone, I guess Lin Miling didn't want to give it to her. But she really couldn't send it out. Otherwise she wouldn't have transferred 500,000 star coins to her. She could have ignored her and blackmailed her. and she would have no place to look for her. So Lin Meiling is still quite trustworthy. It's just that the colored alien energy crystals are oh so important to Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Baozi fell asleep. Xiao Nua was meditating. Almost as soon as he had time, Xiao Nua started to meditate and cultivate to raise his alien energy level. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was bored with brushing the internet and holding a plate of blueberries in her hand, which was a batch of blueberries that had just ripened recently in this space. A blueberry are much larger than a coin. Eat sweet and sour. The most critical is to contain energy. The anthocyanin energy of which is even more protective of the eyes. If it is myopic, people often eat Lin Xiaojin space-produced blueberries, can even be restored, and can also make your eyesight improve. Lin Xiaojin, who was eating while brushing the net, the next second video brushed to the video of her kicking a mutant cat. There were all sorts of comments at the bottom saying that she was a heroine or something. Violent imperial sister, oh. So believable. There were compliments, and then there were blacks. Nothing more than saying that her girls were too violent. Not violent? If you don't raise your strength, are you waiting to be chewed on? Lin Xiaojin lazily said that although Xiao City was now experiencing a crisis, it wasn't a full-blown crisis like in Blue Star. If we wait until the mutated animals are in full outbreak, the first to die are those soft and weak women. Lin Xiaojin has experienced a lot and does not care about these statements. It seems that in the future you need to keep a low profile. Everyone in Xiao City has a net and a mobile phone, and what you do will be back recorded online. Lin Xiaojin continued to brush down. Found that there are also a variety of gossip. Said the outer city, I am afraid that cannot last a few days, so that everyone can quickly run. The key is where to run, so it is recommended that everyone reinforce their own house. Recently iron plate. All kinds of reinforced facilities. Weapons are plus sold. Chopper watermelon knife. Baseball bat actually sell extraordinarily well. Pistols are not sold. Only the SWAT team. And it is said that the pistol does not have any lethality to mutant animals. However, everyone can still be a weapon are prepared. There are funny actually also take the home ironing machine. Mop. Obviously there is a part is to take advantage of the brush traffic as a netizen. And did not take this matter seriously. After all, the Earth star for so many years has never encountered any crisis. War, famine do not exist. In addition to the price of vegetables and fruits are expensive and scarce. But it seems that they are already accustomed to. Lin Xiaojin also swiped a lot of people being attacked by mutant animals in a tragic way. But they were all automatically coded by the platform. And no bloody scenes would appear on the video. But even with the mosaic you could hear people screaming in horror. And many of the comments were scared and horrified. Most of them are cursing the government for inaction. But in fact the government is already trying to resist. Otherwise the outer city would have been littered with corpses by now. The next morning the baby also woke up from sleep. Lin Xiaojin changed the baby's clothes and put on her shoes. Today she was ready to head towards the main city. Getting her own colored alien crystal first was the most important thing. Xiao Nua held the little bun. Lin Xiaojin walked in front. Yesterday in the hall, to make a puddle of blood has been cleaned up. The front desk saw that it was Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua coming out. Very respectfully they stood up. Yesterday the two of them gave their hotel, but solved a big trouble. Hello. Do you need any help? The front desk lady said with a smile. No need. Lin Xiaojin said mildly, and followed Xiao Nua out of the hotel door. After the two of them went out, the receptionist lady mumbled, why didn't I remember there being a child? Maybe I was wrong myself. This was just a small episode. It didn't attract much attention. The little bun was very cheerful to the point of looking at everything rare. The little bun had been staying in the space. The environment inside had long been too familiar to be familiar with. Che. The little bun's little finger pointed to the car on the Jingwu Road. Hand dancing said. The streets of Sand City were all very wide. But there wasn't a trace of greenery. The two of them walked straight to the periphery of the fence. Lin Xiaojin put Xiao Nua and Xiao Baozi into the space before instantly moving straight to the inside of the outer wall. Lin Xiaojin came in before releasing Xiao Nua and little Baozi out of the space. The two of them had just come out. Lin Xiaojin purposely found a remote corner to teleport in, so as not to be discovered. This wall is all very smooth. Want to climb and simply impossible. And at a glance is made of special materials. Xiao Nua and Xiao Baozi just came out. Lin Xiaojin found not far away suddenly a woman actually threw the wall over. Also with a layer of halo. This gave Lin Xiaojin a confused look. And also gave the opposite woman a confused look. But Lin Xiaojin saw that the woman's face was pale, obviously using energy excessively. The woman didn't continue to look at Lin Xiaojin either, but turned her head and ran towards the corner. It seems that there are also people who can pass through the outer wall, such as the woman just now. Is a wall-penetrating ability, however the level is only one level, so only once through the wall energy to use most of it. Entering into here, after driving into the fast lane, should be able to reach the main city soon. After this place was fenced off, it was obviously much cleaner than outside. At least it wasn't so chaotic inside. Most people still lived normally. Lin Xiaojin took out the car from space. Xiao Nua drove the car. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Baozi sat in the back row, directly navigating into the fast lane, so that basically 2 hours to reach the outskirts of the main city. In the back row of the car seat, the little buns lay on the window and looked at the environment that was rapidly passing outside, and also took their little hands to play on the car glass. Lin Xiaojin took out strawberries from space and gave the little bun a large strawberry. The little bun ate it while looking outside. Lin Xiaojin looked at the little bun. When he was first born, he was only so small, and now he has grown so big. And too many things have happened in the past year or so. Counting the days, Zhu Jingjing's child is also soon to be born. I do not know where she and Wang Han. However, I believe that Wang Han so much pain Zhu Jingjing will not let her suffer. Zhu Jingjing is a very kind and gentle girl. Just this kind of goodness in the end of the world is called the Mother of God. With Zhu Jingjing experience more and more, she is no longer only goodness. Zhu Jingjing was sent to a hospital in the galaxy. All the people here are people with healing powers. Zhu Jingjing is only a level 2 healing ability. Here is only a doctor's assistant nurse. The people in this hospital, only these bottom people are collected from various planets of the healing system alien energy. Low grade and low grade group. High grade is very respectable. But even the low rank people of this hospital had a high social respect in the galaxy. Anna, this is for your daughter, the other woman said with a smile and handed a pink gift box to Zhu Anna. Thank you, Zhu Anna said gratefully. Zhu Anna lost her memory, and when she came to her senses, she was already pregnant and even about to give birth. Now her baby is already 100 days old. And the Ai Tao, who has a good relationship with her, came over today to deliver her daughter's gift. The two chatted for a long time. They were almost at the same time to this hospital. Assigned housing is also a neighbor. The two chatted for a while. Ai Tao sighed and said, "You have a good rest." Zhu Jingjing nodded. And Ai Tao also sighed softly and left. They both lost their memories. A person without memories. The night was even more of a torture for them. When it was late at night, they would desperately try to recall their memories. But it will pass with time. Then it will slowly get used to it, and will adapt to the current life. But Zhu Jingjing is different. She desperately wants to recall, probably because of the reason of having a child. Although Zhu Jingjing lost her memory, but she always dreamed of some strange scenes in her dreams, like a horrible nightmare haunting her. In her dreams, good people turned into man-eating monsters. And every time she dreamed of this, she would wake up with a start. Zhu Jingjing is fortunate to be working in a hospital. She nowadays only needs to work 4 hours a day to go home with her baby until she brings him to 3 years old. She lives in collective housing near the hospital, which is only 60 square meters, but it's more than enough to live with her baby, who is usually taken care of by a nanny robot while Zhu Jingjing works. She wasn't the only one who had lost her memories in this hospital. There were others. Ai Tao, who was close to her, had lost her memories as well. She suspected it. But as an employee who entered the system registration here, or the lowest level, she couldn't view anything. Only the director with a high rank, or the dean had access. Who did you say your father could be? Why can't I even remember? But mentioning your father, why am I inexplicably a little sad? A tear inexplicably crossed the corner of Zhu Jingjing's eye as she spoke. Zhu Jingjing fingers crossed her tears. She wanted to raise her level, raise her energy, so that she could retrieve her memories. She has obsession in her heart. Obsessed with her own memories. Obsessed with who the father of the child is. The deeper the obsession, the more she sleeps every day. She dreams. And the dream is often a repetitive scene. Lin Xiaojin and they drove in the fast lane, and drove for more than 2 hours before entering the outskirts of the main city. The main city area was completely shrouded by a huge light curtain. This kind of light curtain could not be penetrated even by wall-piercing powers, because it required a huge amount of energy to be consumed. The main urban area not only has a light curtain, the urban area is even blocked. There are also special police guards. It is impossible to enter. The outer wall of the main city area has a lot of people are queuing up, all sitting on the ground, holding up a sign in their hands, which says that they want to enter the main city area or something like that. There were even quite a few people holding mobile phones in their hands for live streaming. The whole scene was a bit chaotic. But although they were all gathered at the entrance of the main city, but none of them were actually going to cause trouble. They were all on the outskirts of the main city. And there was another protective wall up. So the danger to them wasn't very great yet. Now that there were too many people, Lin Xiaojin also didn't intend to enter the main city now, but was prepared to take advantage of the dead of night at night before instantly moving in. There were also hotels in this neighborhood, and the cheapest hotel had risen to 10,000 a night. So Lin Xiaojin didn't intend to stay in a hotel, but instead looked for a shopping mall to stroll around first. The food in the mall has gone up in price. Even the snacks have gone up a lot. But those supplies have not gone up much. And Lin Xiaojin, who wants to hoard when she sees something, bought a lot of things again, including clothes, skincare products, shoes, and so on. Anyway, she now also has money. Lin Miling but gave her 500,000 star coins, in addition to the 20,000 she gave before. They still have the rest of the star coins. A total of 530,000 star coins. She had just spent 20,000 star coins on shopping at the mall. And once she had bought the things, she put them into her space. Her space was basically semi-automated. She bought a lot of electronic goods. The mall is the 3rd floor, and the baby's amusement park. Lin Xiaojin bought a ticket to put the baby into play. This will be the amusement park. There are not many people. Xiao Nuo brought the baby to play in the amusement park. Lin Xiaojin is ready to go upstairs to shop again. See what can buy. Money even if more. Hoarded into supplies into her space. This is the sense of security. Otherwise one day there is no supplies. Even if you have money you cannot buy. Lin Xiaojin bought a lot of things. But also Xiao Nuo Xiao Bozi also bought a lot. And bought a variety of books. Pet food and all kinds of pet canned nutrients are on sale. Even from 10% off. It seems that the impact of the virus-infected animals is not small. Lin Xiaojin bought a lot of canned food for Blizzard. And when they can get out of Sand City, she let Blizzard come out. Otherwise now bring out a pet is very inconvenient. Before living in the hotel with a pet is also not allowed near all. Lin Xiaojin from the upstairs to buy things down, when she saw the amusement park Xiao Nuo holding a grieved little buns. There are 2 people around Xiao Nuo. Opposite Xiao Nuo is a man holding a child a few months older than Xiao Baozi. The man is constantly output. His mouth was full of unpleasant words. There are a total of 2 children here. Who else could have pushed it if not your son? Xiao Nuo's eyebrows flashed a few times. Cold a few points. Husband. Are small children rubbing and touching very normal things? Do not make a fuss. The woman next to him persuaded. What normal thing? Didn't see the daughter's face is knocked red. The man gasped. This time Lin Xiaojin walked over. The little bun saw Lin Xiaojin. The aggrieved little face instantly happy. Mum. Lin Xiaojin took the little bun in Xiao Nuo's hand and gently pacified the little bun. Lin Xiaojin hugged on her own waifu. Slowly and softly inquired. Xiao Chen, you tell mummy you just ran into that sister? Sure enough, once Lin Xiaojin came, Xiao Nuo's face only slightly better. If Lin Xiaojin in not come, I'm afraid he will have to do it directly. Xiao Baozi shook his head. Lin Xiaojin touched Xiao Baozi's head and said to them, such a big shopping mall should have surveillance. Wouldn't it be easier to drop out the surveillance and look at it? Look at the monitor. It's also you who pushed our child down. The man on the other side said in an overbearing manner. Lin Xiaojin's face was slightly cold and said, then watch the surveillance before you say anything. It's best to pray that it was my family's baby that pushed your baby. What kind of attitude is this? The woman next to her couldn't look at Lin Xiaojin's attitude anymore either. This side of the argument soon called the amusement park management to call the surveillance. Lin Xiaojin said coldly. Soon the monitor was called out. It would have been an hour ago. The woman's face was a little weak, but the monitoring screen had already been called out. The woman in the surveillance didn't care about the child at all. Instead, she was accosting Xiao Nuo. But Xiao Nuo's expression was cold and didn't reply to her. Her eyes were just staring at the little bun, who was playing with the slide. The result is that the little girl herself plays slide miss fall to the face. Because the woman's husband just happened to come over just to see this scene. The heartache of the daughter of the man indiscriminately began to quarrel. Heh, seems to be someone who is just staring at other people's husbands ignoring their own family children. But also in this dog's blood to spray people. Lin Xiaojin's eyes coalesced cold eyes. Cold eyes looking at them. The woman was too weak to raise her head and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill down. And the man also felt that his self-respect had been ruthlessly stepped on. You stinking bitch. What a disgrace to my old man. The man said with a cold face pointing at the woman. If he wasn't in a shopping mall, I'm afraid that he would have directly started a fight. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to care about their family matters. She said coldly, please, apologize immediately for how you just treated my husband and also my son. Apologize? It was all a misunderstanding. What is there to apologize for? If you want to apologize, it's also you who should apologize to me. I haven't said that your husband seduced my wife. The man's words completely angered Xiao Nuo. The time around him was stilled. This was Xiao Nuo's second skill. Nowadays, Xiao Nuo's time standing still could stand still for 4 minutes. After a few minutes had passed, Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin had long since left. But the man's clothes all over his body suddenly disappeared. His whole body was stripped naked. And there were still 4 big words written in lipstick on his body. I am a hooligan. Ah! The woman lost her voice and shrieked. The man looked at himself naked, ashamed and angry. What's going on? How suddenly all his clothes were gone. Mall passers-by have taken out their mobile phones to take pictures. And security guards rushed in a short while. The man wanted to find something to quickly cover the body. But the surrounding people watching more and more. Is that man a psychopath? Exposure maniac. Call the police and arrest the mental hospital. The man listened to the people around him, not listening to the curses. And all kinds of teasing. Ridicule voice. He muttered. It must be those 2 people just now. It must be them. The man growled and fled in a hurry as the crowd surrounded him. Lin Xiaojin, who went down to the shopping mall, was holding her little bun. She just heard the commotion upstairs. And there were quite a few people talking about the fact that there was an exhibitionist out of the shopping mall. Lin Xiaojin, with a smile under her eyes, looked at Xiao Nuo and said, no wonder you just didn't let me look. Xiao Nuo's eyes still had a hint of coldness in them as he thought about what just happened. Sometimes hurting someone can be more difficult to accept psychologically than physically. Just like at least the woman who had her face scratched by the mutant rats. The injury could be cured. But the psychological wound could not be cured. Once there is a shadow, I'm afraid it will become more and more distorted. Lin Xiaojin gave Xiao Nuo a thumbs up. Offending her might be something she would give a quick stab to solve. But don't offend Xiao Nuo. Xiao is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Compared to the pain of a knife cut to death, there will be 1,000 ways will make you more difficult. Now the time is already afternoon. Lin Xiaojin, 2 people find a place where no one. 2 people directly into the space. Sister Xiaojin. As soon as they entered the space, Alan and Little Cloudy both said very respectfully. Alan's IQ was very fast. There was no problem with basic communication. And even Alan was very interested in cooking. And had recently been watching cooking-related videos. And even wanted Lin Xiaojin to help buy some books about cooking. Earthstar about cookery would be very little. Because vegetables, fruits and these are not available. Are restricted. Blue Star's cookery was much more advanced than here. Luckily, she had also installed a computer when she was in Blue Star. And there should be cookery videos in there as well. Blue and Little Cloudy both didn't need to sleep or even eat. They had a constant supply of energy as long as they were in Lin Xiaojin's space. So there was a lot of time every day. And in the evening, Alan made a good meal. And this was Alan's first time cooking. Alan, your first time making it like this is really good. Lin Xiaojin praised without mincing words. On the one hand, the vegetables and fruits from the space used were excellent in all aspects of taste. Of course, it's still my husband who makes the best. Lin Xiaojin smiled at Xiao Nuo and said. Her eyes flickered in a flirtatious and charming manner. And Xiao Nuo looked at her, with a doting smile surfacing in the bottom of his eyes. I will still learn more from Brother Xiao. Alan said seriously. Lin Xiaojin looked at All Blue. With Little Cloud is really more and more satisfied. At least help her do a lot of things. Lin Xiaojin family of 3 to eat dinner. Xiao Nuo went to seize the time to cultivate. Xiao Yunhua and Blizzard to play with the little buns. Alan silently clean up the dishes. Lin Xiaojin to also want to seriously cultivate. So she added a meal for herself. It seems that in the future, In order to upgrade fast, you need to eat more. Because all her energy came from her body cells. She wouldn't expand and absorb energy herself like Xiao Nuo. Space to the point that it could be upgraded. So Lin Xiaojin was prepared to enter the main city to at least be safe and upgrade the space when she found a place to settle down. If Lin Xiaojin remembered correctly, the space had already been upgraded once. If it was upgraded once, it should be a tertiary space, which was Lin Xiaojin's own guess. At night, after Lin Xiaojin put her little buns to bed, she told Xiao Nuo that she was out of space to instantly enter the main city. Good. Xiao Nuo answered. So Lin Xiaojin went out of the space by herself. This would be early morning when there were a lot less people outside. She came up from the underground garage, all the way towards the main city center light curtain. There were still pedestrians on the road, but there weren't many people. So Lin Xiaojin first looked around after no one, then used the space of the instantaneous transfer into the main city. After the instantaneous transfer into the main city, Lin Xiaojin walked another road, and then entered the space to rest. Until the next day, she came out of the space. Early the next morning, Alan simply made a breakfast. After eating her fill, Lin Xiaojin dressed the little bun. Only then was Xiao Nuo out of the space. The two first found a cafe. The main city with the outer city is completely two worlds. Here cannot see a trace of chaos. Compared to the outer city of the bloody storm. All kinds of mutant animals. People are normal life. And recreational activities are also very much. Even in the main city cannot brush in the urban area of the mutant animals of the attack on human tragedy. Obviously in a city. But two different situations. This is also the disadvantages of advanced technology. Do not want to show you. You will never see. Lin Xiaojin searched on her mobile phone for places where she could rent a house in the main city. But after half a day of searching, she realized that she didn't need to rent a house in the main city. This was because only people who lived in the main city. Or to put it another way, people who had a house could live in the main city. Or it means that you have to have proof that you work in the main city and go to university before you can. Although Lin Xiaojin had 500,000 star coins, it was a pipe dream to buy a house in the main city. And he could still make do with one in the outer city. Then we'll have to stay in a hotel. I'm afraid it will take half a month if the space is upgraded. Lin Xiaojin sighed. This meant that it would take at least half a month for them to live in a hotel. 500,000 was still more than enough to live in a hotel. Opening a normal suite would require 200,000 star coins a month. The two discussed it and decided to find a hotel in the vicinity first. Please swipe your identities, your information, the hotel receptionist said. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both swiped their identity information. Then the hotel receptionist frowned. Your identity information is for the outer city. You can't stay in the main city, the front desk woman said with a changed face. Can't stay? Why? Could it be that people from the outer city can't even get a room in the main city? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Sorry. That's the rule now, the front desk woman said impatiently. Then everyone in the main city had a room. Who would be idle and have nothing to do to open a room? But there are really quite a lot of people who open rooms. Because people in the main city who have an account but also don't have a room will rent a hotel. Lin Xiaojin originally wanted to add money to open the hotel. But after thinking about it, he went to find Lin Meiling first to get the colorful crystal beads. Anyway, this was not the only hotel in the main city. After leaving the hotel, Lin Xiaojin opened the location that Lin Meiling had sent over and purposely gave Lin Meiling a call. At first Lin Meiling didn't believe it. Lin Xiaojin directly sent Lin Meiling a shared location. Then you guys wait for me. Lin Meiling sent a message. So the two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, waited in the hotel lobby. Lin Meiling really didn't expect Lin Xiaojin to actually be able to enter the main city. Although she was surprised beyond measure. When she first thought of what Lin Xiaojin had said, she didn't expect it to really come true. Her sister Lin Meijia specially asked Lin Xiaojin's name at the beginning, and came back specially to find someone to inspect, but did not find Lin Xiaojin's information. So Lin Meijia and Lin Meiling both think it is Lin Xiaojin's name is fake. But in fact Lin Xiaojin's name is real information is what was bought. After staying in the hotel lobby for an hour, the hotel security guards couldn't stand it anymore, and just walked over to let Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo go outside to wait for someone, who knew that at this time a car came outside. And the one who walked down inside was none other than Lin Meiling. The security guards saw that it was the second miss of the Lin family, and couldn't care less about Lin Xiaojin and the others. The security guard smiled and respectfully greeted Lin Mei Ling. Second Miss. It turned out that this hotel was the property of the Lin family. Lin Mei Ling's father was in business. Her mother's family was in politics. So it could be said that in the family Xiao City was also a top 5 existence. Lin Mei Ling didn't even have a chance to meet the security guard who came over head-on, but instead looked at Lin Xiaojin with a surprised look. I didn't expect you to actually come in. How did you get in? Lin Mei Ling said in surprise. The security guard didn't expect that the second young lady was actually talking to the Lin Xiaojin duo that he had just kicked out. And for a moment, he was a little nervous. He didn't expect that the person Lin Xiaojin was waiting for would actually be their family's second miss. This is not the place to talk. Let's change places, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Good. I have a long-term suite here, Lin Mei Ling said with a smile. Saying that, the hotel's ceremonial staff hurriedly took Lin Mei Ling and them to the hotel's high-rise suite. Lin Mei Ling also arranged her boyfriend, Wang Tianyu, to stay in this hotel as well, in her suite. But Wang Tianyu should be at school this time, so he didn't come over. The suite that second Miss Lin lived in was just luxurious. A high-tech room with a hint of warmth. Lin Xiaojin. How did you guys get in? Now the main city area is a place where no one can enter. Lin Mei Ling was very curious. The light curtain of the main city area had been completely opened. Now even in the outer city area Swa wouldn't be able to get in. So Lin Xiaojin being able to come in was really greatly out of her expectation. This is our business, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, not wanting to tell Lin Mei Ling about this matter. When Lin Mei Ling saw Lin Xiaojin's attitude, although she wanted to know, it would be uninteresting to ask any further. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were both very strong. Especially Xiao Nua, Lin Xiaojin's husband, whose strength level was at the very least more than a level 3 alien. This is also in Xiao City is also the top of the existence. So she will not be stupid enough to offend them. Instead, friendship is beneficial to her all. Lin Xiaojin was a dry person, and directly stated her purpose to have colored exotic crystals. Lin Mei Ling is also a dry person, since she promised she didn't rise to back out. And this time, she also came specifically with the 2 colored alien energy crystals. So Lin Mei Ling took out the color alien energy crystal box from her bosom and said, I said, you just need to be able to come. This color alien energy crystal will be given to you. Lin Xiaojin received the colored alien energy crystals. Of course his psyche was very excited. But on the surface, he was very calm. After all, he was the one who had taken 500,000 star coins and 2 colored alien energy crystals from other people. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin has prepared. From the backpack took out a bottle of well-spring water with metal cup. In order to deliberately show the high-grade value is not expensive to find this luxury metal cup. This cup was also scavenged by hand and passing at the time of the blue star. This cup is so pretty. Lin Mei Ling was instantly attracted to the cup's bright and shiny eyeballs. It was true that little girls like this kind of boring stuff. The things inside this can save your life when it's crucial, Lin Xiaojin said solemnly. Lin Mei Ling frowned slightly, as if she had some disbelief. But seeing Lin Xiaojin's very serious appearance, she also associated it with the fact that Lin Xiaojin actually managed to enter the main city. So there might be some different status. But based on their own strength, Lin Mei Ling will not take the initiative to ask for this 500,000. For this amount of money, she can instead make a friend. Lin Mei Ling had collected the things. Originally Lin Mei Ling wanted to invite Lin Xiaojin to have a meal, but was refused by Lin Xiaojin. Are you going to stay at this hotel? This hotel is owned by my family, so feel free to stay. We'll be in touch if something comes up, Lin Mei Ling said with a smile. Good, Lin Xiaojin responded. For this girl Lin Mei Ling, her impression was still good. Except for some love brain, everything else was good. But perhaps it was this brisk personality of hers that made Lin Xiaojin not so disgusted with her. Lin Mei Ling put away the things Lin Xiaojin gave her, and specially instructed the hotel manager to give Lin Xiaojin a 30% discount. After Lin Mei Ling left, the hotel receptionist's attitude was a 180-degree turnaround. And even the hotel manager personally took Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua into the guest rooms. They chose a parent-child suite. They directly booked a month's worth of housing, and the space was able to be upgraded in about half a month. But this specific time Lin Xiaojin was specifically not clear. That's why they booked an extra half month. And with Lin Mei Ling's relationship, they paid less than 100,000 yuan for the total supply. The hotel's drinks are free, but the food is all need to pay. There is also a special restaurant. A while ago, the hotel's food is included in the room rate. But recently all kinds of food is tight. So the price is also rising separately. It had to be said that this was the evil capitalism. Lin Meiling went back and looked at the metal bottle given by Lin Xiaojin. Opened it and looked at it was water. But it looked clearer than ordinary water. Lin Meiling thought of Lin Xiaojin's words that this water could save her life. Felt like a joke. And did not take it to heart. So it was casually placed on the shelf in her room. That shelf is full of all kinds of novelty jewelry. And so on. After Lin Xiaojin opened the hotel suite, she let the little buns and also bail out. Because once the space was upgraded, none of them would be able to get in. And they would also be ejected from the space. Except for the space elves. Space upgrading is good for us too. Little Cloud said with a smile. Lan responded. Little Cloudy had waited a long time for space upgrades. Yet Lan had been born not long before space upgrades were ushered in. Lin Xiaojin took out a lot of food from the space. And the suite also had a fridge. So he stored the fridge full. And put in some canned food. There is also dog food. Dog snacks. Poor Blast is obviously a wolf eating dog food every day. Not only food. Clothes, shoes, underwear were taken out quite a bit. There is a kindergarten across the street from their hotel. Lin Xiaojin decided to send the little buns to the kindergarten in 2 days to adapt to the adaptation first. Children also need to adapt to the crowd and endure loneliness. The next day Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua went to the kindergarten to register. In the main city to go to a kindergarten are very expensive. 20,000 star coins a month. But now Lin Xiaojin money is also enough. Besides, after the space upgrade, they decided to leave Shayao City. To go outside. And then go to Star City. Earth Star's most prosperous city. Star City. Where there was a system connecting to the galaxy. A galaxy they knew nothing about. It had only been 2 days Lin Xiaojin's star coins. Had already spent 160,000 of them. Mummy. Come pick me up earlier. The little bun said aggrieved. His eyes red. The little guy had just cried for a while. Lin Xiaojin had coaxed him for half a day before he entered the kindergarten. Good. I will definitely be the first to pick you up. Lin Xiaojin promised. It was close anyway. The little bun heard his mum's promise. And only then did he stop crying. Lin Xiaojin was actually heartbroken to send a baby less than 2 years old to kindergarten. But in Shayao City babies were educated at the age of 1. From the hotel to the kindergarten is only a road distance. She had transit to the door. And the kindergarten have video surveillance. Mobile phone can also see the little buns. The first day the little bun was not quite used to the kindergarten. But 2 days later it was obvious to see the difference. All the children of the same age accompanied the little bun to play together. In fact, the little buns are far more intelligent than others. Learn things quickly. But also little Yundo teach good. Little Yundo after all. High IQ biological elves. Accompany the small bun or proper. And small buns eat food or space output. Pure natural pollution free. And contains energy. Lin Xiaojin also thought about whether the little buns will have supernormal abilities. But it is said that the children's supernormal abilities are 6 years old in primary school before they will inspire. So there's still 6 years to wait? There was no telling what kind of psychic ability little Buzzy would have. Of course, being a mother naturally hoped that the stronger her son's psychic ability was, the better. Parents won't stay with their child for the rest of his life. When he grows up, he will have his own way to go. Although reluctant, but this is a necessary process. Always be prepared. Now Lin Xiaojin can do is to accompany the little bun. Help him grow. Let him have enough ability to face the storm in the future. Of course, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua will always be his strongest backing. The space has been upgraded. The exact time is upgraded 16 days will be upgraded. Which is about the same time as Lin Xiaojin expected. And the batch of alien energy crystals she got. Not only can she upgrade the space, there will be leftover alien energy crystals. She can use them to expand the space. So these days he and Xiao Nua just need to stay in the hotel can be. Or go out to stroll. But go out to stroll for them is not very interested. But the 2 sons and daughters' intimate time changed a lot. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua's side face. Couldn't help but go forward and kiss the corner of Xiao Nua's lips. The slapdash kiss did not seem to satisfy Xiao Nua. However, Lin Xiaojin still did safety measures. And for the time being, she could not have a second baby. although Lin Xiaojin had the idea of wanting a female baby. It was only just. Xiao Baozi's interest in going to kindergarten seemed to be only for a week. Mummy, I want little sister Cloudy and brother Alan to play with me, Little Bun said with a small frown. I'm afraid it will take a while for the two of them. And by then, there might be two more people. Oh. Lin Xiaojin thought of the two-colored alien energy crystals he had obtained, and wondered if they could be birthed while the space was being upgraded. That's fine, the little bun was a little excited. His eyes were all bright, probably because he heard that there were two more older siblings who could accompany him. The group life of going to kindergarten makes the little bun very popular in school. Smart, long and cute. There are like and dislike the little bun. So the little buns must have suffered some blow, that's why they don't want to go to kindergarten. In the morning, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had just finished sending Xiao Baozi to kindergarten when her mobile phone rang. She didn't have any friends in Xiao City, so she could count the number of people who knew her phone number on their fingers. Lin Xiaojin looked at it, and it was Lin Miling's phone. Lin Xiaojin, are you still in the hotel? I have something urgent to go over and find you for a bit right now. There's about 5 minutes to go. Lin Meiling's tone was very anxious. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what could make Lin Meiling so anxious to find her. Lin Xiaojin just replied that she was now on the opposite side of the hotel. And not long after, a car sped to a stop in front of them. Coming down from inside the car was the anxious Lin Meiling, who saw Lin Xiaojin and hurried over. Lin Xiaojin, do you still have that bottle of water you gave me the other day? I'll buy it at a high price, Lin Meiling said hurriedly. One could tell that Lin Meiling was indeed in a hurry, probably running over in one breath. Her hair was a bit messy. Lin Xiaojin thought slightly. Was it the bottle of space wellspring water she gave? What happened? Lin Xiaojin asked. Lin Meiling thought that the bottle of water was given to her by Lin Xiaojin. Surely, she knew what that water was for. It turned out that just last night, her 9-year-old brother had been weak since he was young and had a congenital disease. Xiao City's technology was more advanced than Blue Star's. Even such advanced technology couldn't solve the damage caused by congenital diseases, especially when the brother onset of the pain is unimaginable. The family has thought of many ways, but the only known way is to go to a hospital in the galaxy. But the only people who can go to the galaxy are the top people in Star City. But it was yesterday that her brother, Lin Anjing, sneaked into her room to play again. And then, unknown to her, he opened the bottle of water that Lin Xiaojin had given her, and drank it. Being discovered at that time could be a shock. And so was Lin Meiling, who actually had no idea what Lin Xiaojin had given her. So she casually put it aside. The family made a mess, and rushed to call the doctor urgently. Found that Lin Anjing physique amazingly better. So many years without a trace of recovery. Drink Lin Meiling bottle of inexplicable water, actually have signs of recovery. Unfortunately, the bottle of water is too little. There is a drop left in it. They use a drop to extract the substance and carry out laboratory tests. In the morning the lab results just came out. Her mother rushed to call her, and she rushed over. In a few moments her mother will come too. Come here. The results of the tests on the drop of water were beyond their imagination. It contained healing properties and a huge amount of energy. There were even some unknown substances. But there was no doubt that the water had a healing effect. This makes Lin Meiling stunned. She only at this time remembered when Lin Xiaojin said to her words, "Critical time can save her life." The original is not Lin Xiaojin joking words. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Meiling's anxious appearance. In fact, the wellspring water, she wanted as much as to have as much. But now the space upgrade has been closed. Of course, she, in order to be safe, but also from the space, loaded a few bottles of wellspring water, but all with ordinary mineral water bottles. When Lin Xiaojin gave her a bottle of water, it was also because she gave that 500,000 and the colored crystal beads, and for the girl who kept her promise, Lin Meiling. She was willing to give it. Otherwise, even if someone gave her 10 million star coins, and she didn't want to, she didn't like it, she wouldn't give it. Like Lin Meiling's sister Lin Meijia. After Lin Xiaojin heard Lin Meiling's words, her surface was a bit difficult. Lin Meiling seemed to be able to see it. 1 million star coins. Just that vial of water, Lin Meiling said. The doctor had said that as long as she could drink one bottle at a time, there was a great hope for a cure. It was a pity that her brother drank half of that bottle of water. The remaining half was seen by her, thinking that his brother was in a hurry to drink it indiscriminately and spilled it. Lin Meiling did not mention how much regret If she had known this effect, she would never have spilled that bottle of water, and would have put it in the safe and locked it up. Lin Meiling looked at Lin Xiaojin's difficult look. So with a sincere face, I can also add money. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that this thing is also something I got by chance outside the city. There's not much in total. Last time it was because you gave me quite a lot of star coins. And 2 colored exotic crystals. That's why I wanted to give it to you. Lin Xiaojin looked embarrassed. Plus sighed, as she lowered her head and pursed her lips. As soon as Lin Meiling heard what Lin Xiaojin said, she knew that Lin Xiaojin was still remaining. Although she also wanted to know where Lin Xiaojin got her water from. But this was a personal privacy. She wouldn't ask. Moreover, the outside is so dangerous now. They went to count outside to look for it. I'm afraid they won't be able to find it for a while. They might as well spend star coins to buy it. Although his brother has a congenital disease. But the same also has a heavenly supernormal ability. His brother has the power of prophecy. But every time he prophesies, his body gets worse. And his brother is only 8 years old. He can't control his power of prophecy. And it's triggered on the fly. This caused his own brother to be in worse health. Even so, the younger brother has to absorb alien crystals every day to keep his body's energy up, because the younger brother is losing energy every day. If it was an ordinary family, I'm afraid that the younger brother would have died long ago. No one is so rich to be able to provide for it. But they found that Lin Xiaojin's bottle of water brother drank, the body's loss of energy became a little slower. That's why she was so impatient to come over. Lin Meiling hurriedly said, "Do you still have it there? What do you want? Like colored alien energy crystals?" Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "To be honest, I but still have some left. But it's for myself." "Then can you share it with me? Colored alien energy crystals are really gone in my house. If you want them, there are some in Star City. I can help you look for them over there," Lin Meiling said in a hurry. "Let's do it this way. I'll think about it. If I need any exchange and give you a word. Is that okay?" Lin Xiaojin didn't explicitly reject Lin Meiling, and it was considered leaving room for maneuver. If Lin Xiaojin gave it to Lin Meiling so dryly instead, it would cause Lin Meiling to be suspicious and think that she had more. This kind of behavior from Lin Xiaojin seemed very normal to Lin Meiling like this. "Good. Then think about it. Alien energy crystals. Star coins are all fine." Lin Meiling patted her chest and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll go back to the hotel," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Meiling nodded. Although she was a little reluctant, she knew that she couldn't be in such a hurry now. Anyway, Lin Xiaojin was staying in this hotel, and she wasn't going to leave. It was fine to stay here. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had just entered the hotel when Lin Meiling's mom and Lin Meijia came. Lin Meiling's mother was a special police officer in the main city of Xiaoyao City, and was also a senior inspector special police officer. Her mother was a water system 3rd level psychic ability, and was considered a very powerful existence in Xiaoyao City. Lin Meiling's mother, Xiaoli, was a very competent person at first glance. "Where's the person you were talking about?" Xiaoli asked as soon as she got off the bus. Although she was also anxious inside, she was very calm on the surface. But when she heard that her son was saved, her voice was trembling. "My friend said she still needs to think about it," Lin Meiling said honestly. Xiaoli frowned slightly, but expressed her understanding. It was already considered very good to give Lin Meiling a bottle of such a rare thing. Although Xiaoli understood. But about her own son, she still couldn't help but say, "Isn't it true that what you gave is too little? We can give whatever she wants." Money. The alien crystal with her son's life, that important need not be said. Lin Meiling shook her head and said, "That's not true. It's just that she also got this thing by chance from outside the city. The fact that she could give you a bottle means that she must have some left over. Otherwise she wouldn't have given it to you," Xiaoli said in a deep voice. "This matter is known to everyone, but remaining may not be in giving him all. After all, it is also what people get. Your friend lives in this hotel, right? I'll go speak to her." Lin Meijia frowned and said, "It's better not to." Lin Meiling thought about how her sister and Lin Xiaojin seemed to have some unpleasantness earlier, so she just rejected it. "Meiling, this concerns your brother's health." Xiaoli was also putting pressure on Lin Meiling. That mother didn't want her child to grow up healthy. And as Lin Anjing grew bigger and bigger, the energy from the exotic crystal could only renew his life. And it was being lost faster and faster. Lin Mei manager looked at Lin Meijia and her mother Xiaoli in invisible pressure. The pressure of her breathless. She lives in the hotel across the street. In the end, Lin Mei Ling still compromised you. Who let her mother, and also her sister's aura is too strong. I'll go to her. No matter what the cost. As long as I can save it, and Xiao Li said in a low voice. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people, just returned to the hotel. One of the bottles of mineral water placed in the hotel refrigerator plainly was the wellspring water in her space. Lin Xiaojin's two colored exotic crystals had long since been put into the space. So maybe after the upgrade there would be two more little elves. After sending the little bun to school, the two of them didn't have much to do in the morning. Xiao Nuo was ready to cultivate, while Lin Xiaojin was ready to swipe her mobile phone. What is it like in the urban area? In the main urban area, the network cannot be swiped at all. A wall separates out the two worlds. Outside the urban area of another large batch of mutant animals rushed out, resulting in a number of people injured. Many people have strongly condemned, but just condemnation. In the urban area the gate is still no one opened. Seems to want to let them in the city to perish on their own. In the Black Iron Star, Lin Xiaoran, Xianli and the five of them got rid of a black iron beast attack to take advantage of the opportunity to escape and get rid of those people's control. Together, they escaped to the canyon that Mu Xiaozhu found earlier. There was plenty of food here, and a spaceship. As long as there was hope, they were a chance to leave this barren planet. Brother Xiaoran, hold on. Mu Xiuyo's tears kept flowing non-stop. Xianli on the other hand, her eyes were full of heartache. The black iron beast attacked Lin Xiaoran and was injured. Zhang Wang carried him to the canyon. In this planet, even as long as there is an injury, not being able to pull through is certain death. Ying, you take little boy out first, Zhang Wang said with a frown. Lin Xiaoran's back had been attacked by the black iron beast, and he had to use his knife to cut off the rotting flesh. Otherwise the infection would be serious. And there weren't any antibiotics here. Good. Zhou Yingying's face was pale. Her heart couldn't bear it. After all, it was her senior brother. So she hurriedly pulled little boy out. I'll stay and help you. Xianli did not go out. Instead, she stayed behind. Zhang Wish glanced at Xianli and said, Good. You put a basin of water first. And clean him for him in a while. Xianli responded, seeing Lin Xiaoran's pale face and bloodless lips. The bottom of her dark gaze eyes are all heartache. Lin Xiaoran, you must hold on. Your sister Lin Xiaojin is still waiting for you. And your cute little nephew. Xianli said over and over again beside Lin Xiaoran's ear. Zhang Wish set up his sword to release a fireball to roast the blade. You hold him down, Zhang Wan said with a frown. This kind of pain was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Good. But to Xianli's surprise, Lin Xiaoran just pulled through so hard. Xianli had seen so many zombies. So many blood-drenched scenes. More horrible than this. More disgusting than this she has not only seen. She also cut. She had long thought that she was already used to it. But seeing Lin Xiaoran's bloody back, Xianli actually cannot bear to look directly. She is afraid. She is heartbroken. It was as if this kind of injury hated to be borne by her. At that time, when the black iron beast group rushed over violently, Lin Xiaoran and Zhang Wang were considered to be the main force. Zhou Yingying's hands are not bad. Xianli and Xiao Zhao after such a long time of exercise. The physical quality is still okay. But they weren't facing scary zombies, but beasts of huge size, and had no advantage at all. They also wanted to take this opportunity to escape from there. That's why Lin Xiaoran was injured. Don't cry. You let him lie down, never let him roll over. Zhang Wang looked at Xianli actually shedding tears. He hadn't seen Xianli shedding tears in all the time he had known her. Xianli wiped her tears, not expecting that she actually cried without realizing it. If only Anna was there. If only Xia Jin were there, Xianli said. They would have been able to snuggle up to each other like before. Able to survive with companionship. Zhang Wish also won't say any comforting words. Can only silently put away the knife. Thinking of Xiao Nua and Wang Han, he hoped that the three of them would still be able to meet one day. Before there was no hope. They might have to stay on this planet for the rest of their lives. But they now saw the spaceship. As long as they could go back, they might be able to contact them. There was no hope before. But now that there is, it's even more important not to give up, Zhang Wang said after a moment of silence. These words seemed to give Xianli confidence, including the already unconscious Lin Xiaoran, who had also heard them. It was just that the pain in his body prevented him from getting up. and he could only close his eyes to try and distract himself from this pain. Xianli watched as Lin Sharon had completely slept over before he came out of the cave. I don't know if elder brother's injuries will worsen if he doesn't have anti-inflammatory medicine. Zhou Yingying's eyes were filled with worry. Anti-inflammatory medicine. There is such a thing there in this shitty place. Zhang Wang cursed. This place even had to fucking pick up a pair of shoes worn by someone else. How could there be something like anti-inflammatory medicine? I know. Xianli's eyes lit up suddenly, thinking of something. You know what? Zhou Yingying looked at Xianli's sudden stagger and asked curiously. Xianli looked at Zhou Yingying, and then looked at Mu Xiaozhuang and Zhang Wang. The condition of several people was really a bit miserable. Even Zhang Wish didn't even have a shoe, and was wearing iron bark. And Mu Xiaoyu was also pitifully thin. The eyes under Xianli's eyes darkened as she said, "We just need to fill the spaceship with energy. One day, we will leave this hellish place." In fact, Xianli thought of this black iron star also as a kind of extremely rare flowers, said to grow in the gloomy iron or deep cave. But this kind of thing seems to be very rare and has a healing effect. It's also considered a self-produced medicinal herb of the black iron star. But I don't know if I can find it. If Lin Xiaoren is really infected, she will definitely find it no matter what. Lin Xiaojin was brushing her mobile phone in her room and was just about to open the game when her phone rang. It turned out to be a message from Lin Meiling. Lin Xiaojin looked at the phone. On your message was saying that her mother is also coming to find her. She can't stop it. I hope she doesn't mind. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Just picked up the mobile phone ready to return to her. The result is the door of the room was knocked. Do not need to think she also know who is. She just didn't expect it to be so fast. It had only been 20 minutes since she went upstairs. Lin Xiaojin closed the door to her room in the suite. Xiao Nuo was cultivating. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to affect Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin opened the door to her room. There were 3 women standing at the door. Lin Meiling and Lin Meijia she had seen before. The woman in the middle had a competent temperament, similar to Lin Meiling by 5 points. Lin Meijia saw that the one who opened the door was actually Lin Xiaojin, the woman who had always made her look down on her before. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin has long been changed to dress. Hair also stayed a lot longer, some slightly curly. Purple pupils show a very lazy. It's you? Lin Meijia said in surprise. Even a little unbelievable. Lin Xiaojin was actually able to enter the main city as well. Then she glanced at Lin Meiling, suspecting that Lin Meiling had asked Grandpa for help. Lin Xiaojin didn't chance Lin Meijia. But Lin Meiling said, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd give me time to think about it?" In fact, Lin Xiaojin didn't even consider it. She was just dragging Lin Meiling. It was impossible for her to hand things over at once. Lin Meiling looked at Lin Xiaojin with a difficult expression on her face. "Hello. I'm Lin Meiling's mother. It's not too convenient to talk here. How about we go to the cafe?" Lin Meiling's mother Xiaoli said in a deep voice. Although she was very anxious, she didn't show any of it. Not only was this mother generous and decent, she also carried a strong aura of her own. An aura that was cultivated by being in the upper echelons for years. Good. Of course Lin Xiaojin wouldn't lose in this aspect. The hotel cafe. The hotel manager saw that it was Xiaoli. Naturally, respectfully arranging VIP rooms. In the main city area here, in the slightest everything is unaffected. But in the near future, this is also hell on earth. Lin Meijia was particularly displeased with Lin Xiaojin at the moment, and now had some doubts whether such a precious thing was given to Lin Meiling by her. Such a precious thing. Miss Lin and Meiling also only get along for a few days can be given to her. Miss Lin is really generous. Lin Meijia laughed in a conspiratorial manner. Lin Meiling slightly frowned, a little less happy with what her sister said. Xiaoli on the other hand had a calm look on her face, as if she just wanted to test her. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. So she first drank a cup of coffee. The flavor was average, because it was harder to grow on Earth Star. Things like coffee were synthetic. So Lin Xiaojin only took a symbolic and gentle sip. That's certainly my pleasure. For people like Mei Ling who can keep their promises. Their character isn't bad. I'm a person who likes to make friends with people with good character, even if that person is a little bit pretentious. It doesn't matter. Just like those people that I hate. Even if I'm offered more star coins, I won't give it. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Lin Xiaojin purposely looked at Lin Meijia when she said this, and the words that followed were close to naming her. Lin Meijia's face instantly became bad-looking. Lin Xiaojin actually hadn't finished. If she had so many things that she couldn't use them all up. Friends who were good with her, or even she could give them away for free without compensation. Xiaoli smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's Mei Ling who is lucky to be able to make such good friends." Yeah. Lin Mei Ling hurriedly joked, hoping to break the awkward atmosphere today. "Miss Lin, no more nonsense. I'm sure you're well aware of my intentions. If you still have that kind of water in your hands, I'll pay a high price for it," Xiaoli said bluntly. Lin Xiaojin looked at the woman in front of her, but also quite admired. Presumably saw that she has long been impatient, able to endure until now. Sitting in this VIP hall waiting for the coffee to be served before saying, is also a powerful woman. What I just said is not clear. I'll give it if I'm willing. And I won't sell it if I'm not willing to pay any amount of money, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Xiaoli's face was as usual. No joy or anger could be seen on her face. But yes, her fingers were still slightly clenched together. "Miss Lin, this is the main city. Sitting in front of you is the main city's SWAT team inspector," Lin Meijia said in an overbearing manner. Lin Xiaojin looked at her faintly, then directly ignored her. Instead, turning her head to Lin Meiling, she said faintly, "Lin Meiling, let's stop here today." Lin Xiaojin said she was about to get up and leave. Just as she reached the door, 2 security guards appeared, taller than Lin Xiaojin by half a body. At this glance, they were strength-based psychic abilities, and Lin Xiaojin didn't have to be afraid to compete with strength-based psychic abilities. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Xiaojin said with a cold face. The bottom of her eyes had gradually condensed into ice. Lin Mei Ling looked at this sudden sword zhang tremendous atmosphere, scared face pale. She knew her mother and her sister too well. She was the second oldest, not as valued as her sister, not as loved as her younger brother. Almost a small transparent existence at home. But the first time she felt valued was actually on a woman she hadn't known for a few days. And she gave herself a bottle of that rare water with so much trust. In fact, for Lin Xiaojin, that water she had a spring. Most likely it would be even bigger after this upgrade. Right? It was a beautiful misunderstanding. And Lin Xiaojin wouldn't go through with it. "Mom, what are you guys doing? Lin Xiaojin is my friend. You guys can't do this." Lin Mei Ling hurriedly came out and stood in front of Lin Xiaojin. "Meiling, I'm just asking your friend to talk about the conditions properly. 1,000 star coins, I want the rest of the water," Xiaoli said in a deep voice. 10 million star coins could directly become middle class in the main city. Lin Xiaojin's lowered eyelashes carried a hint of a cold tone that rejected people. "The money is quite a lot. But I don't need it," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. If it was Lin Meiling who came up and said it in a nice voice, maybe she could still give her a little for the sake of the colored crystal beads. But Lin Meijia came up and tried on her without any scruples. Xiaoli obviously allowed it. She was in a bad mood. Then she didn't want to give it. Lin Xiaojin said she was going to leave. But she didn't expect the man in black clothes to go up and was going to stop Lin Xiaojin. Lin Mei Ling, who stood in front of Lin Xiaojin, was anxious and wanted to block, but instead was pushed away by the security guard. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Smooth hand embraced Lin Meiling, and then rotated side a flying kick. That security guard was directly kicked away. Touch. The crowd was flabbergasted. They didn't expect Lin Xiaojin to be so skinny and small to be able to kick a second-level power system psychic flying away with a single kick. No wonder it was so bland. Because there was absolute strength. Lin Meijia's face was very ugly. This would think of Lin Xiaojin's handsome husband, who also seemed to be a thunder system alien. Her face became even more ugly. Not only her, but also Xiaoli. Lin Xiaojin put down Lin Mei Ling, who had just almost helped her stop the security guards. She frowned slightly and said, "If you don't have the strength, don't push your way up." Lin Xiaojin's tone was icy cold. But why did Lin Mei Ling feel like she was caring about her? It was also unknown if it was her illusion. There were too few people who cared about her, so one concern from others would move her. Which is why she could be with grassroots Wang Tianyu. "Stay away from me," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. Her gaze was even sharper as she swept over the crowd. Lin Xiaojin's forceful deterrence really worked. Now no one dared to look at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Meijia still wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Xiaoli. "You're going in." Xiaoli frowned and said, "Lin Xiaojin at a glance just doesn't like this eldest daughter of hers. Going there will only screw up. If I had known that you two had a problem, I wouldn't have let you come. Xiaoli frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Meijia clenched her lips a little bit unwillingly. Just now Lin Xiaojin left with such a big strut. Xiaoli's gaze towards Lin Meiling instantly softened a lot. Xiaoli walked over and pulled Meiling's hand. Lin Meiling, on the other hand, was very flattered. Xiaoli rarely paid attention to this second daughter in front of her. The eldest daughter she often brought around. The birth of the youngest son and divided most of her energy. How could she not expect to save her youngest son this time will actually be this daughter? Meiling, ah. Mother knows you talked about a boyfriend. As long as you can save your brother this time, I and your father will not stop you again. Lin Meiling heard Xiaoli this word's eyes lit up. Said, really? Of course. When has mom ever lied to you? Xiaoli said in a serious tone. Then Lin Xiaojin looks like he only has a better relationship with you. For the sake of your brother's life, mom and dad are willing to compromise for you. Lin Meiling heard what her mother said. A wave of inexplicable emotions in her psyche, and did not know whether to be happy or sad. Happy that her parents agreed. Unhappy for the sake of her brother. I know. Mom, I'll try. The light in Lin Meiling's eyes dimmed. But her mother didn't notice. Saying that, Xiaoli left. Her youngest son already had a tendency to slow down. Only if there was still that potion. Her son could definitely recover. As for that woman, she just let Lin Meiling try it. If she immediately handed it over, it was nothing for her to spend some price. If she didn't cooperate, then don't blame her. She was just a mother. A mother could do anything for her son. Xiaoli's eyes blazed. And it was at this moment that her youngest son Lin Anjing once again prophesied. Lin family villa in the main city. I'm so scared. So scared. I want to leave Xiaoyao City. A 13.14 young boy with a pale face and half of his hair was white. Although he was 14 years old, his mind and also his looks were only about 6 years old. As soon as Xiaoli came back, she saw Lin Anjing going crazy, not letting anyone any closer, and hid in the cupboard. What took you so long to come back? Ah, Jing doesn't know what she dreamt about again. Her hair is half white. The middle-aged man, Lin Zihao, said with a face full of vicissitudes. Lin Anjing's mouth kept emitting the need to leave Xiaoyao City. That man-eating monster was so scary. The more Lin Zihao and Xiaoli heard, the more wrong. Xiaoli hurriedly pacified Lin Anjing and watched his emotions gradually smooth out before Xiaoli relaxed a bit. Mom, let's hurry up and run. If we don't, it'll be too late. Lin Anjing's mouth kept saying in Xiaoli's arms. Xiaoli put Lin Anjing to sleep before she came out. And nearly 3 hours had passed. Lin Zihao's idea is more ruthless than Xiaoli. After all, he is a businessman. If she dares not give it, we'll bring her in, Lin Zihao said with a frown. Xiaoli shook her head. She had seen how powerful that woman was. Her rank was at least level 3. And she had heard from her eldest daughter, Lin Meijia, that her husband's lightning system was also very powerful. Let's wait and see if Mei Ling can do it. Just give her a day, Xiaoli said with a frown. If she went to arrest someone so squarely, it would not be a good influence on her father if it became known by then. The two chatted for a while longer. The main thing now was the prophecy that her son had just made, that a monster was about to appear in Xiaoyao City. The main city center light curtain is so solid. It shouldn't break, Xiaoli said with a frown. It was obvious that the mutated animals in the outer city were already out of control. But Xiaoyao City had ordered a batch of weapons from Star City that would arrive the day after tomorrow. With this batch of weapons, it would not be a problem to deal with those mutated animals. But my son's prophecies are never wrong, Lin Zihao said worriedly. Xiaoli was also shocked in her heart. Only one day cannot wait. Son, every time after the prophecy of the body energy will be rapidly lost. This time, he supplemented a lot of alien energy crystals. But they were all treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. After a while, the doctor from the main city came and first treated Lin Anjing. Fortunately, there is a previous potion. Otherwise of this time after doing the dream of prophecy, I'm afraid that the energy will dry up and die. The doctor sighed. Having such a powerful power of prophecy, some people's bodies couldn't handle it. As soon as Lin Zihao heard this, he immediately had to send someone to bring Lin Xiaojin in. His son's life would be in danger if he had one more prophecy. This was his only son. Wait, Xiaoli pressed Lin Zihao. She was more worried as a mother than anyone else. But she was also afraid. What if she pushed too hard and the item wasn't found? Lin Xiaojin huffed and puffed back to the hotel room. He was already scented by the dishes. Xiao Nua had already made the meal. See Xiao Nua, that handsome face. Just the haze suddenly dissipated. The two people ate while Lin Xiaojin told Lin Meiling about what happened. If I had known that I would encounter this kind of thing, if I gave a bottle of water, I might as well not have given it. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. It was also bad luck. Now that the space had been upgraded, I was afraid that it would be a bit troublesome to leave. Although there was no way to enter space to avoid danger, it was possible to perform an instantaneous transfer. Pick up little Bozy first, Xiao Nua said after thinking deeply for a while. Xiao Nua understood this kind of human situation, and the dark side of human nature too well. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded her head in a hurry. Washing in the main city with their power, I'm afraid that they would soon be able to find out their identities, as well as the existence of the little buns as well. I'm afraid they won't stop until they get what they want, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Xiaojin was now regretting some of this. But there was no chance for things to never. The two people quickly stepped towards the kindergarten. First, pick up the baby column, which can be at ease. Fortunately, it is also only a street away. Fortunately, the little buns are fine. See Abba, Mum, and Dad so early today to pick him up, happy hands and feet. Their side just picked up the child. Lin Meijia has already found out all the information about Lin Xiaojin and told Yu Xiaoli and Lin Zihao. There's a child? That's great. A hint of snobbery flashed across Xiao Li's face. Lin Meijia was very curious because she didn't see them with a baby at that time. Lin Xiaojin picked up the baby back to the hotel, because it was already 2 p.m. after the noon meal. So the little bun was already sleepy. Lin Xiaojin put the little bun on the bed, then patted Blast Wind and said, "Keep an eye on the little bun. Blizzard's size is huge, because nowadays pets are more afraid of viral infections." So Lin Xiaojin didn't let Blizzard out of the hotel's private room after she released it from space. Blast Wind raised its furry head and licked Lin Xiaojin's hand down. "Pack up first," Xiao Nua said. Good. There were quite a few things that they had put in the hotel, and now they all had to be packed into their backpacks. But even if they were packed into their backpacks, it wouldn't be enough. He had never had this kind of trouble before. It turns out that having no place to put things is also a pain. There are still 10 days until the space upgrade is completed, and these 10 days are going to be filled with this kind of pain. They could only bring all the food with them. Like the clothes and shoes they could only give up, while they were packing up their things in the house. Another knock sounded at the door of the room. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua looked at each other. Lin Xiaojin went to open the door. It was Lin Meiling again. Was looking at Lin Xiaojin with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry. My mom is just too concerned about my brother. I hope you don't mind," Lin Meiling said guiltily. "I mind? It's better not to interact in the future," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. After this time, Lin Xiaojin is considered to have learned from her mistakes. This kind of thing, although it is not much to her, but giving it out is quite troublesome. In the future, she would have to think deeply about giving things away. Lin Meiling didn't even know what to say when she was faced with such a blunt rejection from Lin Xiaojin. "If you still have it, I'll take my exotic crystal and cash it in for you." "Okay," Lin Meiling said nervously. "Do I still have attribute-less exotic energy crystals that I can exchange for you?" Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. She now had her space upgrade shut down. She had no place to put the exotic energy crystals as she wanted them, and the remaining space wellspring water was what she kept for herself and her baby. So she wouldn't give it. "I'll think about it. Today is so unpleasant. I don't want to chat about this. Tomorrow we'll talk about it." Lin Xiaojin didn't directly refuse to die, but said slowly, she was ready to leave today. If she refused directly, I'm afraid Lin Meiling kept pestering her. It would be better to drag it out until tomorrow. She would leave it a while after she finished packing her things. "Then tomorrow?" Lin Meiling said with a slight frown. "To be honest, my mom just gave me 1 day because I really can't afford to delay my brother's illness. I can satisfy you with whatever you want," Lin Meiling said. "Then bring your exotic crystals tomorrow," Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. When Lin Meiling heard Lin Xiaojin's words, she thought it was Lin Xiaojin agreeing and immediately got excited, saying, "Okay, I'll come over to find you first thing in the morning." Lin Xiaojin sent Lin Meiling away with a somewhat gloomy expression. Lin Meiling's mother had given her just 1 day. and it seemed like the thing was imperative for them. The two people packed up their things. The little bun was still asleep, so Xiao Nuo could only hold him. Both of them had backpacks on their backs, so the rest of their things would have to stay here. They just packed up their things. They did not go to the main door of the hotel, but went along the back kitchen door of the hotel. They went out of the hotel, and found that a black car appeared just across the road from the hotel. That black car was parked right in front of the kindergarten. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo silently glanced at each other, and immediately walked away from the path. Lin Xiaojin cursed as she walked. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. At first, Lin Meiling had not only given her colored alien energy crystals, but also more than 500,000 star coins. So that's why she thought it would be good to give her some compensation. But she didn't expect to do something bad out of good intentions. It's not your fault, Xiao Nuo said. After all, in the face of the spring water in space, giving Lin Meiling 20 milliliters of water was really nothing. Blame me. Teach me a good lesson, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. It's true that one can't live too comfortably. Compared to Blue Star and Earth Star, Xiao City is indeed a bit more comfortable. This incident deeply gave Lin Xiaojin a caution. Xiao City is indeed strict management, strict laws, but these are for the general public. For those who have high power, there will always be a scapegoat to hide. After all, the ones who made these laws were those at the pinnacle of power. Lin Meijia said people directly locked the kindergarten and the hotel floor. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin has already taken a step ahead of the departure. If the late departure 10 minutes, I am afraid to be surrounded by them. The hotel and kindergarten don't know what happened, but Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo have already been charged. Their identities are fake, and this will soon be exposed. However, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had already run to the outskirts of the main city. The way out now was to get out of the main city, the outer city. They were afraid that they wouldn't think that they would go out. They directly first hid to a small alley. The car Lin Xiaojin before took out and parked in the garage. Xiao Nuo holding a small package. Blast was wrapped by Lin Xiaojin into a huge doll. Lin Xiaojin can only carry it. Along the way is still quite attractive to the eye. The car was parked in a public car park on a street not far away. Putting Gale and Little Bun into the back, Xiao Nuo drove the car, and Lin Xiaojin also sat in the back. I can instantly move out of the city. But what about you guys? The space hasn't been opened yet. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Originally, they were able to enter the space, and Lin Xiaojin took them out of the city. Hide first. Try to hide for a few days. If we can't hide, then let's go, Xiao Nuo said very calmly. Making a move was the most forced choice. Lin Xiaojin looked at her baby in the back seat. If her baby was harmed, then she didn't mind letting them be buried with her. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had the same dead point. Not only each other, but also their children. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both left. Lin Meijia got the news and told Lin Zihao and Xiao Li at the first time. Ran away. Lin Zihao was so angry that his face turned red. Impossible. Lin Xiaojin promised me to take the alien energy crystals to her in exchange tomorrow, Lin Meiling said in disbelief. Although Lin Xiaojin didn't explicitly promise her, but saying that she should go stuff to find her tomorrow, isn't that agreeing to exchange with her? They did run away. We found the kindergarten they were in, and they were picked up in the morning, Lin Mika said with a frown. Children? Lin Meiling was even more surprised, because she didn't remember that she had a child with her all. We've also searched the hotel room, and there's just some clothing left, and water, but we've already got someone to take it for testing. They must be found. Catch them out even if you have to, Lin Zihao gasped. Mom, should we call Grandpa? Lin Meijia said. His grandpa had the right to mobilize the special police where the main city was. Lin Meiling heard her parents and her sister's dialogue. The whole head was blinded, and only reacted with hindsight. Mom, sister, you guys are going to rob? How can you do that? Lin Meiling said angrily. If Lin Xiaojin hadn't given it to her, this wouldn't have happened. Meiling, do you know that your brother is about to stop doing it? Xiao Li said with a pale face. The thought of it made her incomparably heartbroken. Do you think she will still give it to you? The person would have run away from the hotel by now. Lin Meijia snorted. Ran away? Lin Meiling's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. Your brother prophesied again. If it wasn't for the effects of this healing water, he would be dead by now. He is your own brother. A friend that you've only known for a few days is more important. In the end, Xiaoli said in exasperation. Mom, don't be angry. I've already sent someone to look for him. It's not like she's done it once or twice with her sister. Lin Meijia frowned at Lin Meiling. Always confronting their parents because of outsiders. Then don't blame both parents for disliking her. Mei Ling, you should stay out of this matter. His father, who had always been heartbroken, also sounded a little upset. Lin Mei Ling's eyes were red as she ran upstairs. But the first thing she did was to call and contact Lin Xiaojin. But Lin Xiaojin's mobile phone card had long been thrown away, because she was afraid that the mobile phone location would be able to find her. The phone side couldn't be reached at all. Lin Mei Ling was getting more and more upset. She didn't know what her parents would do to her. If she handed it over to herself, her parents wouldn't do anything to her. The main city is very large, and the population is also nearly 100 million. But the main city is closed want to hide here. It is also very difficult, because of the high technology. The cameras could have checked them out, especially since Lin Xiaojin's eyes were so special. However, Xiao Nua had long ago used his supernatural electromagnetic field to disorder the surveillance along the way. To safely hide for a few days, they still needed to disguise themselves. They didn't enter the shopping mall to buy things, and they entered a kiosk on the side of the road. Xiao Nua bought a few contact lenses for Lin Xiaojin to hide her purple pupils, and bought 2 ordinary clothes. Although some people live in the main city, there are also some people in the main city who are living in less than satisfactory conditions. For the time being, there was no other place to go, so they could only park their cars underneath the bridge hole, and then go to the neighborhood to find a small hotel to live in. But no matter that small hotel to live need identity information. This day down, they can only sleep in the bridge hole underground at night. Fortunately, the weather of the Earth star is room temperature. Not cold and not hot. Just a little dry. Because there is no plant. The mobile phone can't be swiped either, so they can only stay dry these days. But thinking that the baby is also suffering along with this, Lin Xiaojin's psyche is very uncomfortable. They hid under the bridge hole for 2 days. The third day, Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin discussed ready to go outside to explore the situation. Lin Xiaojin then under the bridge with baby. Xiao Nua disguise go out. After about 2 hours, Xiao Nua came back. We're wanted. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly when she heard Xiao Nua's words. If the child wasn't still beside her, she would have been unable to stop herself from cursing. The reason they were wanted was because they had illegally entered the main city, and that they had been photographed online when Lin Xiaojin was in the outer city in the first place. But most of the pictures and videos were of Lin Xiaojin. But Xiao Nua was rare. Xiao Nua could interfere with the magnetic field though, as long as they weren't caught on any cameras. When everyone thought that the mutated animals in the light outer city could no longer be controlled, the infection in the main city quietly circulated. The main city immediately issued a ban that any pets must be strangled. Mom, we still haven't found that, and the woman by now. The virus in the city is circulating out, said Lin Meijia with a frown. Mom, do you remember the prophecy that my brother said? This place will turn into a hell on earth. Xiaoli also tensed up. Lin Anjing never had any problems, since he predicted that he would need to be sedated to sleep for the past 2 days. I've asked people to buy a lot of supplies, but the weapons are government controlled. Lin Nika said. She had come over today for the same reason. This has to be needed to find your grandpa, Xiaoli said with a frown. She wasn't even in the mood for this right now. She wanted to find Lin Xiaojin right now. Mom, don't worry, as long as she's in the main city, then she can't run away. Grandpa has already helped by putting her on the wanted list. As long as she dares to appear, she'll definitely be found. Lin Meijia comforted her mother and said. Xiaoli looked at Lin Meijia and said, if your sister is half as understanding as you are, I would be relieved. She didn't say anything about taking care of her brother these past 2 days, and she ran out at the crack of dawn. Mom, Meiling, she's been like this since she was little. I'll go check on my brother first, Lin Meijia said with a knowing face. Xiaoli nodded her head. In fact, in the past 2 days, Lin Meiling had been looking for colored crystal beads, and most of the people who owned this were from the upper echelons. But almost no one was able to absorb this exotic crystal, so most of them were used as collector's items. Lin Meiling thought that Lin Xiaojin liked the colored alien crystal so much. Maybe she could even take the colored alien crystal to hack her in exchange. After Lin Meijin looked at her brother, she noticed that her brother's hair had become even more pure white. Ankyo, tell sister what you have seen. Sister will give you this to eat. Lin Mika held out a lollipop. 6-year-old IQ Lin Anjing's favorite is the sweet taste. But it's not conducive to his physical recovery. So he never let her eat this. Terrible, terrible. Lin Anjing seems to remember the horrible scene in the dream again. His mouth kept chanting. Lin Mei's family darkened. Lin Anjing's mood was not right again, which made her hastily give the lollipop to her brother. She felt that her brother had not lived long. So why couldn't he eat something that made him happy? Lin Xiaojin's space still had 7 to go before the upgrade was complete. And Xiao Nua went out and purposely bought quite a bit of food. But it was all meat. The main city also happened animal electric mutation event. Lin Xiaojin, afraid of blizzard, was treated as a mutant animal, so did not even let her go out. Today night there is no moon. But the curtain of light enveloping the main city at night is especially obvious. But today is destined to be an extraordinary night. The light curtain that has been protecting the main city suddenly dissipated. At night a loud and ear-piercing sound effect floated above the main city. And the city went dark overnight. The city that had never had a blackout actually lost power. Lin Xiaojin had had a rather miserable time in the past 2 days. She would now be a vagrant, and had no place to put a bath. Especially after being made a wanted criminal. Lin Xiaojin hadn't gone out even more. The light screen has disappeared. Lin Xiaojin was surprised to see that the light curtain enveloping the main city was actually gone. The power went out. Xiao Nua frowned and said, "Wasn't it true that there wouldn't be a power outage here?" It had a huge underground nuclear magnetic power supply, so it was built to never have power outages. The entire main city was thrown into a panic. The sudden blackout caused some people to land in the lifts, and there were also lifts that suddenly fell at extreme speeds. The sudden power outage caused a lot of casualties. The damage brought by the panic of the people. A variety of electronic equipment failure is to bring serious consequences. The city turned dark overnight, and all that could be heard were various cries for first aid. But for Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua is a good thing. Electronic equipment failure wanted her difficult. After all kinds of cameras are out of power. And face recognition can't recognize her anymore. Lin Xiaojin just had to make some slight changes. The next day early in the morning to remember, Lin Xiaojin put Blast Wind in the back. Lin Xiaojin hugged Xiao Baozi and sat in the front row. "Gale, don't move around," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Blast Wind waved his tail. It was already aggravating for him to sit in the car. After all, he had already grown to more than 100 pounds. Blast Wind seemed to be responding to her. Lin Xiaojin found that Blast Wind was still humane. Probably because it often stayed in space. Although Lin Xiaojin couldn't enter space, she could still feel space. And at the moment, 2 more space sprites had condensed in her mind. There was a square in her mind that was her space. Then in the square before there were 2 small fires. One was blue and one was white. Now there were 2 more. One red and one green. Lin Xiaojin's heart was happy at seeing that the alien energy crystal had condensed successfully. Lin Xiaojin could feel the closeness of the newly condensed space sprite to her. These flames in her head are the souls of these space elves are held in her head, so in disguise, they are also their masters. Lin Xiaojin purposely told Little Cloudy to just teach them properly in the next few days. By the time the space upgrade was complete, Little Bun had 2 more good friends. Their car was electrically charged. And even if there were no charging piles to charge, it had Xiao Nua as a humanoid charger. There were also people on the streets, but obviously much less. And most of them were walking. Without electricity, many cars had no way to travel. Road pedestrians rush. Xiao City's sudden power outage brought no small harm. But fortunately, there are also people who are prepared generators. Before the mall, generators are no one to buy. Perennial sellout. Today, generators directly sold out. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua did not go to the big mall directly, because big malls usually have a backup power supply. Lin Xiaojin went to a small shop to buy some supplies. And food. Now only just blackout food has not increased in price. Food are stuffed. Taking advantage of this blackout to the opportunity to find a hotel to live. When there is electricity can be in the identity registration. Now handwritten down can be. The hotel receptionist said. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua directly made up a name. Xiao Nua then held the little bun. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was carrying a large doll. And one of the female guests in the lift saw Lin Xiaojin holding such a large doll. This was bought from there. Such a big doll. The woman asked curiously. My son likes it. Lin Xiaojin smiled awkwardly and said. The woman didn't suspect too much. Although the doll looked big, it didn't seem to weigh much. It was important to see that Lin Xiaojin carried it with one hand relatively easily. But it also weighed more than 100 kilograms. After arriving at the hotel, can finally take a shower. But because there is no electricity, can only take a cold shower. But this weather washed cold some also does not matter. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both cleaned up a bit. And by the way also gave the little buns a wash. The little bun's physique is good. After all, is from a small child soaking space spring water. This cold water little bun is still able to bear. Wash clean really comfortable a lot. Out can only simply eat some simple meal. Today they stayed in a hotel, did not go out. Gail is lying on the couch to sleep. Night the main city is mostly black. Now the main city blackout, until now there is no exact reason. So many years is also Sandhiao City first big blackout. This night silent black city now the moon is extraordinarily bright. At the same time tonight is sure to be an unsettled night. The main city wall was in the urban area of the people crashed through. Many people from the outer city broke through. As countless mutant animals suddenly emerged from the entire outer city. The light curtain energy that was enclosing the mutant animals had 5% left to last for a few days. But there was a sudden and unexpected power outage. The light curtain energy instantly dropped. And the executives of the main city seemed to have realized this. And most of them had long ago left the area by plane overnight. Mom, let's go. The main city can't hold it anymore. Lin Meijia persuaded. She had already realized from the sudden blackout in the main city that her brother's prediction of an inferno on Earth was about to come true. No way. We must find that woman, Xiaoli said with a frown. Quite completely abandoning her brother once they left. We're going to Starburst City. It's connected to the galaxy. The universe is so big, maybe my brother has a solution? We've brought so much with us this time. Even if we spend it all on healing our brother, it's fine. But if we stay here, we'll all die here. Mika is right. Xiaoli, let's take our son away. There's still a chance of survival. Lin Zihao followed suit. Now that the main city is in chaos, and the defense wall has dissipated due to the power outage. We won't be able to catch her if she takes advantage of the chaos and runs out. Lin Meijia said. Not to mention the mutated animals in the outer city have all poured out. Xiaoli, as a member of the upper echelons, was more than aware of the miserable state of the outer city nowadays. At this moment, the bodyguard outside the door came in to rush again. Xiaoli gritted her teeth and said, Go! The safety of the whole family could not be left here. That woman took out this water was on this planet. Then there was hope. Lin Miling also wanted to bring Wang Ti on you. But this time it was clearly rejected. This time, when you take the plane, the supplies hate to be brought up. You still want to bring an outsider in? Lin Meijia gasped. If you are willing to go, go. If not, stay here with that man of yours. My own brother's life is not in the eye all day around a man. Xiaoli was really angry, and her tone was heavier. Lin made Ling eyes red. Gambling ran out? But they did not go so smoothly. The plane is so many in total. Want to leave the top floor, and not only them. Early in the morning, a scream woke the two of them up, as well as various car drips. Blast had been woken up long ago, and lying on the windowsill was looking down. Both ears were still perked up, looking out alertly. Little Bun was still huffing and puffing, both little hands still up. Mutant animals broke in. Xiao Nuo said with a frown. Xiao Nuo woke up early. He would get up every morning to exercise, a habit he had developed over the years. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin only felt a little troubled. She looked behind her at Xiao Baozi. Mutant animals would only be more dangerous to stay here if they took over the city. But she has now space upgrades closed. Still need to bring the little buns. If she can hide here for a few days, that would be good. But unfortunately it is not allowed at all. The number of mutated animals was too many. And the mutated animals were still mutating. Some of them even grew in size to be more than 2 meters tall. Our car, Lin Xiaojin said. There were still quite a lot of supplies in their car, parked in the car park. And they couldn't take it with them because the space wasn't opened. Nowadays, it was even more chaotic outside. The mutated animals were frantically attacking humans. The main city was overcrowded. And of course, there were quite a few people who wanted to open the outer city gates. But the outer city gates were built with super heavy alloy gates, also to block the beasts outside. Now this alloy gate instead sealed them inside. To open the door you need to use electricity to start it. But now the whole city is blacked out, and the mutated animals are pouring into the main city. Who would overhaul it if saving their lives was important? The bigwigs of Xiao City have all fled for their lives. In the past 2 days, all the planes in Xiao City have almost flown out. Those bigwigs at the top received the first news and packed up their belongings and ran away. Xiao Nuo went out to the car. Most of the supplies are taken out to move to the hotel. They live in this hotel is not big. But now, as long as the peace and quiet to survive these days on the line. In fact, if it is only he too, completely not with fear, but with a small package is afraid that he will be hurt. Hotel Xiao Nuo deliberately takes something blocked. These days do not intend to go out. The little bun in the space has a variety of toys. There are small clouds they accompany him. Equivalent to a small world. Now the little bun could only stay in his room. But luckily there was Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo to play with him. But playing with a child was also a tiring job. But a happy one. The outside was getting noisier and noisier. From time to time there would be screams. And you could also see blood on the road. Mummy, I'm a bit scared. Little Baozi's small hands tightly wrapped around Lin Xiaojin. Not afraid? Abba Mama will protect you. Lin Xiaojin stroked little Baozi's head and comforted him. Xiao Nuo, on the other hand, picked up the little bun and walked towards the balcony. Little by little, he let the little bun adapt. The environment in the future couldn't all be smooth sailing. His son had to be able to go through the storms. And with the space upgrading, there was no telling what would happen in the next few days. Rather than hiding it like this, it was better to be straightforward and let his son see it. There were no more people under the road. There were still people shouting in panic. And there were also people who just went along and hid in a hotel. Across the road there was a mutated animal. Its size had changed to a very strange size. And its pupils were grayish-white. Dad? What's that? It's so ugly. Little Bun's little hand was pressed against the window pointing at the mutated animal and said, Those are monsters. We need to defeat it. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Daddy will teach you later. Was the little bun not even 2 years old to endure so much? But the sooner you are born into a chaotic world, the sooner you can be exposed to this in order to live longer. In the future, he would have to adapt to face all kinds of dangers. And in the future, neither of his parents would be by his side forever. And when he grew up, his life would be his own. The little bun frowned, seemingly not understanding what defeating it meant. Little Buzzy was not even 2 years old yet. Although he was much wiser than children of the same age, he was still a small child, and did not understand many things. The others staying at the hotel at noon began to be unable to stand it. What to do? We can't stay in the hotel all the time. If we don't stay in the hotel, outside is full of mutated animals. Going out is death. Lin Xiaojin heard a lot of noise in the hotel corridor. Most of the people who stayed in the hotel didn't stock up on food. And this was only after a day where they hadn't even eaten. They must be hungry. The hotel's kitchen had been closed. The hotel's people held it. Mutated animals rushed into the main city. And it was not known if they could run out. Food became precious. Many guests were making noise in the upstairs hall. But the hotel staff didn't care. This noise instead attracted the mutant animals from the streets. Ah! Tragic screams immediately came out from the lobby. Little Bozy was instinctively a bit scared and tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Xiaojin. Instead, Blizzard was a bit leery, pacing back and forth in front of the room. The guest room they were staying in was on the second floor, so they could hear the situation outside very clearly. There were 7 or 8 mutated animals in this small road alone, which exceeded the number by a lot, when they hadn't encountered so many in the outer city. What Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that the outer city had almost become a paradise for mutated animals. And the residents were now hiding in their buildings and didn't dare to come out. However, Lin Xiaojin and the others certainly wanted to wait until the space upgrade was complete. But it seemed that reality did not allow it. The countdown to the space upgrade was 6 days away. Lin Xiaojin was packing up the remaining supplies in the room, mainly food, into her backpack. Touch! Bang! A loud bang came out from the corridor. Blizzard immediately went on alert when he heard the commotion, and even roared in a low voice. Lin Xiaojin went to carry the child while Xiao Nuo saw the corridor through the doorway. Ah! Help! It turned out that a mutant animal had emerged from the corridor. Not big in size, but with a flexible body that could also climb on the wall. Most people would be too nervous and scared to open the door when they heard the sound of help. But some people were curious. Lin Xiaojin opposite the door of the private room opened the door and saw someone bloodied running him for help. Ah! The scream shook the sky, and Lin Xiaojin heard them clearly from across the hotel. especially if she had such good hearing. Lin Xiaojin had long been used to this kind of screams. But little Bosie wasn't, and was even more scared when she heard the screams. "Mummy!" With a wow sound. The little bun cried out. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly and softly comforted. Touch. The door of the hotel was attacked by a mutated animal. Perhaps attracted by hearing the little bun's cries. Touch. The door of the private room was hit with a hole by the hardness of the mutated animal. This mutated animal resembled a weasel, but was much larger, with a swollen body and gray eyes. The sharp nails were even all exposed, with blood hanging. The mouth issued a strange sound. Ear-piercing let a person listen to very difficult to hear. Xiaobazi opened his eyes, and saw this, and became even more afraid. Oh! Xiao Nuo directly released a ball of lightning and scorched the mutant animal. The originally scared little bun seemed to be the first time to see Xiao Nuo releasing a lightning ball, and his entire eyes lit up. It seems that this place can't stay any longer. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo each put on a backpack. Xiao Nuo holding the little bun. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, took out the dagger from her leg and pinned it to her waist. Xiao Nuo can release the lightning ball remotely. Lin Xiaojin is a melee fight. Holding the baby is not very convenient. There is also the possibility of hurting the little bun. As soon as they left the room, they smelled a strong odor of blood. A scent that the two of them had long been accustomed to. The little bun smells hard. 2 small hands will cover the nose. Blast wind is followed by the 2 of them. The corridor was still lying 2 people. Their stomachs were cut by the mutated animals. But it looked like the people were still alive. Lin Xiaojin also did not have the effort to save them. He could not take care of himself with the baby. Who would risk saving others? Besides, so many people are injured. She can save them? Ensuring a good life is the main thing. The lift is out of service. Besides, they don't need to take the lift on the 2nd floor. Just take the stairs directly. This hotel has a total of 6 floors. A person lying on the ground suddenly stretched out a hand to stop her legs. Her chest blood had already stained her clothes. Save me. The woman's face was pale, and her tone was extremely weak, saying with all her might. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Just wanted to lift her leg to step away from the woman. Blast wind came over from behind. The person lying on the ground suddenly saw Blast Wind's head. Scarlet pupils. The whole person was scared again, fainted. This time Lin Xiaojin did not need to bother. Directly lifted his foot and left. The little bun saw the corpses lying on the ground, and the blood and flesh seen, to the point of not being afraid, because he is not cognizant of this now. But for the attack of mutated animals, he was still afraid. This is the innate fear of danger of human beings. Of course, if you were strong enough, these wouldn't be fears. When Lin Xiaojin did not have the strength to face the zombies, she was even more fearful and scared. But now Lin Xiaojin, who has a certain strength, faces these mental waves without a ripple, because she knows she can easily solve them, will not cause any danger to her. Walking to the hall, and rushed out has been a large mutant animal, the size of the body size with the blizzard about the same. Aohu Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both hadn't even made a move yet. Gale rushed up at once. Gale was originally metallic. Last time he was injured after running well spring water. Physical evolution is more different from normal people. Blast wind hidden claws are even more golden. Originally black hair because often soak in the hot springs where the head part of the hair is like fading, generally have a handful of white hair. Red pupils unusually bright. The wind was originally infected with a zombie virus, but did not mutate mutant wolf. The body possessed a natural antivirus constitution, compared to the mutated animals. Although the physical strength and size is not as good as them. But the wind is smart, high IQ, and humane. Gale directly dodged the mutant animal's fierce rush, and grabbed the mutant animal's eye with a claw. Gale's claws were incomparably rank, fast, hard and accurate. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both didn't make a move. Blizzard directly grabbed the mutant animal without the ability to fight back, and fell to the ground with a thud. The hard skin on the mutant animal's body could not withstand the claws of the blizzard. Blizzard clawed into the mutant animal's head, and didn't grab out the alien energy crystals, only getting out the brain matter. Gale, no need to grab. There's nothing in their heads, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Gale seemed to understand Lin Xiaojin's words, and did not continue to grab the mutant animal's brain matter. However, the mutant animals still didn't seem to be dead through, and were moving around again. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, and went up and directly divided the mutant animal's head. Looked at this mutant animal needs to cut off the head completely. Otherwise suffer and heavy injuries can live up. The glass door of the hotel lobby had long been breached by the mutant animal. The glass shattered all over the place. And there was a streak of blood on the front desk. After resolving this mutant animal in the lobby. Our car park. Xiao Nuo said. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded and greeted Gale as he headed out. So they went out the front door of the hotel. And just as they left the door, they ran into a mutant pig. Lin Xiaojin raised her head and kicked the mutant pig. Gale wanted to go up and grab it twice. But Lin Xiaojin immediately stopped it. This kind of mutant animal has no hunting value. And now their main goal is to escape from here. Safety came first. Hurry up, Lin Xiaojin said in an urgent voice. Blast Wind immediately followed when he heard Lin Xiaojin's voice. And there were still quite a few mutated animals around that attacked towards them. Some were kicked away by Lin Xiaojin. Some were scratched by Blast Wind. And there was also Xiao Nuo's lightning ball that hit them. Just put, these mutant animals were very fast. And it only took a few minutes for the two of them and the wolf to solve it. Mummy is awesome. The little bun who was being held by Xiao Nuo was not to mention how excited he was when he saw that Lin Xiaojin had actually kicked the mutant animals away with a single kick. If there were special effects, the little bun's eyes would be filled with stars. Who Blasted Wine shook his fur and seemed to be waiting for the little bun's praise. But unfortunately, the little bun's gaze stayed on Lin Xiaojin's body. They made it all the way to the car park where the railing was smashed. But the cars were all intact. So they just got into them. Gotta find a safe place, Lin Xiaojin said. Their car had just driven out 2 blocks when they encountered a mutant beast directly toppling another car. Lin Xiaojin instantly felt that driving was even more dangerous. So the two could only abandon the car. They could only head for the taller buildings now, which were all stairs that the mutant animal couldn't climb yet. Go there. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the tall building across the street. There were also ground floor shops downstairs. And quite a few of the upper shops were open. Help! Help! From the corner of the road, Lin Xiaojin heard someone shouting for help. 7 or 8 people were being surrounded by 2 mutant beasts. The one calling for help was a woman. Her leg had been trampled into the ground by the mutant beasts. Presumably broken. Several people were attacking the mutant animals. But unharmed. The gray hard skin on the mutant animals had amazing defense. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't care and directly skipped over them. Because it wasn't just them. Almost every time they crossed an intersection, they would encounter this kind of call for help. It wasn't like Lin Xiaojin was a god or Buddha who could bless the crowd. The high floor is a residential building. The doors are locked. Want to go in is not impossible. Lin Xiaojin directly violently destroyed. Lin Xiaojin looked at the side of the commercial building. So has decided to go to the commercial building. Sure enough, the door of the commercial building is open. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo walked all the way to solve the mutant animals. The main city suddenly appeared in such a number of mutant animals. I'm afraid that the number of mutated animals in the outer city is even greater. Although the main door of the commercial building was opened, the lift could not be used, so they could only use the stairs. However, the stairs were blocked up with all sorts of miscellaneous objects. It looked like they were artificially blocked up. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, seeing that there were more and more mutant animals outside. Lin Xiaojin couldn't care less and directly kicked away the debris piled up on the stairs. The 2 people and the wolf quickly climbed up the stairs. This building was a commercial building. All office areas. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo went up to the 8th floor in one breath. The building had 28 floors in total. And the 8th floor was an advertising agency. There were still people in the advertising agency who hadn't had time to go home. And at this moment, they saw Lin Xiaojin's family, who suddenly appeared. Mutant animals. Mutant animals are here. Quickly go inside. Help! The 3 people shouted in horror at the sight of Blizzard behind Lin Xiaojin, and hurriedly blocked the company's door. After a while, the few of them saw that Blast Wind hadn't attacked anyone, and each of them revealed a puzzled expression. They also saw Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo holding a child. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? One of the bold girls said as she pressed against the window glass. We passed by the fact that there are mutated animals all over the outside, so we came up here to hide for a bit. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly explained. That one. Is it your pet? The woman asked as she valued the Blasted Wind squatting behind Lin Xiaojin. Yes. But he didn't mutate. Lin Xiaojin felt like she had heard this before somewhere after saying this. She knew that others wouldn't believe it either. After all, mutated beasts were running all over the place outside now. There's no one on that floor in your building? Lin Xiaojin asked again. It's better for you guys to get out of here. It's better for you to leave our building with a pet that can mutate and hurt people at any time. One of the women frowned and said, Yeah, you guys better leave. The other girl followed suit. There was only one short-haired girl, a little chubby, who frowned slightly and said, Do you want to go to the third floor, where it's closed on Saturdays and Sundays? So there shouldn't be anyone there for the next 2 days. Thanks. Lin Xiaojin looked at the girl who told her about this, then went downstairs with Xiao Nuo. This building was all business buildings. Every company should have people in it to a greater or lesser extent. Lin Xiaojin bringing blast would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Xiao Mei, what are you telling them this for? Just in case that pet he brought along mutates, won't we be in danger? But that person is still carrying a child. It's so dangerous outside. Besides, that's on the 3rd floor, we're on the 5th floor. Xiao Mei said with a slight frown. In case that pet mutates, their family won't be able to run away. Let's just think about us first. We can't keep squatting upstairs, the woman said. There wasn't even enough food for them to eat. And at the most, in the top 2 days, they all needed to go out and find food. Otherwise, before they were bitten to death by the mutated animals, they would starve to death due to the lack of food and water. Lin Xiaojin and the others arrived on the 3rd floor. The doorway required identity verification before they could enter. Lin Xiaojin directly violently broke down the door. Now that the entire city was blacked out, the alarm naturally wouldn't go off. And no one was really in this building. There were 2 rows of desks in the lobby and a few offices. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo directly walked to the general manager's office, which also required fingerprints to enter. So Lin Xiaojin directly violently broke open. The general manager's office had sofas and a small lounge in the back. Lin Xiaojin took the little bun. At the moment, the little bun has fallen asleep. Xiao Nuo went out to the outside office to scavenge the food first. Xiao Nuo searched round and didn't find anything. Doesn't anyone in this company put snacks? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Without any snacks, there was only coffee. And Lin Xiaojin saw that there was an office code hanging on the general manager's office. One of them was that no snacks could be brought. There is no food, but there is water, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. There were 2 water fountains on this floor of the office building, and there was still water in the drinking buckets, all of which had been moved in by Xiao Nuo. There was also a small refrigerator in the lounge behind the general manager, which contained all premium mineral water. Lin Xiaojin had seen this in the shopping mall. A bottle was around 100 star coins, and there were more than 20 bottles of this mineral water in this small fridge. It just so happened that Lin Xiaojin didn't have much water left. She and Xiao Nuo only had 1 bottle of space spring water left in their backpacks. That was a spare when they were injured. Most of the building was blacked out, but there were floors with small generators. Lin Xiaojin put the little bun on the bed in the lounge, while blasted wind contracted its claws and lay on the carpet beside the bed. Lin Xiaojin went out gently, and Xiao Nuo was looking out the window into the distance. Mutant animals could be seen on the roads of various streets in the distance. One of the mutant animals had a mutated body shape and was at least 2 meters long. It wouldn't be long before the entire main city would fall. This kind of mutated animal was not only numerous, it would also be parasitic. Some of the mutated animals have already laid densely packed eggs on the road stones. Staying in this city will sooner or later become the mutant animal's dinner. And now it seems that these mutated animals won't climb the stairs on the wall. But there is no guarantee that there will be in the future. Didn't that mutant weasel climb up to the 1st floor today? She and Xiao Nuo only needed to survive these few days and the completion of the space upgrade. But it seemed that the remaining 6 days would be exceptionally difficult. The food could only last for 3 days, and Lin Xiaojin's food quantity of this pile was simply not enough. Lin Xiaojin's body's energy would drop if she couldn't eat enough food. But there was still enough water. So much water was enough for them to last for a month. And even though the power was out in the city, the water hadn't stopped yet. But it was only a matter of time before the water stopped. They stayed in the office area safe and sound for a day. The little buns were bored but still obedient. And they also had blast wind to play with. Lin Xiaojin also took down all the various ornaments in the office and put them in front of the little bun to let her play. The next day, the mutant beasts on the streets and roads have obviously become more. The large streets of the main city, walking are all mutant animals. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both ate food very sparingly. But Xiao Nuo ate even less. He basically didn't eat much and only drank water. Xiao Bozi also ate all kinds of packaged food recently. After eating too much junk food, Xiao Baozi's digestion wasn't very good anymore. Luckily, the little bun often drank spring water and ran spring water to eat energy vegetables and fruits. His physique was not bad. Bang bang. There was a sudden noise outside this floor. I'll go out and take a look, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded. But his spirit was still concentrated. Outside was down a few people from the upper floors. Because the food was all gone. After starving for a day and a night, they could only come down to each floor to see if they could find something to eat. There's probably no food on this floor. They don't allow food on this floor, one of the girls' voices said. Down there is the third floor. There won't be any mutated animals running up here. Right? Some of the timid ones said. It's better to go down and take a look. I haven't eaten anything for a day. Xiao Nuo listened that it was just a few people looking for food. There was no threat and prepared to go back to the office again. Suddenly the whole building began to shake. The chandelier on the roof swayed from side to side. The table began to shake. As the shaking became stronger and stronger, the chandelier touched down and smashed into the ground. The whole building actually tilted to the right, half of it sinking deep into the ground. Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed, and he ran towards the president's office despite the obstruction and the shaking. Even when a rock hit his back, he only frowned slightly. After Xiao Nuo went out, Gale suddenly stood up. It never went to bed. But with a leap of the legs, it climbed onto the bed and nestled beside the little bun. Lin Xiaojin saw that there was something wrong with Blast Wind. And she then saw the water bottle on the table shaking. Not good. Lin Xiaojin immediately rushed over and put the little bun household in front of her chest, her hands protecting the little bun's head. The little bun didn't even know what was happening before Lin Xiaojin protected his head. The shaking motion around them was getting louder and louder. The little bun was a little scared, but was held tightly in Lin Xiaojin's arms. The whole space shook. The bed was also shaken and collapsed. Lin Xiaojin wanted to pick up the little bun, but was afraid to get up and drop things smacked into the little bun. Lin Xiaojin could only protect little Bozi tightly, and countless thin cracks appeared on the white wall. Boom! Lin Xiaojin then felt a pair of arms pulling her down. The familiar scent made her instantly feel a little more secure. The two people just hugged each other tightly, the middle protecting the little bun. Blast was shaken down to the corner of the wall, and his entire body shrank into a ball to protect himself. The shaking time was also 2 or 3 minutes, but it felt like a century had passed. It's okay, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Xiao Baozi's head squeezed out from the two men's embrace. His little face was red, and he was a little out of breath from just being squeezed in his arms. Blizzard luckily didn't suffer any injuries. Lin Xiaojin's shoulder was cut by the smashed down things, but her physique problem, a trace of blood didn't flow. Just now the situation was so urgent that she didn't feel it. This time, there was some stinging pain in her shoulder. The wall is cracked. I don't know if I can hold on, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The buildings in Xiayao City were very hard, and the number of Earth system adepts accounted for 55%. This earthquake could actually shake the building like this. Such an earthquake was very powerful. If it was in a city in Blue Star, I'm afraid that all the buildings would all collapse. Get out of here first, Xiao Nuo said calmly. Only when Xiao Nuo turned around did Lin Xiaojin see blood oozing out of Xiao Nuo's back. You're injured, Lin Xiaojin said nervously. Minor injury. Leave here first, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Wait. Lin Xiaojin held the baby with one hand and took the backpack with one hand, which still had the healing bottle of wellspring water inside. Compress the back first. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that Xiao Nuo would not agree and hurriedly said, there are definitely more mutated animals outside. It will be more dangerous at that time. Good. Xiao Nuo did not talk nonsense. Unscrewing the wellspring water, Lin Xiaojin directly poured half a bottle and drizzled it on his back. There was a cool sensation on his back and then some itching. After applying it, Xiao Nuo's back immediately stopped hurting and seemed to be healing. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo's expression and knew that he was no longer in pain. Only at this time did Lin Xiaojin feel relieved and said, let's go! The remaining wellspring water that still had a small half was placed on the backpack. Lin Xiaojin carried the backpack while Xiao Nuo took the little bundle. Mummy is scared, little Bozi said nervously. Not afraid? Abba, Mummy and Blast are all here. Lin Xiaojin comforted her son's little head and said. Lin Xiaojin greeted Blast Wind and headed towards the office. The building as a whole was tilting down, and the walls were crawling with gaps. It could collapse at any time. The collapse of the building was serious. And there was a fault in the middle. So the only way to get down was to jump down from the middle. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's hands are not bad. The two people double jumped. Blast Wind is even more flexible. Jumping down is not even the slightest sound. They jumped directly from the third floor to the ruins of the ground floor. The ground floor of the door has long been blocked by the stone. Gale found a large hole leaking out of the side. So they climbed out. And there were still 2 mutant animals on the ground floor that had been crushed underneath the boulders. But they weren't dead yet. After they drilled out of the building, the entire street was filled with debris. And the buildings and commercial buildings on both sides of the street on both sides of the road were tilted as a whole. There were also high building walls from bottom to top, a deep crack. It is estimated to be the size of a fist. There were also quite a few people's whales that were hidden in the rubble. Tall buildings, because of the shaking, was dropped out of the tightly grasping the window side of the dead grip in an effort to climb inside. Once the fall is not dead or seriously injured, or be bitten to death by mutant beasts. Such a scene as the end of the world. Lin Xiaojin although has witnessed once. But this scene again, this appeared in front of Lin Xiaojin. She more or less some sigh. Life is too difficult. Human beings are really too small. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua followed by Blizzard. Walking on the street. Everywhere is debris. And with smashed mutant animals. Daddy. It's so scary. Little Bozy was lying on Xiao Nua's shoulder. Seeing these scenes, it was inevitable that he was a little scared. There were also a few that got rid of the rubble and rushed towards Lin Xiaojin and the others. Blast Wind was the first to rush up. But this mutant animal was huge. It was twice as big as Blast Wind. But Blast Wind's claws were indestructible. And in a few seconds, the mutant animal's eyes were blinded. They did not want to stay too much in this place. And hurriedly continued to walk forward. And also saw a convenience store. Thinking that there wasn't much food left in his backpack. Lin Xiaojin still decided to go inside and get some food. The convenience stores were all glass doors that had long been shattered. And the walls were all unsealed. But they hadn't collapsed yet. The containers inside were tilted to the east, and the food was even scattered all over the place. Lin Xiaojin also saw 2 people being crushed under the shelves when she entered to get the food. Lin Xiaojin moved the shelves out of the way. And one of them was already out of breath. And the shells hit him right in the head. The other one was probably fainted. Lin Xiaojin did not continue to care. Lin Xiaojin found some bread and water, and stuffed her backpack full. Seeing a large handful of sugar scattered on the ground. Lin Xiaojin found a new piece from the side. Eating sugar would increase her energy. Now that she had food, it was even more important to find a safe place. Usually after a big earthquake, there might be aftershocks. In the main city were tall buildings towered and densely packed. In a big earthquake, Lin Xiaojin, and could not enter the space, was undoubtedly waiting for death. Now can only try to find empty places. Fortunately, this main city everyday streets are very wide. Especially the main street. The middle can be built several buildings. The two discussed following the main street and seeing if they could get out of here. Lin Meijia and Lin Miling sat in the back of a plane. Her parents and her brother and grandfather sat in the front of the plane. There were 2 planes in total. And the planes were carrying their families in addition to some loyal servants. And then all of the supplies that were worth their weight in gold. Their parents' plane was the first to take off. The 2 planes were but just 5 minutes apart. And in just 5 minutes, there was a huge earthquake. Usually earthquakes are detected. But this time, the blackout was undetectable. Before the plane could fully take off, the earthquake occurred and the whole plane went out of control. But fortunately, the pilot was a good driver so that the plane didn't flip over. However, sparks and black exhaust fumes came out of the back of the plane. And the whole plane sounded an alarm. They watched their parents' plane fly away. It didn't stop to save them. Another price on the plane. My daughters? Quick return, gotta go back and save on them. Shori frowned. Panicking. The plane has taken off without landing. And there's still an earthquake down there. Rushing to land the plane destroys people. The plane then didn't stop, but quickly rose up and left in the midst of the rubble. Lin Meijia from the thrill quickly go to see stabilized mind. But Lin Mei Ling was a bit panicked. She couldn't believe it. Looking at the houses around her collapsing and tilting. She mentally panicked. What to do? They're all gone. Lin Mei Ling said nervously. Humph. This doesn't suit you. You can go find your little boyfriend, Lin Meijia said disdainfully, although she was also panicking at the moment. Lin Meiling's face was a little bit not so good. She was actually more or less a little bit upset mentally. At this moment after hearing about Wang Tianyu, Lin Meiling's psyche was even more uncomfortable. On the other side, Xiao Nua held the child, and Lin Xiaojin walked along the main street. The wide street already had quite a few people. They were all people who had escaped in droves. Luckily, there weren't many mutant animals in the main city. There happened to be a team of special police in the main city, and the police were holding laser weapons in their hands. Several of the mutant animals were beaten to a bloody pulp. Many people were standing behind the SWAT team, when suddenly a red laser shot right towards Gale. Gale, Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Luckily, Gale reacted extremely fast and immediately jumped away. But the spot it was just standing on was shot with a hole by the laser. This would probably be a bloody hole if it was shot on Gale. Lin Xiaojin immediately shielded Gale behind her, and standing in front of them was a little brother in a black SWAT suit. Don't shoot my pet. Lin Xiaojin immediately spoke out to stop it. The SWAT man saw Blast Wind stay honestly behind Lin Xiaojin. Its red pupils unusually clear, although it had no intention of attacking. The SWAT man still aimed his pistol at Gale. The streets are full of mutated animals. Your pet must have mutated as well. Get out of the way, the SWAT officer said with a slight frown. It's not mutated. It is a special pet. Look if you don't believe me. Lin Xiaojin looked at the SWAT officer and hesitated, and immediately said to this Gale, Gale, sit down. After receiving the command, Gale really sat down obediently. The SWAT officer looked at Gale. His eyes were gray, and he seemed quite obedient. So he temporarily put away his gun. If it mutates, it will be shot through a sieve, the SWAT officer said in a deep voice. It won't. It would have mutated long ago if it was infected. We'll get out of here, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. There were so many people in this central street. She wouldn't be squeezing in the crowd. What if there were other SWAT officers who shot her blast? There are mutated animals all around. It's safer for you to follow us with your children, the SWAT officer said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect this SWAT to be quite friendly. But thinking about how unwelcome Gale was, she still shook her head and rejected the SWAT. This team of SWAT was about 6 or 7 people. Everyone had a weapon in their hands. And the other SWAT officers also came over when they saw Blast Wind. After understanding the situation, they decided to let Lin Xiaojin and the others leave. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu of course will not dawdle. Immediately followed the main street forward. The middle of the road some are cracks. But the cracks weren't very big. At most 2 fingers wide. And some of the buildings next to them were tilted and collapsed. Most of the walls were cracked. And some of the cracks were so deep that they were even able to fall down. People hiding upstairs at this time had to come down in droves. Hiding upstairs at this time was even more dangerous. It could collapse at any time. Although going downstairs would encounter mutated animals. But it was possible to put up a fight. Besides, the earthquake just now made part of the mutant animals buried in the collapsed layer. The road also encountered a few mutant animals. Did not attack them. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo did not care. Until one person was chased by a mutant animal and actually ran towards their direction. Help! The woman ran away tearing her heart out. And the mutant animal behind her was about to rush over. She circled around and saw Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. People chose to live by themselves between life and death. Or die wanting to pull a cushion. Or hoping for someone to help her. So she ran towards Lin Xiaojin. No one wants to die. Before dying, the woman exploded her potential. Her speed was actually faster. The woman tried to grab Lin Xiaojin's arm. But she was directly thrown away by Lin Xiaojin and fell to the ground. Ah! The woman was running too fast. The impact was too great, slamming down to the ground. Her hands and arms were tickled and bleeding. The mutated animal was about to rush to the front. The blast wind rushed up. But this one was much larger than that. Gale directly leapt up and clawed at the mutant's eyes. While Lin Xiaojin kicked the mutant away, the mutant animal rolled around on the ground, neatly getting hit by a tilted rock and buried inside. Lin Xiaojin grabbed and left without looking back. The woman who fell was surprised. She thought she was bound to die. But she was actually saved. Ignoring the blood still on her hands, the woman immediately climbed up and chased after her. But after seeing that Lin Xiaojin had a pet beside her, her psyche was still nervous and scared. But seeing that the mutant pet actually attacked the mutant animal and was good in strength, Its golden claws directly scratched the mutant animal's head. Despite her fear, she still followed Lin Xiaojin and the others unhurriedly. There were other mutated animals along the way, but they were all quickly resolved by Lin Xiaojin. The woman behind her was surprised beyond measure. This woman was too strong. No wonder they were still able to walk on the road openly while holding a child. The further out they went, the more mutated animals they encountered. And after solving 7 mutated animals, Lin Xiaojin saw that a building next to her hadn't collapsed yet. It was just that the outer wall of the building had cracks, directly turning it into a dangerous building. However, the quality of the houses in Shayao City was still very good. Even a dangerous building could still stand, as long as it wasn't an earthquake. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo directly walked into the building. This one was a large commercial building. There were still quite a few people inside. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. The ground floor of the mall didn't even have any people in it. There were 2 dead mutant animals that couldn't die anymore. Lin Xiaojin looked at Gale, guessing that if she brought Gale into it, Gale would probably kill it as a mutant animal. Have you followed enough? This is a shopping mall. You don't need to be following us anymore. Lin Xiaojin turned back to the woman who had been following her and said in a cold voice. The woman's face went white when she was torn apart on the spot. And she said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry. I was just too scared. That's why I ran towards you." Heh. Lin Xiaojin laughed coldly. What was the situation just now when she was stupid? She had seen this kind of situation too many times. Also didn't want to waste energy making any arguments with the woman in front of her. Don't be following us, or it will be the first to bite you. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, pointing her finger at Gale. Gale also showed its teeth towards the woman with a particularly forceful point. Its appearance was fierce, similar to the mutated animals running around the streets outside. The woman took a few steps back in fear. Lin Xiaojin directly followed Xiao Nua and left. The door outside the mall is broken, but the inside is manually blocked. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua with Blizzard could only go somewhere else. There wasn't even a rotten building here, so it was really fretful. Gale would be recognized as a mutant animal everywhere she went, but she had to find a safe place with her child. The little bundle frowned with a small frown. And just as he finished, he had already peed. Straight away, he peed his trousers and also wet Xiao Nua's clothes. After peeing Xiao Baozi, his expression relaxed a bit, but he seemed to feel a bit guilty. Little Bun pissed his trousers, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice, frowning slightly. Little Baozi felt even more embarrassed and blocked his face with his 2 small hands. Xiao Baozi was almost 2 years old. Ping and Ping would tell them in advance. This time it was another big earthquake and mutated animals. The little buns have seen all these? So as soon as they experienced these things, they forgot. Lin Xiaojin didn't argue with little Baozi. It was normal for children under 3 years old to pee their trousers once in a while. And their little Baozi was already very understanding. It's okay. Let's find a place to change our clothes first, Lin Xiaojin said. Clothes? Lin Xiaojin had just finished speaking when she remembered that she hadn't brought spare clothes in her backpack. It was all food. Lin Xiaojin was still used to having space. Once the space was upgraded and closed, it was still inconvenient. Let's go to that shop next to us and have Blast Wind wait outside for a while. Okay, Xiao Nu responded. Across the road in a row of shops, some of the doors were closed. Some had broken doors due to earthquakes, and the walls were all cracked. Lin Xiaojin directly broke into a men's clothing shop, or a branded men's clothing shop. At the doorway, Blast Wind was looking out. If a mutant animal rushed in, Blast Wind would deal with it first. If a mutant animal comes in, Windy will deal with it first. The containers in the men's clothing shop also collapsed, and the clothes were scattered all over the floor. Lin Xiaojin helped the fallen table cabinets up, and Xiao Nua put Xiao Baozi on the table cabinets. Xiao Nua, go find clothes you can wear, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Xiao Nua directly took off the t-shirt that was wet by Xiao Baozi's urine, revealing his lean upper body. The 6-pack abs were glamorous under the sunlight. Lin Xiaojin took Xiao Baozi's trousers off. But here were all adult men's clothes. Xiao Baozi was naked after taking off his trousers. Lin Xiaojin could only take off the little bun's top as well, and then found a smaller size top and put it on the little bun, directly to the little buns from head to feet. Wet small trousers. Lin Xiaojin directly to throw away. Lin Xiaojin also just saw that there was a mother and baby shop next to her. and she was looking for trousers for her little bun in a while. Most of the clothes here are summer clothes. There are also few coats. The coldest weather here is only 10 degrees or so. Here there is no down jacket, cotton shoes and so on. I'm afraid that people here have never seen. Xiao Nua changed clothes. Lin Xiaojin looked at the top of the shirt has not changed a few days. Also looked for a men's short sleeve change. This was Xiao Nua or couple pool shirt. Changed clothes of the two people holding the baby. The door is a pool of blood. Next to the wind under the claws, and a bloody mutant animal. The head and body were all torn apart by Blizzard's grip. And Blizzard saw Lin Xiaojin come out, and flicked his tail. Awesome. Lin Xiaojin gave Blast Wind a thumbs up. Blast Wind's tail wagged even more vigorously. Where? The mom and pop shop, Lin Xiaojin said. The two walked for a few minutes, and came back to the mom and pop shop, which had blood on the door, and people calling inside. Before Lin Xiaojin could say anything, Blizzard charged straight in. Blast Wind found that every time it killed a mutated animal with its claws, the blood from them would sharpen its claws by 1 point, and its body would get stronger. So Gale leapt at the mutant animals. A mutated animal in the mother and baby shop rushed in. Inside there was a man and a woman inside, where the man could see that he was a strength-based alien. However, it was only a level 1 strength system ability, and it was still very difficult to fight against the mutated mutant animals. The man grabbed the mutant animal's head with his bare hands. If his strength was any weaker, the mutant animal would have turned around and chewed him up. Blast directly rushed over, and made a grab towards the mutant animal. The man relaxed straight away, with marks on his arms from the mutant animal's scratches. In no time, the mutant animal was lying on the ground. The man seemed to think that Blast Wind was also a mutant animal. So he smoothly those nearby shelves were ready to greet towards Blast Wind's body. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, and immediately spoke out to remind him. Gale, come back. Hearing Lin Xiaojin's voice, Gale immediately retracted its claws, and jumped behind Lin Xiaojin in a single leap. This is your pet? The injured man said, as he returned to his senses. That's right. It just saved you. Don't hurt it, or I can't guarantee that it will hurt you, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Her pet if others want to hurt it. Then they have to accept its revenge. The man put down what was in his hand, but his eyes still looked warily at Blast Wind behind Lin Xiaojin. Thank you. The woman behind the man stammered. Are you the owners of this shop? Lin Xiaojin asked directly. The woman immediately understood when she saw Xiao Nua holding Xiao Baozi, and wearing clothes that still didn't fit. The things in the shop were all spilled on the ground because of the earthquake. And there had just been another fight. Quite a few of the garments were stained with the blood of the mutated animals. The boss's wife took one look at the little buns, and knew roughly what size clothes they wore. So she found a set of clothes from amongst the overturned containers. This dress is for you guys. Thanks for saving us just now, the woman said, as she handed it to Lin Xiaojin. There was still a shock tremor on her face, still not having recovered from the mutated animal she had just seen. Thanks. Lin Xiaojin immediately said thank you. The woman sighed. Now that there was a power outage, an earthquake, and a mutant animal, the alarm calls were not working at all. Everyone was left to fend for themselves. This children's clothing shop of theirs was considered finished. Not just the shop, the whole city suffered. Lin Xiaojin directly gave the little bun a good change of new clothes. Lin Xiaojin looked at this pile of items from the mother and baby shop, and was a little distressed. She wanted to swallow when she saw things. But people's masters were here. She couldn't be bothered to grab more to go. The family of 3 left. And the people in the shop looked at the blood all over the floor, and were psychologically terrified. What to do? How do we go out first? The woman sighed. Can't stay here. The man too was very decisive. Couldn't we just go with them? The pets they brought with them look awesome. The woman frowned. But they also brought a small child with them. As powerful as that pet is, can it beat that many mutated animals? A crowd is also a big target. The man too was very sober. The woman nodded. Following them, what if they dragged themselves down? Lin Xiaojin to do not know their thoughts, but rather a good thing. Less people to follow them to trouble themselves. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky was already almost dark. The two people tossed and turned all day, and did not walk much. Mommy. Hungry. The little bun was pitifully hungry. If there was no space, it was hard for Lin Xiaojin to imagine herself surviving alone with a baby in this situation. Now she kind of experienced it. But Lin Xiaojin saw Xiao Nua, who had been holding the waif. and Blast Wind, who was walking behind it. She was not alone. This feeling of relying on each other and growing together was really great. Lin Xiaojin found a small bag of biscuits from her backpack, opened the package and took out a piece from it, and handed it to the little bun first. Eat this first to cushion yourself. Lin Xiaojin touched the little bun's head. The little bun picked up a piece of biscuit and ate it in 2 or 3 bites, his little mouth bulging with food. Still hungry, the little bun said bitterly. Lin Xiaojin almost forgot that the little bun's looks didn't follow him. Being able to eat was following her. So he took out a few biscuits and could only let the little bun eat something to pat his stomach first. Not far away there are still mutant animals. Fortunately, some of the buildings collapsed, blocking the sight of many mutant animals and the road. It's almost dark. We need to find a place to rest and relax, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo could both stay awake for a night. It didn't matter if they had a bad rest. But not the baby. And Blizzard hadn't eaten much for a day. Lin Xiaojin sighed softly. Let's go there, Xiao Nuo said as he pointed at the opposite building. The opposite building hadn't collapsed. There were just cracks in the walls. That's a residential building. Can we live there? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Find an empty house. Good. Across the street was a neighborhood. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both went in and encountered a few mutated animals. After resolving the mutated animals, the two chose a building to go in. This neighborhood also had more than 30 floors, and there was no telling which house was uninhabited. The two planned to check one building at a time. Passing by a few homes, Lin Xiaojin could hear voices inside all the homes. This building is of good quality. Only the outer walls are gaps. Nothing at all inside. But all these people earthquake did not run out. The first time they encountered an earthquake, most of them were confused. And outside are all the mutated animals rushing in. Either hide safely in your room or run out and be attacked by mutated animals. Those who are not stupid have chosen the former. And there is usually some food at home now. So they don't go out and wait until there is no more food at home in 2 days. Even if it was dangerous outside, you had to go out and look for food, or else you'd just starve to death. There is no one in this household, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. This household? Lin Xiaojin looked at the door closed, and it didn't look like anyone lived there. However, Lin Xiaojin's hearing was quite good, and heard that there was indeed no one inside. But she made a mark here, and then continued to poke around each house. There were 30 floors in total, and there were 4 households on 1 floor. After going up 3 more floors, the child was already hungry and sleepy, lying in Xiao Nuo's arms and falling asleep. Blasted Wind was also a bit tired. Just this one, Lin Xiaojin said. After settling the child and resting, they would go find another home with no one in it, so that they would be able to go search for supplies. It wasn't like when it was in Blue Star, and it was all zombies. Just go to any house, and when they solved the zombies, everything would be theirs. At this time, Lin Xiaojin suddenly liked zombies. At least there weren't so many troublesome things. The main door is a combination lock. Lin Xiaojin directly and easily unscrewed the door handle. Only after entering did Lin Xiaojin realize that the environment here is simply a world away from her environment in the outer city. No wonder they all want to live in the main city. The environment and technology here are much better than in the outer city. There is only one old man left in the house. But unfortunately, he has already passed away. And he happened to be smacked in the head by something during the earthquake. Lin Xiaojin closed the door of that house. They were just going to rest in the living room for the night. Xiao Nuo gently placed the little bun on the sofa. Gale, on the other hand, was resting on the floor. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was searching for food in the kitchen. The refrigerator was all blacked out, and I'm afraid that many of the meats placed inside had already spoiled. Lin Xiaojin found that the food here actually did not have rice, and then thought that it was almost impossible to grow here, and this kind of food like rice could not be grown at all. Luckily, this family had quite a lot of canned meat stored. Almost every family must have canned meat, and there was even less seafood here. No one here has ever heard of a creature like fish, canning all kinds of meat varieties. Blast was also hungry. Their family are all foodies. In no time, this family storage for a few days of canned meat were a few of them to share the food. They ate their fill. The little buns also woke up. Xiao Nuo released electricity to make a pot of water with an electric kettle. And then Lin Xiaojin found a box of small biscuits, which Lin Xiaojin soaked and gave to the little buns to eat. The little bun ate the box when he was hungry. Strawberry? The little bun frowned and said, "You can eat strawberries in a couple of days." Lin Xiaojin could only comfort the little bun. The sky was already completely dark, and Blast's red pupils were especially obvious in the dark night, like a pair of red rays. Xiao Nua went to a few unoccupied ones downstairs to collect food. After about an hour or so, Xiao Nua came back and told Lin Xiaojin that there was another house upstairs that was unoccupied and had a children's room. Lin Xiaojin immediately took Xiao Bozi and followed Xiao Nua to the upstairs. After all, there is still a corpse in this house. Tomorrow the smell of the corpse will be dispersed. Upstairs should be a family with 2 children. There are 2 children's rooms. Xiao Nua found a table lamp and temporarily used his alien energy to charge the lamp. Xiao Nua put all the food he had searched for. It was pitch black outside at night. There were also a few homes that occasionally had small lights on, all of which were rechargeable models. Originally should be a silent night. Outside are mutated animals howling. The sound is getting more and more dense. Noisy people could not sleep the whole night. The little buns were still a little scared when they heard this sound. After all, the little buns had been living in space almost since birth. The space environment was beautifully created by Little Cloud. The environment was comfortable. The little bun had not yet adapted to this kind of environment. At first the little bun felt fresh. But now the little bun felt very uncomfortable. Almost the entire night the little bun was burrowed in Lin Xiaojin's arms and slept. The next morning, Lin Xiaojin saw that the little bun was already asleep. Xiao Nua and Blizzard were standing in front of the floating window. Lin Xiaojin walked up and hugged Xiao Nua's back from behind. His injuries had already healed. And it had to be said that the healing effect of the wellspring water in Lin Xiaojin's space was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Nua backhanded Lin Xiaojin right in front of him, then gently kissed her brow. To the side, the tail of the blasted wind gently swayed, and the slight sunlight outside shone in. A particularly cozy picture. But the scene outside the window. Almost every road has mutant animals. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly when she saw the scene. If they were to take the baby out like this, they would definitely be besieged by mutant animals. The mutant animals in the outer city all rushed into the main city. The gate of the outer city area was finally destroyed. And there were also many people as well as mutant animals who took the opportunity to run out. The countdown to the completion of the space upgrade was 5 days. With so many mutated animals outside, it was unwise for them to break out at this time with their children. If only the 2 of them can still break through. Although 2 people have the strength. But facing so many mutant animals, group attack will also be in danger. It seems that we can only stay in the building for 5 days. I do not know where this family is gone. Will not come back. Lin Xiaojin hoped that they would not come back. But looking at the outside mutant animals so much, it is estimated that they will not come back. The food we found should last for 3 days. Right? Lin Xiaojin looked at the food in the kitchen. In fact, if they saved their food, it would be enough to eat for a week. But even though little Baozi wasn't even 2 years old yet, he had the eating capacity of a 4.5-year-old boy. There was also the fact that she could eat a lot. And Blizzard could eat a lot too. Shano was in great shape and looked like he should be the one they ate the most. But the amount of food was just bigger than Little Bun. You guys can't starve. I'll be looking for food if you don't have enough. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. We're together. Lin Xiaojin held Xiao Nua's hand and said in a deep voice. Good. Xiao Nua nodded and looked at Lin Xiaojin with eyes full of doting. This day was still considered to be a safe and uneventful first day. Although the mutant beasts outside had become more and more numerous. And Lin Xiaojin also found that they were growing in size. Not only did Lin Xiaojin notice it, even Xiao Nua noticed it. And even saw a 2-meter mutant animal. Hopefully they could stay here until the space was completely upgraded. The next day there was already a part of this building that was sinking. Mainly the food source. There weren't enough hordes at home. And if they stayed at home all the time, they were afraid they would starve to death. There were 4 households living on the ground floor. And their opposite neighbors. 2 people walked out. A man and a woman with a spanner in their hands. I remember the family across the street went out to play. They should have food in their house. The woman said. The family had met in the lift when they were out and about, and had chatted, so they were a bit impressed. They grinded their way to the home where Lin Xiaojin was staying. This isn't good. Is it? It's against the law for us to enter someone's home so illegally. 20 years in prison. The woman said nervously. Breaking the law? Then we all starve to death now? Look at the use of calling the police. The man said breathlessly. The phone has long since stopped without a signal. A family of 4. They had just walked to the door of this house, where Lin Xiaojin lived, when 2 more people came out of another house. All were neighbors, so they knew each other. Li Ming. What are you doing? The family member who came out frowned when they saw Li Ming and her wife holding a spanner each. There's no food at home. My wife said that Wang Lan's family went out traveling a long time ago. They should have food at home. The man also said with a lack of heart. In fact, Xiao City had never had such a chaotic moment. It had always been law-abiding. And the education it received from childhood was the same. So at first everyone had the discomfort of being imprisoned by the shackles of the law. So even now at first just chaotic. If not to the point of not being able to survive. People still have thoughts and morals. Oi! There's no food in our house either. The man said with a sigh. Yes. The children at home have been starving for 2 days. The man's wife also said. Looking at these 2 people are obviously a little haggard. They are also the family really have no food. So they want to come out to get food. Li Ming's wife frowned slightly, and secretly pinched her husband. This bastard said everything. Wang Lan's family's food they still don't know if they have enough to share. The opposite side of the family of 7 people. Wang Lan's family's little food they can be divided in half. Wang Lan's family went out traveling. So I guess they don't have much food. Let's go look for it first. The woman pulled Li Ming to hurry to pry the door. If they didn't knock on the door, it would be time for their family to pry the door open in a while. There was only so much food in total. And if they didn't knock on the door to get to the food, they would have to go out and go to the mall or the convenience store downstairs to find food. But the mutant animals downstairs could no longer be said to be 1 or 2, but were in groups. The mutant animals were all huge, and they were undoubtedly going down there to die. Their home is not short of water. She is a water system ability, although only 1 level, but to ensure that a family of 2 people drink water no problem. They were just about to pry the door when they heard the sound of wolves howling inside. The 2 people who were scared backed up in a hurry. Li, there are mutant animals inside. Li Ming was too nervous to speak. Sizzling Wind was at the gate, gently scratching the gate with his claws, making an extremely ear-piercing sound. Then Blast Wind did not exert any force. The gate still scratched a hole, revealing Blast Wind's sharp claws. Seeing this scene, Li Ming and his wife were startled. The opposite family saw Li Ming's 2 people suddenly backing up and then ran away in a hurry. Didn't they say that no one from the opposite family went to pry the door to get food? How did they run away? The 2 people were surprised. And then, they went to the door of the house they had pried open to reveal a claw. There's a mutant animal. A few people were shocked and rushed into the house, moving the front door of the house to move the furniture out of the way. Lin Xiaojin knew very well that in a couple of days such a thing would be very rare. Because of the food. There was no food. No one wanted to venture out in search of food. Another 3 full days had passed. And there were still 2 more days until the space upgrade was complete. Lin Xiaojin could already feel the space entering another level. And this upgrade would bring Lin Xiaojin an unexpected surprise. For 3 days, not only was the food in this building consumed by most of the families, even Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's food was gone. There was only 1.5 bottles of water left. And the backpacks were all empty. There was also half a bottle of well-spring water in the space. The little bun was able to stay here a few days ago. And in the past 3 days, he had played with all the toys here enough. Lin Xiaojin saw that some people outside were lacking in food, and even went out to look for food, and were bombarded by a swarm of mutated animals. There wasn't even a bone crumb left to gnaw on. These mutant animals have evolved. They've started to eat meat, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. At first, there were still bold ones who went out, but the deaths were too tragic, so no one dared to go out anymore. Some of the people in this building also started searching every household, entering the door to look for food wherever there was no one. No one came to the household where Lin Xiaojin lived, so it seemed that the blasted wind deterrent was still effective. I'll go out and look for it. You watch over little Bun. Although I can't enter with the spatial upgrade, but I can instantly move, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. All she had to do was go down to the ground floor, and she could instantly move to the shop across the street. Fetch the food and she'd be back. Mine goes quickly. If you go, you'll cause the beasts to swarm, Lin Xiaojin said in a hurry. Xiao Nuo didn't want to let Lin Xiaojin take the risk, but it was indeed the best choice. Xiao Nuo could only nod. Go and come back quickly. I'll watch you upstairs. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Blast Wind also wanted to follow her to go, But she did not agree. She space off transit can only take herself. Lin Xiaojin was ready to go and come back quickly. So she said goodbye to Xiao Nua and Xiao Bozi. She opened the door gently. Lin Xiaojin looked outside and saw that there was no one. So she quickly walked towards the building. The voices in the building were quiet. And when she passed by a few floors, she also heard quite a few people in the middle of a heated argument. Even Lin Xiaojin saw two families that seemed to be grabbing food and fighting each other. Some people had already understood that the SWAT team could no longer help them. And to wait for rescue would be a pipe dream. Nowadays, they could only live on their own. So some of them had already broken free of these rules. Of course, there were still some who were still bound. But in the face of hunger and survival, these will slowly dissipate. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to care so much. All she wanted to do now was to go and return quickly. Her goal was food. She hadn't worried about food for a long time. Now that she had experienced it again, it seemed that in the future, space upgrades would have to pick a suitable time, or how to shorten the time for space upgrades. Lin Xiaojin went down to the ground floor without stopping in one breath. There were 3 or 5 people in the hall on the ground floor, heavily armed, looking like they also wanted to go out to look for food. But seeing the mutant beasts outside seemed to be hesitating. Such a large number of mutant beasts besieging us would be the end. We're all first-level mutants. What a regret. If I had known that this would be the scene one day, I would have spent all my star coins on buying alien energy crystals. Going out like this is a death sentence. If we don't go out, we'll wait to starve to death. Several people were all sad. While they still had some stamina, they could go out and find some food. After a few days of starvation and lack of energy, then go out to look for food that is purely to sin to die. A few people seemed to be discussing how to attract people to go to the shop next to them to get food. The price of alien energy crystals wasn't cheap. And if they needed to upgrade to a level 2 alien, then it would cost too many alien energy crystals. Moreover, it has to do with talent. And the most important thing is that the city prohibits the release of psychic energy, or else they will face huge fines. And those who cause damage to people and objects will also be put in jail. So very few people to buy the crystal. Some of their powers are mostly in the life of some small convenience only. Like Xiao City. Most of them are Earth system psychics. Condensing earth pile will be used to build walls and houses. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, couldn't care less, looked at the shop across the street, closed her eyes to see that the distance of the instantaneous transfer was enough. As big as her space was, she could instantly move as big as she wanted. Each time she instantly moved, it was equivalent to spatial coverage. An instantaneous transfer appeared on the opposite side. Lin Xiaojin just kicked open the shop door, and the mutant beast next to her rushed over. Lin Xiaojin directly hammered his fist on the mutant animal's head, directly hammering a large pit. Lin Xiaojin realized that her strength had grown again. But her hands were stained with the mutant animal's blood. It seems that in the future, you need to wear gloves to deal with these mutated animals, or else you will be covered in your own blood. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to pull with the mutant animals and directly entered the shop. The mutant animals outside seemed to be confused again when they saw the person who suddenly disappeared. Lin Xiaojin entered the shop. This one a bakery. Lin Xiaojin immediately took the bread and put it into her backpack. What are you doing? Robbing my family things? A man came down from the first floor, holding even more of a golf club in his hand. Lin Xiaojin didn't have time to talk nonsense with her. Took the food and left. The man came down with a golf club to stop it. Lin Xiaojin just opened the door, and a mutant beast rushed in. Lin Xiaojin directly knocked it down with a punch. And the man behind her was stunned to see this scene. I didn't expect this woman to be so fierce. Lin Xiaojin went out and closed the door in passing. The people inside saw through the gap that there were 2 brain-bursting mutant beasts outside, and did not dare to go out to chase. There was still quite a lot of bread in their shop, and the man rushed upstairs to call his family to transfer all the bread up. It seemed like there would be quite a few more people grabbing for food. Their family owned a bakery. The ground floor was for selling bread, and the first floor was where they lived. A few people had just moved some bread upstairs when the door was opened again. Mainly just now Lin Xiaojin had violently broken the door lock when she came in. So the people coming from behind were able to open it directly. The 3 people who came, with a dead person behind them. That person was being gnawed on by a few mutated animals that were besieging them. And that's why they immediately ran over. The 3 people saw the bread and ran over to grab it to eat. One of them dazzled 2 loaves in one breath. The rest of the bread were taking plastic bags and preparing to fill them up. This time the owner of the shop was reluctant. "You asked, can't take it all. These are my family's." The man had a golf club in his hand. 2 more young boys came down from the first floor, along with a middle-aged woman. "We'll just load some up. There's really no food in the house," a man explained. "Cut the crap. Hurry up," the other man urged. It was either fight it out or watch them leave. And in the end the shop owner watched them leave. But they weren't so lucky this time out. Just as they came out, a mutated animal rushed in. It was so large that it instantly toppled the first man to run out directly into the shop. Clattering, the derailment containing bread shattered all over the place. Seeing this, the shop owner hurriedly greeted his family and ran towards the first floor. One of the men was a speed faculty alien. Although he was also only a level 1, but his speed was obviously much faster than everyone else. The man took advantage of the mutated animals attacking the others and immediately took the bread road. "Ah!" Instantly the shop screamed in misery, instantly being gnawed into crumbs by the mutant animals. Lin Xiaojin was directly instantaneously moving to the corner of the hall. She had just walked into the passageway when she came across someone coming down and saw Lin Xiaojin's backpack bulging and holding 2 pieces of bread in her hand. He who hadn't eaten for 2 days already. His body was bigger than his head, and he was looking at a woman as soft as Lin Xiaojin. He didn't think about it. If Lin Xiaojin was a weak woman, could she bring back food from outside? When hunger rushed to his head, he couldn't think of anything else. The man came up and wanted to grab Lin Xiaojin's food. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. She has always abided by the principle that people do not offend me. I do not offend. If people offend me, then don't blame her. Lin Xiaojin gently sidestepped and dodged, then kicked the man's leg. Crunch. A crunching sound. The man's leg was broken. Ah! The man that had received such a serious injury. For a moment, he screamed in pain. Lin Xiaojin only threw him a deserved look and was about to head upstairs when she saw another man coming down. Just in time to see the scene. Just now Lin Xiaojin's hand gently kicked off a man who was even taller than her. Although the man's psyche also wanted to eat, but some sense and did not go up to grab, but instead played the emotional card. The man cried and begged Lin Xiaojin to be able to share a loaf of bread with her. There were still old people and children at home. "Get lost," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaojin knew that she could not be soft at this time, much less weak. Being soft would only allow others to gain an inch, and being weak would only make people feel that you could be bullied. "Why are you so unsympathetic? You're still not a woman. I've never seen a woman as cruel as you." The man in front of him was praying for Lin Xiaojin to give him some bread in the last second. And after being rejected by her, he started complaining and cursing. "Heh. You better keep your mouth shut if you don't want your head to move. It's disgusting," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. When the man heard Lin Xiaojin's words, he seemed to be a bit uptight. And even more so, he forgot that there was another man below him who was holding his legs and wailing. Lin Xiaojin looked at the man who rushed over. Without saying a word, she slapped towards the man's face. She had already controlled her force very well, but a mouthful of the man's teeth were still knocked out, and even one flew out. This time no one was stopping Lin Xiaojin. She left without looking back. Then these 2 men in the hallway kept wailing. The man who was slapped by Lin Xiaojin even fainted. The pain of having his teeth knocked out was just too much. Lin Xiaojin did not encounter other people. Immediately returned to the floor. Found that the door of the room was opened. Lin Xiaojin was scared in her heart. She didn't even use running. With such a short distance, Lin Xiaojin directly instantly moved in. This is the fastest time Lin Xiaojin used instantaneous transfer. After entering the door of the room, there was a man and a woman lying on the ground who were already dead. Next to him, Xiao Nua was holding Xiao Bozi and was pacifying him. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 2 people lying on the ground. One was killed by Xiao Nua's electric shock. His whole body was scorched black. The other was killed by blizzard with a claw. A claw on the woman's neck. A claw to death. It turns out that these 2 wanted to come in and kill Blast Wind and get the food in here, as they weighed the pros and cons of going out against a bunch of mutated animals. However, there was only one here, and they could still get food that would last in a few days. So they went with the latter. They never expected there to be anyone else here. Xiao Nua had told them to get out, but they didn't listen. So Blast went up with a claw. The woman died first and the man fought back, only to be electrocuted by Xiao Nuo's lightning ball. Lin Xiaojin looked at the environment in this house. A smell of blood was no longer suitable for survival. Go to their house, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin handed Xiao Nuo the food while she held Xiao Baozi. This house was full of blood and corpses. It wouldn't take long for it to stink. She didn't want little Baozi to live here. The two of them had just come out when the neighbor across the street saw this scene through the cat's eye. Mom, I saw brotherly Ming and his wife die. Hush, don't say anything. The woman hurriedly covered her son's mouth. Although there was still a corridor through the door, but with Lin Xiaojin's ear power, she still heard it clearly. It wasn't like it was the first time Lin Xiaojin had faced this kind of situation. So her mood was calm. But none of the residents here had ever seen it before. However, Lin Xiaojin reality will let them see it in a short time immediately. With 2 days left in the countdown, Lin Xiaojin could already mentally enter the space. There were 3 more little elves in the space that hadn't been molded yet. Lin Xiaojin had found a celebrity handsome guy. And for the remaining one, she had found a 5-year-old child star to play with the little bun. Once molded in the future cannot be changed again. Unless in the future Lin Xiaojin has any other way. One would be called a Hong, formed by Lin Xiaojin according to a Tai star from their blue star. The other would be Little Green, being a cute little boy. It was mainly the color of their souls that determined the names Lin Xiaojin gave them. Master, Sister Xiaojin, Little Cloud affectionately said. You two don't need to call me Master. Just call me Sister Xiaojin, like Little Cloudy, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, looking at the handsome men and beautiful women in the space. His heart was good. But then it seemed like the only girl was Little Yunduo. And her looks were somewhat similar to Lin Xiaojin. Little Yunduo was after all the first elf produced in her space. So Lin Xiaojin's feelings towards her were different. Good. They were both spatially generated. So naturally they were both full of respect for Lin Xiaojin. This time the space was upgraded, and the space expanded again. Not only did it expand, the space was more like a small world. Only above the space there were just clouds. No sun, no moon and no stars. Lin Xiaojin thought whimsically. If the space expanded enough, she would have to catch a few stars and put them in the space. But a star that would have to be big. The land expanded a lot. What was just a small water well was now bigger and turned into a water spring. The space greens grew even more lush. Or maybe it was because of the production of space sprites. These were all changes in space. The most surprising thing to Lin Xiaojin that was that she could make a space elf go out of space. Can only go out for 2 hours a day. And can't go out of the spatial range that Lin Xiaojin covers. That's also a very pleasant surprise. It meant that someone could come out and bring her a baby. But it seems that they don't seem to be of much use for the time being. One by one. Although they are all very good looking. They don't seem to have a lot of force value. But undeniably, they are all good helpers. But the ability to learn one by one is very strong. Have seen something basically never forget. Alan was more into cooking. So he often watched some cooking videos. Lin Xiaojin looked at Ah Hong, thinking of letting him watch more fighting films. I wonder if he can learn a bit. Though watching and practicing were completely different. As for Little Green, Lin Xiaojin hadn't thought about it yet. Lin Xiaojin spiritually exited the space and told Xiao Nuo the good news. Because during the upgrade, Xiao Nuo was also unable to spiritually enter. Xiao Nuo was shallowly jealous. But they were all elves. Xiao Nuo didn't really care. But being able to let Lin Xiaojin coax him a bit, he was still very happy. And even more so, he knew how to take the good with the bad. If we can get out of the space, we can train their hands a bit. This would also be a very powerful helper for us. Xiao Nuo already had an idea in his mind. When the space Lin Xiaojin's space recovered, he would have time to teach them stances. And this helper was still absolutely trustworthy. I also have this idea, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. It was a pity that none of these elves seemed to have any psychic abilities. There were no psychic abilities to cultivate. Lin Xiaojin was full of confidence. After staying safe and sound for a day, there was one more day before the countdown to the space upgrade. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nuo and Gale plus Xiao Baozi have all eaten bread for 2 days in a row. Unfortunately, there is nothing else to eat without eating bread. But after 1 day, the space will be able to open. By then Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo will be able to leave this place. The little buns are not hurt. The two of them want to safely leave this place no problem. Lin Xiaojin had thought that the day would pass quickly. But someone came looking for trouble. It turned out to be the people upstairs, who had 2 power system psychic abilities grouped together to rob food. And now they were robbing their floor. Don't rob our food. That's all we have at home. Robbing our food, I'll fight for you. Unfortunately, there was just one old man in the house, who could rob over the 2 young men who were strong and healthy. Moreover, these 2 young men were all muscular. With a gentle push, the 2 old men were pushed to the ground. They simply couldn't rob these 2 men. Moreover, both of them were still holding weapons in their hands. Almost every door was robbed, just short of the one Lin Xiaojin lived in. The 2 men didn't care about the 2 old people who were crying. The others wanted to go up and fight with the men. But the weapons in the men's hands didn't dare to go forward. After all, these days everyone did not eat enough. So there is little strength. Bang bang. The 2 men just made an effort to hack the door. But they didn't expect the door of the house to be opened directly. And a black wolf came out from inside. The scarlet pupil startled. And the man's blood instantly sprayed in the door frame. The other man was slashing towards Blizzard with the weapon in his hand, but was gasped out by Lin Xiaojin's kick. Directly kicked into the wall, touched the ground and fell to the ground, directly out of breath. Lin Xiaojin watched with cold eyes. She didn't want to kill people. Her hands were stained with human blood. But it just so happened that some people were going to mess with her head. The food that the man grabbed spilled all over the place, even with blood, and the others rushed forward to grab it. Lin Xiaojin replaced the door with a bang. Didn't disturb little Baozi's sleep. Did you? Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Xiao Nua shook his head. Lin Xiaojin was then relieved. As long as the space was fully opened after tonight. The weather outside, Xiao Nua said worriedly, as he looked at the weather outside. Lin Xiaojin walked to the window. There were thick cumulus clouds above the sky. This was a sign of heavy rain. It wouldn't be a torrential downpour as well, would it? Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought of the scene when the building was flooded by torrential rain. It rarely rained in Xiao City, but there were ample underground rivers. It won't be a good sign anyway. Let's leave the city tomorrow, Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin responded. Their intention was also to prepare to go to Star City, and then leave this planet from Star City. Only Star City was connected to the galaxy there. In fact, Lin Xiaojin didn't know much about the galaxy yet. It could be said that she barely knew anything about it. In the afternoon, this building was in chaos. Lin Xiaojin's corpse at the door was not tidied up, so he just let it sit where it was. And it was also a warning to others. By night, Lin Xiaojin, although very hungry, but really do not want to gnaw on bread. Recently eat bread every day. Mouth dry tight. The little bun saw the bread also did not want to. But the stomach is hungry and grumbling. So the family of 3 plus a wolf just held out. When it was 12 o'clock at night, Lin Xiaojin was the first to feel that the space was accessible. And she hurriedly got all of them into the space. She had already told Alan to prepare the meal before she came in. Alan had also specially made cuddle meals for the little buns. Entering the space didn't matter what. Left down to eat a meal first. Xiao Nua also ate 2 more bowls of rice than usual. Blast finally tasted the flavor of meat, and the little bun was motivated to eat more than usual. But she didn't dare to let her eat too much. After all, it was too late now, and I was afraid that the little bun would easily accumulate food if she ate too much. Eating a full meal, Lin Xiaojin looked at the space all on. Little red, little green, little cloud. Lin Xiaojin found that her name was a bit of a waste, especially because of their face value. All of them are various star faces. Wasn't it too vulgar to name them this way? So Lin Xiaojin simply modified it again. Alan officially changed his name to Blue Jean. Ahong changed to Red String. And Little Green was Green Star. This also sounds much smoother. And it feels like the space has a lot more popularity. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both returned to their own separate isolated rooms. While Xiao Bazi hadn't seen Little Cloudy for a long time and accompanied Little Cloudy to bed. The two finally had time to be close for a while. And Lin Xiaojin finally slept naturally these days. Recently, she had brought Little Bozy every day, and stayed outside at night, always keeping an eye on the situation outside. So she woke up when there was a bit of a breeze at night. Xiao Nua woke up early in the morning. He had always been a very disciplined person. Recently Xiao Nua seemed to have been stuck in a bottleneck at level 4. But Xiao Nua wasn't agitated. In the morning Xiao Nua took a few people to start training. He found that these were very capable of learning. Like Red String, although Lin Xiaojin had let her watch many kung fu films, and he was able to learn in a decent manner. But the fight scenes inside the films were all fake after all. They were all just a bunch of fluff. Lin Xiaojin slept until she woke up naturally, and found Xiao Nuo was teaching them. Xiao Nuo put into a bunch of face value handsome guy does not lose. On the contrary, his body also carries an aura. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo rested in space for 2 days. Take a bath. Eat and drink enough. In order to hide people's eyes, and carry a backpack. This is out of the space. Lin Xiaojin deliberately took the little cloud out of the space. Although at first only 2 hours of time. But will stick with the adaptation will be longer and longer. But cannot be out of Lin Xiaojin's space coverage. Blast wind Lin Xiaojin temporarily did not let her out of space. Space has more than a few accompanied by small packets. He is happy. And there is also a young green star to play with him. Out of the space. The room has long been searched. Only the remaining 2 bags of bread was also taken away. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to eat it anyway. So it didn't matter who took it. Little Yundo was a little uncomfortable the first time he went out of space. Is this the outside world? The air is bad. Little Yundo said in a serious manner with a slight frown. Lin Xiaojin smiled. She had planted all kinds of vegetables and plants in her space. This time she upgraded the area to a larger area. And all kinds of fruit trees were almost growing into a forest. With so many fresh green plants. The environment of her space was certainly good. But little cloudy they don't need to breathe though. It was just a pure feeling that the outside environment was bad. It's also good to come out and meet. After all, my space is still small, Lin Xiaojin said. Compared to the vast world. Lin Xiaojin's feeling really wasn't enough. Little Yunduo shook her head. Space was the world she survived her home. Looking at little Yunduo a little uncomfortable. Lin Xiaojin let her a moment to let her return to the space. Back to the space of the little Yunduo immediately feel comfortable. Lin Xiaojin also does not care so much. Now the child is also safe. It is her, and Xiao Nuo strutting away time. The 2 quickly descended the stairs. There were still traces of blood from the scramble in the hallway. They followed the building. And when someone heard the commotion, they immediately prayed for some food. And they were all little kids. There was even someone who went to grab her backpack. Lin Xiaojin directly threw her backpack out. And she saw several people rushing towards her backpack. A few people scrambled to grab her backpack. While Lin Xiaojin quickly fled with Xiao Nuo. Her backpack was only symbolically filled with 2 pieces of bread. The ground floor of the neighborhood was in disrepair. And there were various traces left behind by the mutant animal attack. It was now around 10 a.m. But there was no sunlight yet. The sun was blocked by thick cumulus clouds. There were still all kinds of mutated animals in the streets. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't retreat this time. Lin Xiaojin immediately released Blast Wind. Go! Blast Wind. Lin Xiaojin said in a sharp voice. They were just shocking back these mutated animals. And they aimed to catch up with the road. Many people saw the streets becoming less mutated animals. While some took the opportunity to run to the shops to get supplies. Some were hesitant. After running down a street, and having already fought no less than 50 mutant animals. This place had all become a mutant animal paradise. Gale's claws were covered in blood, and his tongue was slightly sticking out. Lin Xiaojin could see that Gale's stamina was almost gone. So he put Gale into the space. After all, fighting is also about combining work and rest. Lin Xiaojin's gloves were also covered in blood. Xiao Nuo was fine. He hadn't used too much of his powers. But after walking a street, it was dry from morning to afternoon. Where are we going? Lin Xiaojin rushed straight into a shopping mall that was empty and devoid of people. There was no one on the ground floor. But there was on the first floor. And quite a few people had taken up residence in the mall. There was food and drink here. And anyone who wasn't stupid wouldn't choose to leave. Lin Xiaojin did not go to the supermarket. But went to the mall. The clothing area and all kinds of supplies were collected some. In the space, Little Cloudy and the others were responsible for sorting out the supplies Lin Xiaojin had collected. Crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin saw that there were still crystal beads for sale in the counter, and said in surprise. Hurriedly received all the crystal beads in the counter into the space for upgrading the space. After receiving almost all of them, it was already night time. So they entered the space to rest. If we go on like this, we don't know when we'll be able to get out of Shao City. Lin Xiaojin sighed. In fact, most of the mutated animals had flocked into the main city. And the mutated animals in the urban area had become fewer. But the strength and size of the mutant animals in the outer city were twice as much as before. They were even tougher as they came down from superiority. They could only walk on the ground. It would be great if they could fly. But unfortunately none of them could fly. On the second day, they had just exited the space when they noticed that the building in front of them had collapsed across the center. There were quite a few people buried inside the building. Lin Xiaojin could still hear faint cries for help. Not only people, but also mutated animals. But Lin Xiaojin didn't care that much. Call her cold-blooded or call her heartless. She just wanted to mind their own business. Walking through two streets, it is obvious that the mutated animals in here have become much less. There are still many mutant animal corpses on the road. Traces of laser guns. It seems that the SWAT team has cleared it. Lin Xiaojin thought of the motorbike in space. It was still good to use it on this road now. Driving a car is a big target. A motorbike is good. There were not only petrol ones, but also electric ones that had a few of them. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both put on their helmets. And Xiao Nuo rode the motorbike with her. Boom boom. The motorbike made a roaring sound. Looking around the scene that sped by. This is the right way to open. If you just rely on two legs to walk, do not know how long it will take to reach Star City. The sound of the motorbike attracted a wave of mutant animals. But Xiao Nuo's technique was still very good. But there were still mutant animals chasing after them. Let's switch positions, Lin Xiaojin said. The motorbike slowed down, and Xiao Nuo burst up Lin Xiaojin. With one hand the two quickly switched positions. In this way Lin Xiaojin drove the motorbike. Xiao Nuo directly released lightning balls to accurately strike those mutant animals that rushed over. Lin Xiaojin's riding skill is not as flexible as Xiao Nuo's. But it's still okay. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin discovered a bug. That is, when she used instant transmission, she would spatially cover her surroundings. At this time, she was able to see everything around her. Although it was only for a split second, that was enough. Then when she cancelled the instantaneous transfer, it was equivalent to her directly checking out her surroundings. For example, if she turned left ahead, she would come across a group of mutated animals that were fighting with humans. The road ahead was blocked. So Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo stopped. Seeing the large shopping mall next to her, Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but go in and hoard a way to go. The two got off the motorbike and put the motorbike into the space. Xiao Nuo saw that Lin Xiaojin's was a bit off. Before Xiao Nuo asked out, Lin Xiaojin directly pulled Xiao Nuo to the side. And the two hid behind a large pillar. From the distance, two people appeared. Also a man and a woman. However, these two people wore very strange clothes. A one-piece silver jumpsuit. And also wore a strange kind of glasses. Lin Xiaojin had just instantly appeared to cover the fluctuation. And felt that these two people's energy was so strong. So that's why he pulled Xiao Nuo to hide. In Xiao City, the strength was all ordinary level 1. And those SWAT officers were only level 2. Or at most level 3. But these two people's strength was comparable to Xiao Nuo's energy. Even stronger than Xiao Nuo. These two people stood on the side of the road and weren't afraid of mutated animals rushing up. One of the women even muttered to herself. Hello friends of the galaxy. We have now arrived at the Earth Star. And this is the first stop. Xiao City. I'm sure you've already seen that this place has gone through a major earthquake and has so many mutant beasts. Next is the moment to watch us kill each other. I hope you guys will fight for us. Call. The woman sighed as she looked at the virtual live voucher screen connected to only a few dozen people watching online. Next to them was their squad. Almost single or in two-person team mode. A real-life version of the hunt moment. Where if they hunted enough mutant beasts, they would win the galactic prize. This is Xiao City, are all freshly mutated animals with low power. It's a good place for us to brush up our scores. The man on the side said with a smile. Suddenly a mutated beast rushed up towards them. The man's ability was metallized. Instantly his hands to his arms were golden. And he was directly pierced through the body by the mutated animal. I'm afraid there are countless people participating in this galaxy prize. If you win, you can raise the level of your home planet. And you might even be able to enter the galaxy. The galaxy was a hierarchical society. The hometown planet was even your background. If the home planet even entered the edge of the galaxy, the level of life would be raised. And the lifespan would all become longer. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both listened in confusion. But also slightly seemed to understand that much. Both of them came from the lowest level planets. And even their planets were made to cultivate exotic crystals. Sure enough, one mountain is higher than the other. The two of them seem like a village person who doesn't know anything. But by the looks of it, This Earth planet was also made into a battlefield for them? Lin Xiaojin wanted to figure all this out. Likewise Xiao Nuo. So the same thought flashed through both of their minds. Should we kill them? Or else it would be fine to knock them out. They desperately wanted to understand higher knowledge. But these two seemed to be very strong. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both looked at each other, and decided not to take any chances yet. They didn't know the exact strength of these two yet. So it was better not to scare the snakes yet. I don't know what these two are up to here. Lin Xiaojin watched as the two of them easily killed the mutated animal. That man should be a metallic ability. His whole body could be metallized. This ability Lin Xiaojin had once seen in the Blue Star horse raising town. The other woman's ability was a whole body transforming into a mercury attribute. Those mutant animals attacking on her did nothing. Not only would they not let her get hurt, the mutated animals would corrode all over her body when they hit her. Lin Xiaojin was dumbfounded as she watched. These two were so strong. The two continued on their way, even helping those who were attacked by the mutant animals to brush up their goodwill. After the two left, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo then came out. And on the streets were the mutated animals they had killed. The strength of those two people just now is at least a level 5 alien ability. Xiao Nuo said with a slight frown. Level 5. Level 6. Were the common alien ability levels in the galaxy. It seems like he has to accelerate his strength. Xiao Nuo said inwardly. Lin Xiaojin had recently felt particularly hungry, and her food intake had increased dramatically. Luckily, she had a lot of chocolate in her space. She felt that her body was almost due for another upgrade. And every time during an upgrade, she would have a period of time when she was particularly able to eat. Let's follow her? Lin Xiaojin asked. Xiao Nuo shook his head. The strength was too strong. They couldn't kill her with their current abilities, but instead, they got themselves all injured. Lin Xiaojin was actually also a little hesitant. Hearing Xiao Nuo's words, she could only give up. But the two still decided that they could follow them. Those two people continued to ignore the streets. The mutated animals killed quite a few. And quite a few people were even saved by them. After saving some people, someone actually swiped a gift for us, praising us for our kindness. She wondered if she should be creating some Madonna persona? This kind of saving people, and then being called a hero, was not uncommon in the galaxy. Don't worry about those live streams. Our mission is to brush our scores, the man said breathlessly. Our planet only has 30 groups of people in total. There are so many planets in the galaxy. We can succeed very little. We might as well brush more gifts, the woman muttered in a small voice. However, this kind of ability to overall enhance the planet's proximity to the galaxy and enhance the life expectancy per capita had a heavier appeal to them. This Starburst Grand Prize competition was 5 years long. Of course, the earlier one joins the better. Brushing the score is high, but there are also those who join later. Those with great grades instead join the later. There's a shopping mall over there. Why don't we go shopping? The woman said with gold stars in her eyes. We'll be hungry. And we don't have a lot of nutrient solution with us. Nutrient fluid wasn't cheap in the galaxy. After all, taking a bottle could top up 7 days of nutrition. But there would still be hunger pangs. So the two people are ready to go to the mall. The brush scores are all real-time statistics. The live broadcast can be closed at any time. The two turned off the live broadcast and went to the mall to look for food. There were quite a few people who had just been saved by these two people. Are you guys the SWAT team from Star City? Can you take us out? One of the women said boldly. The woman frowned and ignored the woman, directly heading inside the mall. But the woman actually ran forward to stop in front of the two. The man said, Is the live broadcast turned off? Turned off. The woman responded. The man directly pinched the woman's neck and touched the woman's neck for a lifetime. The people who saw it from the side were dumbfounded. 1 second they were killing mutated animals and protecting them. How come the next second they killed a person without mercy? Murder. Someone in the crowd shouted and hurriedly fled in fear, while some were frozen in place. People killing people was even more unacceptable than mutated animals killing people. And even more so, this person who killed people seemed to be protecting them last second. The woman on the side seemed to have long been accustomed to it. The people of this Earth star are too poorly endowed, the man arrogantly said. The Earth star can't even be next to the edge of the galaxy. So of course the talent here isn't good. But there are people from Earth star participating before there are two groups. The woman snorted. Their planet was also considered a relatively weak one. But at least it was also ranked out of the top 30 groups in the world. And this planet actually had two groups. Their planet is also unlucky. Alright. Go to the mall and find some food, the man said with a frown. The nutrient fluids on their bodies were all chosen to be eaten as a last resort. After all, eating one was able to sustain their bodies for 7 days. The two people who had been hiding behind them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, had just seen the scene. It should be their glasses and the equipment on their heads, Lin Xiaojin said. Her eyesight was very good. This man and woman were both wearing special glasses, or there was also a device installed on their heads. This device should be the key to connecting to the galaxy. Star City could also connect to the galaxy. So if it was safe, they could go to Star City. What Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that Star City had also fallen into the paradise of mutant beasts. The major urban areas of Earthstar were now reduced to breeding grounds for mutant beasts. And Earthstar had unfortunately drawn the experimental field. Planets outside the galactic circle would be designated as testing grounds at any time. A part of the draw would be transported here by the portal. Let's just hurry as Star City, Lin Xiaojin said. Those two people were too strong. It was hard to kill them with a sneak attack. Especially that woman's ability to liquidize herself. Most of their hometown planets had the same ability. The women were liquidized, and the men were also metallized. In fact, Lin Xiaojin's home planet, Blue Star, was a rather special planet, and the attributes of the abilities produced were extremely diverse. Like the Earth Star, most of the abilities were Earth attribute abilities. This was something Lin Xiaojin only learned about later with Xiao Nuo. Although Xiao Nuo wanted to take out those two, it was the fastest way to get information. But those two were very strong and Xiao Nuo didn't want to face them head on until he thought of dealing with them. So the two tracked them for a bit, and then decisively gave up. Just now Lin Xiaojin also heard a key piece of information. That is, the Earth Star was also attended by two groups. That meant that there were other people who came to the galaxy on Earth Star as well. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't enter the shopping mall. The two of them walked down 3 streets in one breath. The mutant beasts on this street seemed to have been cleared as well. The road went smoothly, and the two continued to ride the motorbike when suddenly a huge wall of water appeared in front of them. The wall of water blocked their way. Such a big wall of water. Lin Xiaojin was seeing it for the first time, and couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Nuo stopped and looked around vigilantly. Where is it? Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, pointed in the upper right direction. Her spatial coverage allowed for probing. Don't be afraid. My two are looking at this seat you're riding on. 2 women came out from the upper right. Both had blue hair. And they were both water shifters. Your glasses are purple pupils? You're from the Purple Star? One of the women couldn't help but ask when she saw Lin Xiaojin's purple pupils. The Purple Star was a relatively powerful planet that entered the galaxy. The characteristic of the Purple Star was that their pupils were purple. And almost all of the purple awakened exalts had something to do with their eyes. The 2 women saw Lin Xiaojin's purple pupils. So they naturally mistook her for someone from the Purple Star. If they were people from the Purple Star, they wouldn't be so blatant in robbing people of their items. But Lin Xiaojin didn't know that. And she subconsciously shook her head. Not Purple Star's people? The woman seemed relieved. It was good that it wasn't Purple Star people. In fact, taking a closer look, the Purple Star people's purple pupils were different from the woman in front of her. This one of yours looks good. Give it to us, the other woman said. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. These two still wanted to rob him? This thing is even compensation for you guys, said the woman as she took out a stone from her backpack and threw it to Lin Xiaojin. Looking at the black and 87 stone, Lin Xiaojin had little interest. But it was cool to the touch in her hand. This is something. Lin Xiaojin frowned. A stone wanted to trade for their motorbike. This is a star meteorite. You guys haven't seen it either, the woman said. This thing could be found everywhere in the galaxy. They were just bullying Lin Xiaojin for not having traveled out of the planet without seeing it. That's not necessary. I'm not interested in this thing. Give it back to you guys, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently, and threw the stone back. Just kidding. There was less than one of these motorbikes to drive. It's still petrol-filled. And it's all electric in the Earth Star. In the galaxy, it's meteoric energy. And this kind of car with petrol is really a speciality of their Blue Star. This was also something Lin Xiaojin learned later. The 2 women frowned slightly. The 2 of them came to Earth Star, yet no one dared to give them this kind of talk. Both of them were level 5 water system adepts. They came from Aquamarine, the mother planet, where men couldn't activate their powers. Only women could. And 80.9% of the people that inspired it were water-type psychic abilities. Although there was no limit to the number of people in the Starshine competition, but there was an age limit, which was a physical age of 30 years old or less. Heh. No one has dared to do this to us yet, the woman said with a cold smile. Lin Xiaojin looked at them speechlessly. Obviously they could do it and directly rob them. But they still had to use a broken stone for them. Lin Xiaojin knew that the two people's psychic abilities were definitely above them. But they were water psychic abilities, and their attack power shouldn't be high. But Lin Xiaojin really careless this time. The two people's water-based psychic abilities are not the kind of water arrows that Xianli puts out. The two women directly released a 2-meter thick wall of water, directly enveloping Lin Xiaojin inside. A strong water pressure from all sides to Lin Xiaojin surging in. Luckily, Lin Xiaojin breathed in. Suddenly her brains blank. But she immediately reacted. "Where are the people?" the woman exclaimed. The woman looked at the people who had suddenly disappeared in the water dungeon with an unbelievable face. How could they disappear? The two simultaneously evacuated the water dungeon. They had just withdrawn when a power grid fell from the sky and enveloped them. Zip zip zip. Thunder system. One of the women exclaimed. How could there be a lightning system? Water conducts electricity, which only fuels the supernatural abilities of the lightning system. Just the thing to restrain them. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin directly instantly moved behind the woman, holding a dagger in her hand, and directly plunged a knife into the woman's rear chest socket. The reaction speed was extremely fast, but only a few seconds. The woman did not even scream out directly by Lin Xiaojin barrel and knife. Pull out the blood or blue. The woman opened her eyes wide and slowly collapsed to the ground. Although she was barreled to the heart socket but didn't die, just seriously injured. I have to say that people are in such good shape nowadays. Sueno, the other woman exclaimed. The woman hurriedly released dozens of water nails towards Lin Xiaojin released over. Lin Xiaojin's speed dodged, but the distance was too close, and her arm was still hit by the water spike. An electric lock rope directly bound the woman. It was the electric lock that Xiao Nua had condensed. The woman's water-based supernatural ability exploded. A huge water ball was released, but mixed with the electric system, electric energy was enhanced. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, instantaneously rushed to the woman's body again and plunged a knife into the top of the woman's head. The two people worked together quite well. One woman died on the spot, and the other was seriously injured. Fortunately, these two people were water-based, and although their powers were strong, their hands were average. Just two people's speed is too fast. Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous transfer to the front at all did not give the two people time to react. Moreover, these two people were gullible, thinking that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were just ordinary Earth Star psychics. Unexpectedly, the two people had experienced hundreds of battles, and were not ordinary Earth Star residents at all. Xiao Nua's lightning ball directly hit the woman, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. That woman held a black ball in her hand and rolled to the ground with a grunt. What is this? Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the black ball that the woman had let go of. The seriously injured woman was directly stunned by Xiao Nua's electric shock. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua picked up both of them. Not far away there were mutated animals smelling the smell of blood coming over. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people, collected the things and immediately left. The two people directly looked for an unoccupied shop, which led them to look through the woman's backpack. They also have these glasses, Lin Xiaojin said. This glasses they had seen on those two people before. There were 2 boxes of liquid in green vials in the backpack, and 2 of these black balls, and then a tablet. There was also an item in the backpack that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't recognize. Lin Xiaojin picked up the eye. This eye was very small and only had a single eyeglass. Lin Xiaojin was the first to try to bring it up to take a look. Although the appearance didn't seem to have changed at all, Lin Xiaojin felt like she was in a different scene. Just like the game interface. Genetic error. Do we need to recheck the binding? An electronic voice came out, which only Lin Xiaojin could hear. Lin Xiaojin thought for a moment and said, rebinding is required. Only to see a blue scanner's light screen giving Lin Xiaojin a burst of scanning from head to tail. Extragalactic race. From an unnamed planet. Level 3 in alien ability. Level 4 in body genetics. Body age 18. Will you participate in the Starshine competition? Alien ability, she doesn't seem to have any. It could mean space. She space has risen 3 times now. Body genetics would be her strength-based body. Right? And she's almost 23 now. How come her age is still 18? Galaxies only measured physical age. Some people lived longer, but her physical age got younger and younger. The reason why galaxies are desired by everyone is that being close to a galaxy will optimize your body genes and increase your age. What is the starshine competition? Lin Xiaojin frowned. She had heard this word more than once today. Unfortunately, the electronic voice didn't reply. This was just the most basic beginner contestant device. Whether or not to participate. The countdown is 10 seconds. If you exceed the time, you are considered to have given up. Participate. Lin Xiaojin hesitated and said, "Rebinding successful. As you are the first unnamed planet participant, you can get the planet naming opportunity. Blue Star." Lin Xiaojin this without hesitation said, "Sorry. Blue Star already exists." Qin Blue Star. Lin Xiaojin named their planet directly as Qin Blue Star. Their sun would be called Xiao Qin, giving her naming rights for nothing. It wasn't too much to name it after her sun. Was it? Are you sure it's Qin Blue Star? Okay. Naming has been successful. And the contestant contest rules for Qin Blue Star have been reissued to you. Congratulations, you have become the participant 109-135-1999 Qin Blue Planet to participate in the contest. At this moment the ranking is 109-135-1999. The corners of Lin Xiaojin's mouth twitched. It turned out that she was the penultimate first place. Lin Xiaojin looked at the rules of the Starshine competition, and it turned out that it was to raise the level of the home planet. Get the top 100 and the planet could enter the galaxy. Planet entering the galaxy? What kind of power was this? Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to imagine. And what a galaxy was. Lin Xiaojin really didn't know much about it. After all, their planet was an unknown planet that had never been developed. It was even worse than an open planet, which was why it was used as an alien crystal cultivation base. Lin Xiaojin looked at the rules. The Starshine competition went through a total of 5 years. The first year was the brush staging. It had already gone through 3 months now. And the later rules would not be released until after the end of the first period. The members of the group who swiped higher scores would also receive rewards. The reward was actually longevity. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but curse. Was it her accession ground? Short-sighted? The first to score a genetic upgrade would increase their lifespan by at least 300 to 500 years. If it was a team, then the scores would be split equally, and the genes would be split equally. Of course it's a team. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly asked Xiao Nua to also put on his glasses to rebind. After this thing was bound, there was no way to do a rebinding unless the person being bound died. Unless it was voluntarily relinquished. The interface appeared as soon as Xiao Nua performed the rebinding. Extragalactic race. From Chenon Planet Alien Ability Level 4. Body Gene Level 2. Body Age 22. Will you participate in the Starshine competition? Participate. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Already participated in the Starburst competition. Is it for a team? Only people of the same planet's genetic level could team up. It was impossible to team up with other planets. Team up. Perform scanning. There were a total of just 2 positions on the screen. One was Xiao Nua's position, and the other was Lin Xiaojin's. Lin Xiaojin's then received an invitation to team up. And she directly agreed. These glasses were to be worn at all times. And points would be passed for killing mutated animals. The previous points had been re-zeroed. The first phase of the mission was picked as it went along. And a part of it was teleported here. There's a live streaming function here? Who would watch it? Lin Xiaojin frowned. After Lin Xiaojin joined, he didn't realize that the galaxy was the same as discovering a grand prize. 3 new planets have been discovered in this Starshine competition. Maybe they'll be acquired by other companies. New planets shouldn't participate in the Star Flare competition. It's just plainly letting people bully them. This new planet Qin Blue Star is at the bottom of the power rankings. General rankings. Only the first place and the penultimate first place, everyone pays more attention to it. This live broadcast function Lin Xiaojin probably understood, but didn't click on it. The rest of the glasses didn't have much of a function. It was just an instrument to participate in the Starburst competition. However, Lin Xiaojin, this Starshine competition has a teleporter. However, it requires points, and the points will be transported to the next place when they reach the standard. Lin Xiaojin looked at if you want to teleport. You still need 10,000 points. Lin Xiaojin was a little excited. Being able to teleport didn't that mean she could teleport back to her own planet. Chenon Planet doesn't belong to the planet of swiping points. So to teleport you need to exchange points. in which case, it doesn't meet the teleportation standard. It was possible to teleport back to Qianlong Star. Then she wouldn't be able to get out, which meant that she would be considered to have automatically given up the Star Shine competition. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo studied the rewards of the Starburst competition. The group rewards they don't have the luxury to hope for. After all, Qian Blue Star was just a group of them. Even if Earth Star still had 2 more groups. The benefit of group promotion was that the planet entered the galaxy, and the overall Qian Blue Sphere genes were boosted. Those who survived in Qianlong Planet would have an overall increase in lifespan of tens to 100 years. The individual reward, on the other hand, was a genetic upgrade and an increase in lifespan. Although the group shared the rewards equally, there was a benefit. That is, the group would not lose points unless they all died. Then the points would not drop. Most people teamed up in pairs, some for their own upgrades, and some for their home planet to get a boost. Anyway, in the end the group wins, and it's points for the whole planet. But of course, there's a maximum of 50 participants per planet. There is a limit to the number of people in this one. Otherwise everyone on a planet would have to participate. These 50 people chosen by most planets were the most extremely talented existences. Lin Xiaojin had a rough understanding with Xiao Nuo, and she went through the backpack of the woman she had killed. There were also a bunch of small shiny stones, all the size of a fingernail cap. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what they were, but they looked quite pretty. So Lin Xiaojin casually put them into the space. Later Lin Xiaojin realized that these things are star stones, which are the common currency in the galaxy. Star stone is not only a coin, but also a kind of energy stone. It is more expensive than exotic crystals because these crystals are natural. It's not like alien energy crystals that are artificially cultivated. This kind of alien energy crystals are only sold on planets outside the galaxy. In the galaxy, it was illegal to buy and sell. However, the planets outside the galaxy belong to the unattended planets. Like the Earth star is only connected to the galaxy part of the galaxy on the side of the planet, but also did not enter the galaxy. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin highly suspected that the animal mutation of the Earth star could be the result of the Star Shine competition. The first phase of the Starburst competition brush staging is in a variety of sudden mutation planet animals to eliminate brush points. Although it is written above, mutated animals are a special virus that will occasionally spread in different planets, causing some distress. What you get on this glasses is also only information about the Starburst competition. The rest about the galaxy wasn't found. But Lin Xiaojin saw a glass box from the woman's backpack. Inside was a small fish with a colorful tail. Lin Xiaojin was delighted. Xiao Bazi should like it when she saw it. After all, Xiao Bazi didn't seem to have seen a creature like a small fish. I don't know what species it is, but the tail is rainbow-colored. So let's call it a rainbow fish. After they finished their research and it was dark, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo directly entered the space. As soon as they entered space, the glasses device automatically became suspended, and could only be activated if they went out. In Lin Xiaojin's space, the device could not be positioned to activate. However, the glasses could not be removed unless they died or gave up the competition. But they could also be hidden in normal times. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, 2 people, then chose the hidden mode. The glasses became transparent. Does not affect in the slightest. However, they could still be sensed if they touched them with their hands. It's amazing, Lin Xiaojin exclaimed, forgiving her for not having seen such high technology. This is still just a personal handpiece of ordinary equipment. There are higher levels that can be redeemed at a later stage. But it's after a year. If you have enough points, then it's redeemable. Next to that was the leaderboard, which only showed the top 100 planets. Millions of planets to squeeze into the top 100. It's harder than taking the Tsinghua University. Right? It was equivalent to the provincial top student in each subject to squeeze into the top 100. And then after rushing to the top 3, one could obtain a genetic upgrade. This galaxy that organizes the Starshine competition is also too awesome. Only the rules of the competition can be here. There is no other knowledge. And if you want to understand the rest, you can only do so through others. Sister Xiaojin. What is this? Green Star said with great interest. That should be some kind of communication apparatus. I'm not too sure. Lin Xiaojin frowned. That bracelet-like thing was peeled off from whichever 2 aquamarines were holding it. Can I take it apart? Study it? Can. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She didn't use it anyway, and they couldn't open that aquamarine hand ring. But Green Star seemed to stop being interested in that aspect. Red String was more into martial arts practice. Each of these few had different interests. Little Yunduo was more into learning knowledge. And Lan Zhan liked cooking, planting, and so on. Lin Xiaojin purposely took out the little fish. The little bun was especially happy. This is the little fish, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Little fish, rainbow fish. The little bun also gave the little fish a name. The spring in space expanded again. The place where the little fish lives is so small. Oh! Can it come out of the spring water? The little bun's tiny eyebrows wrinkled together. Put it in the spring water, ah. Lin Xiaojin was a little hesitant. After all, her space spring water was different. Could this little fish from Aquamarine planet live in it? Before Lin Xiaojin also used the fish from the blue star. But unfortunately the density of the space spring water, as well as the energy it possessed, the ordinary fish couldn't withstand it. Mom doesn't know either, oh, Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. The little bun didn't seem to hear Lin Xiaojin's words, as his entire attention was drawn to the little fish. The two stayed in the space for the night, and the next day Lan Zhan had already made breakfast, since neither of them needed to sleep. The time was very abundant. Sister Xiaojin, I cracked it. Although I can only open it, I can't use it. Green Star ran over and said, Cracked it? That's pretty impressive too. Lin Xiaojin laughed. After all, she didn't even know how to open that thing. Yet Green Star cracked it in one night. You keep up the good work, Lin Xiaojin said encouragingly. Green Star nodded. Cracking things and researching things was really fun. Sister Xiaojin, can you help me get more electronics in? Green Star said with some embarrassment. No problem. Lin Xiaojin nodded. After breakfast, the little buns were all still awake, playing with little fish for too long yesterday. The poor blasted wind was a little jealous. Usually the little bun was playing with it. Small packet with it to play. Long time it is too annoying. Often in the space jump up and down also hide. This will be it or hiding half a day. The little buns do not come to find it. Seeing the little bun actually holding a fish, playing around, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo finished cleaning up and then went out of the space. As soon as they went out of the space, their glasses automatically regained their function. It seems that space is able to shield these signals. The function of the glasses was not only to be able to record swiping scores, but also to be able to view mutant animals within a range of 500 meters around them. Once a mutant animal appeared within range, the glasses would emit a red alert. At the moment, Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin's glasses emitted a red reminder at the same time, which meant that there were mutant animals around. But there was no need to remind Lin Xiaojin that she had already seen it. The two mutant animals on the opposite side pooped and ran towards them. The two people quickly resolved the mutant animals, and the glasses automatically scanned. Soon the two people had 2 points. Only 1 point for one mutant animal. This was also too little. Wanting to teleport after 7 months would require 1 million points to enter the next round. One mutated animal was only 1 point. This would require killing 1 million of them. And I'm afraid they weren't the only ones from Earthstar. There were other contestants as well. That is to say, if they wanted to teleport back to Qinlanxing, they would need 3 million points. The corners of Lin Xiaojin's mouth were a little twitchy. How many mutated animals did he have to kill every day? But it's also boosting strength. And more importantly, it can boost life expectancy. This one was more tempting than the others. There was no one who didn't want to raise their genetic level. So Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo started slaughtering mutated animals. After killing more than 20 mutated animals, Lin Xiaojin encountered those two people from before again. It was a man and a woman. Also contestants. But they were very strong. Luckily, the glasses didn't alert the efficacy of the same contestants. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't want to meet these two people head-on. So the two of them took a detour. It just so happened that Lin Xiaojin saw another electronic product buyer next to him. Thinking of Green Star's words, Lin Xiaojin broke into the shop again. No one in the shop. Electronic products are in the cabinet. Earthstar's technology is only a little more developed than Blue Star. Lin Xiaojin still collected some electronic mobile phones from Earthstar, and so on some items into the space. Earthstar does not have paper books. Only books. All kinds of knowledge are also stored in the hard drive. Little Cloud and Green Star are very happy to see this. During the day, they will accompany the little buns, and even educate the little buns about knowledge. And when the little buns go to sleep, they will be busy with their own things. Lin Xiaojin really envied that they actually didn't need to sleep. These days Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were still slowly walking towards the outer city, and didn't want to run into those two people. As they walked, they saw the mutated animals, and had already gathered 100 points. The speed of the two people was actually considered very slow. The two people did feel more and more comfortable with this kind of killing mutated animals. During the daytime, they hacked the beasts, and at night, they entered the space to rest. After all, the little bun still needed to be accompanied. In this way, they hacked for a month and a week. The points also changed from 100 to 990 points. But the overall planet ranking was not changed at all. It was still the bottom one. This time, the two of them came out with bad luck and happened to run into those two contestants. And those two people were still opening a live broadcast, killing mutant beasts as they did so. There was no one behind a man and a woman, because these two didn't just kill mutant animals. Some people who didn't see eye to eye he would also kill. 2 days ago, someone with them in the mall to grab supplies. Into the mall more than 10 people, all killed by the man. Lin Xiaojin came out with Xiao Nua and ran into them as soon as they turned the corner. It was all a man and a woman, and the four of them looked at each other. The woman had been on a live stream. A lot of pop-up screens just suddenly popped up on it. The woman on the opposite side is so pretty, even better looking than the anchor. The woman's face became very ugly as she looked at the pop-ups that were all praising Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua knew that these two people in front of them were stronger than them, so it was better not to engage in a fight. Although Lin Xiaojin wasn't afraid of him. After all, she could escape even if she couldn't beat them. Luckily, the four people fought each other without incident. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both continued to walk forward. Suddenly her ears flickered slightly, and she frowned. Lin Xiaojin directly pulled Xiao Nua into the space. The two, a man and a woman, outside the space suddenly folded back, and went to find Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. Disappeared? The woman frowned. How could it be so fast? It was only 10 seconds or so before the two disappeared. The man looked around, there were no traces. Count them lucky, the man said with a cold snort. The man just saw that the woman was a bit upset, so he wanted to go back and kill those two people. Anyway, killing the people here wouldn't make much of an impact on them. Lin Xiaojin entered the space with Xiao Nua. She had just heard what the man said, so that's why she directly brought Xiao Nua into the space. The two rested in space for a while, and played with Xiao Baozi for a while. This is out of the space. At this moment has been about 3 p.m. Has passed more than an hour. Those two have left. The two continued to walk towards the outer city, and encountered a mutated animal that was attacking people. If Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua would have chosen to turn a blind eye to it before. However, now killing the mutated animal was points. Puff puff puff. The mutant animal was directly knocked down by Lin Xiaojin's punch. Xiao Nua followed up with a lightning ball, and Lin Xiaojin added on. This mutant animal had to have its head smashed, or it was still dead. No. Lin Xiaojin didn't stop attacking until he was prompted to score 1 point. Lin Xiaojin, Lin Meiling said in shock. I didn't expect to meet Lin Xiaojin again here in the residence. Lin Xiaojin turned around and saw Lin Meiling and also Lin Meijia. The two of them looked rather wretched. The servants who followed them after escaping from the plane in the past 2 days had since stopped listening to the two of them. The food in the plane was also robbed by the crowds, and many mutated animals rushed in their house. So it was not easy for the two of them to run out. Lin Meiling was trying to find Wang Tianyu, but Lin Meijia didn't want to go out. She just wanted to stay here in case her parents would still come to pick them up. But after waiting for a few days, there was nothing. And with more and more of the mutated animals, the food was gone. So they could only come out to look for food. Just listening to this voice, Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Lin Meiling did not expect to see Lin Xiaojin again, and that then saved them again. Although Lin Meijia could not look at Lin Xiaojin, but now she did not dare to say anything. After all, it was Lin Xiaojin who had just saved them. Lin Meijia looked at Xiao Nua. This man was still handsome. Lin Xiaojin coldly looked at Lin Meijia. That side of hers was so blatant. Looking at Lin Xiaojin's psyche was a bit unpleasant. Xiao Nua. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin ignored this woman. The last time things made her very unpleasant. Since it was unpleasant, then it was better not to meet again. Wait. Lin Meiling hurriedly bubbled in front of Lin Xiaojin. The last time things got very unpleasant. I didn't expect to bring you so much trouble, Lin Meiling said apologetically, although Lin Meijia was mentally upset. But now she was very clear that if she wanted to leave Shiao City, It was impossible to rely only on her and her younger sister Lin Meiling. Lin Meijia also came up and said, "Yes, what happened last time was indeed done wrong by my family. My mother loves her son. I hope you can understand." "Understand? I'm sorry, why should I understand?" Lin Xiaojin sneered. "Why do you want others to understand you? No one in this world can understand anyone." Lin Meijia was dumbfounded. If she didn't still want Lin Xiaojin to send them off to each other, she probably would have shown a mouthful at this point. "Funny," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin directly shrugged off Lin Meiling's hand. At first she still felt that this girl was still a bit kind. A bit of Zhu Jingjing's shadow. But now it seems that she is nothing like Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing has not experienced things, does not know the evil of the human heart, and will occasionally reveal the heart of the Virgin Mary. But Anna is listening to people to eat. This woman, Lin Xiaojin inwardly shook her head. Brainless and stupid. Anna would be kind. But she was smart. This woman's kindness simply stands above others. I kindly remind you guys that it's better to hurry up and find a place to hide, Lin Xiaojin said, and left with Xiao Nuo without looking back. But Lin Xiaojin did not expect these two so breathless. Is the skin so thick? Actually still following them at the back. Lin Xiaojin really very speechless. This kind of people already clearly do not want to bring you. Why still follow? Thinking that following will protect you? I really think too much. But now Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo really see mutant animals will kill. After all, in order to earn a little with the meager points, there were a lot of mutant animals in the main city, and dozens of them even swarmed out on one street. Do we still have to follow? There are so many mutant animals on that street in front of us. Let's follow them over there. Yes. Lin Meiling said nervously, as she looked at the street in front where there were at least dozens of mutated animals. Or else what? Not follow us to fight against the mutant animals ourselves? Lin Meijia frowned. But there are so many mutant animals. If one of them runs over and attacks towards us, it's over. Lin Meiling worried. Although the two of them hid far behind, and the moment there was a mutant animal they would find a place to hide. Just like behind a pillar. Or a rock. Behind a car. Anyway, it wasn't far from following Lin Xiaojin and the others. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were busy chopping mutated animals. There were also people on both sides of the street who were watching. Those two are so fierce. So powerful. They're killing mutant animals. Let's quickly go to the supermarket across the street to find food. There were some people who immediately noticed that the mutated animals on the road were all attracted by the two people, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Some people took the opportunity to go to the convenience store across the street to grab supplies. Let's go there too. There's also a clothing shop over there. I haven't changed my clothes in days, Lin Meiling said with a frown. It had been days since she had changed from the inside out. Lin Meijia herself was also all smelly already, looking at Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. The two of them working together silently were tackling the mutated animals. It was estimated that they wouldn't be able to finish the fight for a while, and it would be too late for them to go and change their clothes. Go. Let's go! Lin Meiling pulled Lin Meijia and went to the clothing shop next door. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had cut down quite a few mutated animals when they were suddenly prompted to appear another group of mutated animals. The number was too high. It was estimated that there were hundreds of them. Retreat first, Xiao Nuo said. Good. There was no problem for two people to solve dozens of heads at the same time. But with hundreds of heads at once, two people would be in danger. They were swiping points, not losing their lives. The two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, didn't continue hacking at the mutated animals and fled. The two of them left, and those people who had just run out had originally seen Lin Xiaojin and the two of them dragging down the mutant animals. The people suddenly disappeared, and these mutant animals suddenly rushed out again. Ah! There was chaos on the road. All sorts of escapes. And screams. And all of a sudden, blood was splattered on the road. There were quite a few people who fought against the mutant animals. But unfortunately, there were too many mutant animals. And once they fell, they were trampled to death by the mutant animals. One after another. Lin Meiling and Lin Meijia panicked and locked the door. The two blocked the door with all the cabinets they could move. The screams from outside could still be seen through the window as the mutant animal outside gnawed off a person's head. Poof! The whole body instantly fell to the ground. Frightened Lin Meiling and Lin Meijia. The two of them had pale faces and bloody lips. Lin Miling even covered her own mouth to prevent herself from making the slightest sound. Lin Xiaojin did not know that the people who followed out behind her and Xiao Nuo's sudden disappearance were directly slaughtered by the mutated animals. We worked so hard for so many days to have more than 200 points. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Lin Xiaojin could only see the points ranking of the one who was stronger than her. And there were still more than 2,000 points. They only had 200 points. And they didn't even know when they would be able to accumulate 100,000 points. Let's go to the Starburst City where we link galaxies. We still don't know enough about the outside. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. The outside world Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't understand. On the other side, a hospital in the middle of the galaxy. Zhu Jingjing's baby was already 6 months old. Here at 6 months, it could be sent to a nursery. There were special institutions to take care of babies. However, to send the baby into the nursery, the parents also needed to register. Zhu Anna is from Chenlan Star. Alien ability level 2. Body age 22 years old. Chen Blue Star? Zhu Jingjing froze for a few seconds. Was this her home planet? Why didn't she have any impression at all? Moreover, she had previously checked that she had come from an unknown planet. And now her genes showed that she was from the Chenlan planet. Was this planet discovered and named? There was finally an excitement in Zhu Jingjing's heart. After sending her daughter to the nursery, Zhu Jingjing's heart was always lifted. She went to the hospital and hurriedly went to check the information about Chenlanqing. Unsurprisingly, Chenlanqing was outside the galaxy. In fact, the galaxy is like a layer by layer encirclement. Chen Blue was also discovered and registered only the day before and participated in the Starburst competition. Zhu Jingjing checked the 2 people who participated in the Starshine competition. Chenlan was at the end of the ranking, so it was good to view. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nuo. Zhu Jingjing mouthed the names of these 2 people. Lin Xiaojin. Why is this name so familiar? But Zhu Jingjing still couldn't think of anything. The Starshine competition was possible to team up to participate. So if she participated and teamed up, she could contact them. Then again, she could send pop-ups when she was live streaming. Participating in the Starburst competition was too dangerous. And she would only be sending herself to death if she participated with a healing ability. In addition to her daughter. Her daughter's name was Zhu Zhu. Besides, there were so many people on a planet. These 2 people didn't necessarily know her. But in fact, Zhu Jingjing thought too much. Most of the people in Chenlanqing have turned into zombies. And a small number of people have been sold as slaves. But Zhu Jingjing didn't know that she would then pay attention to this Chenlanqing every day to see when she would broadcast live. Zhu Jingjing's alien ability level has been promoted sort of quickly. Because the healing system ability is the most difficult ability to advance. Here's not only the healing system alien energy also equipped with scientific assistance. The 2 combined. Cancer. Some of the medical problems that cannot be overcome here has long been overcome. But accordingly there will be other problems. Such as viruses. The galaxy's viruses rarely spread. And when they do, they are very powerful viruses. Anna, you seem to be in a good mood today. Her good friend Ai Tao said. I know where I came from. Zhu Anna didn't hide it from her. Congratulations. Ai Tao was genuinely happy for Zhu Jingjing. But Ai Tao sighed softly. Although she had found out which planet she was from. That planet was outside the galaxy. And there was no one who could help her and contact quite a few people. The cost of trying to teleport once was something she couldn't even save up a lifetime's worth of starstones for. I'm afraid. You know about the Starshine competition, right? Zhu Jingjing said. No. Ai Tao answered. How could one not know about the Starburst competition being so famous? But most of the participants of the Starburst competition were from planets outside the galaxy. Of course, there were also those on the edge of the galaxy. Because they were afraid of being squeezed out. So they also participated in the Star Flare contest. Zhu Jingjing wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything because she wasn't sure if she could retrieve her memories. But the name Lin Xiaojin was really familiar to her. Actually, if we enter the brain department, they have the most advanced technology and might be able to help us. Ai Tao said. Brain section? Zhu Jingjing silently pronounced it twice. That's right. It's the brain section. However, the brain department was only for Dean-level healers. And assistant doctors, like them, didn't know how long it would take to be upgraded to the Dean level. The directors were all level 5. And the Dean was at least level 7. Our healing department upgrades are too slow. Ai Tao couldn't help but say. They didn't even know how they could raise their energy. Ordinary crystals could be absorbed by everyone else. Only they couldn't absorb them. They could only rely on themselves. But they had work to do every day during the day. So they could only cultivate when they went back at night. When they go back at night, they want to rest. Who wants to cultivate? Those top healers are all from strong backgrounds with resources. Zhu Jingjing silently wrote it down. And during the night, she dreamt that dream again. But a woman's face seemed to appear in the dream. Anna, Anna. That woman's voice was calling her. She seemed to be very powerful. And when a monster came to attack her in the dream, she rushed up with a knife. When she woke up from the dream, Zhu Jingjing wasn't sweating like before this time. But she was a little clearer. This Zhu's crying voice pulled her back to reality. After coaxing Zhu Jingjing thought that if she could enter the brain department, she might be able to retrieve her memories. She looked weak and timid. But she was equally stubborn and persistent. Stubbornly wanting to retrieve her memories. Stubbornly wanting to know who the child's father is. There was a voice in her psyche that couldn't forget him. Didn't want to forget him. So Zhu Jingjing put Zhu to bed. She simply got up and cultivated her powers. Cultivating alien energy was a boring thing. Absorbing energy repeatedly. So Zhu Jingjing cultivated for a night. Unexpectedly the next day, she didn't feel tired. Instead she felt very relaxed. She pulled open the curtains. The halo of light outside was projected in. Through the window, outside were layers of dazzling light. This was the middle of the galaxy. I don't know what's going on. But there are more and more mutated animals in the urban area. There were almost dozens of mutant animals roaming every road. Lin Xiaojin's clothes changed almost every day. And even Xiao Nuo, who was attacking from afar, got covered in blood. They had traveled from the main city to the outer city for more than a month. This month their points had also risen to over 1,000 points. After killing mutated animals almost every day this month, Lin Xiaojin's body was already very good in every aspect. She had even put Red Dazzle out of space to practice his stance. It had to be said that his learning ability was very strong. However, the elf could only stay outside the space for 2 hours, and had to return to the space to replenish his energy. The outer city was in ruins. The cars on the road were falling over. And there were even mutilated bodies inside some of the cars. Lin Xiaojin remembers that the outer city was quite prosperous and popular. But in just 2 or 3 months' time, it has become so depressed. The tunnel leading to the motorway in the outer city had been destroyed. And the entrance was crowded with cars trying to run out. Many people had died under the attack of mutated animals. And there were also people struggling in the outer city. There were even people who looked for the mall's alien energy crystals to boost their strength. It was a pity that most of the Earth Star's alien energy was Earth attribute. These mutant animals, said Lin Xiaojin suspiciously. There were quite a few mutant animal corpses lying on the road. And their heads looked like they had been stomped on. The mutated animals in the outer city were much less than those in the main city. And most of what could be seen were mutated animal corpses. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both looked around suspiciously. Could it be that there were other participants in the Starshine competition who came to brush up their scores? This wound. It looks like it was gnawed off. Xiao Nuo walked over to the corpse of a mutated animal and frowned. Lin Xiaojin didn't come over to the corpse because she could already smell a putrid odor from such a large distance. The entire outer city was filled with the smell of this odor. Only that it was thick in some places and thin in others. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin took out the motorbike from space. And there was still a large distance to walk from here to the gate. The underground couldn't run either. They would have to drive for half a day without blocking the road on the motorbike. Xiao Nuo rode the motorbike. Lin Xiaojin sat in the back. There were all sorts of limbs and animal corpses on the road. The odor was too strong. Lin Xiaojin could not stand it, and could only take out the mask from the space and bring it first. But the mask can only cover part of it. But it's already much better. Xiao Nuo's car speed is not fast, because there are more obstacles on the road, blocking the speed of the car. Lin Xiaojin saw that some of the corpses were densely packed with many holes, and he could still see the white meatworms crawling out from inside. Lin Xiaojin, no matter in how many disgusting things, see, this is still not used to. Especially which bugs also drilled out, bringing out disgusting green sticky liquid. Watch out. Lin Xiaojin looked up and saw an object being thrown down from above and below, and immediately spoke out to remind Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo reacted quickly and braked in time. Touch. What was thrown down from upstairs was a piece of television set, which was broken into pieces by the fall. Lin Xiaojin looked up. Probably on the balcony of the 13.4 floor stood a woman. The skin on her body was glowing green quite abnormally. Her eyes were sunken in. It was just that the person looked normal. Otherwise, Lin Xiaojin thought if she was infected with the zombie virus. The zombie looks much more disgusting than her. They turned across the road and also encountered quite a few pedestrians, whose bodies had greenish skin. The spirit seemed normal though. And there was even one person whose skin was similar to the Hulk. All of these people were infected with the virus. As the corpses of the mutated animals rotted and stank, the virus infected the bodies of the humans who came into contact with them. However, the outer city had fewer mutant animals and more people. And most of the piles of corpses weren't handled by anyone. Mutant animals mixed with the corpses of dead people. The motorbikes that were ridden pressed into the road were slimy with no idea what they were. It was obviously a sunny day in the outer city. But the weather was dead. The superstores in the outer city were looted when they could be. And some were occupied by a number of gangs of people. The outer city is more tragic than imagined. When the whole city blacked out, all the mutant animals all rushed out. At first, I do not know how many people in the outer city were mutant animals, biting and trampling to death. Xiao City people's physique is really much better. If they Qinlangsing people infected with this virus has long been dead. Most people just had green bodies and didn't die. However, the daily food was still dropping drastically. The food in the city was already in short supply because of the previous animal infections. Then the earthquake animal mutation, the whole city chaos. Food is even more scarce items. And even some people had to eat mutated animal meat. If you eat the meat of mutated animals, you will be infected. At first only hands and feet, and finally spread to the whole body. The city's supplies are getting less and less. Some people already want to leave, and go to Starlight City to other cities. Some people choose to stay in the city. There are more ferocious beasts outside the city. It's all sand and rocks. Going out was an unknown death. So again, fewer people still chose to stay. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, chose to go out of Xiao City. After all, she did not lack food. Stay here will only become more and more depressed. And looking at this group of more and more infected people, I don't know what will become of them in the future. Anyway, they were still alive. Unlike the people of Qinlangsing, who had all turned into a rotting zombie. The road out of the city was even harder. Such a wide one-day road. There were piles of corpses, cars, and rocks everywhere. There were also all kinds of materials that fell down from looting things. On the other side of the road, Lin Meiling and Lin Meijia happened to dodge a bullet. But Lin Meiling's face suffered some minor injuries. But maybe they really did have luck on their side. Lin Meiling ran into Wang Tianyu again. At this moment, Wang Tianyu was no longer the poor boy he was at the beginning. The injuries on his body had healed long ago. And after the disaster, his first time was not to look for supplies, but to look for alien energy crystals to enhance his fire ability. In this Earth planet, where all Earth-based psychic abilities are Earth-based, the fire ability is already considered very good. In a short period of time, he raised his psychic ability to level 2, and found a few small partners to team up with. Wang Tianyu saved the two sisters, which also led to the two sisters later have to split the fuse. But these things are not for Lin Xiaojin to know. However, she is now preparing to go out of Xiaoyao City with Xiao Nuo. The more they went towards the gate of the outer city, the more congested it became. Sitting on the motorbike, all she felt were bumps and vibrations. Occasionally, a few mutated animals appeared and were killed by Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin. Although Lin Xiaojin had almost given up on her points. After all, 100,000 points. Not to mention, she was still 3 months behind. Now that she was able to get out of Xiaoyao City to leave Earth Star and enter the galaxy, the world was so big she wanted to see it. Although the longevity rewards of the Starshine competition were just too appealing. There were quite a few cars piled up at the gates of the outer city. But unfortunately, they had all been scrapped. All of these people had ended up dying here in the first place trying to run the outer city. Some of the cars were charred, and you could still see the bodies inside. Most of the people were killed by the cars. In order to run for their lives, the cars didn't give way to each other and ended up colliding, not being chewed to death by the mutated animals, but dying in the middle of the crash. The gate had been completely blocked, and there were quite a few cars piled up on the motorway. Want to go out can only instantly move out. Lin Xiaojin's face covered the next. I did not expect that outside the city wall is a huge mountain range. Also can only instantly move to the motorway. So Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo got off. Lin Xiaojin received the motorbike into the space. Lin Xiaojin then lugged off the cars that were in the way, wanting to directly teleport into the highway tunnel. Just a faint sound suddenly broke into Lin Xiaojin's ears. Lin Xiaojin was sensitive to this kind of sound. It was the murmur of a small baby. How could there be a baby's voice here? Lin Xiaojin saw that the surroundings were in a state of disrepair. It was hard to imagine that such a sound could be found here. Xiao Nua's hearing wasn't as good as Lin Xiaojin's, and saw Lin Xiaojin frowning slightly as she walked towards the tilted car. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin's sudden move and just silently followed her. This is the place. Lin Xiaojin was sure that the location she heard was here. Lin Xiaojin just gently raised her hand to right a car. The driver in the car had long since died. His face was completely disfigured, nothing could be seen. There was only a safety cradle in the back. And Lin Xiaojin looked in to actually have a child. Lin Xiaojin was a little too surprised to speak. But that child's face was yellow at the moment, not uttering a sound, as if it was dead. It was as if the baby crying she had just heard was a hallucination. But it couldn't be. Her eyesight, her hearing, she was very confident. So she broke the car off and remained aside. Then reached in and carried the little baby out. Lin Xiaojin felt the little baby's pulse, and it was still slightly heaving. So Lin Xiaojin took out spring water from space and gave the little one a hard sip. The rest could only be left to fate. And cut even if Lin Xiaojin saved him. This little guy couldn't go into space. It's not bad to find a partner for the little bun. Lin Xiaojin was a bit of this idea. Besides, in front of her was a baby that was born a few months ago. Raising a small baby was still no problem. It was just that he couldn't be taken into space. It's still a toss-up whether it can survive or not. Let's listen to God's fate, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Xiao Nua looked at this little guy. He didn't have any idea. After all, it was just a little baby. This fellow bias, this will not have any sound at all. Just cried a voice bias let Lin Xiaojin heard. One can only say that he is really lucky, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. If he didn't go to him and happened to hear it, I'm afraid that he would really be dead. Lin Xiaojin looked to see if the little baby was a boy or a girl. Baby girl, Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. It was a lucky baby girl. Lin Xiaojin changed the baby back into clean clothes and then carried it in a baby carrier. Xiao Nua, if she survives, just recognize a daughter, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Good. Xiao Nua nodded. It was good that Lin Xiaojin was happy. Besides, this little girl's luck was really good. Not only good luck, life is also really big. I don't know how she survived so many days here. One can only say that it's a miracle that this child was able to survive. The little baby drank the wellspring water from Lin Xiaojin's space and really survived. But opened her eyes. Her pupils were large. And although her little face was yellow, her eyes were large and clear. It was the best looking eyes Lin Xiaojin had ever seen. The little baby seemed to have seen Lin Xiaojin and suddenly cried. Her mouth barfed and wanted to offer it to Lin Xiaojin. No way. I don't have any milk. Her family's little buns were all fed with milk powder. So Lin Xiaojin took out the milk powder from space. The little baby had been hungry for too long. Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to feed her more the first time. The little one could eat milk with great vigor. So I guess she had been hungry for too long. Xiao Nua. What did you say is a name for her? Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua and asked. Xiao Nua looked at the little baby in Lin Xiaojin's arms. Although his face was yellow and looked thin and dry, but his eyes were still nice. Xiao Nua's mind immediately appeared a word, star. Lin Xiaojin heard this word is also quite good. His mind immediately thought of something and said, Lucky Star. How about this name? Lin Xiaojin said. It's very nice. Xiao Nua nodded with approval. This guy was so lucky and his glasses were bright. Lucky Star sounded good. However, there was no way for Lucky Star to enter her own space, which was still a problem. But Lin Xiaojin decided to adopt her for now. Then the difficulties would be overcome somehow. Recarrying another small baby, the two continued to walk over to the motorway tunnel entrance. It would have been possible to instantly move out of the tunnel entrance. But now, with little Lucky Star in tow, it was just a matter of walking. Lin Xiaojin was the little guy who had directly cut himself a backward leg. But this little guy in the future favored to save her son. There must be a cause and effect. This is also a kind of energy conservation. Lin Xiaojin handed the little Lucky Star to Xiao Nua while she drove ahead. Finally they made their way through the congested junk cars and finally made it to the tunnel junction of the highway. The tunnel entrance was also jammed with a lot of cars. But they were all at the intersection. And the further in they went, the fewer cars there were. The tunnel entrance was fully closed. But it was only a few kilometers. And it would come to the surface through the mountains outside. The tunnel was large. Lin Xiaojin took out the car from space. The power was insufficient. Xiao Nua purposely gave the car a full charge. Xiao Nua drove the car, and Lin Xiaojin sat in the back, feeding Lucky Star once more. The little guys didn't know exactly how big it was. But if it could sit up, it must be 6 months old. Lin Xiaojin spiritually entered the space. The little bun was playing with toys. Lin Xiaojin directly released the little bun. The little bun is already used to all this going in and out. Otherwise a sudden change of scene would definitely be scary. Mummy! The little bun saw Lin Xiaojin and immediately pounced over, but saw another doll in his mother's arms. The little bun instantly furrowed his little brows and said, "Who is this yellow and smelly child?" Watching the little bun suddenly get angry. That little expression was too cute. It was true that at a young age, being angry was adorable. "This is your little sister? Lucky Star." Lin Xiaojin touched the little bun's head. "So ugly." The little bun had a disgusted expression. Lucky Star suddenly smiled towards the little bun. "Mummy, her smile is so ugly," little bun said mercilessly. But Lucky Star still smiled at the little bun. It'll be fine after raising it for a while," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. "Mummy, then bring it back home and wash it. She stinks." The little bun covered his nose with his 2 little hands. Lin Xiaojin's space was what Lin Xiaojin called home. Lin Xiaojin held the little bun to her side and said, She can't go back. But if you want to play with your sister you can tell Mummy. After the space upgrade anything in the space she could sense." The little bun looked at Lucky Star and frowned a tiny frown and said, "Mummy, then you clean her up, I'll play with her." "Good." The little bun stayed in the car for about an hour. Lucky Star went to sleep, and the little bun also fell asleep while leaning against Lin Xiaojin's lap. So Lin Xiaojin put the little bun into the space. Lucky Star would have to be put in the back. And the motorway kept on driving for about another half an hour before finally getting out of the tunnel. Outside, it was almost dark. And the 2 people parked the car on the side of the highway. The 2 people then directly entered the space. Then Lin Xiaojin let Red Dazzle out of the space to take care of Lucky Star. The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. There is always a way when there are difficulties. So many people still can't bring a child? Lin Xiaojin ate and drank enough in the space, and cleaned up a bit more before she went out of the space. It had been almost 2 hours. And only then did Red Dazzle return to the space to replenish his energy. It would be nice if these elves could stay outside the space for a longer period of time. Lucky Star was very well behaved. Didn't cry. Didn't make a fuss. And shouted twice when it was hungry. So it could be said that it was a very good little bun to bring. When she first brought the little bun, she hadn't even had this much trouble. Perhaps this was also the reason why little Lucky Star had survived until this point. "What's wrong, Xiao Nua?" Lin Xiaojin inquired when she saw Xiao Nua's expression. "I'm going to upgrade," Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Upgrading? Wasn't upgrading a good thing? Lin Xiaojin knew that Xiao Nua had been stuck at level 4 for a long time, and that level 4 to level 5 was a big hurdle. "It's not a good thing. Why do you have this expression?" Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua with a frowning expression. "I'm afraid it will take a few days to upgrade," Xiao Nua said. "A few days? Then upgrade? I'll be fine. It's still safe for you to go into space to upgrade." There was nothing more important than upgrading strength. After waiting for so long, she was happier than anyone that Xiao Nua was able to upgrade. Xiao Nua was still a little uneasy about Lin Xiaojin. What if something happened to him while he was upgrading? If there was no Lucky Star, he wouldn't be worried. But now, don't worry about it. If I really encounter a danger that I can't solve, I will definitely go into space. Xiao Nua heard Lin Xiaojin say this, he was relieved. Although this little baby was pitiful. But there were many pitiful people under the end times. Even unformed children had died. And the number of babies that died under the end times was even more countless. Lin Xiaojin directly put Xiao Nua into the space. Xiao Nua's choice to upgrade by the water spring. So Lin Xiaojin purposely separated there temporarily, so that no one would disturb Xiao Nua's upgrading. Level 4 to level 5, this was a watershed. It was more of a genetic level upgrade. Although it was difficult to upgrade one level each way back. She was now at the 3rd level of her alien ability, and her gene level seemed to be level 4. 2 levels higher than Xiao Nuo. What is this gene level? Lin Xiaojin really don't know. The current problem will all be understood when she goes to the galaxy later. However, Xiao Nuo's alien energy level has increased. She is now only level 3. Xiao Nuo will soon be level 5. She can't lag behind too much. Eat more. Every day. You must add meals to increase your energy. Early in the morning, Lin Xiaojin purposely gave Lucky Star a clean bath. Lin Xiaojin took out a series of items from space for the bathtub and gave it a clean on the highway. The water in the bathtub was yellow, and Lucky Star revealed its white and tender little face. Is it so cute? Lin Xiaojin looked at Lucky Star giggling very cute. It seems that it's not a little yellow. In a moment, when the little buns see you like this, they should be happy. I didn't expect her son to be a face controller. After taking a bath and feeding, Lin Xiaojin spread out all the car back seats and took out many toy dolls from space to prevent her from bumping into them, and also took small rattles and other toys for her to play. But she seems not too interested at all. In the space, the little buns had already finished eating the meals that Lan Zhan had finished cooking, and only then did she release the little buns out of the space. Mummy, this white little sister is so cute. The little bun changed his attitude from yesterday's dislike. But it seemed that Lucky Star had always been quite fond of little Bowsy. The little bun was already 2 years old, and could speak a lot of words, although there wasn't much contact with children of the same age. But in the space, he was in contact with those elves every day, and his intellect was developed earlier. After all, that group of elves are colorful crystal beats cohesion out. Like Red Dazzle, Green Star they counted than the little buns even smaller. But the two of them had already learnt a lot of things. You can take little sister to play in the back for a while, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. The co-pilot she also put out blast and opened one side of the window. If they hadn't changed cities, they would have thought they were traveling out, bringing their pets and children out for a picnic. Lin Xiaojin directly navigated to Starry City. The distance was really far. Navigation need to drive for a month to reach. Earthstar nothing else is mountain soil. Road more. The road is built straight, surrounded by lush mountains and rocks. And occasionally you can see other cars on the road. But they look like they're parked and scrapped. Most of the cars are loaded with solar charging panels. But Lin Xiaojin's car was bought cheaply without this. Looking at the increasingly low power level, Lin Xiaojin was a bit worried. Xiao Nuo was upgrading to impact the bottleneck, and she couldn't disturb. Can only take out the space of the small generator to charge the car. Although extremely inconvenient. Not like solar charging. Charging while walking. Roadside also really parked 1 or 2 cars. Look at it then Lin Xiaojin this car advanced much more. With solar charging apparatus. Is that this car tire should be flat. As long as you change your own tire on it can also drive. So Lin Xiaojin parked the car behind this car. The windows of the car are not visible from the outside. So she does not know if there are still people inside. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 2 children behind her and turned her head to blast wind and said, "The 2 little ones are all yours." Aohu. This is how the wind responded to her. This wind is now also open IQ. To have not complicated words it can understand. Gale then drilled into the back. Lucky Star seems to have never seen this kind of creature. So towards Lucky Star touched the past. He also accidentally pulled 2 of its hairs. But unexpectedly Gale was actually not angry. The little bun tugged on its fur, and it grunted in dissatisfaction. But Lucky tugged on it, and it didn't get angry at all. And the little bun even licked little Lucky. This scene Lin Xiaojin did not see at all. Because she was opening the car door in front of her. The car door was unlocked. But the moment she opened the door, a rotten odor emerged. It was not known how long the corpse had been smothered. The stench almost gave her vomit. But this car is indeed more comfortable than her car. And also has an autopilot function. There was a corpse inside the car. Lin Xiaojin moved her out and cleaned up the whole car. Disinfectant spraying. And sprayed perfume. And finally decided to understand on a while. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xiaojin put Green Star out to change tires. Green Star not only repair electrical appliances. There are all kinds of cars. He has recently been reading books in this area and information. So Lin Xiaojin let him out to change the tires. The car had no problems, were able to drive normally. The car forgave for a few hours. Lin Xiaojin rearranged the back row again. This back row has a lot of space. But the food in the trunk of this car is gone. It seems that someone took it. Just Lin Xiaojin did not think to understand. People die to throw people out is not good? Rush to abandon the car. Maybe because the car has a flat tire? Lin Xiaojin did not know because of fear. Because the person in the driver's seat was killed by someone's carelessness. So the people in the back row this panicked and fled. After everything was ready and cleaned up, Lin Xiaojin put Xiao Bozi and Lucky Star in the back row. And also took quite a few toys for them to play with. Looking at the various aspects of Lucky Star. Although it looks much smaller than the same age. But can crawl. And occasionally stand up. Should also be 10.11 months. Lucky Star's mouth has also grown a few teeth. And can eat a little fruit. Lin Xiaojin then took out strawberries for the two children to eat. Sweet and delicious. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, turned on autopilot and held Cheerios as well as blueberries in her hand. Gale, on the other hand, is a super long meat bone. This is not an ordinary bone. But when in the dinosaur planet to get, the normal bones of Gale will directly bite and crumble. Only dinosaur bones he needs to gnaw on for a while. Crunching and crunching. Blast Wind gnawed quite well. But it looked more like he was grinding his teeth. It wasn't just Lin Xiaojin who had escaped. When the gates to the city were opened, there were quite a few people who had taken the opportunity to escape. Lin Xiaojin had already intermittently seen a few cars parked on the side of the road. But most of them had flat tires. It was so easy to get a flat tire on this road. So Lin Xiaojin got out of the car and asked Lu Xing to unload a few other scrap car tires and put them in the space. The good cars Lin Xiaojin received into the space, which had special openings for storing cars. Some cars had corpses in them. Some didn't. Lin Xiaojin looked at the map prompting that there would be a service station 100 kilometers away. The outside wasn't like Shenlanqing where it was all green trees. However, it was all sandy yellow stone front. The entire highway was lined with power grids on both sides. This was to prevent any wild beasts from breaking in. To be able to lay down such a large power grid was also quite impressive. However, the power had all gone out. Nowadays, these power grids were nothing more than a sham. Lin Xiaojin was eating fruits. And she found that the more she ate, the more energy she had in her body. The more energy she had. Suddenly, the automatic cruise emergency avoidance brake stopped. Fortunately, there were various soft cushions in the back row. Lin Xiaojin hastily looked behind her. Both little ones were just thrown onto the cushions. Blast Wind was not so good. It didn't have a seatbelt. And its entire wolf face was stuck to the glass. Zip. Lin Xiaojin looked up to see a stream of giant beasts. What kind of animal is this? An elephant? It looked like a wild elephant. But it didn't have a trunk. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what kind of animal this was on the planet Earth. But it was definitely a beast. The power grids on both sides had long since been destroyed by it. And there was a car in front of it. And Lin Xiaojin saw that there were people inside. Lin Xiaojin looked at the large beast that suddenly appeared in front of him. Fearing that the child was in danger, he immediately put the little bun into the space. Lucky Star looked at the little bun that suddenly disappeared. His eyes were wide open. Then his little hands were picking around. The little bun who suddenly returned to the space also seemed to be a bit upset. Having played well with the little guy, he seemed to have finally found a companion smaller than himself. Should he treat little Lucky Star as a real-life doll toy? Although space elves were born short, their IQ grew so fast that they almost had the IQ of an adult at birth. Mummy, I want to play with Lucky Star, Little Bun said in space. But it didn't wait for Lin Xiaojin's reply. Little Cloudy on the side hurriedly came over to comfort the little guy. Brother Lanjan made you pastries, you try them, Little Yunduo said. Hearing the pastries, the little bun temporarily put down his mood to go and play with Lucky Star. Little Bun was also a snacker who could eat and loved to eat. Outside the space, when Blizzard looked back and saw the intruding beast, his ears immediately branched out in an enemy-like manner. Their car was behind them. And there was another car parked in front of them on the right. Lin Xiaojin's Starburst contest glasses suggested that this beast was 10 points. That's 310 points. The points were many though, which meant that this beast must be strong as well. The mutated animals in the city that seemed to be huge in size were only 1 point. This guy actually had 10 points. High points and high strength. Lin Xiaojin didn't let a few points higher go to her head. After all, there was only herself and a wolf right now. The most crucial thing was that there was also a little guy. Lin Xiaojin slowly reached her hand to the back to hold Lucky Star in her arms. This beast's thighs could flatten their car with just a slight lift. The beast walked towards the one car in front of her. Just when Lin Xiaojin thought that the people inside would not be able to resist running out. She did not expect them to move at all. No one came down from the car. The beast also just walked up and lifted the car with the hooves of its front feet. For it was just 2 gentle kicks. But the power was too great. And after 2 kicks, the car shook twice. And the last one actually gave the car a direct sideways roll. Ah! Lin Xiaojin only heard a female voice screaming. And then was not making a sound. Blast Wind cracked his mouth. And the threatening aura from the beast instantly made that beast notice them. Seeing Blast Wind's body bowing up slightly. It was an obvious offensive posture. Lin Xiaojin secretly said that it was bad. And sure enough, he saw the beast rushing towards them. Lin Xiaojin avoided the car being trampled by the beast at once and hurriedly got out of the car. Also storing the car in space. Gale didn't even have time to get out of the car before Lin Xiaojin put it into space. Aohu! The blast wind that entered the space seemed a little disgruntled. Lin Xiaojin could only hold Lucky Star in one hand and protect her head with the other, rolling out from under the beast's feet in one tumble. Lucky Star didn't cry either. She just stared at Lin Xiaojin in front of her all the time. A child who didn't cry. No wonder she could live for so long. The beast looked at the car that had suddenly become gone. So it turned its gaze to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. The beast was enraged. And with one lift of its foot, it crushed the highways, splashing stones all over the place. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly protected Lucky Star and ran forward without looking back. If she didn't have Lucky Star, she could just instantly move. But with her, not only could she not instantly move, she also couldn't enter space. Once she chose to enter space, it would be equivalent to declaring Lucky Star's death sentence. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to give up this Lucky Star for the time being until she had no choice. The beast attacked towards Lin Xiaojin. Although the beast was large, it was not flexible. So Lin Xiaojin was still able to easily dodge the beast's attack. Bang bang. The stones on the highway were shattered by the beast. One's defense was afraid that it could not be solved. So Lin Xiaojin chose to take the initiative. Lin Xiaojin held little Lucky with one hand, while the other hand was pulling out the dagger pinned on his leg. This dagger was incredibly sharp. It was brought out by Xiao Nua from Qinlanqing. Plop plop plop. Lin Xiaojin's figure could only slash at the beast's thighs. The skin was thick and her dagger merely grazed the beast's skin. Instead, it inspired its animalistic nature. The beasts outside were already more violent. Besides, they were carnivorous animals. It looked at Lin Xiaojin as if it was hunting. But how could Lin Xiaojin let her hunt? It's not certain who will eat who. This head and these muscles are comparable to dinosaurs. Maybe if she roasted the beast, she would be able to upgrade. With this motivation, Lin Xiaojin frantically attacked the wild beasts. Also, she and Xiao Nua killed madly in Xiao City some time ago. And their hands had been trained. Although she was holding a small beast, it didn't really affect her play. It was just that this beast was too big, and its head was too big. So I'm afraid it would take a lot of effort to cut it down. The key was that she was still holding a little beaner. She slashed dozens of times, and the lower half of the beast's body was covered in wounds. All that flowed down the wounds was blood. And even the blood splattered on little Lucky Star's face as she slashed. Gale, come out! Lin Xiaojin let out a roar. Blast Wind directly leapt out of space in a single bound. And the beast instantly became even more ferocious at the sight of Blast Wind. Blast Wind wasn't losing either, although it looked a whole lot smaller than the beast. It was full of momentum. Beasts meet fight outside the eyes red attack even more crazy. Lin Xiaojin only then had time to temporarily detach from the scene. She looked around, and there was only the road. Only outside the power grid there was a big rock. So Lin Xiaojin broke through the power grid. First put Lucky Star temporarily placed on the stone. Although Blast Wind had become stronger, it really didn't have an advantage in terms of size. Lin Xiaojin looked around and saw that there were no other beasts before he went over and went to help Gale. At the moment, Gale's claws were sharp. And although it didn't have the strength of a beast, it was better because it was flexible. Gale just slowly consumed the beast's blood bar. The beast also seemed to be furious, began to frantically attack. In a moment, Blast Wind was directly thrown out. Ow! Gale was thrown out and howled in pain from the fall. Seeing that the beast rushed over and was about to stomp on Blast Wind, Lin Xiaojin directly grabbed the beast's tail from behind. The beast actually couldn't move. Lin Xiaojin saw that Blast Wind climbed up. So she climbed onto the beast's back. This back is really high. The place to see was also far away, and the view was wide open. She wanted to ride the whole thing. But unfortunately the beast in front of her wouldn't let you ride her. Because it wants to eat you more. Lin Xiaojin's nimble hands climbed to the top of the beast's head. Took out her dagger and stabbed it directly and violently. Lin Xiaojin stabbed out more than 10 times in a row. Only until the beast's body collapsed with a loud bang did Lin Xiaojin pull out the dagger. Blast Wind went up and sniffed a big lump. This meat can't go to waste, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. The little baby is in danger. A child's frightened voice came from behind them. The family that had just reached the ground had already climbed out of the car. And seeing that the beast had already been killed by Lin Xiaojin, one of the 7-year-old little boys pulled his mother nervously. The little boy's voice was immediately covered by his mother's mouth. Fearing that the boy would attract the beast again, Lin Xiaojin heard after the nervous hastily turned back. Just to see a small beast has come to the front of the lucky star. Lin Xiaojin panicked and swallowed his saliva. This will not just adopted a few days of children will be eaten. Right? At this moment, Lin Xiaojin had forgotten about instantaneous movement, and the family in front of him was too nervous to breathe. The beast, however, just came close to sniff, and did not bite the lucky star. Lin Xiaojin panicked. Only then did she come back to her senses from the shock, and immediately used instantaneous transfer to get behind the beast, and directly gave the beast a knife to touch its neck. Blood splattered on Lucky Star's pink jumpsuit, which was already stained red. Lucky Star's 2 big eyes fluttered and smiled again when she saw Lin Xiaojin, revealing 2 sweet dimples. Really cute, aw. Lin Xiaojin took out wet wipes from the space and wiped the blood off the little Lucky Star's face. Only then did she satiate her again. And then she took out a packet of rice crackers from space and kicked it into Lucky Star's hand. Lin Xiaojin carried little Lucky Star in front of her. Lucky Star, those rice crackers barked and nibbled. Lin Xiaojin had to lament this little one's luck is also too good. Just now the beast's mouth has come to the edge actually did not eat her. Is it possible that the beast does not eat children? Lin Xiaojin also did not think too much not eat children, but not eat Lucky Star. The bodies of the 2 beasts Lin Xiaojin put into the space and let Lan Zhan deal with them. Lin Xiaojin stroked Gale's head and said, "When it's dealt with, I'll share it with you." She knew that Gale also wanted to eat meat. Only she didn't know if this beast's meat was good to eat. The 2 people in front of her were dumbfounded at this scene. "Mom, how did she make things disappear out of thin air?" A child pointed at Lin Xiaojin and said. And just now Lin Xiaojin was clearly over there, and the next second, she suddenly went behind that beast. Lin Xiaojin heard it, and it didn't matter previously she hid it, because she wasn't strong enough. But now it didn't matter. Besides, the galaxy is so big that there are a lot of different kinds of psychic abilities. There are also a lot of powerful powers than her. After finishing all this, Lin Xiaojin didn't intend to drive anymore. The power grid of the highway in front of her had been destroyed. I'm afraid it's impossible to drive on this stretch of road. Lin Xiaojin took out the motorbike from space, put Blast Wind into space, and rode the motorbike herself. She carried little Lucky Star on her chest in a carrier so that she could set off straight away. Lin Xiaojin's movements were all in one go, and the roar of the motorbike was already far away, leaving the family of 3 in place. The car was destroyed by the beast. How are they going to get around? We should have just begged that woman to take us with her. Who knew she would leave so quickly? Not even giving us a chance to talk. What are we going to do now? The woman sighed. This outside is full of wild beasts. If we run into wild beasts again, we might not have the good luck this time. Find a way to move the car. The man frowned. Lin Xiaojin didn't care about any of this. She just rode her motorbike down the road, the wind blowing in her face. There was also a child on her back and her arms. The wind was blowing so much that the child's eyes couldn't even open, and the rice crackers were blown away, leaving a small bit of them cupped in her hand. Lin Xiaojin's speed soared very fast. She had never driven so fast. Speed and passion. It gave her psyche an indescribable pleasure. Zhu Jingjing had been watching for several days in a row, but Shen Bluestar had never once opened a live broadcast. But its points kept rising, and Zhu Jingjing was more or less lost in her heart. Anna, has your energy increased again? Ai Tao asked. Usually when healing, Zhu Jingjing would blush miserably, but lately it was rare. Zhu Jingjing didn't hide it. She recently was doing cultivation every night to raise her energy. Although gray and slow but very effective. In the hospital, healing energy is also divided into types. Healing energy is for viruses, healing, spirit, and other roughly 3 aspects. Zhu Jingjing's healing energy is biased towards the healing ability. And the strength to reach the 3rd level requires very little of her own blood. However, she still replenished her own blood frequently. She had risen to level 3. But level 3 to level 4 was too difficult. It was a big bottleneck. You're already great. How long has it been, and you've already been promoted from level 2 to level 3? Remember when I first met you when you were just level 2? Ai Tao said enviously. She had also been stuck at level 2 for 2 or 3 years now. How could she not break through the bottleneck? Level 2 to level 3 is also a watershed. How many people are stuck here? Resulting in a lifetime of being just a small assistant. Zhu Jingjing didn't say anything. She only wanted to work hard. Work hard to upgrade and promote to the brain department. Only then could she retrieve her memories. On the other side, Black Iron Star. Lin Xiaoyan's wounds finally healed. It was Xian Li who found the herbs for him. Xian Li didn't tell Lin Xiaoyan about this. Lin Xiaoyan's recovery was good. But there was no way to get rid of the scars on his back. Nowadays, food and water were not a concern. But the ship still didn't have the energy it needed. Nowadays, they were doing nothing but cultivating. But cultivation is a boring thing. Zhou Yingying often cannot hold out. Can hold out Lin Xiaoran and Xian Li. Xiao Xiao is still young and can't stand the boring. But her talent is heavenly. Although the cultivation is the least among them. But the promotion is not slow. Zhang wished to cultivate 1 day rest day. He can actually stand the cultivation of the cry. Is the need to accompany Zhou Yingying. Otherwise alone in this day, today have to be depressed. A person who has been independent for a long time. The language will deteriorate with it. Xian Li's relationship with Lin Xiaoran seemed to be much closer than before. The spaceship's energy is almost there. 10% short, and we'll be able to open it. Zhang Wan said. I'm afraid that this was the best news he had heard in the past few days. After all, as long as they could enter the airship, there was a possibility of leaving this place. In the past 2 days, they had grabbed the energy to send energy to the airship May. And finally the airship could be opened. With their clothes in tatters these past few days, it could be said that they were almost as bad as the savages. If not worse than the savages. At least the savages could still have an animal skin to wear. 3 days later, the airship's energy could finally reach to open the hatch. Lin Xiaoran finished conveying the energy. And as the electronic tone sounded, the hatch is about to open. Several people were standing outside the hatch, waiting expectantly for the hatch to open. This was probably their only hope. For so many days, energy had been channeled every day to boost their strength. Now Xian Li, Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Zhuan, and Mu Xiaozhou were all at the strength of a 3rd level alien. Zhou Yingying's auxiliary system was slow to promote, and is now only at level 2. The hatch opened inside the blue light. Several people almost simultaneously into the spaceship inside. Outside looking space is not big, but inside is very wide. In the cockpit of the airship, there were 2 people lying on their backs. Lin Xiaoran and the others were instantly alerted. And Zhang Wang walked up to check quietly and said, dead. It had been dead for a long time. And the bodies were only iron blue all over, with no traces of decay. The 2 of them, Lin Xiaoran and Zhang Wang, carried the 2 corpses out. And Xian Li and Zhou Yingying checked directly in the airship. There are clothes here. Finally I can change into clean clothes. No. I should say I can have all complete clothes. Zhou Yingying sighed. Now that there were clothes they were already so satisfied. Thinking that when there was a zombie siege it wasn't this tough. There were a total of 7 sets of clothes and shoes. None of the shoes fit very well, including the clothes. But it's good to have something to where everyone is very content. Only Mu Shijia's clothes can only be cut a little. Lin Xiaoran's embodiment could coalesce into the shape of a shear, so it was simply cut a little shorter. But the top was still very wide. Although they were now inside the airship didn't have anyone who could pilot it all. They had never seen this thing before, let alone fly an airship. There was still a need to keep replenishing the energy in order to start the ship. But that was very good news. Airships are mostly autopilot. Right? That's how it's done in the films. Xian Li said. Technology more advanced than ours is definitely autopilot. Zhou Yingying said with a certainty. Although none of them were too sure. They already had expectations. and it wouldn't be far from the time when the ship would be fully activated. Star. Lin Xiaojin rode her motorbike all the way with little Lucky Star. And on the way, she heard her humming. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly touched her nappy, which was already bulging. So Lin Xiaojin stopped the motorbike, put little Lucky Stars on the motorbike, and changed her nappy as well as her little clothes. The clothes with blood Lin Xiaojin directly threw away. Her space baby items a lot. Throw one or two is nothing. Looked at the little Lucky Star already and shivering fingers is probably hungry. So Lin Xiaojin gave her a cup of milk powder. Lucky Star's little hands embraced the milk bottle that was bigger than her face, and gurgled and drank very well. While Lucky Star was drinking milk, Lin Xiaojin put her hair in a high ponytail. Her hair had grown quite a bit, and the wind was so strong that it blew her hair apart and affected her vision. The highway was endless and seemed like it had no head. There wasn't even a road sign. Only when it was close to a service station would one be erected. Since the cars are self-driving, you can just set a route and navigate directly to it. There is no need for a road sign. But the power grids on both sides of the highway have long since run out of power. And at the moment, there is no protection. Now the whole thing is a piece of decoration. Came to Star. Lin Xiaojin also has some understanding of the outside. Star a total of 7 urban areas. Outside the urban area are ferocious and incomparable beasts. Devour each other to survive. The residents of the Star, in order to survive, to build a high wall and set up a protective light screen in the city. It is to resist the invasion of wild beasts. But many years have passed, the wild beasts are not attacking the city, and occasionally attack the people on the highway. However, with the power grid and the defense light screen protection, there has not been any danger. Lin Xiaojin's eyesight was excellent. She also saw some small beasts on the rocks in the distance. Not just one, but a whole row of them. Kind of like a cute groundhog. But after seeing that groundhog swallow another unknown small beast. Sorry. Cute is the wrong word to describe it. Sure enough, none of the beasts here were tame. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. I'm afraid I still need to walk for a while if I want to reach Starry City. If only I could the whole plane. Right. Lin Xiaojin slapped her own head, really thanking her own stupidity. Why didn't she think of getting an airplane in the urban area in the first place? She definitely had no problem putting a small airplane in her space now. She looked at the little Lucky Star, sighed softly. Now cannot return to the main city to get a plane. Maybe the plane is long gone. When the plane before and after the blackout. From the main city to fly out of the plane, do not know how many. Those planes were all gone without a return. Lucky Star finished a whole bottle of milk in almost one gulp, and was still hiccuping a little at the moment. Lin Xiaojin took the milk bottle back into the space. The dirty milk bottle space would have elves who would go and wash it. This reduced 90% of Lin Xiaojin's worries of bringing up a baby, without having to do some miscellaneous and annoying work. But little Lucky Star is really a very well-behaved child. Little buns in her month are not so well-behaved. However, at that time, there were little clouds to help her look after the child. And at night Xiao Nuo brought the baby with her more. The little Lucky Star, who had eaten and drunk enough, had already started to get a little sleepy. Lin Xiaojin directly rehugged Lucky Star. She had already fallen asleep with her little head tilted. Lin Xiaojin took out the hat from the space to Lucky Star with a good. The wind is so big, don't give her blowing, wake up. Lin Xiaojin rode the motorbike in degrees and set off. There were only a few dozen kilometers left to the service station. In fact, the service station was of no use to her. The car didn't need to be charged, and she didn't lack food and water. Riding a motorbike was still not as cool as driving a car, especially with the car's auto. The car was running out of power, was charging with a small generator in space though. It might take a while to recharge. Zip zip zip. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly as he heard a strange sound, hesitating to stop and check, when suddenly a white thing broke through the power grid. Then it flipped over a few times and fell onto the road, hard enough to smash out a small crater in the ground of the road. Lin Xiaojin slowly stopped the motorbike. She walked down, but did not dare to approach. Not long after, the white pit ran out a white beast. Fluffy looks very cute, but at this moment, the glasses reminded her of 20 points. That large beast just now, the one she and Blast Wind reasonably killed, was 10 points. This looks only calf-sized, shrugging furry beast. 20 points? Lin Xiaojin silently stood aside, but with one hand, she slowly touched the dagger she was helping on her leg. Lin Xiaojin sort of found that the higher the tip points, the stronger the strength should be. But this little guy, How to look at it does not look like it has 20 points. Instead, it was fluffy and cute. Lin Xiaojin didn't choose to attack rashly, nor did he put out the blast wind, but first observed. The fluffy beast climbed out of the deep pit. It had just been thrown out by a beast, helping it as a ball. At this moment it saw Lin Xiaojin. Zzz. The fluffy beast let out a piercing cry, just as Lin Xiaojin was fully concentrated and ready to deal with its attack. Who knew that it would just lock eyes with Lin Xiaojin, and then turn its head and run away by crashing through the protective net on the other side. Lin Xiaojin looked at Fluffy, who had already scampered away with a puzzled face. Knowing that she felt the stone sub on the highway seemed to be vibrating, she turned back to look not far away. Crap! Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but soar an expletive. Immediately mounted the motorbike, directly throttled to the bottom. No wonder that 20 points beast ran away without looking back. The glasses panel prompted her that a large number of beasts had intruded. 5,020 points. With such a large amount, there was most likely a herd of wild beasts. This glasses with a warning function was still good, but the range of the warning was too short. Just now it was because it was all the rocks and mountains blocking Lin Xiaojin's vision. If Mu Xiuji was there, I'm afraid her penetrating eyes would have seen it long ago. The beast group, without even daring to look back. Lin Xiaojin could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lucky star. If it's really dangerous, I'll just have to go back to space, Lin Xiaojin said with some difficulty. Lin Xiaojin's psyche was naturally unwilling to just give up on Lucky Star. But if her life was in danger, she couldn't ignore herself. Now she could only run as hard as she could. She wouldn't voluntarily give up the Lucky Star as a last resort. The beasts behind her ran at the same time, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Xiaojin's motorbike speed had soared to 150 kilometers per hour. Lin Xiaojin ran as hard as she could, but she could still vaguely see the beasts behind her in the rearview mirror. However, the beasts behind them were not running in their direction. So Lin Xiaojin breathed a sigh of relief. Wherever the beasts swarmed behind them passed, there were pieces of debris everywhere. This group of beasts was incredibly destructive, like a herd of elephants rushing past. And wherever they passed was black. Phew. Lin Xiaojin looked at the increasing distance from the herd of wild beasts. She then relaxed, but the motorbike speed didn't decrease. Lin Xiaojin softly said to Lucky Star, "We dodged a crisis." After driving for half an hour, the group of beasts behind her was gradually out of sight. But the road of the highway was indeed getting harder and harder to walk on, with potholes, and the power grids on both sides had long since been destroyed and gone. It was a short few days, and once there was no one to maintain it, immediately changed. From time to time Lin Xiaojin saw the roadside, or the middle of the road, parked vehicles. Most of them have been destroyed. Even some cars were directly trampled. Perhaps encountered a herd of wild beasts. The car was directly crushed. However, the people inside were afraid that they had all been trampled. Lin Xiaojin didn't stop to continue looking, but continued on her way. Finally she saw that there was a service area. This service area she passed by was huge, and there were also had 2 floors, a lower level above and a lower level below, because the rush would be very long. Sleeping in the car would be very uncomfortable, so most people would choose to rest in the service area. The service area is built of very hard stone, and the shape is very unique. The appearance looks like a cave. Outside the cave there were several cars parked. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky. Will soon be dark. I'm afraid it's even more dangerous to be outside at night. Looking at Lucky Star, who had already woken up from her nap, she took her to the service area to rest. The service areas here should all have rooms. Lin Xiaojin got out of the car, put the motorbike away, and headed to the service area. The cave was a gateway, and all the service areas here were electrified because of the solar power panels spread out above. It was used to keep the service area powered on a daily basis, as the service area could be many days before a passerby or 2 was encountered. So this power was enough for them to maintain. The gate is tightly closed. Need to brush the face to enter. Lin Xiaojin's ears slightly moved. Listen to the service area. Inside is someone. The gate of the service area is open. There are solar lights inside. The ground floor is a hall. There are several rows of seats and self-service windows. Lin Xiaojin scanned the surroundings with a glance. The main thing is that there are other people here. Just as she came in, a few people ran out from inside, all holding a variety of weapons in their hands. A few people saw that it was Lin Xiaojin, a woman, and their nervous hearts relaxed. You also escaped from Xiayao City? One of the bald men asked. Yes. Lin Xiaojin nodded. There was no need to lie about this. Yeah? You're still bringing a child. It's not even a year old yet. Another woman, who was a bit older, said with a shocked face when she saw that Lin Xiaojin still had a child strapped to her chest. Well, my daughter. Lin Xiaojin's eyes fell, looking heartbroken all the way. There was also a middle-aged man in the back who saw the child in Lin Xiaojin's arms. His eyes slightly red. The one next to him patted his shoulder, seemingly comforting him. His wife and child were captured by wild beasts on the way out. It was said that life and death were unknown. But it was clear to everyone that the people had probably become food for the beasts. You by yourself? Where's your man? That elder sister continued to ask. We encountered a herd of wild beasts. My husband told me to run away with the child first. He was behind and told me to wait for him here. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Then you should rest here first. There are still a few empty rooms below. Several of us also escaped to the service area. The elder sister said kindly. Lin Xiaojin looked at this kind-hearted big sister and didn't say anything. She also saw the attitudes of the others. Some were reluctant, some hesitated, and some were unconcerned. In short, all kinds of emotions Lin Xiaojin saw in her eyes. I'll take you to find a room, said the kind older sister as she led Lin Xiaojin to the service area on the ground floor. The rooms were all pretty much the same. You can rest here. How many months is your child this? The big sister asked as she looked at the cute lucky star in Lin Xiaojin's arms. Almost 1 year old, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The room in the service area was a lounge. There was a bed or a bunk bed and a simple table. Next to it there should have been a self-service water dispenser in the past. But now the barrels of water on it were long gone. The supplies that were supposed to be on the table had long since been scavenged. Big sister kindly dropped her off here and she left. She had just entered the room when she heard the sound of whispering outside. Sister Zhang, look at that woman with the child. Not a single backpack. No water or food. We have all the food in the service area. Just let her in and it's done. We can't control the rest. Besides, the water and food in the service area had long since been raided by the first few of them to arrive. There was no lack of water in the service area. Each service area was connected to underground water. It was the food that was lacking, as there was no more food to replenish the service area. This meant that the food was a little less to eat. They all ate frugally as well. And of course some chose to leave to head to the next service area. The further back the service area went, the fewer people there were, and the more plentiful the food must be. The woman who was called Sister Zhang is the woman who listened to Lin Xiaojin in a friendly manner and said, Look at the other woman and bring a child who can't walk. How do we drive people out? Besides, this is a service area. Anyone can enter. Okay. Just mind your own food. What's the point of caring so much about other things? The bald man came over to stop the argument. The bald man looked physically strong. And as he spoke, everyone didn't continue arguing up. Anyway, here to protect their own food is not okay? A few quarrelsome women dispersed. The bald man and the other 3 men sat down to smoke. That woman's husband must be dead. The bald, stocky man said. No one can survive a herd of wild beasts. Another middle-aged man couldn't hold back his tears again when he heard this. Several people knew about her wife and child. And that was the reality. So everyone didn't say anything. It's not a solution for us to keep sitting around like this. Either take the available food and let's leave here together, or go out and hunt wild beasts. The bald strongman said. He remembered that the meat of wild beasts can also be eaten. Only that wild beasts are not easy to catch. And even if they are caught, the meat of wild beasts is expensive. In this service area, there were just 4 of them, and 2 women. One was the wife of one of them, and the other was also the middle-aged man's sister. Sister Zhang. Killing wild beasts? Isn't that tantamount to suicide? A man who was on the thin side said somewhat timidly. Right now, everyone was still holding plenty of food in their hands. Who would go out hunting this time? Then let it be as you all like. The bald, burly man went back to his room without saying anything else. They almost all hid their food in the rooms they stayed in. And now there was enough food and no shortage of water. The bald burly man always felt that the future couldn't stay like this. It would just be a sitting duck. He wanted to join the others and leave the area. But the few others who already had a safe haven didn't want to leave. He had also been hesitant to leave on his own. Lin Xiaojin had just finished making Lucky Star's milk and changed her into a clean nappy. There was no way to wash up and used the toilet in the room. There was only the public washroom outside. But Lin Xiaojin went straight back to space. Instead, she put little Yunduo out of the space and let her take care of Lucky Star first. Little Yunduo is very fond of little babies. Lin Xiaojin entered the space and ate first. Then accompanied the little bun to play for a while. Mom, where's little sister? I want to play with my sister. The little bun's little hand grabbed Lin Xiaojin's hand and said, Good. I'll take you out in a while. Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time and took little cloud back into space to replenish its energy. While she took little bun out of space, gale was also released by Lin Xiaojin to let out the wind. In fact, the main thing is that the safety factor will be a bit higher with blast wind around. The door to the room was locked by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin took out some toys for them to play on the bed. He himself was eating this apple and leaning on the bed to study the Starburst competition glasses to see if there were any other functions. There was no time to study this lately. Function. Open the list of functions. The hovering 3D panel that Lin Xiaojin saw had black functions in the left row. However, only the first two were green. The last three ones actually couldn't be opened. It could only be viewed with an elevated level. Elementary level is the normal surrounding warning. Live broadcast function. Intermediate can view the location of major planets outside the galaxy. Advanced level was the ability to exchange prizes. It seemed that none of these functions seemed to have any effect on him for the time being. But what was the use of this beginner's live broadcast function? Who was the live broadcast for? Couldn't she also watch other people live streaming? But Lin Xiaojin didn't find the function to watch other people's live streams. Lin Xiaojin was struggling with whether or not to click on the live broadcast function. In the end, Lin Xiaojin still gritted her teeth and turned on the live broadcast function to see what this live broadcast function was actually useful for. The live broadcast function has been opened. An electronic voice prompted. Turning on the live broadcast function didn't seem to change anything. It was just being able to see 360 degrees of her surroundings. Lin Xiaojin nibbled on her apple. And there was a number of people function in the top leftmost corner. But it showed 0. Just as Lin Xiaojin was about to switch off the live broadcast function, the number of people in the upper left corner dawdled in by several hundred. The penultimate planet actually opened a live broadcast. Little Rubbish Planet still dares to participate in the Star Shine competition. Everyone else is killing to gain points. And you're still here eating. Have you guys ever did? She still has 2 children with her. There are still 2 kids on the bed. The penultimate one is really swinging for the fences. Does she not realize that the penultimate planet will be treated as a slave planet? The bottom-ranked planets of the Starburst Great Plateau would eventually be reduced to slaves of those powerful planets. It's possible to have been slaved over, not sure. But she's good-looking, isn't she? Lin Xiaojin was just about to switch off the live broadcast when she was startled by the screen full of pop-ups that suddenly popped up. This one Lin Xiaojin didn't look at carefully. But the 3 words trash star were still very obvious. You guys are the fucking rubbish stars, Lin Xiaojin said in anger, originally wanting to just turn off the live broadcast. But he couldn't cheapen them. So Lin Xiaojin opened up and cursed, disliking them directly without looking at the pop-ups. After cursing, she then closed the live broadcast. As for the live broadcast, there are too many pop-ups. She simply did not see any pop-ups about Zhu Jingjing's hair. On the other hand, Zhu Jingjing had a hard time receiving the live broadcast of the Star Shine competition Chinlixing, not expecting that the competition's penultimate live room would be crowded into people going in to watch. The part of all the home planets to watch their own. Did not expect the penultimate first became people trolling. The main Lin Xiaojin's Chinlaunching is a star-level newly promoted planet, and has never opened a live broadcast. The penultimate planet's live broadcast room. When they thought that there was no Chinlaunching yet, the first time they opened a live broadcast, they were also scolded very badly. Later on, they didn't open the live broadcast, and they didn't expect that they wouldn't be the penultimate at a later time. Zhu Jingjing looked at the pop-up screen that she was flooded with scolding comments. The anchor must be invisible. Thinking of this, Zhu Jingjing was a little lost. But the Lin Xiaojin in front of her eyes, she looked at was really familiar. When she slept that night, she dreamed of the woman in her dream again. And that woman looked exactly like the woman in Chinlaunching's live room. So Zhu Jingjing continued to squat on Lin Xiaojin's live room. But unfortunately it wasn't turned on. Could it be that it was cursed yesterday? So it wasn't open. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin closed the live broadcast room and shivered with anger. Rubbish stars. Rubbish stars filled her eyes. Lin Xiaojin looked at her ranking at the bottom of the list and did recognize her lack of strength. Lin Xiaojin fully recognized that weakness was going to be scolded. Lin Xiaojin finished eating apples for bananas and strawberries. Lan Zhan in the space also disposed of yesterday's beast meat and made a special roast. Lin Xiaojin threw the bones to Blizzard and ate 2 more pieces of the beast's roasted meat herself. Fragrant, too fragrant. The beast's meat was too fragrant and strong. And one could still feel the energy in the beast's meat, although it wasn't as sufficient as dinosaur meat. Lin Xiaojin actually ate most of it and didn't feel propped up yet. He only felt soothed and his strength filled his entire body. It seems like I'm going to upgrade. Lin Xiaojin only felt that her own energy had reached a peak. It just so happened that the 2 little buns and Lucky Star were tired of playing and lay next to each other. One lying down and the other sleeping on his back. This time it wasn't like before. She remembered that at the very beginning of the upgrading was all about being bitten by zombies and hanging on for dear life. But this time it didn't seem like it. But it just felt like it was about to escalate. But it was just a little bit off. Is this a bottleneck? She actually had an upgrade bottleneck. It seemed like it was really difficult to cross from level 3 to level 4. Thinking that Xiao Nuo was crossing the level 4 bottleneck and would have to close the door for a few more days, one would know how difficult it was. Lin Xiaojin had never crossed a bottleneck before and didn't know how to solve this bottleneck yet. So she could only wait until Xiao Nuo finished upgrading and then ask him. However, she clearly felt that she had reached the top and her strength had become greater again. She was very doubtful that if she was getting stronger every time she upgraded, then how strong was she supposed to be in the future? In fact, now in close combat Xiao Nuo are not her opponent. After all, her speed strength is faster than Xiao Nuo. But far attack will not work. Xiao Nuo a level 4 thunder strike over. If she cannot avoid it then cool. But her speed is still okay. Easily dodging normal skill attacks. Xiao Nuo's thunder skill is too fast. She is afraid that she can't dodge it. However, if she upgraded to level 4, it would be possible for her to dodge Xiao Nuo's attack. But Xiao Nuo is also about to advance to level 5. I don't know how strong the level 5 Xiao Nuo will be. This night is quite peaceful. Lin Xiaojin also did not enter the space for a night. The 2 children also sleep together. The next day, Lin Xiaojin first fed Lucky Star, while little Buzzy was thrown into his space to eat. Why can't little sister get in? The little bun beamed with an unhappy look. There was nothing Lin Xiaojin could do about this. Xiao Nuo was able to come in because of the seal bound to her, and also because of that zombie back then. It allowed the 2 of them to be linked to a certain extent. And even Lin Xiaojin could use Xiao Nuo's psychic abilities. Xiao Buzzy, on the other hand, could enter the space because he had her bloodline. In the future, only her grandchildren, those who possessed a blood relationship with her, could enter her space. To be honest, Lin Xiaojin hadn't used Xiao Nuo's skills much yet. Xiao Nuo was in the process of leveling up and didn't know if he could use his abilities. After Lucky Star finished drinking his milk, Lin Xiaojin threw blast wine into her space as well. Then she carried Lucky Star being carried in front of her body, and took out a small toy from her space and raised it to Lucky Star's hand. Lin Xiaojin had just opened the door and went out when she felt something in the public aisle. Squeak! Like the sound of a rank rat. Lin Xiaojin hesitated and didn't go up to check. She was about to leave here, towards the upstairs hall, when suddenly from the corner scurried out a big rat. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. How could there be rats in this place? The construction of the service area should be very sturdy. Ordinary beasts can't attack, let alone just a rat. Lin Xiaojin intuited that something was wrong, and went upstairs to the lobby just in time to run into Sister Zhang again, who had brought her into the room yesterday. So Lin Xiaojin kindly reminded her. Yesterday she took her into the room. Today Lin Xiaojin kindly reminded her. Also is not owe each other. It just doesn't matter if she listens or not. Lin Xiaojin. Are you leaving? You can go there with a child? Sister Zhang didn't take Lin Xiaojin's words seriously. Instead, she was concerned about where Lin Xiaojin could go with a child. Lin Xiaojin nodded her head and did not say much about the rest. I'm afraid this place isn't safe either. Lin Xiaojin reminded once again. Can it be safer to be in an unsafe place than outside? Sister Zhang smiled helplessly. There were beasts everywhere outside. Sad to say that apart from the city area outside was almost all the territory where beasts survived. Where else could they go if they didn't stay here? What about getting to the next service area? What if they could still make it? What if the next service area was crowded and had already taken all the food? There were too many uncertainties. And right now, to the ease of letting them just stay here was safe. Lin Xiaojin did not say much. Just chose to leave. Zhang's sister also did not persuade a word, but just silently said a pity. No one can survive alone out there, let alone a woman with a child. Lin Xiaojin didn't explain too much and directly left the service area, taking out the motorbike from space after walking for a few minutes. After riding the motorbike for about 2 hours, Lin Xiaojin switched to a car again. It was still more enjoyable to drive a car. There was an autopilot function, but the flexibility wasn't as free as Lin Xiaojin driving a motorbike. Lin Xiaojin took rice crackers for Lucky Star to eat, then put Little Bun out as well, and the two sat in the back to play. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was nibbling on peaches. The fruits in her space were now in heaps. The space elves didn't need to eat, so there were already many piles of fruits and vegetables in space. It was almost as if Lin Xiaojin was eating when she was relaxing. Lin Xiaojin was just getting cozy when the road in front of her collapsed, and the car made an emergency avoidance and came to a stop. Little Bun, you go back to space first, Lin Xiaojin said, and sit into space. Little Bun seems to be used to it. Lucky Star looks at her little brother who disappeared once again. Her little mouth wrinkled together. Lin Xiaojin looked at little Lucky Star and then went out to check the situation. The entire middle of the road collapsed into a hole about 4.5 meters deep. What was exposed was all rocks and yellow soil, and there seemed to be something wriggling inside. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and immediately took Lucky Star out at the first opportunity. Just as she was about to take the car in, from the ground bulged out a huge, like a tentacle long, directly rolled up the car. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The car was directly squeezed into a twist. Lin Xiaojin held Lucky Star and quickly retreated backwards, dodging the tentacle's attack. Strange. The glasses didn't suggest that there were points nearby either. Lin Xiaojin didn't even have time to wonder. Suddenly a long tentacle came out from the ground and rolled towards her. The tentacle was grabbed by Lin Xiaojin with one hand. It had a slippery and greasy touch with an unknown slime. Lin Xiaojin grabbed it as hard as she could, wanting to grab this thing out, but it was too slippery. If it wasn't in the water, Lin Xiaojin wondered if she had caught an octopus monster. The tentacles that were thicker than her calves started to touch. Lin Xiaojin drew out her dagger and cut down the tentacles. Suddenly, from the ground with a bang, another tentacle emerged. This tentacle is very flexible and directly wrapped around Lin Xiaojin's legs. Wrapped very tightly. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Lin Xiaojin's two arms were again wrapped by the tentacles that instantly emerged. Lin Xiaojin directly levitated in the air. The Lucky Star in front of her chest didn't know what danger was. Instead, she was still playing with the toy Lin Xiaojin had given her. Blast Wind. Lin Xiaojin instantly released Blast Wind from space. Ayo-hoo! As soon as Blast Wind came out, it directly used its claws to slice through the tentacles that bound Lin Xiaojin's arms. The other half of the tentacle was snapped off by Blast Wind's grip and fell to the ground, leaving the other half to shrink back. Lin Xiaojin's feet, and also her other arm, were bound by the tentacles. She used her dagger to ruthlessly cut the tentacle on her other arm. Slime slipped out. The tentacles that bound Lin Xiaojin's feet directly made Lin Xiaojin stand upside down, and the Lucky Star that was carried in her arm slid down little by little. Lin Xiaojin immediately wrapped her arms around Lucky Star. And this was when Lucky Star finally got scared. Lucky Star's little face was wrinkled together throughout. This was the first time in the past few days that I had heard Lucky Star's whimper, and it was very small. Lin Xiaojin suddenly realized that Lucky Star wouldn't be unable to cry at the top of her voice. Right? She looked down at Lucky Star only to see that her little face was scared because she was upside down. And there were still tears that kept flowing down. But there was just no crying. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. But this was not the time to be concerned about Lucky Star. Being upside down would deprive the brain of oxygen, not to mention being thrown into mid-air like this. Touch! Lin Xiaojin was entangled and thrown into mid-air and fell to the ground. She also had to protect Lucky Star from injury. She was dragged along the highway for dozens of meters. Lin Xiaojin's back of the clothes have been worn out. The skin is even more ground bloody. But strangely enough, the wounds quickly stopped bleeding. Gale quickly ran over. Lin Xiaojin's back belt had broken. If she held Lucky Star like this, it would only put her in a more dangerous situation. Gale! Catch! Lin Xiaojin shouted. Lin Xiaojin directly threw the Lucky Star. This act was also bold and very testing for Blast Wind. Aohu! Gale leapt high up in a four-legged bounce and used his mouth to bite the Lucky Star's backstrap. Without Lucky Star to drag him down, Lin Xiaojin bent hard at the waist and grabbed the tentacle that was binding him, and broke it open with both hands in a raw manner. After Lin Xiaojin landed on the ground, he didn't let go of the tentacle but held onto it tightly, even curling it a few times. Bump! The debris underneath the highway splashed. Lin Xiaojin yanked as hard as she could, and finally yanked out this guy's real body. There were always 4 tentacles, but her head was very small, and seemed to be the size of Blizzard's wolf head. Lin Xiaojin looked very strange. For a moment, he didn't think of what kind of beast this was. It seemed to be recorded on Earth Star. Want to kill its head. Lin Xiaojin yanked out its entire body. That would be easy to deal with. Lin Xiaojin's space coverage directly instantaneous transfer to the back of the beast. Not waiting for it to react. Directly give it a small head cut down. Gulp. Black-green blood sprayed out all of a sudden, fortunately using his arm to cover his face. But even so, his body was still sprayed with black-green blood. Lin Xiaojin thought it was dead, but the eye points hadn't shown up yet. And even more so, there were no hints. Lin Xiaojin reacted if this beast just didn't have any points? When she was wondering, there was a small tentacle, different from the other tentacles. Only the thickness of a thumbnail. It sprayed out directly from the beast's, very fast, and went straight through Lin Xiaojin's stomach. F***CK. Lin Xiaojin barrels it several more times with his dagger in succession. Directly barrels it into mincemeat. Points plus 100. Lin Xiaojin saw the glass's interface amongst the display. 100 points. But she was currently half squatting her body and covering her stomach, feeling that her body's energy seemed to be draining away. Isn't she going to die? Can't. Lin Xiaojin wanted to immediately enter space, but her body seemed unable to move. If she died, then what would happen to her space? Would Xiao Bazi and Xiao Nuo still be able to come out? Lin Xiaojin couldn't die or sleep. Gale dragged Lucky Star over. It put Lucky Star down and came over to add to Lin Xiaojin's face. Lucky Star's tiny body also crawled over towards Lin Xiaojin. Its little brows furrowed, as if it was worried about Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin put her hand on Gale's fluffy head, and suddenly felt that her body seemed to be very high, and her surroundings were also drowsy. She directly fainted. I don't know how long it took. And when she woke up here again, she only felt that there seemed to be something on her face and on her chest that was pressing down on her. And she also smelled a smell of shit. Lin Xiaojin, who opened her eyes, saw that the diaper had bulged up Lucky Star, its buttocks rushing towards her and crawling on her chest. The smell of shit was coming from the diaper, and Blast was pressing his mouth on her forehead. Was he afraid that her head was cold? Lin Xiaojin picked Lucky Star up while she sat up. Sizzling Wind immediately got up and pressed towards her. Lin Xiaojin calmed Sizzling Wind and just tried to figure out the changes in her body. She upgraded. This time the upgrade was just passing out. She found herself a pattern that is often experiencing life and death will break through an upgrade. Lin Xiaojin looked at the large boulders next to her, and the collapsed road in front of her right. She herself was obviously dragged here by the blast wind. Otherwise she would have followed the collapse and been buried in the earth. The period of time that she had passed out and upgraded was really dangerous, although she didn't know how much time had passed. But at the moment, the sky was dusk, probably after a night. Lin Xiaojin touched the wound on her stomach and amazingly found it was healed. Recovered. The wound on her own back didn't hurt either. And with all the rocks around, Lin Xiaojin could see the lines on the weeds and see the dust on the pebbles. The range of sounds that her ears heard also became even greater, various frequencies, including the sounds of nature. These weren't the main thing, but the fact that one's wounds had actually recovered in one night. And this time, they were still pierced through the body. In the past, it was a case of needing space spring water to assist in healing, and it also took a few days for the wound to fully grow back. Lin Xiaojin somewhat impatiently tested himself and scratched his lower arm. As a result, not a single ounce of blood came out, and it recovered with the naked eye. Me. Lin Xiaojin was too shocked to speak. Although she used to know that she had to recover faster from injuries than the next person, it wasn't this heaven-defying. Lin Xiaojin wondered if she was the female version of Wolverine, with such a strong healing ability. Lin Xiaojin opened her glasses. Her points increased, and her alien ability level remained at level 3. But the body genes were raised to level 5, which was very scary because the general genes were law raised. At that time, there were also those that could be upgraded, but the conditions were very harsh. Entering the galaxy would raise the gene level and increase the lifespan, which was why so many people participated in the star shine competition. Most of the body genes of the outer galaxies are of the first level, like the body genes of Xiao Nua, who has a high innate level, are of the second level. The body gene level Lin Xiaojin didn't quite understand yet, but her own alien ability level didn't change. Lin Xiaojin's space is equivalent to her special ability. The space has been upgraded 3 times, so it is also the third level of special ability. But her body's genes can actually be upgraded? This is Lin Xiaojin felt very different. This is actually also related to Lin Xiaojin's space fruits. And her food quantity is very big again. Even she can eat Xiao Nua's 2 days worth of meals by herself. Being able to eat is a blessing. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin only felt hungry because all her cells were rapidly repairing her wounds, and at the same time, she also needed a large amount of replenished energy in order to do so. Although she was able to quickly restore her wounds, she did not have the ability to heal, which meant that she could only heal herself and not others. But this kind of was already very awesome for her. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly entered space and switched Little Cloudy out to take care of Lucky Star, while she herself hurriedly cleaned and changed into clean clothes. Lin Xiaojin played with the little bun for a while before she came out of the space. Lucky Star had already been changed into clean clothes by Little Yunduo, and at this moment it was already noon, luckily not encountering any other beasts. Lin Xiaojin picked up Lucky Star and put Blizzard into the space. Looking at the road that collapsed in the middle, Lin Xiaojin could only choose to detour from the side. I don't know if such a big tentacle can be eaten. Looking at this green slime. Anyway, Lin Xiaojin looked at it and had no appetite at all. The self-driving car was scrapped, and there were only electric cars and motorbikes in the space. This car class is really consumed too much. If there is a ride is good, it's like watching a fantasy TV show where you find an animal to be your mount. Tigers, elephants, and iron eaters. All of these are fine. Lin Xiaojin had this idea in his mind. In the future, when conditions allow it, it must be the whole thing. Lin Xiaojin thought of Blast Wind. But unfortunately Blast Wind is not big enough to carry her. It definitely won't work to carry little Bowsy. It's probably okay. Lin Xiaojin could only get back on the motorbike again, bypassing the dirt road next to her. It was too difficult to go. The potholes were all gravel. Lin Xiaojin rode the motorbike like she was riding a rocking bike. Finally bypassing the collapsed part and getting back on the road felt better. The rest encountered a few more waves of danger, but Lin Xiaojin was able to easily solve them. It is true that the beasts outside are even more dangerous than the mutated animals in the city. The minor injuries that Lin Xiaojin suffered were recovered on the spot, although the wounds were able to recover in time. The pain was also real. Lin Xiaojin took the motorbike back into the space, because this is the last motorbike in. This place is really car. Looking at the potholes in front of the road is not good to go. Lin Xiaojin directly decided to walk. Although walking slowly, but at least the car cannot be in the scrap. So Lin Xiaojin front holding the Lucky Star. Also changed nibbled on an apple. The noon sun is quite big. A small one with a sun hat. The wind was also released by Lin Xiaojin out. More out of the exercise is also good. Is the small packet also want to come out to play with the Lucky Star? But Lin Xiaojin did not agree. Afraid of him out of the danger. If Lucky Star can also enter the space. She early to Lucky Star through space. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye it was afternoon. But the journey wasn't shortened much. The distance to the next service area still needed a few dozen kilometers. But in the afternoon Lin Xiaojin got a good news. That was Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua had successfully upgraded ahead of schedule, and his alien ability level had increased to level 5. Although level 5 was 1 level away from level 4. The difference in overall strength wasn't half a point. Each level across the alien ability was a huge bottleneck. Xiao Nua came out of the space, and the glasses detected that Xiao Nua's alien ability level was level 5, and his body gene level was still level 2. How this body gene level is going to be transformed and upgraded, they don't know. And it's not clear why Lin Xiaojin can upgrade this now. I'm afraid that only when they reach the galaxy can they solve these mysteries. Xiao Nua's first skill was upgraded to level 5, which was the Thunder system. However, his second skill Time Pause was still stuck in the middle of level 2. This perhaps, the second skill had something to do with his genetic level. Time Pause was already a very impressive skill. There was no telling what it would be like to cross level 3. being able to control the flow of time. Wouldn't that be the ability to travel through time in disguise? But this kind of was too far away and not too realistic. Lin Xiaojin was just thinking about it. You finally upgraded successfully, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. It was a good thing for both of them no matter who became stronger. With Xiao Nuo, the two could continue to ride in the motorbike. Xiao Nuo rode the motorbike. Lin Xiaojin sat in the back holding Lucky Star. She also told Xiao Nuo about the last time she was scolded for opening a live broadcast. You said that the planet behind the countdown will really become a slave? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. It's very likely, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. This world was always about the weak and the strong. Like the slogan of equality for all was merely formulated for those who were mediocre. Like the bottom planets, their resources would be plundered. If you are not discovered, it's fine. You may silently survive alone. Once you are discovered, if you are strong, then no one will come to bully you. But if you're weak, it's not a normal thing for resources to be taken away. Just like their planet has never been discovered before. And then the development of technology to a certain realm was discovered by the Galactic Adlin Group. For the sake of profit, billions of people on a planet all turned into zombies. I also don't know if there are still people alive on our planet. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Maybe, Xiao Nu responded. Lin Xiaojin opened the live stream once again, and the penultimate planet actually turned gray. Turning gray proved that the contestants of this planet had died. However, this didn't delay Lin Xiaojin's location of Chen Blue Planet being the penultimate place. Last time Lin Xiaojin opened the live broadcast, there were hundreds of people coming in, and the screen was full of rubbish stars. This time, she opened the live broadcast and actually instantly flooded in tens of thousands of people. More than the last time she flooded in. It is because the last live broadcast, Lin Xiaojin opened live cursing. So on the Galaxy Hot Search, everyone has a lot of people flocked into Lin Xiaojin's live room. All of them wanted to see what this penultimate Chen launching was actually like. Actually opening a live broadcast to curse people. This is the Chen Blue Star that brought a child to the Star Shine competition. It's also too bullish. It should be swinging for the fences. After all, Chen Blue Star is so far away from the galaxy. The lowest planet. Garbage planet. There are still quite a few people who continue to brush these four words. Have you guys rested to the fact that even though they are the bottom-ranked planet, but the woman's body gene level is actually level 5? Crap. Level 5. Alien ability level 5 is very common in the galaxy. As long as it is level 5, it is an ordinary citizen of the galaxy. But the physical genetic quality of this change is very difficult. It's not that it's impossible to upgrade. It's just that it's too difficult to upgrade. Everyone wants to raise their genetic level because then life expectancy will increase. Who does not want to live more? This woman is actually a big shot at genetic level 5. This man's genetic level is also level 2. Aren't they from a rubbish star? The common genetic level in the galaxy was level 1. The vast majority was level 2. And level 3 was rare. But Lin Xiaojin's gene level was level 5. How did he reach level 5? The crowd was even more curious about this. The entire Starlight competition rankings of the first planet, that a few people gene level is only level 3. Lin Xiaojin 5 level genetic level instantly broke everyone's cognition. Lin Xiaojin looked at the live broadcast room instantly and poured in tens of thousands of people. This time, the screen was not full of the 3 words to beat the rubbish star. But the screen was full of brushing if to raise the genetic level. Why should I tell you guys? Wasn't scolding me last time very fierce? Lin Xiaojin sneered. Miss Big Brother. Forget about us humble netizens. Begging Big Brother to tell us how to raise our body's genetic level. I'll brush gifts for sister. Sister can say it. Said a screen full of people started to send gifts. This kind of gift was star stones. The common currency of the galaxy. However, Lin Xiaojin did not have any concept of star stones right now. And she could not use them right now. The screen swiped gifts. And there were all sorts of pampered and cute ones. This time the picture style was completely different compared to last time. Last time, they patronized Lin Xiaojin and didn't click on Lin Xiaojin's identity panel. And last time, she watched the live broadcast for a very short time. The attention was all on her planet that was at the bottom of the list. This time, someone's hand slipped and clicked on Lin Xiaojin's panel, which revealed that Lin Xiaojin's genetic level was actually as high as level 5. Big Brother. It's Big Brother. Beautiful young lady begging to be told. Lin Xiaojin looked at the screen full of comments. She calmly said, This I have no way. Purely rely on personal talent. The beast swarm is coming. Lin Xiaojin directly closed the live broadcast after saying this, completely unaware of the huge wave of impact caused to those. I want to have a level 5 genetic level and go directly into the galaxy. What am I still doing here? No wonder the pendulum swings off. Level 5 body gene level. This can directly enter the center layer of the galaxy. Level 5 genetic level that life expectancy of at least 500 years. Oh. I also want to live 500 years. With a lifespan of only 100 years. Playing a virtual game will be over in a year's time. Everyone wants to enter the galaxy. She doesn't need to enter the galaxy to have such a high genetic level. Yeah. How did that happen? Is it someone who came out of the galaxy? Many people are speculating. The galaxy and the galaxy level 5 alien ability can be ordinary citizenship. In the coming is that it can raise the genetic level. Even just entering the edge of the galaxy could change the genetic level. And the life on the overall planet would increase in lifespan. Instantly Lin Xiaojin was on fire in the outer part of the star network. All of this Lin Xiaojin didn't know. Much less the importance of the genetic level. She was now considered to be at the level of a primary school student in the galaxy. Perhaps not even as good as a primary school student. After all, there had been no connection to the galaxy. Nor had she been on the star network. And the number of planets she had been to was only 3. Lin Xiaojin wasn't lying when she shut down the live broadcast. Because it was true that she had encountered another beast swarm. But it was a small group of beasts. Only about 10 or so. As Lin Xiaojin prepared to make a big move, Xiao Nu rode his motorbike with one hand and condensed lightning with the other. Previously, Xiao Nu's thunderbolts were all blue. But now the thunderbolts Xiao Nu condensed here again were purple. ZZZ. Electricity flower condensed a big net. Those beast groups ran towards them. All of them were hit by Xiao Nu's electric grid. An electric flower emerged. And even Lin Xiaojin smelled an aroma. The aroma of electrically roasted meat. Just like that 200 points were harvested at once. Amazing. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but praise.